Zhengjing, 17 years old, at the pinnacle of external martial arts practice. Identity: outer disciple of the Yuhua Immortal Sect, Yuhua Peak, second son of the Duke Jian'an. Hidden identity: the 763rd spare body of the Thousand Illusion God. Fortune: practicing the internal skill of nourishing the organ's defective version, failed to cultivate internal energy, and has already harmed the foundation of the organs. He will fail to advance in the inner disciple assessment 7 days later, leading to abandonment by the Thousand Illusion God, being refined into a blood pill, and dying without a complete corpse. The method to change his fate is as follows. I, Zhengjing, am clearly a proper disciple of the Immortal Sect. How the hell did I become a spare body? Chapter 1. I'm done. I become a substitute. Zhengjing, 17 years old, at the pinnacle of external martial arts practice. Identity: outer disciple of the Yuhua Immortal Sect, Yuhua Peak, second son of the Duke Jian'an. Hidden identity: the 763rd spare body of the Thousand Illusion God. Fortune: practicing the internal skill of nourishing the organ's defective version, failed to cultivate internal energy, and has already harmed the foundation of the organs. He will fail to advance in the inner disciple assessment 7 days later, leading to abandonment by the Thousand Illusion God, being refined into a blood pill, and dying without a complete corpse. The young man sitting quietly in the room opened his eyes, his expression complex. This golden page in his mind had accompanied him for 17 years since he crossed over. Before this, the golden page was blank, hardly revealing any supernatural qualities. But last night, after he failed to break through to the internal energy realm and was about to record his previous cultivation failures, the text content finally appeared for the first time. The sudden influx of information was overwhelmingly shocking, and even after a night, he still found it hard to calm down. I, Zhengjing, am clearly a proper disciple of the Immortal Sect. How the hell did I become a spare body? Who the hell is the Thousand Illusion God? 763rd spare body? Abandoned in 7 days? Refined into a blood pill? Dying without a complete corpse? Zhengjing rubbed his temples, his head aching. He thought about reporting to the sect last night. However, at the moment he had that thought, he saw the line about his fortune on the golden page change. Fortune: at noon today, due to reporting the Thousand Illusion God, he was silenced by the master of Yuhua Peak of the Yuhua Immortal Sect, dying without a complete corpse. They're in cahoots. Damn that master of Yuhua Peak. Damn that Thousand Illusion God. Then he also considered whether to secretly contact his father, the Duke Jian'an, who was in the capital. As a result, the fortune continued to change. Attempting to leak the existence of the Thousand Illusion God, he was captured, tortured, had his soul extracted, and died without a complete corpse, his bones ground to dust. Why is it always dying without a complete corpse? Zhengjing thought at the time. Perhaps someone was always monitoring his every move? He looked around and saw the fish in the pond, the dog by the yard, and even the grass on the wall. Anything he saw seemed like the eyes of that damned Thousand Illusion God. Cannot contact the capital. Cannot report to the sect. How can he survive? How can he save himself? He took a deep breath, slowly exhaled, and thought to himself, it might not be a dead end since the golden page has revealed its supernatural qualities. There may be hope for breaking the situation. The last scene in his blurred consciousness was the ancient book turning to ash, revealing a hint of golden light. When he woke up again, he had become an infant in swaddling clothes, and this golden page was deeply hidden in his mind. 17 years of crossing over prior to this, the only thing that had ever stirred this golden page was the poison from the goo. Half a year ago in the capital, I was poisoned by goo and was on the brink of death. That night, this golden page absorbed the goo poison, saving my life, and there were no further anomalies since 8T that time. With dark currents surging in the capital, my father sent me to the Yuhua Immortal Sect using an ancient token he had treasured. For the past 6 months within the sect, I sought out goo poison, trying to stimulate this golden page, but found nothing. But last night, the golden page stirred again. Zhengjing picked up the brush on the table and whispered, "Is the reason here?" This spirit brush was a gift from the Yuhua Immortal Sect to its entering disciples, exquisitely crafted and made of extraordinary materials, especially at the end of the brush, which originally had a jade-like crystal embedded, called a spirit stone. But at this moment, the jade at the end of the brush had disappeared. Last night, I was recording my cultivation insights while holding the spirit brush. If that's the case, the inferior spirit stone was in my mouth. So the change in the golden page was caused by the inferior spirit stone. Spirit stones are formed from the gathering of the earth's spiritual energy, and true quality spirit stones are precious even to extraordinary beings, aiding in cultivation and enhancing one's path. Though the spirit stone on this brush was a low-grade item, it was not an ordinary object, but now the spirit stone was missing. Right? The inferior spirit stone possesses spiritual energy, and goo insects, strictly speaking, also exceed the category of ordinary poisons. So goo poison inevitably contains spiritual energy. That's why the goo poison from half a year ago could cause this golden page to exhibit supernatural qualities, while the spider's deadly poison that nearly killed me recently did not work for 17 years, not knowing how to activate the golden page, and after thinking all night without a clue, Zhengjing's heart had a direction. The fundamental reason that allows this golden page to show supernatural qualities is the presence of spiritual energy to stimulate it. Thinking of this, he put down the brush and took the medicine cauldron he had just flipped out. At the beginning of his entry, in an attempt to stimulate the golden page, he bought a goo insect from an outer disciple. The other party boasted that the goo insect was a descendant of the southern barbarians' goo king, with pure bloodline, extraordinary, and required a spirit cauldron embedded with inferior spirit stones to completely suppress it. But after poisoning himself, he discovered it was an ordinary, deadly spider. If it weren't for the antidote given by his brother before leaving home, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Now it seems, having spent such a large sum of money, the most valuable thing was the inferior spirit stone on this spirit cauldron. Life and death are within 7 days, involving extraordinary beings. Zhengjing took the inferior spirit stone from the cauldron and put it in his mouth, murmuring, "This is probably the only hope." Last night, he was holding the brush with the inferior spirit stone in his mouth, which caused the golden page to react. If his guess is correct, at this moment, with the spirit stone in his mouth, the golden page will naturally absorb the spiritual energy within, revealing its supernatural qualities. Sure enough, within 3 breaths, the golden page in his mind began to shimmer with light. He saw that beneath the previous line about his fortune, new text was generated. It worked. He suppressed his excitement and quickly focused his gaze. Zhengjing, 17 years old, at the pinnacle of external martial arts practice. Visible identity, outer disciple of the Yuhua Immortal Sect, Yuhua Peak. Actual identity, second son of the Duke Jian'an. Hidden identity, the 763rd spare body of the 1,000 illusion god. Fortune, practicing the internal skill of nourishing the organ's defective version, failed to cultivate internal energy, and has already harmed the foundation of the organs. He will fail to advance in the inner disciple assessment 7 days later, leading to abandonment by the 1,000 illusion god, being refined into a blood pill and dying without a complete corpse. The method to change his fate is as follows. What's next? Zhengjing waited for a long time, his excited emotions gradually calming down, and finally realized something. There's nothing below. He immediately understood that the spiritual energy contained in this inferior spirit stone was not enough for the golden page to reveal the complete method to change his fate. To see the method below, would he have to find more spirit stones? As he thought this, he suddenly remembered something, his attention falling on the luck section, and he murmured, "That's not right." The Feather Transformation Mortal Sect is one of the 3 great sacred places in the world, with a complete lineage. How could the internal skill I've been practicing, which nurtures the organs and qi, be a flawed version? His expression changed unpredictably, but at that moment, a voice came from outside the courtyard, cold and indifferent. Outer disciple Zhengjing, absent from the morning class today, disrespecting the sect's rules, will have his medicinal bath material for this month deducted. Zhengjing was taken aback and realized it was already noon, and he had missed the morning class. With a bang, before he could react, the courtyard door was kicked open forcefully. The visitor was an elderly man in his 60s, with a thin appearance, pale skin tinged with green, emanating a chilling aura. That old ghost Chen Yu is here to cause trouble again. Seeing this, Zhengjing sighed, picked up the internal skill text from the table, stood up, and walked into the courtyard. "Deacon Shun, I remember that per the 6th rule of the Outer Sect, Anyone absent for 1 day of class will have 3 days' worth of medicinal bath materials deducted. Why is it that I'm only half a day absent, and yet you're deducting the remaining 17 days of this month? It was originally 3 days, the old man said expressionlessly. But you refuse to meet me. Now that you see me, you don't bow. Your attitude is unkind. You have clashed with the deacon and shown disrespect to your elders. For this, you will be punished twice. Do you admit it? Go to hell. Zhengjing replied calmly. I didn't admit it before, but now I can. Chen Yu did not understand the first part of the sentence, but it didn't stop him from recognizing cursing. He remained unfazed, simply waved his hand, and a long whip struck out, wrapping around the internal skill text in Li Zhengjing's hand. Li Zhengjing looked up at the sky, the blazing sun overhead, and couldn't help but sigh. Deacon Shun, are you blind? The sun is still high, and today isn't over yet. So how can there be overdue? Chen Yu tucked the booklet into his robe and calmly replied, Do you refuse to comply? Li Zhengjing shook his head slightly and respectfully said, After half a year of entry, under your watch, I have been punished 12 times, and I feel like I want to pay my respects at your grave each time. You can refuse, but you must accept the punishment. Chen Yu stepped forward, his tone icy. You are just an outer disciple. As the outer deacon, if I want to punish you, then you must accept it. Blame yourself for coming to the sect with Yuan Zhengfeng's recommendation letter. Remember, as long as I'm the deacon of the outer sect for 1 day, you will never be able to turn your situation around. After saying that, he slowly rolled up the long whip, tossed down a blank silver token, and turned to leave, leaving behind the words, Only after you enter the inner sect will you have the qualifications to argue with me. Li Zhengjing picked up the token for the inner sect assessment, furrowing his brows slightly, and murmured, I have already reached the peak of external cultivation. As long as I cultivate a trace of internal qi, I can stand out from the outer sect and become an inner disciple, my status not weaker than his. But why does that old ghost Chen Yu treat me, without scruples, as if he has me completely under control? As long as this old ghost is in the outer sect, will I never be able to turn my situation around? Does he really believe that I will never be able to cultivate internal qi in my entire life? On what basis does he conclude that my future is cut off? Li Zhengjing looked down at the broken door bolt on the ground, raised his hand, and found ink stains still remaining in his palm, murmuring, he didn't wait for me to return the internal skill voluntarily to the library but chose to come and take it away himself. At this moment, a sense of heaviness rose in Li Zhengjing's heart, and he formed a guess. With my foundation, logically, I should have cultivated internal qi a few days earlier. But I have not succeeded in my cultivation until now, and instead have harmed my organs. From what this golden page shows, the reason for all this is that the internal skill I practiced is a flawed version. Could it be that the issues with the internal cultivation were manipulated by that Chen Yu? Li Zhengjing frowned tightly, pondering, but even as an outer sect deacon, he cannot have absolute power in the outer sect. The internal cultivation skills taken from a library are transcribed by inner sect disciples or outer sect deacons and must be verified by 3 deacons together, confirming that there are no mistakes before being listed in the library. When receiving the internal qi cultivation skill, it must also be checked by another outer sect deacon before being granted. Half a month later, when returning the internal qi cultivation skill to the library, it still requires verification by a deacon. The process is complex, involving a total of 6 deacons, and if there is any mistake in any step, it must be reported to the inner sect for verification. Could it be that Chen Yu is afraid that the internal qi cultivation skill will be returned to the library and that another outer sect deacon verifying the skills will notice something amiss exposing this matter, which is why he came to provoke me and took back this skill? But even so, to successfully pass the flawed internal qi cultivation skill to me, it must have gone through the hands of 5 deacon-level individuals beforehand. Is it possible that the person who transcribed the skill, the 3 deacons who verified it, and the one who finally granted it all had issues? Li Zhengjing slightly closed his eyes, gazing at the luck displayed on the golden page, his mind racing. Calling together 5 deacons to alter the skill, Chen Yu certainly does not have this capability, unless he has the approval of the sect's higher-ups. However, if there are truly higher-ups in the sect who harbor ill will towards me, then in the past half-year, burying an inconspicuous outer disciple would surely be as easy as raising a hand. Such individuals, Why would they risk the enormous crime of shaking the foundation of the sect just to alter my skills and cut off my future? Is this matter related to the Thousand Illusions God? After all, if I cultivate incorrectly and harm my organs, then the Thousand Illusions God would lose a spare body? As Li Zhengjing thought this, his gaze grew increasingly serious, and his mind was filled with countless thoughts, but he ultimately sighed, thinking this matter can be investigated later. The real catastrophe lies in the inner sect assessment in 7 days. He did not understand why he had inexplicably become the spare body for the other party, but he knew that if he could not advance to inner disciple status in 7 days, he would be left with nothing. Currently, regarding the Thousand Illusions God, the only thing he knew was that the head of Yuhua Peak, one of the 7 veins of the Feather Transformation Immortal Sect, was an extraordinary human-level existence, and also a scoundrel. Apart from that, he knew absolutely nothing about the Thousand Illusions God, a truly wicked being. The unknown and the mysterious are the greatest terrors. Chapter 2. The Method of Changing Fate. The true disaster is the illusory God Monarch. Li Zhengjing looked at the content displayed on the Golden Book page and thought, there is no other way now. I can only hope for this Golden Book page and quickly get some spirit stones to reveal the complete method of changing fate. Currently, hiding his identity, going out. With nothing to his name, without power, influence, or background, this upright person like him is left with only a few boxes of gold and silver. For the entire afternoon, Li Zhengjing carried a bundle of gold and silver to the front mountain where the disciples of the 6 peaks gathered to exchange ideas. Searching everywhere for spirit stones, but still found nothing to purchase. Although he did gain a lot of knowledge about spirit stones. The spirit stones contain spiritual energy, which is mostly controlled by the high-ranking members of the Immortality Sect, because only those who can release true energy and have open meridians can absorb the spiritual energy for their own use and enhance their cultivation. Among them, the high-quality spirit stones with pure spiritual energy are extremely precious to transcendent beings at the celestial level, beneficial for cultivation. The mixed spirit stones he was looking for had mixed spiritual energy and impure quality, offering no benefit to high-level powerhouses, hence they occasionally circulate within the sect. However, even so, they are still very rare items for outer disciples, as they are widely useful but scarce in number. For example, the spirit pen bestowed by the sect is an ordinary brush, but after embedding mixed spirit stones, it gains spirituality, making it a spiritual tool in the eyes of the world. In addition, they can also be useful in laying down foundational formations for entering the sect, painting spirit talismans, and igniting alchemical fires for refining entry-level pills, among other aspects. Mixed spirit stones are so rare within the Immortality Sect, and for various rogue cultivators in the outside world who have no sect or faction and are groping through their cultivation, they are even more precious. So, Li Zhengjing thought to himself, where did the fake medicine dealer's cauldron come from? Carrying a bundle of gold and silver and finding nothing to purchase. He couldn't help but turn his attention to the fake medicine dealer from before. After searching around, he still couldn't find any trace of the fake medicine dealer. Just as he was feeling dejected, he suddenly heard a voice coming from nearby. Junior brother Liu, this book costs 8 taels of silver. Your heart is really too dark. A tall young man, looking displeased, stood there. Opposite him was a handsome young man carrying 7 or 8 bundles, with 3 to 5 cloth bags hanging from his waist, holding a booklet in his hand and speaking mysteriously. Brother, this Spring Breeze 100 Beauties book gathers the world's beauties, featuring the consorts of major dynasties, noble women, and prominent ladies. And most importantly, the beautiful fairies from various Dao sections. It is said that the author of this album traveled the world to depict it, spent countless effort and resources, and even infiltrated major forces to observe firsthand, suffering 3 broken legs before finally compiling it, selling it for a high price. I went through a lot of connections and expended a lot of effort to get it. The acquisition price was 7 taels. As he spoke, the handsome young man spread his hands, saying, I sell it to you for 8 taels of silver, just to earn some hard-earned money. Isn't that too much? The tall outer disciple hesitated for a moment, finally took out 8 taels of silver and received the album. Then he hid it in his bosom and left, holding his head high with a righteous air. The handsome young man chuckled, collected the silver, and was about to leave. However, as he turned around, he found a tall figure standing behind him without him realizing. What treasure does this brother want? I have everything here. Whatever you want I can get for you. You can ask around about my reputation. I operate with integrity, no deception. Oh, the handsome young man paused and said, by the way, you look a bit familiar. Li Zhengjing's expression was blank as he said calmly, do you have any goo worms? Upon hearing this, the handsome young man immediately laughed. Yes, yes, yes. I have 3 goo worms in this bag on my left. They are from the bloodline of the southern wilderness barbarian king. How could it be you? You damned fake medicine dealer. Zhengjing grabbed him by the collar and shouted, I've been looking for you for a long time. The handsome young man looked at Zhengjing in shock, suddenly feeling a headache, and whispered, Junior brother, if I say it's a misunderstanding, can you accept that explanation? Misunderstanding? Your fake goo worm poison almost killed me, and you still have the face to say it's a misunderstanding? By the heavens, if I hadn't sold you the poisonous insects and had given you real goo worms, you would have been dead by now, and the grass on your grave would be 3 feet high. The handsome young man couldn't help but say, think positively. To put it bluntly, I saved your life. As his voice fell, he realized he was being lifted a foot off the ground, flailing and saying, Gentlemen use words, not fists. There are disciples from the law enforcement hall patrolling the mountain gate. Don't put your bright future to the test. Zhengjing's face was cold as he glanced to the side, only to find that there really were disciples from the law enforcement hall approaching. Zhengjing let him down, patted his shoulder, and said, If you come down the mountain in the future, let me know. We are brothers. I will see you off. As he thought this, he suddenly realized, wait a minute, why am I afraid of him? Hearing that this guy had angered a high-level figure in the Immortality Sect because of Yuan Zhongfeng's entry token, he would definitely be pressured. This kid has no future. He will either be killed in the sect or expelled and then killed. Besides, he had only been in the sect for half a year, while I have been in for 3 years. Even if I let him have one hand, I can still suppress him. The handsome young man turned his thoughts and suddenly gained confidence, sneering. Kid, trying to scare me? I've been cultivating in the outer sect for 3 years. Let me tell you a rule, don't offend your senior brothers. As his voice fell, he suddenly caught sight of the silver token at Zhengjing's waist and trembled all over, feeling parched. Is this the internal door assessment token? That means this kid has only been in for half a year, but has reached the peak of external cultivation and passed the initial assessment for the internal door? He took a deep breath, then bowed and said, Senior brother Zhengjing, it was my fault. Zhengjing, upon hearing this, softened his expression and said, knowing your mistake and correcting it is the greatest virtue. Senior brother still likes your earlier rebellious and arrogant demeanor. Recover it. The fake medicine dealer twitched his mouth and closed his eyes, pretending not to see anyone. Zhengjing took his cloth bag, took a look inside, and found 3 cauldrons embedded with mixed spirit stones, secretly pleased, and then hung the bag at his waist. In the world of Jianghu, if you fake something, you must compensate 3 times. I can accept this compensation. Zhengjing changed the subject and continued. But the 500 taels of silver you cheated from me. We still need to calculate that carefully. The fake medicine dealer cursed inwardly. I gave him 4 cauldrons along with 4 poisonous insects. And he still wants me to pay him? This guy is simply heartless. Look at how frightened you are, senior brother. I am a serious cultivator, not a bandit. Seeing his pale face, Zhengjing smiled and said, forget about that 500 taels of silver debt. The fake medicine dealer sighed in relief upon hearing this. But the next moment, he heard Zhengjing continue. Senior brother won't take advantage of you. Go find me 5 more cauldrons, and we'll call it even. Senior brother. Although these goo worms are fake, the poisonous insects are real, caught from the mountains, extremely difficult to obtain. The fake medicine dealer opened his eyes and hurriedly said, listen carefully, senior brother, I want cauldrons, not goo worms, Zhengjing said. What? The fake medicine dealer was taken aback, suddenly realizing something, and whispered, senior brother, do you already have real goo worms, and want to use these cauldrons to brew them? Don't ask what you shouldn't. Zhengjing patted his shoulder and said, either you return the 500 taels, or you give me 5 cauldrons, choose one. Senior brother doesn't want goo worms. But the spirit cauldrons are ultimately real. The fake medicine dealer was quite helpless and couldn't help but say softly, these cauldrons are not easy to refine. The craftsmanship is exquisite, just the spirit stones on them are quite precious. Do you need me to tell you that? Zhengjing maintained his usual demeanor. But deep down he felt a sense of helplessness knowing he had money in hand, yet no way to spend it. However, in business, one must not let the other party see this. Among the feathered immortal sect, only the outer disciples from the 4 lineages of alchemy, weapon forging, talisman making, and formation laying were allowed to receive 3 pieces each month, and due to the sect's restrictions, the supply was indeed very scarce, the fake medicine dealer whispered. 1 medicine cauldron is 100 taels, Zhengjing said lightly. 100 taels? That doesn't even cover the cost. The fake medicine dealer hurriedly replied. Not to mention the cauldron itself, the spirit stones on it, though mixed, are also not allowed to flow out of the sect to the outside world. They are rare and hard to come by, worth a fortune. Business outside has nothing to do with the internal matters of the sect. We are talking about business within the sect. Zhengjing said with a blank expression. Senior brother truly does not understand how difficult it is to do business. This medicine cauldron is not easy to source. The fake medicine dealer sighed and said, Just 100 taels. Li Zhengjing replied calmly. Long-term business. Long-term business? The fake medicine dealer hesitated for a moment. How many do you have? I want that many. Li Zhengjing stated. Deal, just 100 taels. The fake medicine dealer gritted his teeth and stomped his foot, replying, Junior brother, I'll sell at a loss, just to make a friend with senior brother. Good. Li Zhengjing's expression remained calm, secretly thinking, this unscrupulous merchant is truly ruthless. He sold me 500 taels before, and now says the cost is 200 taels. Yet selling for 100 taels still leaves him with profit. If my cousins on my uncle's side had even half of this fake medicine dealer's cunning and greed, the vast business of the Jia family would surely have a future. Thinking this, he spoke again. I live in the outer courtyard under Yuhua Peak. In the 176th courtyard, junior brother knows it. The fake medicine dealer chuckled lightly, leaned closer, and whispered, to be honest with senior brother, I am well acquainted with various reliable and unreliable sources of information, and the prices are very cheap. If in the future you need to inquire about something, feel free to ask junior brother, and with our friendship, the price will definitely be favorable. What friendship do we have? Li Zhengjing glanced at him without responding. Just tying up the bag containing the poisonous insect medicine cauldron, then waved his hand, saying, as long as you have the medicine cauldron, just send it directly to my residence. The fake medicine dealer agreed and watched his departing figure with a contemplative expression. Having been in the sect for half a year, he had already reached the peak of external cultivation, demonstrating exceptional talent. However, there was an internal assessment in 7 days. Yuan Jingfeng had offended many people in his lifetime, and he might not smoothly become an inner disciple. However, if he could still become an inner disciple despite such obstacles, gaining the sect's attention and cultivation, his future would be limitless. A curious look appeared on the fake medicine dealer's face, and he then patted the bag at his waist, whispering, send word to Brother Zhou at the spirit mine that I need 20 pieces of mixed spirit stones this month, and at a lower price. He then glanced around, took a deep breath, and swallowed all 3 mixed spirit stones. Immediately, he closed his eyes, sensing the golden pages in his mind, and saw that the words remained the same, but beneath the line about fortune, new text had appeared. The method to change fate is as follows. First, if the internal organs are injured, they must be healed within 3 days. Second, if the internal energy cultivation is incomplete, a complete internal energy technique must be found within 3 days. Third, cultivate the internal energy of the organs and pass the inner sect assessment. Li Zhengjing took a deep breath, cursing inwardly. Do I not know that cultivating the internal energy of the organs and passing the inner sect assessment can temporarily relieve the crisis of being transformed into a blood pill by the 1,000 illusions god? What I want is a specific method. As he thought this, his gaze suddenly sharpened as he looked at the first line of the fate-changing method. At the end of the first line, the symbol actually flickered with light. In an instant, he saw that under the symbol, another line of text extended. Chapter 3, Proper Cultivation of Immortality. A disgrace to culture. Making friends out of nothing. Speaking with a forked tongue. Is there really a detailed method? Li Zhengjing felt a surge of excitement and immediately looked. First, if the internal organs are injured, they must be healed within 3 days. Based on the current level of cultivation, the severity of the injuries, and the surrounding environment and circumstances, the treatment methods are as follows. 1. Find someone who has entered the path, use their power to refine the body, and undergo a rebirth. The internal injuries can be immediately healed. 2. Find a woman who has achieved true energy realm, dual cultivate with her, borrow her true energy into the body, nourish the internal organs. After 3 days and 3 nights of recuperation, healing can be achieved. 3. Find spirit objects beneficial to the internal organs, consume any one of them. The fastest will heal on the spot, the slowest will take 3 to 5 days. Li Zhengjing's expression was indifferent, his face emotionless, his heart like dead ashes. Which of these 3 methods to heal internal organ injuries can he, Li Zhengjing, accomplish? Entering the path is extraordinary, a true immortal, already transcending the mundane world. And even ignoring worldly power, how could an outer disciple like him summon such a person? In the feathered immortal sect, true immortals are also few. Only the reclusive master of Yuhua Peak, who is rarely seen, has stepped into this realm. If he were to seek the master of Yuhua Peak, it would be better to find his old acquaintance, the 1,000 illusions god, and die more straightforwardly. As for the second option, finding a woman who has achieved true energy and can release it, Li Zhengjing furrowed his brow, and upon seeing the words 3 days and 3 nights, he immediately waved his sleeve, thinking, I am a serious cultivator. How could I seek such a crooked path? It would be a disgrace to culture. Just as he was pondering this, a knock on the door was heard from outside the courtyard, accompanied by a clear voice. Senior brother Zhengjing. Junior brother has brought the medicine cauldrons. Coming. Li Zhengjing put away the medicine cauldrons from which he had removed the mixed spirit stones and then went to open the courtyard door. The handsome young man outside was indeed the fake medicine dealer, smiling as he handed over the bag in his hand. 10 medicine cauldrons. Please count them, senior brother. Come in. Li Zhengjing took the bag, opened it to count, then nodded and said, I'll go get the silver for you. At this point, he had a thought. Recalling that this fake medicine dealer also dealt in all sorts of rumors, so he hesitated for a moment. Senior brother has a friend who wants to ask, are there any women who have achieved true energy in the dark alleys and flower houses of the small towns at the foot of the mountain? What did you say? The fake medicine dealer looked up in shock, his expression a mix of surprise. Don't misunderstand. Senior brother, I am a serious person. Li Zhengjing's expression became solemn as he said seriously, mainly, my friend has a kind heart, and he is so poor that he only has silver left. If there are women who have achieved true energy and are still struggling, he is willing to provide assistance and show kindness. Senior brother, what nonsense are you talking about? The fake medicine dealer coughed and said, true energy realm, a master figure. How could they lack gold and silver to engage in such base activities? The true energy realm is the third level of cultivation. Within the sect, achieving this before the age of 60 means they are true disciples. Even if they are past 60, no longer in their prime, they can still serve as inner elders of the sect. In the mundane world, such figures are also masters of various lineages, capable of establishing sects and dominating the martial world. Even in the court's army, such figures can take the heads of generals amidst thousands of troops. Obtaining nobility and titles is not difficult. Cough, cough. I know it's unlikely for such a strange thing to happen. Mainly, a friend asked me to inquire, and I just casually asked for him. Li Zhengjing clenched his right fist, coughed into it, then said, please wait a moment, I'll get the silver. He hurried into the courtyard, opened the bundle, counted out 500 silver taels, and then came out to hand them to the fake medicine dealer. Since entering the sect, I have heard that you have been oppressed by Elder Chen Yuyu, and many outer disciples fear being implicated by you, so almost no one is your friend. Therefore, when the fake medicine dealer received the silver, he looked strange and whispered, the friend you mentioned earlier is you, right? Nonsense. Upon hearing this, Li Zhengjing was immediately angered and waved his sleeve, saying, I am a proper disciple of the Immortal Sect. How could I go to a place like the Dark Flower Alley that is morally corrupt? The righteous Immortal Sect is a place of tranquility. Can you guess why the Dark Flower Alley is called that? The fake medicine dealer took a step closer and whispered, because it can only exist in the dark, not seen by the light. If you were truly a proper disciple of the Immortal Sect, even if you had been in the sect for half a year, or even 3 years, you wouldn't know such a place. Are you still going to do business? Li Zhengjing, embarrassed and angry, retorted, you talk too much. Get lost. After driving away the fake medicine dealer, Li Zhengjing hurriedly closed the door and went to take down all the miscellaneous spiritual stones from the medicine cauldron, putting each one in his mouth. In his mind, the contents of the golden pages continued to appear. Under the third line in the section on luck, which addresses healing internal injuries, new words emerged. Based on current cultivation, current injuries, current environment, and situation, it listed 5 elements creation tree, Xianling with Emperor Ginseng, 10,000 ways Yuan true pill, 100 refinements life and death pill, yin yang enlightenment seed, and creation 5 xian pill. Any of these items, if found and consumed, will cure the illness. Li Zhengjing frowned deeply and said softly, these things, as far as I know, without exception, are all treasures of the Immortal Sect. I have never heard of the 10,000 ways Yuan true pill, but I have heard of the 100 refinements life and death pill. This is a pill personally refined by the head of the alchemy pavilion of the Feather Transformation Immortal Sect. Last year, the sect's true disciple, Yuhua Immortal, went down the mountain to travel and slayed 72 great demons, and was granted a life and death pill. As for the yin yang enlightenment seed, it is one of the legacy treasures of the past sect masters of the Feather Transformation Sect, currently in the hands of the current sect master. The Xianling with Emperor Ginseng was obtained by the previous sect master from the southern barbarian mountains, and there is only one in the entire sect. Planted in the forbidden area of the back mountain, cared for day and night by the elder. The creation 5 xian pill is also extremely precious and can enhance the path for transcendent beings. However, the 5 elements creation tree is even more valuable than the creation 5 xian pill because its fruit is the main material for refining the creation 5 xian pill. Li Zhengjing rubbed his brows. To his knowledge, the Feather Transformation Immortal Sect only had 2 5 elements creation trees, one in the forbidden area of the back mountain and one on the spiritual vein in front of the mountain. This 5 elements creation tree follows the timing of heaven, with the 5 elements circulating within it, transforming every 6 years. After 5 transformations, the internal 5 elements power will divide among the 5 branches. bearing fruit that can be used to refine the Creation 5 Xian pill. The Creation 5 Xian pill is the world's top spiritual pill, while the 5 elements creation tree, as the main material, is guarded day and night by high-ranking sect members, and it is said that only one person is rotated every 6 years. With such treasures of the immortals, how could I possibly obtain them? It seems I can only wait to die. Zhengjing felt hopeless, looked up at the sky, sighed, and looked at the miscellaneous spiritual stones left in his hand, stuffing them into his mouth, only to find them tasteless. However, at that moment, new words appeared beneath the golden pages. The method to change fate is as follows, starting tonight, at the second watch. Take a jar of strong liquor and hang it under the left pavilion of the mountain gate. Then leave immediately, without lingering. On the second night, do the same. On the third night, at the second watch, place 12 jars of strong liquor and immediately retreat 1,000 steps away. After a quarter of an hour, take a sack and return to the pavilion to obtain a 5 elements creation tree. Cut off 5 branches, grind them into powder, mix with water, and consume. And the internal injuries will heal. The remaining medicinal power will continue to enhance the internal organs, greatly benefiting the cultivation in the internal energy realm, achieving twice the result with half the effort. Note, the strong liquor must be opened and soaked with poisonous insects for the best effect. What the hell? Zhengjing was stunned for a moment, thinking, so I just have to put liquor in the pavilion? On the third night, I can get the 5 elements creation tree? He found it absurd, but the method from the golden pages compelled him to give it a try. Given his current situation, this seemed to be his only lifeline. Could it be that by placing liquor in the pavilion, a powerful sect member fond of drinking would take the bait, and upon seeing my youthful talent and remarkable looks, and noticing my internal injuries, would feel grateful for the liquor and send the 5 elements creation tree to the pavilion to heal my wounds? Zhengjing looked up and murmured, "It's late." On the jar of liquor, there was a red paper label that read, "Commemorative use for spending a fortune in Dark Flower Alley." He picked up a jar of liquor, just about to leave, when he remembered the last note, so he turned back and opened the medicine cauldron. The medicine cauldron that the fake medicine dealer brought was empty, but the 3 cauldrons he had seized during the day contained poisonous insects, and they were highly toxic. Once bitten by a snake, one is afraid of the rope for 10 years. He wrapped his hand in 3 layers of cloth before taking out a poisonous spider and throwing it into the liquor jar, then sealed it tightly. He took the strong liquor, locked the door, and slipped out of the courtyard in the dark. Meanwhile, in Chun Youyu's courtyard, the fire basin flickered. Chun Youyu held a copy of the internal skill for nourishing the internal organs and tore page after page, tossing them into the fire. Yuan Zhengfeng insulted me back then, and now he is under 9 springs. Did he ever think that the young man who entered the sect with his token would be oppressed by me? Chun Youyu, to the point of never rising again. Remembering the past, Chun Youyu could not help but feel anger rising within, and suddenly channeled his internal energy, striking down with a palm. The verdant trees beside him trembled suddenly. Then he saw the bark falling off, revealing the trunk, which had surprisingly condensed into ice, sparkling under the firelight. You have indeed mastered this cold, heart-destroying technique to perfection. Just then, a voice came from outside the courtyard, calm and indifferent. Upon hearing this, Chun Youyu's heart shook, and he quickly turned to look. It was already night, and he saw a figure walking out of the shadows under the trees outside the courtyard. The figure was thin, around 40 years old, with a pale complexion, slightly haggard, and an unmistakably disdainful and arrogant look between his brows. This person wore a silver token at his waist, and under the firelight, one could clearly see the characters Chun Yang engraved on it. This is the token of an inner disciple. In the Immortal Sect, the status of inner disciples is equal to that of outer disciples in charge. In fact, since they are both in the internal energy realm, outer disciples are generally over 60 years old, while inner disciples are still young with great prospects. So they are generally held in higher regard in the sect. Moreover, the Chun Yang before him held an even higher status than ordinary inner disciples because he was the most valued junior of the Grand Elder Chinju. Upon seeing the visitor, Chun Youyu hurriedly stood up to greet him. "Nephew Chun Yang, what brings you here?" The Grand Elder has already entered closed-door training for the heavenly immortal blazing flame burning immortal technique. Before he closed the door, he heard that you were intentionally oppressing that young man who entered the sect with Yuan Zhengfeng's token. So he sent me to remind you. Yuan Zhengfeng deserves to die 1,000 deaths, but that young man is innocent. Do not let your actions disrupt the rules of the Immortal Sect. After speaking, Chun Yang casually took out a bottle of pills and tossed it over, calmly saying, "A reward from the Grand Elder for you." Chun Youyu caught the pills, feeling overjoyed, since he received a reward today. It meant that he had received the Grand Elder's approval for oppressing Zhengjing. These high-ranking figures really like to play coy. How sly they are. To the Grand Elder, that young man is merely an ant, not worth his attention since entering the sect. Chun Yang said calmly, "But I serve by his side." and I do not wish to see anyone related to Yuan Zhengfeng in the inner sect after he exits closed-door training, as it would mar his mood. He stepped forward. 7 days later, the inner sect assessment. After the words fell, he reached out and patted Chun Youyu's shoulder, saying, "Uncle, let him rest in peace for 7 days." After finishing, he glanced at the half-remaining book in Chun Youyu's hand, and under the firelight, the words were clearly visible. "Is this the internal skill for nourishing the internal organs?" Chun Yang glanced at the page, furrowed his brows, and asked, "Why are there several mistakes on this page?" Chun Youyu's expression was unusual as he looked up at him and silently cursed. "Old man, I gathered people according to your instructions to alter the martial arts manual. And now you come asking such questions? What a pretentious act, insincere, despicable." Chapter 4, Tiger Leopard Thunder Sound Suppressing Prison Skill. As night fell, it was around the second watch. 8 disciples of the law enforcement hall were walking down the stone steps in the mountains. Li Zhengjing looked into the distance, revealing an unusual expression, thinking to himself, "The instructions on this golden page directed me to hang the strong liquor in this pavilion at the second watch. And I just happened to avoid the disciples patrolling the law enforcement hall at night." He vaguely understood that although the instructions on the golden page were just a few words, they had effectively excluded unexpected dangers. Initially, he wanted to secretly hide and see what kind of people this jar of strong liquor would attract, but at this moment, he completely dismissed that thought and strictly followed the instructions given on the golden page. According to the guidance of the golden page, he would obtain the 5 elements creation tree on the 3rd night, thus completely healing the internal injuries caused by cultivating the incomplete and incorrect version of the internal energy technique. If this could be accomplished smoothly, then what he needed to consider most now was the complete internal energy technique. Whether it was healing his internal injuries or obtaining the internal energy technique. The timeline given on the golden page was 3 days. Li Zhengjing thought, "In other words, after I heal my internal injuries and obtain the complete technique, I can cultivate a strand of internal energy within 3 days and pass the inner door assessment. With 3 days to cultivate internal energy, if this matter were to spread, it would be enough to cause a sensation in the Immortal Sect." It should be noted that among the outer disciples of Gyue Peak, aside from the 5 who passed the initial inner door assessment today, there are still 18 disciples who have reached the pinnacle of external cultivation. Among them, the earliest disciple to pass the initial inner door assessment has been for a year and 3 months, and to this day, he has not comprehended the mysteries of the internal energy technique. In the past 10 years, the most outstanding outer disciple of Gyue Peak is currently the True Transmission's chief disciple, Lu Huayuan. It is rumored that after he reached the pinnacle of external cultivation, he obtained the internal energy technique and cultivated internal energy on the 10th day. Previously, I spent 9 days comprehending the mysteries of the internal energy technique. If it weren't for the fact that the internal energy technique I received previously was an incomplete and incorrect version, I should have also cultivated a strand of internal energy within 10 days. After a night passed, and the sky gradually brightened with the rising sun, Li Zhengjing opened his eyes, turned over, got up, washed up, and went to the courtyard to practice boxing, stretching his muscles and bones. He no longer cared about today's morning class since the remaining medicinal bath materials for this month had already been withheld by Chun Youyou. He couldn't possibly be punished with next month's medicinal bath materials, could he? Now, the internal energy technique he was cultivating was an incomplete version. What would happen if he reported this matter to the law enforcement hall? Would they deal with Chun Youyou and others and grant him a complete internal energy technique? Thinking of this, Li Zhengjing couldn't help but feel a stir in his heart and looked at the fortune section of the golden page. Sure enough, the content in the fortune section had changed again. Fortune, due to reporting the incomplete internal energy technique and simultaneously exposing one's internal injuries. The high-level elders of the Feather Transformation Immortal Sect deliberated and concluded that the injuries were too severe, deciding to abandon cultivation and assigning to serve as the head of the local government in Belan City 3 days later. On the way, captured by the 1,000 illusions God Lord, had his soul extracted and refined into a blood pill, leaving no complete corpse. When Li Zhengjing saw the first line, he thought he might be lucky to survive, but didn't he expect that in the next line he still couldn't keep his corpse intact, which made him feel frustrated. He exhaled and thought, finding the complete internal energy technique can only rely on myself. With this in mind, he pushed open the courtyard door and took the initiative to find that fake medicine vendor. Sure enough, the fake medicine vendor was once again making black-hearted money at the mountain gate. However, Li Zhengjing did not delay him in his business. After the outer disciple left happily, he revealed himself. "Senior brother, what brings you here?" The fake medicine vendor untied the cloth bag around his waist and handed it over, smiling. "This is today's medicinal cauldron. A total of 10. I was planning to deliver it to your courtyard tonight, but you couldn't wait." Li Zhengjing took the bag, casually handed over a banknote. and then asked, "Do you have any liquor?" "Liquor?" The fake medicine vendor was taken aback. "The strongest liquor," Li Zhengjing said. "It would be best if it's brewed with poisonous substances. I do have some connections, but such strong liquor brewed with poisonous substances isn't cheap." The fake medicine vendor hesitated for a moment, then looked up at Li Zhengjing and whispered, 100 taels for a jar. 10 taels, Li Zhengjing said expressionlessly. "Deal." The fake medicine vendor immediately agreed. "Deliver it to my courtyard before nightfall." Li Zhengjing's expression remained normal. "All right, I will deliver it on time in the evening." The fake medicine vendor agreed, waved his hand, and left with a smile. That was careless. Li Zhengjing felt a pang in his heart, thinking, 10 taels is too much. There was another new change in the fortune section. Second, the current internal energy technique is incomplete. Within 3 days, a complete internal energy technique must be found, based on the current cultivation, the current environment, and the current situation. The method to alter fate is as follows. Using the blank token obtained from the initial inner door assessment, go to the inner door library on the 2nd floor. 6th bookshelf, 12th column, from left to right, take the 36th book. Using the Uncertain Mountain's secret word selection technique to decipher the hidden methods within, one can obtain the lost secret technique of the Feather Transformation Immortal Sect for 16 years. Tiger Leopard Thunder, Sound Suppressing Prison Skill. The Uncertain Mountain's secret word selection technique is as follows. Li Zhengjing was already familiar with the routine and swallowed the spirit stone to display the Uncertain Mountain's secret word selection technique. He pondered in his heart, silently thinking, the Tiger Leopard Thunder Sound Suppressing Prison Skill, as one of the 12 internal energy techniques of the Feather Transformation Immortal Sect, has been lost for 16 years and is actually hidden in the Outer Doors 2nd floor library. He had also heard records about internal energy techniques during the Outer Doors morning class. Among the 12 internal energy techniques of the Feather Transformation Immortal Sect, the Tiger Leopard Thunder Sound Suppressing Prison Skill is known as the most tyrannical. 17 years ago, the northern sky collapsed and Fengdu Mountain caved in, releasing 1,000,000 demons and evildoers, causing chaos in the world. The 3 great immortal sects collectively emerged, taking 100 days to quell the turmoil. After the great battle, all 3 immortal sects suffered heavy losses, and among them, the Feather Transformation Immortal Sect's elders and disciples who practiced the Tiger Leopard Thunder Sound Suppressing Prison Skill were almost completely wiped out. In the same year, the Feather Transformation Immortal Sect experienced internal strife. The library caught fire, burning 1,800 volumes of classics, including the original work of the founding ancestor on the Tiger Leopard Thunder Sound Suppressing Prison Skill, and 372 transcribed volumes, all reduced to ashes. Afterwards, the 6 heads of the Feather Transformation Immortal Sect joined forces to wipe out the Uncertain Mountain and destroy its entire sect. This, Li Zhengjing thought. It seems like the Uncertain Mountain deliberately wanted to extinguish the inheritance of the Feather Transformation Immortal Sect regarding the Tiger Leopard Thunder Sound Suppressing Prison Skill. Moreover, the books in the Outer Door Library that hide the Tiger Leopard Thunder Sound Suppressing Prison Skill can only be deciphered using the Uncertain Mountain's secret word selection technique. Is it that the Uncertain Mountain wants to steal the Tiger Leopard Thunder Sound Suppressing Prison Skill and cut off the Feather Transformation Immortal Sect's inheritance of this technique, which led to the Feather Transformation Immortal Sect wiping it out? He rubbed his brows. These old matters were far too distant from him. And what was more important now was that he needed to obtain the complete technique of the Tiger Leopard Thunder Sound Suppressing Prison Skill. After tidying up, Li Zhengjing did not delay and went straight to the Outer Doors Library. Today, the ones on duty guarding the library were Steward Lin and Steward Fan. Li Zhengjing presented the blank token from the initial inner door assessment and said, "Esteemed stewards, I have been practicing the internal energy technique, but have not yet cultivated any internal energy. I feel my understanding is insufficient. So I came to the library to review the insights and experiences of the predecessors." The 2 stewards exchanged glances, then nodded, checked his identity, and recorded it. "You have already been granted the internal energy technique, and you are not allowed to step onto the 3rd floor of the technique library. You are permitted to browse the insights and experiences of the inner door disciples on the 2nd floor." Deacon Lin said lightly. "Moreover, you have passed the initial assessment of the inner sect, so you can be considered a half-inner sect disciple. According to the rules of the outer sect, you are not allowed to take books out of the library, let alone copy them. You can only read them here." Li Zhengjing nodded slightly and said, "I understand, Master." He took the token and ascended to the 2nd floor, where he saw more than a dozen outer sect disciples, all at the pinnacle of external cultivation. Having obtained the inner sect assessment certificate, many familiar outer sect disciples were buried in their books, sometimes scratching their heads, looking distressed. "Are you Li Zhengjing, junior brother?" At that moment, someone suddenly called out to him from behind. Li Zhengjing turned around to see a young man, about 15 or 16 years old, smiling at him. I am Pei. I entered the sect at 12 and am now 16, the young man said with a smile. I only started growing stronger half a year ago, and I have been here reading every day since reaching the pinnacle of external cultivation. You must not know me well since you have only been in the sect for half a year. Zhengjing was a year older than him, but still bowed and said, I've met you, senior brother. Pei said, I heard that you have reached the pinnacle of external cultivation in just half a year since entering the sect. You are the most outstanding among the outer sect in nearly the past decade. You must have cultivated inner energy before me, and perhaps in the future, I will call you senior brother. At this point, he smiled and said, if you do not mind, how about coming to my courtyard tonight for a few drinks? Zhengjing, upon hearing this, was filled with gratitude, covering his face and sobbing twice, saying, I won't hide it from you, senior brother, since entering the sect. I have had no friends for half a year. To receive an invitation from you today is truly, truly overwhelming. Sigh. The grievances between Deacon Shun and Elder Yuan should not be blamed on you, Pei said, stepping forward and patting his shoulder. Once you enter the inner sect, you won't have to suffer anymore. After saying this, Pei waved his hand and went to another side of the bookshelf. Zhengjing covered his face and sobbed again, wiped his dry eyes, looked around, then smiled and patted his clothes, continuing to browse the books along the shelves. Ahead, a young man was walking toward him from the other side of the bookshelf. Zhengjing recognized him. This person was Xianxiaguihai, who had joined the Yuhua Immortal 6 years ago. After 5 years of being a servant, he entered the outer sect and, within a year, reached the pinnacle of external cultivation, showing considerable talent. Xianxiaguihai had a cold expression and showed no intention of greeting. Zhengjing ignored him as well. He had caught up to Xianxiaguihai's external cultivation level within just 3 months of entering the sect, and since then, he had been viewed as a rival by Xianxiaguihai, who had a poor attitude toward him. The two brushed past each other without stopping. However, at that moment, a voice as fine as a mosquito's buzz reached Zhengjing's ears. Pei is the brother-in-law of Deacon Shun. Zhengjing couldn't help but be taken aback. Xianxiaguihai didn't stop his steps and had already reached the next bookshelf. Zhengjing felt a sudden respect and murmured, the old hawk eats the little chicken. Shen Youyu was already over 60, old and ugly, and one could imagine what his sister looked like. This Pei, senior brother, must have to struggle for 50 fewer years, right? It truly made one envious. Zhengjing thought as his eyes fell on the bookshelf, reaching for the 36th book. Chapter 5, Underlying Currents. Killing Intense Surfaces. 18 years ago, this book of cultivation insights concealed the Tiger Leopard Thunder Sound Suppression Technique. 17 years ago, the Tiger Leopard Thunder Sound Suppression Technique of the Yuhua Immortal was completely lost. Was this inner sect disciple, named Wu Yong, possibly a spy sent by the Wooding Mountain sect? Zhengjing's expression changed as he opened the book of cultivation insights. My name is Wu Yong. I joined the Yuhua Immortal at 8. And after 5 years of serving as a helper, I was promoted to the outer sect at 13. 4 years later, I reached the pinnacle of external cultivation, receiving the internal organ nurturing technique, taking 76 days to cultivate a strand of internal energy and advancing to the inner sect. Today, I received an inner sect task to record my cultivation insights, hoping to inspire future disciples. Zhengjing read word by word, his thoughts falling upon the golden pages. Wooding Mountain's Mysterious Word Selection Technique. That was the 8th section of the Mysterious Word Selection Technique. The first line reads, take 2, 6, 9. The second line reads, take 9, 7, 6. The third line. Zhengjing scanned these words, frustrated that he had no pen and was not allowed to copy them, so he could only silently memorize them, inwardly noting, the second word of the first line is name, the 6th word is year, and the 9th word is feather. He silently recorded and memorized the words one by one. He didn't know how long it had passed when he heard a voice from behind. Junior brotherly, it's getting late. The library is about to close. Pei said with a smile, I know that since it's your first time here, flipping through the insights of your predecessors can be captivating. But you must know when to stop. There will be plenty of time in the future. Moreover, everyone is different. Others' insights may not necessarily suit you. So you must be good at discernment. Zhengjing closed the book and placed it back on the shelf, smiling. I'm sorry for making you laugh, senior brother. Pei waved his hand and said, I was like that before. There's nothing to laugh about. Just don't forget to come to my courtyard tonight for a few drinks. After saying this, he left directly. Glancing at the bookshelf before heading down the stairs of the library, Zhengjing decided to come again tomorrow and went straight down, allowing Deacon Lin to search him. Just as Deacon Fan finished searching Pei and let him leave, Pei smiled and said, I'll go prepare the ingredients. You should be able to come to the feast in about an hour. Zhengjing nodded with a smile. After Deacon Lin finished searching him, he finally left the library. Meanwhile, Xianxiaguihai, watching his back, frowned slightly. Once all the disciples were searched and had left, The two deacons exchanged glances. Deacon Fan flipped a paper and said, "This was left by Pei Ying." Deacon Lin took it and glanced at it, pondering. 6th bookshelf, 12th column, 36th book. Deacon Fan took out the catalog and checked it, saying, "It's from 18 years ago. Should we remove it?" Deacon Lin shook his head and said, "The library is here. We can't just remove a book because someone read it. Moreover, the cultivation experiences from 18 years ago are already outdated. If he is willing to read, that's best." Deacon Fan hesitated. What if he notices issues with his own cultivation technique from reading others' insights? Deacon Lin sneered. He has only just begun to touch the internal organ nurturing technique. He has no insight and experience, so he won't notice any problems. If you really worry, you might as well consider whether he is a prodigy with a heaven-defying comprehension, capable of deriving a complete internal organ nurturing technique from others' fragmented insights. Although this was less than 200 words, which was probably less than 30% of a complete technique, it was enough for him to begin to comprehend its intricacies. Unknowingly, the night had grown late, and someone knocked on the door. Zhengjing got up to open it, and the visitor was a fake medicine dealer. "Here are 6 jars, 60 taels of silver. I'll send 10 more jars tomorrow." Zhengjing acknowledged and collected the goods and money, then asked, "Do you know about Pei Ying's background?" It was already night, in the courtyard of the deacon's residence. Xianxiaaudiobooks and Deacon Lin were all gathered here. The 5 outer sect deacons stood, while the only one sitting was the inner sect disciple Qianyang. "Deacon Chen is my uncle, and the other 4 are all elders of my Chen family. I invited you all here today to deal with the young man Zhengjing, who holds Yuan Zhengfeng's token to enter the sect." Qianyang spoke up. "Rest assured, he's just an outer sect disciple. Since you personally instructed it, he will surely not be able to rise again," Deacon Lin said. "In the past 6 months, Deacon Chen has looked down upon him. But we have not taken him seriously," Deacon Fan said with a smile. "If we really wanted to take action, we would have buried him long ago. But now it's different. He has reached perfection in external cultivation. After a while, when he can cultivate internal energy, he will become an inner sect disciple, and his status will not be lower than that of the outer sect deacons." Qianyang said calmly, "What opportunities do you think we can find next? How outrageous. Do you still dare to mention this matter?" With a loud bang, the table shattered into pieces. He had initially maintained a refined demeanor, but at this moment, his anger was uncontrollable. Previously, he only felt envy towards Qianyang for suppressing that young man, thinking it would earn him the favor of Elder Qinju. Thus, he wanted to take the boy's life in exchange for the elder's appreciation, not expecting that it would lead to such a catastrophic incident of altering cultivation methods. "If it weren't for your reckless actions, arbitrarily changing the cultivation method, how would I have come to the outer sect to wade through this muddy water?" Qianyang, in his fury, couldn't he help but release his energy, causing a layer of frost to form on the floor within a radius of about 10 feet around him. The temperature in the room suddenly dropped, making people shiver. As outer sect stewards, to suppress an ordinary outer sect disciple is merely a trivial matter. Even if you had found an excuse to bury him 6 months ago, I, Qianyang, could have protected you. But you have not acted in these 6 months. And now at this critical moment, you resort to such a foolish move. It's simply brainless. Tampering with the internal cultivation method distributed in the library involves the very foundation of the sect and violates the most untouchable bottom line in the sect's rules. Once this matter leaks, if the higher-ups hold you accountable, anyone involved will be sent to the soul-severing platform, where their souls will scatter, never to be reborn. Qianyang's tone was icy cold as he continued. "You are from the Qin family. If this matter is exposed, I fear even the elder will be implicated." Xianxiaaudiobooks couldn't help but shudder, his face turning pale instantly. The remaining 4 stewards showed expressions of shock and anger, glaring resentfully at Xianxiaaudiobooks. This old ghost had summoned them under the name of Elder Qinju to secretly alter the internal cultivation method. It now appeared that Xianxiaaudiobooks had acted on his own accord, using the Elder's name as a facade. This boy had endured suppression in the outer sect for half a year, yet he managed to refine his external skills to perfection in that time, showcasing excellent talent and remarkable diligence. Such a young man, with extraordinary aptitude, as far as I know, when he received the internal cultivation method. The name Zhengjing had already appeared on the table of the Grand Master. This disciple, who had caught the Grand Master's attention, achieved perfection in external skills within half a year. If he fails to cultivate internal energy in the next 3 to 5 months, intersect elders will surely come to verify him. By then, the tampering you did with the internal cultivation method will be impossible to conceal. That's why you must silence him quickly and clean up the traces. Even if this outstanding outer sect disciple were to perish, I would handle the aftermath for you. But the matter of the internal cultivation method must be cleaned up. Qianyang's gaze swept over everyone as he spoke in a deep voice. A mere junior. Like an ant, no matter how you suppress him, it's still a trivial matter. To tamper with the internal cultivation method is simply idiotic. Chen Youyu's expression changed, and he could not help but murmur. If not, why not find an opportunity to give him a complete internal cultivation method? Xianyang took a deep breath and slowly said, Uncle, it seems your brain wasn't kicked by a donkey, but eaten by a dog. After all these years in the outer sect, you've gotten used to suppressing these outer sect disciples and forgotten the inner sect rules, haven't you? Chen Youyu immediately fell silent, lowering his head and daring not to speak. The other 4 stewards also bowed their heads, not daring to say a word. Giving him a complete method is tantamount to letting him discover that the internal cultivation method he is practicing is flawed. Even if he does not notice the differences in the methods, this kid has been suppressed by you for half a year, holding a grudge. Once he cultivates a strand of internal energy using the complete method and becomes an inner sect disciple, he will surely seek revenge on you in the future. Moreover, if he can endure suppression and still perfect his external skills within half a year, what will happen when he enters the inner sect? Xianyang's expression was filled with rage. If they were outside the mountain gate, he would almost want to slap Chen Youyu to death and silence the other 4 stewards. Once this kid enters the inner sect, won't your nephew be there to suppress him? Another steward, Zhou, said with a smile. The elder sits high on the cloud platform and naturally does not regard this ant-like young man with any importance. But if your nephew takes action to suppress him, then even if he enters the inner sect, he will never turn his fortunes around. Zhou Xiaojia, has your brain been eaten by a dog too? Xianyang waved his sleeve and said, Inner sect disciples of Yuhua Xianzong are truly nurtured and valued by the sect. You can act with arrogance in the outer sect, punishing outer sect disciples as you please, but in the inner sect, every punishment must be reported to the law enforcement hall for approval. Even inner sect elders cannot arbitrarily suppress an inner sect disciple. He glanced over the 5, as if looking at 5 fools, took a deep breath, then turned and left, leaving behind a sentence. I will find a way to bring you help. Strive to let him rest before the inner sect assessment. Otherwise, you will have to prepare for the aftermath and strive for a peaceful end. The atmosphere in the room fell into silence, becoming increasingly tense, and the gazes of Steward Lin and others towards Chen Youyu were filled with hostility. For nearly half a year, to curry favor with the elder, you actively suppressed Li Zhengjing. This matter we have not participated in, and there is no enmity between him and us. His future achievements have nothing to do with us. But this time, you, relying on your Chen family status, used Elder Chen Zhu's name to force us to collude with you. The crime of tampering with the internal cultivation method binds us together. And now as grasshoppers on the same rope, we should call you a fellow Taoist, right? We have received the Elder's support within the sect and are willing to serve the Chen clan. But we are not at your beck and call. Chen Youyu. Steward Lin sneered and angrily left. The other 3 stewards also snorted coldly and left one after another. Chen Youyu had no way to defend himself and dared not argue, only accepting the charge of using a borrowed name to act arbitrarily. He looked at the shattered table, cursing inwardly. Damn Xianyang, you bastard whose father died early. It's clear you wanted to show loyalty to the elder by having me seek out those 4 to tamper with the internal cultivation method. Yet now you deny it all and blame me. He clenched his fists, took a deep breath, and thought, Xianyang must have prepared for this matter to be exposed. Now he wants to clean himself and force me to bear all the blame. When the truth comes out and the sect holds us accountable, he will be an uninformed inner sect disciple, backed by the elder, and at most will be punished for 3 years. But I am the mastermind, and I will be sent to the soul-severing platform. Chen Youyu felt an overwhelming sense of grievance. Previously, Xianyang had given orders under the name of the elder, and he had no choice but to comply. But now it seems, Xianyang has treated him as the main culprit, and if things are exposed, he will bear all the responsibilities. Thinking of the fate at the soul-severing platform, where souls scatter and death is inevitable, it weighed heavily on Chen Youyu's heart, and he cursed a few more times. Xianyang, you bastard. Walking down the road, his face was extremely grim, and his heart was full of resentment and confusion. How dare Chen Youyu invoke the authority of the elder and summon the Chen family's offerings to alter the cultivation method in my name? If Li Zhengjing is not silenced quickly, once the matter is exposed, the consequences are unimaginable. More importantly, the elder has always cherished the bloodline of the Chen family. But as his cultivation level rises, this affection will surely wane. If he learns that a member of the Chen family has committed such a heinous crime under his name, he will likely no longer value the descendants of the Chen family in the future. Chapter 6. I shall follow the will of heaven. In the 176th courtyard of the outer sect, Pei Ying came from an ordinary background but was taken in by Chen Youyu's sister 2 years ago and became part of the Chen family. The fake medicine dealer immediately smiled and said, Actually, this matter is no secret in the inner sect, but very few in the outer sect know it and dare not speak recklessly. Li Zhengjing raised his eyebrows and said, Pei Ying is still young, and is about to step into the inner sect. His status won't be lower than that of Chen Yuyu. How could he agree to this marriage? Chen Yuyu is about to be buried, and he's still just an outer sect steward, which is insignificant. The fake medicine dealer shrugged and said, but within the Immortal Sect, there are high-ranking figures from the Qin family. Once Pei Ying enters the inner sect, he will also be considered a member of the Qin family and will naturally receive preferential treatment. Li Zhengjing suddenly understood and, after half a year of being oppressed, felt a twinge of envy at that moment. What am I thinking? After a moment, someone knocked on the door again. When Li Zhengjing opened it, he found it was Pei Ying. Junior brother Li, I know you're busy with important matters, so I came personally to invite you, Pei Ying said with a smile. Showing no signs of displeasure and appearing quite amiable, Li Zhengjing was about to politely decline when he noticed a change in the golden page of destiny. The destiny refused the invitation, which unintentionally broke the killing scheme, leaving Chen Yuyu and others helpless and forcing them to act recklessly tonight, leading to your death by beast. Leaving no complete corpse. These scoundrels, can't they at least leave a complete corpse? Li Zhengjing hesitated and silently pondered. What if he agreed to attend the banquet? The destiny cultivation of internal organs and energy, a flawed version, had failed to cultivate internal energy and had already harmed the foundation of his organs. He would fail the inner sect assessment in 5 days and would be discarded by the 1,000 illusions God Lord, turned into blood Dan, and die without a complete corpse. Does this mean that attending the banquet poses no threat to me? Wasn't it said to be a killing scheme? Just this? Li Zhengjing felt puzzled. But since the golden page guided him this way, he agreed and accompanied Pei Ying. The two exchanged pleasantries and arrived at Pei Ying's residence, where he had prepared food and drinks. Among them was a fish, its entire body blood red, with only its belly pale white, clearly showing the golden fish roe inside, almost bursting the fish's body, with a fragrant aroma wafting. This fish was no ordinary one. It was called blood eel, which was hard to find and only appeared after heavy rains. Pei Ying said, this blood eel is almost a spirit. If it weren't for breeding, it might have already become a monster. A senior brother from the inner sect caught it in the river before it became a monster. I spent 800 taels of silver to buy it from him. Li Zhengjing sighed upon hearing this. Brother Pei must be from a prestigious family to spend money so lavishly. Pei Ying's face turned pale and flushed, showing signs of embarrassment and anger. But in the next moment, he regained his composure and raised his wine cup. The two of them toasted and finished the fish. As night deepened, Pei Ying's face became flushed from the drink, and he gasped, I can't hold my liquor. Li Zhengjing, having also drunk enough, stood up to take his leave, repeatedly thanking Brother Pei for his warm hospitality. After sending off Li Zhengjing, Pei Ying hurriedly reached into his robes and took out the prepared pill, swallowing it whole. In just 3 to 5 breaths, he began to vomit into the rice bowl, looking utterly miserable, expelling all the fish roe he had just consumed. After catching his breath for a while, he stood up, pushed open the courtyard door, and walked straight to Chen Yuyu's residence. At this moment, there were still Steward Lin and others waiting inside Chen Yuyu's residence. The plan succeeded. Over 100 poisonous insect eggs mixed with fish roe had been eaten cleanly by him. Tomorrow, he would surely die suddenly, his intestines perforated and rotting. The courtyard fell silent. After a moment, the stewards couldn't help but smile, their faces full of joy, filling the courtyard with a pleasant atmosphere. Among them, Chen Yuyu, who had been under the most pressure recently, felt the most deeply, unable to hold back tears of joy, overwhelmed with relief. Tomorrow morning, they would use the excuse of checking whether the outer sect courtyards were clean to enter his courtyard and collect his corpse. Chen Yuyu choked as he said, I'm not fit to go out. Please let Steward Lin and Steward Fan go instead. Remember to bring a few outer sect disciples as witnesses. Saying this, he walked to the corner of the courtyard, took out a mat and a piece of white cloth, and handed them to Steward Lin, instructing, this is the mat and white cloth I've prepared for him to wrap the body. Tomorrow, you will cover his face with the white cloth and roll up the corpse with the mat. After the law enforcement hall checks, bury him under the 17th tree on the left side of the small path down the mountain. I've checked it. The feng shui there is excellent. And he will rot in 2 days, unable to reincarnate in the next life. Everyone exchanged glances, seeing him weeping uncontrollably, with all the arrangements in place. If someone who didn't know walked in, they might think that the person who died suddenly tonight was Chen Yuyu's own father. Chen Yuyu reached out his withered hand, grasping Pei Ying's delicate palm, and cried, my brother-in-law understands me. Let's drink to our heart's content tonight. He couldn't help but recall the pressure from the soul-severing platform. If he couldn't eliminate Li Zhengjing, he would be utterly ruined. At this moment, a sense of survival surged within him, and he couldn't help but shed tears again. The other 4 stewards looked at each other, confused, their expressions unusual. Steward Lin, seeing him weeping profusely, felt a surge of speculation in his heart, thinking, 3 years ago, Chen Youyu's wife and child died outside, and when the news came, he didn't cry this hard. Why is he reacting more strongly now that this young man is going to die than he did when his own father died? He was not unfamiliar with this reaction. Half a year ago, when he was poisoned in the capital, he had felt the same way. When he saw those fish roe, he understood where the killing intent of this banquet lay. No wonder the golden page of destiny showed no changes. It turned out the plan was to harm me with poisonous insects. Zhengjing took a deep breath, stroking his chin, and thought, the poison I've just ingested is worth at least the spiritual energy provided by nearly 10 miscellaneous spirit stones, which has saved me quite a bit of silver. Do they usually spend money so generously? As he stretched, he appeared more spirited, and the golden page of destiny in his mind, having absorbed the poison, looked even brighter, with the characters becoming clearer. As the night deepened, he hurriedly took out a jar of strong liquor and headed to the cool pavilion on the left side of the mountain gate. Hanging up the liquor jar in the night, he opened the lid and returned to his residence, avoiding 2 patrols from the law enforcement hall along the way. Not long after Zhengjing left, a white bird suddenly flew in from outside the pavilion, moving as fast as lightning. The white bird landed on the pavilion, looked down at the open liquor jar, and couldn't help but move its beak, as if sniffing. It remained silent for a moment before suddenly speaking. Why is there liquor here every day? Is there such a cheap thing in the world? The bird had lived for 8 years and never believed in free handouts. There must be a scheme behind this. The white bird spoke in a low tone, its gaze becoming sharper. After a moment, it murmured, but this thing isn't a free handout. The scriptures say that falling from the sky is not a good thing, but falling liquor might not necessarily be a bad thing, right? Moreover, this is within the Immortal Sect, a sacred place. Who would dare to harm me with my status? Its eyes flickered, showing signs of distress. After hesitating for a moment, it opened its mouth and spat out an ancient book, flipping through it with its claws, then closing it, muttering to itself. The sages say that what heaven gives, if not taken, will bring disaster. After thinking for a moment, it whispered, this means that if heaven gives it, I should take it, or I'll face heaven's wrath. After saying this, it dove headfirst into the liquor jar, secretly thinking, I shall follow the will of heaven. Chapter 7. Complete internal organ cultivation. The next morning, as the sun rose, Zhengjing was sleeping with his eyes closed. Although the golden page of destiny had absorbed the poison last night, he was still feeling the effects of the alcohol, and he slept quite deeply. Outside the courtyard, Steward Lin and Steward Fan had already checked the cleanliness of 12 courtyards and brought along 12 outer sect disciples to continue the inspection, arriving at Zhengjing's door. Upon opening the courtyard door, the sight inside was a mess, with leaves scattered everywhere. And the stone table in the courtyard still had the bowls and chopsticks from last night's supper left uncollected. Recently, Zhengjing has been feeling troubled and under pressure, neglecting the courtyard, and at this moment, he presents a desolate scene before everyone. A disciple of the Immortal Sect, looking so disheveled, with such a messy residence. What kind of demeanor is this? Perhaps he feels that he is about to move into the inner gate and is too lazy to care about our outer gate's courtyard. Let Zhengjing come out to face punishment. Deacon Lin was the first to enter the room, followed closely by Deacon Fan and 12 outer gate disciples. Inside the room, Zhengjing was sleeping fully clothed on the bed, eyes closed and silent. Due to recent injuries affecting his organs, his complexion was pale with a hint of blue, devoid of blood color. The crowd exchanged glances, and Deacon Lin stepped forward, took a look at his complexion, which did not resemble that of a living person, and immediately sighed. He has been poisoned to death. What? Zhengjing is dead? How did he die? The other 12 outer gate disciples were all shocked. Most of them had just recently joined and were not very old. Many of them had never seen a dead person, and they couldn't help but feel a bit fearful and even more unlucky. Deacon Fan picked up a medicine cauldron nearby that had been stripped of its miscellaneous spirit stones and said, this should be a tool for raising goo worms. Deacon Lin sighed and said, collect the cauldron as evidence, send someone to report to the law hall, and let them come to verify. After saying this, he took out a straw mat from his bosom, laid it on the ground, and then took out a white cloth to cover the young man's face. He withdrew his hand and was about to speak when a hand suddenly pulled down the white cloth. The atmosphere in the room instantly fell silent. The hand that pulled down the white cloth was actually Zhengjing's own hand. He's come back to life. An outer gate disciple exclaimed, and in an instant, chaos erupted. You old bastard, Zhengjing mumbled, throwing the white cloth on the ground, glancing at the straw mat, and then looking up at Deacon Lin, whose face was filled with shock. The two deacons had even prepared a straw mat for his corpse. Zhengjing felt a warmth in his heart, touched by their actions, secretly thinking, in these days, every time I faced danger, it was always a death without a complete corpse, yet this time, they actually prepared to leave me a whole corpse. As the saying goes, one should know gratitude and repay kindness in life. In the future, I must also leave them a complete corpse, so they can die with ease and dignity. Li Zhengjing, Deacon Lin, having just been startled, reacted and waved his sleeve, saying, "Why are you pretending to be dead if you're not?" Deacon Fan, with a frown, comforted the 12 outer gate disciples and said, "Today is the routine inspection of the environment in each courtyard, and yours is simply in a mess. You should be punished. I'm willing to forfeit next month's medicinal bath materials as punishment." Li Zhengjing stood up, shrugged his hands, and said, "Forfeiting a month's worth of medicinal bath materials is quite a heavy punishment. You can all leave now." The two deacons snorted coldly and left with their sleeves swaying. The 12 outer gate disciples followed closely behind. The courtyard once again fell silent and desolate. Li Zhengjing stretched lazily, thinking, modifying the internal organs cultivation technique requires passing through 5 deacons. Xianxiaaudiobooks is one, and it seems these 2 deacons should also be involved. As he thought this, he kicked the straw mat and white cloth aside, washed up, and headed straight to the library. Among the 2 deacons in the library today, one saw Li Zhengjing and looked as if he had seen a ghost, his face filled with astonishment. "Deacon Zhou, surprised to see me?" Li Zhengjing smiled and waved his hand. He observed the other person's changing complexion, shocked and fearful, and couldn't help but speculate that perhaps this Deacon Zhou Xiaojia was also one of the 5 deacons involved in the modification of the cultivation technique. Then, Li Zhengjing approached and patted his shoulder, laughing, "Your ability to change your facial expressions could earn you a living on the street. If you get expelled from the sect in the future, you won't have to worry about starving on the streets." After saying this, he did not linger and went straight up to the 2nd floor of the library. Today, Paying was not in the library. He probably got drunk last night, and didn't he know which little vixen's bed he was lying in. Li Zhengjing couldn't he help but feel a bit regretful, as he had hoped to continue deepening his relationship with Paying and mooch another meal from him that night. With a sigh, Li Zhengjing went straight to the 6th bookshelf, 12th column, and took out the 36th book to continue reading from where he left off yesterday. Meanwhile, Paying was sleeping in Chun Yoyu's bed. The 2 had gotten drunk last night and were hugging each other as they slept. Chun Yoyu, having cultivated internal energy, woke up earlier than Paying. He opened his eyes, feeling refreshed, got up, tightened his belt, and walked to the window, looking outside at the bright sunshine. Feeling in high spirits, recalling how anxious he had been at this time yesterday, unable to sleep until dawn, worried that if Li Zhengjing didn't die, he would eventually have to face the soul execution platform, losing his soul and never being reborn. Now waking up today, everything had been resolved. He laughed heartily, his aged face blooming like a chrysanthemum, then thought of how he had been unable to stop crying in front of everyone last night, a bit embarrassed. He muttered, "I lost my composure, lost my composure." At that moment, the courtyard door was suddenly pushed open. Deacon Lin and 2 others stormed in angrily. "Where's Paying? Is he lying in my bed? What's going on?" Chun Yoyu looked at the others, suddenly halting his smile, a sense of unease rising in his heart, and said, "Aren't you all here to collect Li Zhengjing's corpse?" Deacon Lin stepped forward, his face cold, and said, "We collected it." A straw mat was laid down, and a white cloth was also placed over his face. Chun Yoyu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "Then he should be buried. Why did he come here?" Deacon Fan casually remarked, but Li Zhengjing pulled down the white cloth. Chun Yoyu was struck by lightning, standing in place, speechless for a moment, overjoyed and sorrowful. His emotions surged, and for a moment, he felt as if the sky had darkened and the world had turned upside down, nearly collapsing to the ground. He leaned against the railing, gasping, "He is not dead?" The 3 deacons nodded in unison and replied, "Not dead." Chun Yoyu turned to look at Paying on the bed and shouted, "Hang him up and beat him. Give him a good beating." As dusk fell and the sky darkened, Li Zhengjing had finished flipping through the book. He did not need to ponder every word. He only needed to use the mystery of the uncertain mountain's subtle word technique to select the corresponding words and memorize them. Therefore, his reading speed was much faster than normal. In the span of an entire day, he had completely memorized the hidden complete method of the tiger-leopard thunder sound suppression technique from the text. With this, the most domineering internal organs cultivation technique of the feathered immortal sect was now firmly lodged in his mind. He felt a surge of excitement because tonight marked the 3rd night of his drinking at the pavilion. At this moment, he had successfully obtained the complete internal organs cultivation technique. If all went well tonight, he would also be able to obtain the 5 elements creation tree to heal his internal injuries. Now that the cultivation technique was obtained, and if his injuries healed tonight, he could focus on cultivating and temporarily break through the current crisis. Li Zhengjing clenched his fists, feeling quite excited, and resolved to enter closed-door training starting tomorrow until he thoroughly comprehended the tiger-leopard thunder sound suppression technique and reached the internal energy realm. He tried to exert his strength, only to feel a sharp pain in his internal organs, having to give up the attempt. He thought to himself, It seems I still have to wait until my internal injuries are healed before I can try to cultivate. Then he organized the 12 jars of strong liquor, placed them in a wooden box, slung it over his shoulder, and left under the cover of night. However, just after he left, about half an hour later, a figure jumped over the wall and quickly hid behind the rockery, scanning the courtyard. This is bad. The person is not home. The figure moved swiftly like the wind, leaping over the wall again and heading directly to Chun Youyu's residence. Under the moonlight, he removed his black mask, revealing himself to be Deacon Lin. Li Zhengjing is not at home. We will wait for his return to discuss. Deacon Lin looked at the others and said, I will continue to monitor Li Zhengjing's residence, and when the time is right, I will let him out and tear him apart. Chapter 8. Guarding the tree for 3 years, she hatches 7 nests. Li Zhengjing arrived at the pavilion under the night sky. This time he opened the wooden box, unsealed a jar of strong liquor, and hung it on top. At just 17 years old, this young man stays out all night without any restraint, bringing disgrace to the Immortal Sect. Such a bad youth is truly not worth mourning. Elder Lin secretly comforts himself, thinking, forget it, as long as I can get that Li Zhengjing to die, what does a bit of cold wind matter? Meanwhile, just a moment after Li Zhengjing left, a white light suddenly streaked across the night sky and landed on the pavilion. It was the white bird. Why is there so much wine tonight? The white bird thought, although there can't possibly be any traps within the Immortal Sect. The sages say one must always be cautious, so I can't drink all 12 jars of strong liquor. With this in mind, it dove headfirst into the hanging wine jars, thinking, I'll just take a few sips and ignore the rest, so I won't fall for his trick. After sipping 3 times, it poked its head out, panting, and felt that it wasn't very soothing to its throat, so it simply finished the jar. Just as it crawled out of the jar, ready to spread its wings and fly away, it noticed a whole box of wine jars on the ground, hesitating. Such good wine. Wasting it here would be a great waste. Moreover, this wine came here naturally, it must have spirit. The book says, things without an owner can be taken by the virtuous. Things with spirit can be taken by the talented. The white bird, feeling dazed, thought, I'm 8 years old this year, have been studying for 3 years, am learned and virtuous. This spirit wine should belong to me. It was intoxicated and no longer hesitated, spreading its wings and grasping the 12 jars of wine with its claws, flying back to where it came from. It is said that when heaven bestows great responsibilities on a person, it will surely grind their will and exhaust their strength. This wine must be honing my Tao heart, intoxicating my bones, and soon I will have great responsibilities. The white bird was overjoyed, thinking, this is a test from heaven for me. The source of the red light was a small tree, no more than 5 feet tall, with 5 branches swaying in the night wind. One of the branches was flashing a crimson glow, illuminating the valley, and wherever the red light shone, the grass and trees withered as if they had been scorched. In the whole valley, only this small tree remained vibrant and full of life. Oh no, Brother Lin is coming. The white bird saw a person walking towards the valley ahead, moving lightly as if flowing like clouds in water, and it couldn't help but feel alarmed, thinking, I can't let him see me neglecting my duty. The white bird immediately flew high, afraid of being spotted, and quickly circled around to land behind the valley. Then it looked at the 12 jars of strong liquor beneath it, and immediately hid them among the surrounding weeds. After doing all this, it seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, flying forward and landing on the 5 elements creation tree. Brother Lin, why are you here? The white-clad young man in front of the valley stopped and looked at the white bird on the 5 elements creation tree. His expression filled with anger as he said sternly, you were ordered to guard the 5 elements creation tree. How could you neglect your duty? The white bird was startled, its feathers bristling, and it angrily retorted, how can you tarnish my reputation out of thin air? I have guarded the 5 elements creation tree for 3 years, never leaving my post. When have I ever neglected my duty? You are slandering me. The young man with the surname Lin had a cold gaze and said, recently, with your grandfather's guidance, my cultivation has greatly improved. Just now, when you saw me from the sky, I also saw you. Do you still want to deny it? Upon hearing this, the white bird's voice dropped, muttering, I just went to the restroom. The young man with the surname Lin asked, you, a bird, went to the restroom? The white bird was taken aback, then angrily said, what is wrong with being a bird? Can't a bird go to the restroom? Are you looking down on us birds? My grandfather is also a bird. Didn't you follow him in cultivation? The sages say all beings are equal. Do you dare to look down on me? Stop messing around with me. With that stench of wine on you, you dare to argue? The young man with the surname Lin immediately waved his sleeve, shouting, the 5 elements creation tree is a treasure of our sect, undergoing transformation every 6 years. And now it is transforming in the fire element. I practice the heavenly fire burning immortals technique, and during these 6 years, if I can cultivate under the 5 elements creation tree and absorb the fiery energy, it would be incredibly efficient. Out of respect for your grandfather's kindness, I am willing to relinquish the opportunity to guard this 5 elements creation tree to you, to help you enhance your fire divine ability. Although you have been guarding the 5 elements creation tree for 3 years, the name responsible for guarding it in the sect is still mine. You have repeatedly neglected your duty, wasting this great opportunity for cultivation, and if the 5 elements creation tree were to suffer any damage, I would also be implicated. At this point, the white-clad young man became even more dissatisfied, saying, "Just look at yourself. You're already an 8-year-old bird, no longer a chick. Can't you make it easier for people?" However, this young man coldly snorted, "Do you really think I don't know? You've neglected your duty more than once or twice." The white bird, realizing he knew everything, dared not be arrogant anymore and weakly raised its head, lifting 3 feathers with its right wing, lowering its voice even more. "It's only been 3 times, just these 3 nights. Do you think I'm foolish? Even now? You still dare to deny it?" The young man was even more enraged. "Before you came to guard the 5 elements creation tree, you were going to lick the feathers of that white crane residing in the forbidden area of the back mountain every day, and this is well known." The white bird couldn't help but argue. "So what? What does that have to do with me neglecting my duty? That was all before I came to guard the 5 elements creation tree. You've been here for 3 years, and she has hatched 7 nests of eggs." The young man sneered. "Do you still dare to say you haven't neglected your duty? If you truly guarded the 5 elements creation tree without leaving your post for 3 years, then could those 7 nests of bird eggs possibly be mine?" The white bird's eyes went blank as it stood on the tree, swaying. "Tonight, I saw you neglect your duty with my own eyes. Let us see how you argue." The true disciple of the Lin family immediately furiously waved his sleeve and turned to leave, saying, "Tomorrow, I will inform Elder Bai of this matter, and from now on, I will take over the responsibility of guarding the 5 elements creation tree myself." The white bird seemed not to hear, its gaze dazed, its beak moving slightly, muttering, "Disgracing the scholarly, disgraceful and shameless, disgraceful and shameless." It let out a howl, crying out in despair, suddenly shedding tears. As the tears fell to the ground, in an instant, the soil turned yellow, as if scorched by fire. It cried out in sorrow, desolate and tragic, unable to voice its anger against this nonsense. It felt a surge of pent-up frustration with no outlet, suddenly crying out. With a roar, it unexpectedly spewed flames from its mouth, instantly illuminating the night sky. The flames burst forth, splashing in all directions. Boom! The 12 jars of strong liquor it had hidden nearby suddenly ignited in an instant, exploding. The flames immediately spread, quickly engulfing everything, along the weeds on the ground. The wind fanned the flames, spreading further. The white bird immediately jolted, suddenly realizing the disaster, exclaiming, "This is bad, this is bad." It panicked, watching the flames grow closer. Still under the influence of the wine, its emotions not yet calmed, its head muddled, and in fear, it flapped its wings and flew away. The flames continued to burn. Approaching the 5 elements creation tree, the originally cold night breeze turned hot, sweeping over the treetops, making sounds as if it were speaking. "This is bad, this is bad." The wind rustled the treetops, sounding as if someone was talking. Then the tone became angry, with a hint of panic. "That damned bird. Instead of coming to extinguish the fire, fled for its life. It's deliberately trying to burn me to death." With a crash, under the light of the fire, 5 branches of the tree drooped to the ground, like 5 arms propping up the earth. This tree unexpectedly grew 6 feet taller, its roots completely uprooted. Then it used hundreds of roots as legs, swiftly escaping the fiery scene. Just after leaving the valley, the true disciple sensed the change behind him, turned around, and saw the valley erupting in flames, his face changing drastically. "Damn it!" The true disciple's expression turned terrified and furious. He immediately stepped forward, and true energy surged from beneath his feet. With a boom, a 3-foot-deep pit was blasted open on the ground. Meanwhile, others had already taken to the air, leaping hundreds of feet high. At the same time, the disciples of the law enforcement hall patrolling the surroundings also sensed the change and rushed over from all directions. Their movements like the wind, extremely fast. Logically speaking, as a disciple of this sect, he should have gone to help extinguish the fire. But after glancing at the method of changing fate on the golden pages, he didn't take any action, only secretly thought, "As long as I stay here, can I obtain the 5 elements creation tree? Is it really possible for such absurdity to happen?" Just as he was hesitating, he suddenly saw a figure rapidly approaching the stone steps under the pavilion, causing his heart to tighten. However, as that figure drew closer and he took a closer look, Zhengjing was even more shocked. This figure was as thin as a stick, with 5 arms and hundreds of legs, moving at an astonishing speed. As it got even closer, he could see clearly that it was actually a tree. "Is this the 5 elements creation tree?" Zhengjing was momentarily stunned, then without hesitation, He moved forward, pulled out the large sack he had prepared, and covered it over the tree. Who dares to ambush Grandpa Tree? The sack was struggling continuously and even made sounds. It had actually come to life. Zhengjing was suddenly alarmed and hurriedly pressed down on the sack, punching it 17 or 18 times until it stopped moving, before quickly picking it up and leaving. Behind him, the fire in the valley gradually subsided. The true disciples of the Lin family and the disciples of the law enforcement hall looked at the valley reduced to ashes with extremely ugly expressions. Chapter 9. Grandpa Tree. Am I cooking myself? In the outer sect, in the deacon's courtyard, Deacon Lin pushed the door open, his face filled with anger. I saw chaos down the mountain, as if a forest fire had broken out, and the disciples of the law enforcement hall on night patrol were alarmed. There was no chance to take him out tonight. This shameless one must have gone to the dark flower alley again, causing me to blow in the cold wind outside his door all night. Deacon Lin was furious as he tore off the black cloth covering his face. The others couldn't hide their disappointment, but just then, the bruised Paying limped forward and whispered, "It's not a bad thing. If we can't do it tonight, we can do it tomorrow night." His mouth was swollen, and his voice was unclear, but he said, "If we kill him tonight, the law enforcement hall will investigate, and we will also bear the responsibility for poor supervision. But since there's a fire outside the mountain, starting tomorrow, the patrols will definitely be stricter." Chen Yoyu clenched his fists and said dully, "With stricter patrols, where will there be an opportunity? Forget it." Chen Yoyu looked dejected and waved his hand, saying, "Just let him live another day." Although he said this, he still felt uneasy in his heart. Tomorrow and tomorrow. How many tomorrows are there? The 5 elements creation tree in the sack seemed to begin to awaken, struggling continuously. Normally at this time, I would have been asleep, but tonight for you. I broke my routine, and you still won't behave? Zhengjing dragged the sack to the corner, picked up the hatchet, and opened the sack. With a swoosh, a fiery red branch suddenly shot out from the sack, piercing through the air straight at his face, as if to poke a hole through Zhengjing's head. Just because you're a little brat without even solidifying your internal energy, you think you can take down Grandpa Tree? How many cultivators in the past have had their brains splattered while trying to steal Grandpa Tree? Those who finally managed to obtain Grandpa Tree in history were all treating him like a treasure. Today, I'm giving you a lesson, damn it. My hand. The 5 elements creation tree rolled on the ground, its 4 branches trembling wildly, cutting through the night sky with a whistling sound, like a wailing scream. While one of its branches had already fallen to the ground, it turned out that when it attacked just now, Zhengjing had swiftly brought down the hatchet. A cold light flashing, chopping off its 5th hand. "What are you yelling about? You're a tree, you can grow another one." Zhengjing stepped forward, pressing down on the main trunk with one hand, and the knife light flashed continuously, slicing it down into a wooden stick. "You actually dared to treat Grandpa Tree like this? You're dead." The tree lay flat on the ground, its countless roots waving in the air, letting out sharp sounds. Cursing, "Do you know how precious I am? Do you know that I am almost complete in the 5 elements, about to bear the 5 elements fruit, and can refine the creation 5 elements pill?" Zhengjing had no expression, raised the hatchet, brought it down, and chopped the trunk into 2 pieces, instantly severing it in half. "Grandpa, I was wrong." Half of the tree lay on the ground, rolling side to side, its countless roots waving in the air, crying out, "Grandpa, I can still grow back, I can continue to bear fruit in the future, and I can be used to refine the creation 5 elements pill. More importantly, the place where I am is a spiritual land, gathering the energy of the 5 elements, making cultivation much more effective. And I carry a natural and perfect spirit-gathering formation with me." Zhengjing kicked it and said calmly, "Others treat you as a treasure to offer, but I want to pamper you. I still have things to do. There's a stove over there. Go set up a pot and start a fire." The 5 elements creation tree was momentarily stunned, then its roots waved and asked, "What do you need to set up a pot and start a fire for?" Zhengjing picked up 5 branches and the half trunk, calmly said, "I'm going to grind it into powder. You first boil the water." The roots of the 5 elements creation tree waved even more urgently, angrily saying, "You want me to set up the pot and boil myself? You've gone too far. I've never seen someone like you before. I'd rather die than yield. Wait, how full should the water in the pot be? 5 parts full. Boil on high heat." Zhengjing looked at the 5 branches in his hand, and then at the half trunk, saying, "There are quite a few materials. The powder from grinding the tree will also be more substantial, so add a little less water, make the soup thicker. The medicinal effect should be much better." "You're truly an expert." The 5 elements creation tree praised. "Making the soup thicker will not only make it more fragrant, but the spiritual energy I've accumulated will also decrease less during the cooking process, and its nutritional value will be richer." After it finished speaking, it didn't dare to delay, flipped over and hurried to the stove, but before it took 3 steps, it fell over. The upper half was chopped off, clearly not having adapted. Then it flipped back over, one root wrapped around a fire starter, waving in the air, igniting a flame in the stove, nearly burning itself. There's water by the well. It fell down and got back up repeatedly to fetch water from the well, feeling immense humiliation in its heart, secretly cursing, "Grandpa Tree will not rest until I avenge this." And Li Zhengjing ground the tree powder until dawn, exhausted, before putting the 5 branches into powder. And the remaining half-trunk had to be packed into the sack and buried underground. The 5 elements creation tree stood by the stove, watching Li Zhengjing cover its upper body with dirt, and as he brought in the powdered branches, it couldn't help but feel wronged, its roots hugging the half-trunk. Crying in pain. "Stop crying," Li Zhengjing comforted. "Just keep adding fire and boiling. If you focus on working, it won't hurt anymore." The 5 elements creation tree trembled and had no choice but to continue adding fire to boil. Think about it. Having survived in this world for so many years, no matter the power or strength, those who could obtain it, which one didn't take care of it? All kinds of powers and strong individuals had to guard it day and night, not only benefiting their own cultivation but also waiting for it to bear the 5 elements fruit, which could then be used to refine the creation 5 elements pill. How come today it encounters a rookie who doesn't recognize its preciousness at all, just hitting and cursing, chopping it in half, and even wants it to boil itself? It's simply insane, utterly inhumane. By the time the sun rose, the water in the pot had reduced to 30%, becoming thick. At this time, the fire was removed, and after another quarter of an hour, it cooled slightly and turned into a paste. Li Zhengjing couldn't wait, took a bowl, scooped a mouthful, and it melted in his mouth, fragrant and refreshing. A cool sensation flowed from his mouth down to his throat, entering his organs, spreading to his 5 viscera and 6 bowels, making him feel a wave of comfort. Then he sensed a warm feeling within his organs, vaguely, with a breath flowing. This is the spiritual energy contained within the 5 elements creation tree. But he had already mastered the complete internal cultivation of nourishing the organs and gathering qi. As long as he practiced at this moment, he could gradually convert the spiritual energy for his own use, repair the injuries to his organs, and even enhance their strength. The stronger the 5 internal organs, the easier it would be to cultivate internal qi. At that moment, he stood in the courtyard, raising his hands, slowly starting the movements of the tiger-leopard thunder sound-suppressing prison technique that he had comprehended. Throughout that day, Li Zhengjing was seen in the courtyard, comprehending the internal cultivation of nourishing the organs, gradually practicing. Every quarter of an hour, he refined the spiritual energy within, then went to scoop another bowl of 5 elements transformation paste, continuing to practice, repeating the cycle. This fellow could be said to be extremely ruthless. If he finished the pot, wouldn't he grind Grandpa Tree's roots into powder? The 5 elements transformation tree squatted on the stove, watching the 5 elements transformation paste in the pot diminish, trembling in fear, secretly thinking, "I must find a way to remind him that only sustained effort can lead to success. Depleting resources is an utterly foolish strategy." At that moment, Li Zhengjing suddenly grunted, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. His complexion changed slightly, thinking, "This is bad. I was too eager for quick results and made a mistake in comprehending the step of drawing kidney water, injuring my kidneys." But in the next moment, he felt something unusual. A warm and gentle energy surged into his kidneys, immediately dispelling the previous discomfort, replaced by a feeling of fullness. His expression changed, and his eyes revealed a look of ecstatic joy, thinking, "I understand now. In the past, when cultivating the internal technique for nourishing the organs, it was essential to thoroughly comprehend it without a trace of error. Otherwise, it would harm the organs, leading to days of recovery at best, or at worst, damaging the organs such that one could never cultivate internal qi again in this lifetime. But now, with the spiritual energy of the 5 elements transformation paste circulating within, constantly repairing and strengthening his organs, this way, he had the capital to keep trying and making mistakes. If there was an error in the cultivation of nourishing the organs, it would be healed by the spiritual energy, and he would understand that there was a mistake in this step of cultivation, thus finding the correct direction. Is this why the golden page of guidance believed I could cultivate internal qi within 3 days? Li Zhengjing thought, secretly reasoning, given the current situation, coupled with my exceptional talent and great understanding, I could elevate my internal qi realm within a day. Why would I need 3 days? As he pondered, he heard a knocking sound from outside the courtyard. Li Zhengjing, you have mail. Chapter 10. Invitation from Dark Flower Alley. Mountain Patrol Spirit Beast Attack. Mail? Li Zhengjing frowned. Before he came to the Yuhua Immortal Sect, his father, the Duke of Jian'an, had reminded him that this journey was to sever worldly ties and that he should have no further contact. The capital was rife with undercurrents, and the Duke's residence was situated in the capital, unable to remain uninvolved. Under the circumstances, they might not be able to protect themselves. So he was advised to stay away from the capital and secretly join the Yuhua Immortal Sect. This preparation was made with the thought that future troubles might extend to the entire clan, so there could still be this last legitimate bloodline left. Since there was no possibility of receiving a letter from home, where did this letter come from? As he thought this, he opened the door and saw an outer sect disciple standing outside. This outer sect disciple had a complex expression, his eyes filled with envy, and he quietly said, Yan Yan, and Lon Lon from Dark Flower Alley gave me 10 taels of silver to deliver a letter to you. Zhengjing was taken aback. How could a place that only empties the guests' wallets offer free service? What a joke. He glanced at the golden page, and indeed, the fortune line had changed. Fortune, set up by Chun Yu and others, went down the mountain for the night, died in Dark Flower Alley. With a snap, he immediately closed the door. A cold smile on his face, secretly thinking, these outer sect deacons have enjoyed too long in the sect without thinking. Did they really think I was an inexperienced kid who had never seen the world with such a clumsy trap? Meanwhile, the outer sect disciple outside looked even more confused. Muttering, I didn't deliver to the wrong person. There is only one Zhengjing in the outer sect, and if he doesn't know Dark Flower Alley, how would he know that place isn't proper? Also, I didn't mention anything about Miao Miao, Yu, or Xiao Jiao, did I? In the courtyard, Zhengjing glanced at the letter, casually tossed it aside, and continued practicing the tiger leopard thunder sound suppressing prison technique. Noticing that the spiritual energy in his body had been consumed, he went to scoop another bowl of 5 elements transformation paste. After a moment, he heard another knocking sound from outside the courtyard. I already said I don't know Dark Flower Alley. Zhengjing opened the door, only to find a fake medicine dealer outside. This fake medicine dealer looked strange, glanced at him, and then said, I brought a medicine cauldron. Zhengjing took the medicine cauldron and reached for his money. The fake medicine dealer hesitated, as if he had something to say. Seeing this, Zhengjing took out 10 more taels of silver and calmly asked, what is the matter? The fake medicine dealer hesitated and said, recently. It seems someone is preparing to make a move against you. Zhengjing raised an eyebrow and asked, how do you know? The fake medicine dealer whispered, just now. Someone from the law enforcement hall came to find me, wanting me to testify against you for stealing my 3 medicine cauldrons. But don't worry, with our brotherhood. I didn't betray you. At this point, he lowered his voice and added, moreover, they even used a spirit testing talisman to verify whether I was lying. Zhengjing frowned and said, but you haven't formed internal chi yet. How did you avoid the spirit testing talisman? The matter of stealing 3 medicine cauldrons was ultimately true. Li had always been honest and was well aware of the nature of this incident. Didn't you say I was arrogant? The fake medicine dealer shrugged and said, I swear to heaven, I didn't see you steal my cauldrons, so it's fine. After saying this, the fake medicine dealer's eyes even showed a hint of admiration, secretly thinking, it seems he anticipated this day long ago, truly possessing the ability of foresight. His intelligence is not inferior to mine. Hearing this, Zhengjing patted his shoulder to show his appreciation. After sending away the fake medicine dealer, he closed the courtyard door and glanced at the golden page again. His fortune remained unchanged. Since it didn't affect his fortune, he paid it no mind and continued practicing the tiger leopard thunder sound suppressing prison technique. The urgent matter was to rely on the tiger leopard thunder sound suppressing prison technique to cultivate internal chi in the organs, which was the top priority. He scooped another bowl of 5 elements transformation paste. Secretly thinking, the tiger leopard thunder sound suppressing prison technique is indeed known as the most tyrannical internal cultivation technique in the Yuhua Immortal Sect, placing a considerable burden on the organs. For ordinary disciples, even if they comprehended this technique, without any errors in their practice direction, it's likely that their 5 internal organs couldn't withstand the intense process of cultivation. No wonder the number of elders and disciples who practiced the tiger leopard thunder sound suppressing prison technique was so scarce back then, easily breaking the inheritance of this technique. It was truly harsh to practice, and those who had the foundation to cultivate this method were indeed few. Asking himself, even if his organ injuries had been healed, without a continuous supply of 5 elements transformation paste, it would be difficult to cultivate the tiger leopard thunder sound suppressing prison technique. Practicing such an intense technique requires the practitioner's 5 internal organs to be extremely strong, which is quite a demanding requirement. However, correspondingly, once successfully cultivated, the internal chi would be even more powerful, far surpassing other internal chi masters of the same realm. As he thought this, he unknowingly found it was already evening, and the half-section 5 elements transformation tree leaned against the stove, gasping for breath. I can't hold on any longer. The 5 elements transformation tree weakly waved its roots, saying, please allow your grandson to enter the soil and take a breather. Having been cut off at the top and not yet planted in the ground, its bark had visibly wrinkled, But because of Li Zhengjing's fierce reputation, it had not dared to disturb him during his training, merely trembling by the stove. It had thought that once Li Zhengjing finished his practice, it could request to be buried to continue its life, but to its surprise, this fierce young man was actually a training fanatic. A whole day had passed, and he still showed no signs of resting. At this point, it genuinely couldn't hold on any longer, swaying like a candle in the wind, seemingly about to die at any moment. Then go ahead and enter the soil. All right, the 5 elements creation tree secretly thought. Once the tree master enters the soil, he will use a soil escape technique and directly slip away to the leader of the feathered immortal sect to report you and see what you will do. Before the thought could settle, it noticed a burlap sack appeared in front of it, leaving it stunned. Put it on, Li Zhengjing said calmly. The roots enter the soil. Half of the body is in the burlap sack. There's an iron chain over there. Lock it yourself, tie a dead knot, and I will help you lock the other end to that rockery. The 5 elements creation tree fell silent for a moment, then waved its roots and said in a muffled voice, "Thank you, sir, for your help." Li Zhengjing nodded. From now on, we are all family. No need to stand on ceremony. If it's time to hit, then hit. If it's time to scold, then scold. The 5 elements creation tree weakly crawled to the side. Hundreds of roots dug a pit and buried itself with the upper half of the trunk, shaking off the burlap sack and covering it over its head. Then it waved its 2 roots, the wind whistling sharply, and said, "Sir, I'm ready." As the voice fell, the 2 roots also burrowed into the ground, becoming silent. Li Zhengjing took the other end of the chain, locked it onto the rockery, and then filled another bowl of 5 elements creation paste, continuing to practice the tiger leopard thunder sound prison technique. The organs surged, the sound like tigers and leopards. Blood energy spread throughout the body. A vague might emerged, like a fierce tiger descending the mountain. The practice of the tiger leopard thunder sound prison technique was more difficult than I had anticipated, still needing the last burst of strength. Li Zhengjing thought, if I boil another pot of 5 elements creation paste tonight, I can gather strength in the next 2 days and break this final shackle. Wu Yong's cultivation insights were made for secretly hiding the tiger leopard thunder sound prison technique, but the content written on the surface still had some use. Otherwise, it would be impossible to verify through the outer gate deacon and be listed in the library. He recorded that in the last step of cultivation, if there is someone stronger than oneself, applying pressure can stimulate potential, allowing for faster internal energy generation, making it even more powerful. Unfortunately, I have no backing behind me. Unable to find someone to help me break through the shackles, I can only continue to accumulate strength, make a concerted effort, and break the shackles to cultivate the internal energy of my organs. As he thought this, he felt quite helpless, but at that moment, a sudden flash of fire outside, and the sound of screams and roars rose one after another. The mountain patrolling spirit beast has gone mad. Quickly get out of the way. This spirit beast has awakened its blood energy, comparable to the internal energy realm, and is not something we outer disciples can withstand. The deacons have arrived. All junior brothers quickly disperse. Hurry. With a loud bang, the courtyard door suddenly shattered, with chips flying everywhere. Li Zhengjing had practiced halfway when he immediately stopped and turned his head to see a leopard outside the door, its eyes crimson, muscles bulging, blood energy roaring. In an instant, the spirit leopard pounced over, swift as lightning, fast as the wind. Chapter 11. Initial formation of internal energy. Overpowering the spirit beast. The spirit leopard came too quickly, arriving in an instant. Li Zhengjing had no time to dodge and could only block with both hands in front of him. With a loud bang, Li Zhengjing felt a tremendous force coming. Unstoppable, his feet left the ground, and he was directly knocked away, spinning in the air for several circles. Crashing into the house within the courtyard, the spirit leopard landed, blood energy surging, a chilling aura enveloping him. Its crimson eyes fell on Li Zhengjing, filled with hunger and desire. This was a spirit beast, untamed, radiating the posture of a predator. Its muscles bulged, even stronger and more resilient than Li Zhengjing at the peak of external cultivation. It had awakened its blood energy, had already become a demon, comparable to the internal energy realm. Where did this demon come from? Li Zhengjing rolled over, not daring to be distracted to look at the golden pages. Immediately clenched his fists, steadied his stance, and prepared for defense. His arms throbbed with pain. He didn't need to look to know he had been injured by the spirit leopardess claws. This kind of wild demon, born with claws and fangs, was as if naturally possessing weapons. Even an internal energy realm cultivator would have to avoid its sharpness when unarmed, but at this moment, it was clear that Li Zhengjing had no time to escape, because the spirit leopard had charged into the house, blocking his path, and pounced once more. Fight! Li Zhengjing did not retreat but advanced, meeting it head-on. The spirit leopard was too fast. He could not evade, nor could he entangle with it. He could only fight for his life. If he could hold on until a strong sect master came to his aid, there might be a glimmer of hope. If he cowered and did not fight, he would die faster. The spirit leopard's sharp claws came at him, and Zhengjing narrowly dodged to the side, feeling a tear on his cheek, but at the same time, he punched the spirit leopard's side. Zhengjing was at the peak of external cultivation, and with this punch, the force was immense, capable of shattering stones. But the spirit leopard's entire body was surging with blood energy. Its skin and muscles were extremely tough, its physique strong, and with blood energy circulating throughout, it merely swayed from his punch without falling to the ground. Whoosh! The leopard's tail swept in like a streak of golden light. Zhengjing transformed his fist into a palm to intercept it. With a slap, he felt a sharp pain in his palm. The skin of his hand had split, and blood flowed profusely. There was no time to think. He reached out with his left hand and grabbed the spirit leopard by the neck, preventing it from turning to bite. The spirit leopard roared in rage, its hind paws raised, ready to tear apart Zhengjing's waist. Down! Zhengjing also roared in anger, lunging forward, pressing the spirit leopard to the ground, avoiding the fate of being torn apart by its hind paws. At that moment, he felt as if his organs had been violently shaken, nearly spitting blood. But at the same time, the remaining spiritual energy of the 5 elements creation paste began to nourish his organs, especially the wildly beating heart, which received soothing. At this moment, his chest was pressed against the side of the spirit leopard, and in a daze, as the spiritual energy nourished his organs, he seemed to sense the spirit leopard's organs also surging, its organs exerting force, blood energy circulating. All traces were incredibly clear, and the remaining spiritual energy of the 5 elements creation paste seemed to start circulating in accordance with the spirit leopard's organ energy flow. So this is how the spirit leopard's organ blood energy operates. Before Zhengjing could comprehend the intricacies, he felt a shock throughout his body, and he was thrown into the air. It was the spirit leopard roaring, instinctively using its organ energy, causing a shock that flung him about 10 feet away, rolling 3 to 5 times. The next moment, the spirit leopard got up and pounced directly at him. Zhengjing was already exhausted, his strength weak. But at this moment, his eyes shone brighter. I understand now, the internal energy of the organs, the operation of blood energy, so that's how it is. Zhengjing's face was covered in blood. Looking extremely ferocious, he stood up, took a deep breath, and the organs surged, suddenly creating a loud sound. This sound was like a tiger's roar, a leopard's growl. Like thunder, shaking the courtyard. He exerted his organ energy, shouting out, like a furious tiger. In an instant, the spirit leopard's eyes froze, its momentum weakened, as if a phantom of a striped tiger appeared behind the person before it. The tiger is the king of the mountains. The tiger has the might of a king. The spirit leopard felt fear, seeing the fierce tiger pounce over. In a daze, as the fierce tiger approached, the spirit leopard finally saw clearly that the one coming was still that young prey. Only now, the young man carried the might of a tiger, no longer its prey, but transformed into a predator. Die! Zhengjing's gaze turned cold. As his organs surged, he could clearly feel a fierce and powerful aura circulating. He swung his arm. That aura flowed from his chest to his abdomen, to his shoulders, through his elbows and wrists, reaching his fists. In an instant, his fists seemed to grow 3 to 5 times larger, like a cauldron. He used all his strength. From above down, he punched down. Like a giant hammer falling from the sky, it struck the spirit leopard's head. With a loud sound, the spirit leopard collapsed to the ground. Its skull caved in. Blood and brain matter splattering, red and white mixed. Zhengjing's gaze turned dazed, his palm shrank back to its usual size, and with it came a deep sense of fatigue. His vision began to blur. He sat down heavily on the ground, breathing unevenly. He looked at the corpse of the spirit leopard before him and murmured, "Did I just kill a spirit beast comparable to an internal energy master? Have I cultivated my organ internal energy?" Outside the courtyard, numerous outer disciples were dispersed, and 12 outer door stewards rushed to the front. "Steward Zhao, 4 of us are enough here. You all quickly go and disperse the other outer disciples, and be on guard against other spirit beasts going out of control." Steward Lin spoke first, along with stewards Fan, Zhou, and Wu, to secure the perimeter of the courtyard. The other stewards, seeing this, had no doubts and followed the arrangements to disperse. Meanwhile, other outer disciples were still gathered around, peering through the gaps in the damaged courtyard door towards the courtyard. But with 1 person and 1 leopard fighting, it was impossible to see anything clearly inside. "Steward Lin, if Zhengjing is still in the courtyard, and the spirit beast enters, he will definitely be unable to resist, and there may be a danger to his life. Please go in and save him immediately." At this moment, a young boy spoke up. It was Xie Guihai, who had previously warned Zhengjing in secret in the library. "What do you understand? This spirit beast has awakened its blood energy, comparable to the inner energy realm. It still has its wild nature and is extremely dangerous. How can we act recklessly? At this moment, Steward Zhou spoke up. We four must deliberate carefully before we can enter the courtyard and save him under its claws. Steward Lin turned his head and calmly said, although we are in the inner energy realm, we are all over 60 years old, and our bodies are not as strong as in our youth. We must discuss this carefully. Otherwise, not only will we fail to save the person, but we may also lose our lives. Xie Guihai fell silent, but his brows furrowed slightly, thinking, for stewards in the inner energy realm are actually so fearful of a spirit beast? At this moment, the spirit beast had already been in the courtyard for over 40 breaths, and the sounds of beast roars echoed continuously, showing extreme ferocity. Although Li Zhengjing was an outstanding disciple of the outer door, he had not yet stepped into the inner energy realm, and facing the wild and untamed ferocious spirit leopard, he was likely to have his organs torn out. Xie Guihai frowned slightly, and in a daze understood something, and could not help but sigh in his heart. At this moment, the beast roars gradually subsided, falling into silence. It was then that Steward Fan spoke up, saying, we four will use the four symbols to subdue the demon and enter the courtyard to capture the spirit beast. You all quickly disperse to avoid being affected if the spirit beast escapes. Steward Fan is right. Just then, Pei Ying appeared and said, brothers, your own lives are more important. It's better to retreat first. Now, the spirit beast had entered the courtyard for over 50 breaths. There were no more beast roars inside, and it was eerily quiet. The spirit beast must be full by now. The four stewards exchanged glances and nodded. If we act now, we might still be able to retrieve half of Li Zhengjing's corpse to comfort his spirit in heaven. Form the formation. Enter the courtyard. Save the person. Steward Lin and the other three immediately took their positions and rushed into the courtyard, shouting in unison, filthy beast, stop eating people. Then the courtyard fell into dead silence, with no sound. Xie Guihai stood outside the courtyard, waiting a long time without any movement, thinking that the four stewards must have suppressed the spirit beast in a single encounter. As he thought this, he quickly walked to the courtyard door and peered inside carefully. The four stewards stood there like wooden chickens, frozen and unmoving for a long time. As he looked further, he vaguely saw a person and a beast lying on the ground, only able to see the lower halves of their bodies. It's over. Li Zhengjing's upper body must have been completely eaten. Xie Guihai could not help but feel a surge of sorrow. And then he saw that the person's legs trembled and actually stood up. He saw Li Zhengjing covered in blood, with a knife in his left hand and something in his right hand. He looked at the four stewards in the courtyard, paused for a moment in silence, and suddenly understood something, smiling as he asked, the leopard tail you sent me, I used a lot of effort to cut it off. Do you want to stir-fry it with scallions and ginger? Or braise it in soy sauce? Personally, I prefer it steamed, but it has too strong a gamey smell. Half of his face was torn by claws, blood flowing profusely. With that smile, he appeared extremely ferocious, exuding a chilling, killing intent that penetrated the soul. Chapter 12. Rising Reputation, Boundless Future. The four stewards looked at each other, their expressions changing unpredictably. While Steward Lin's eyes were filled with disbelief as he murmured, you killed the mountain patrolling spirit beast? Li Zhengjing wiped the blood from his cheek and smiled. Yes. Killing the spirit beast, what crime is that? Do I need to exchange my life for a life? What a joke. Just then, a person stepped forward and said loudly, what crime is there in killing the enemy for self-preservation, even if it is a precious spirit beast? If it goes out of control, there is no harm in killing it. This person was tall and robust, wearing a golden order, his aura strong, clearly an inner door elder. He looked at Li Zhengjing, his eyes filled with admiration, and said, being in the outer door, you must have just received the internal organ nurturing inner power for a short time, at most just entering the inner energy realm. Entering this realm for the first time, without accumulation, you could kill a spirit beast barehanded. Your future is limitless. The four stewards exchanged glances and bowed in unison. We greet Elder Xie. The newcomer ignored the four of them, continued forward, crossed past them, and came to Li Zhengjing. This seat is Xie Changqing, an inner door elder of Guo Peak, currently on duty at the law enforcement hall, and came personally to check on the spirit beast going out of control. Saying this, he smiled and added, however, I can make the decision that you can keep this leopard tail to make up for it. Li Zhengjing placed the leopard tail aside, smiling and cupping his hands. Thank you. Xie Changqing responded, and then turned to look at the four stewards, saying, last night, a fire broke out at the foot of the mountain for no reason, and today, the sect is on high alert. The inner door has dispatched 9 spirit beasts to assist in patrolling the mountain gate, all of which have been tamed by the beast control hall and will not easily go out of control. At present, you outer door stewards are responsible for following the spirit beasts on patrol, yet nearly lost lives. Anyone involved in this matter must follow me to the law enforcement hall to clarify. If the spirit beast goes out of control, it has nothing to do with you. Tomorrow I will hold the beast control hall accountable. Xie Changqing said this lightly. Let us go? Steward Lin and the others all looked calm and responded in unison. Whether Li Zhengjing was dead or alive, the matter of the spirit beast going out of control would certainly lead to accountability at the law enforcement hall, and they had already prepared countermeasures. Then the 4 stewards followed Xie Changqing, and disciples from the law enforcement hall came to carry away the corpse of the spirit leopard. Li Zhengjing felt the inner energy cultivated from the tiger leopard thunder sound prison skill within him, and suddenly felt a sense of stability in his heart. You have cultivated internal organ inner energy. At this moment, a voice filled with complex emotions came from the courtyard. It was Xie Guihai. He looked at Li Zhengjing, drenched in blood and looking terrifying, and felt a sense of defeat rising in his heart. This is for healing. The wounds on his hands are one thing, but the scar on his face is too unsightly, damaging the sect's reputation. Thank you. Li Zhengjing took the medicine bottle, smiled, and then wiped the blood from his face. Applied the powder, and treated the wound on his arm. He looked at the split in his palm and couldn't help but think of the scene when he reached out to catch the leopard's tail. The leopard's tail, infused with blood energy, was incredibly powerful. In the final strike, I condensed the internal organ inner energy in my fists. The power was so strong. It surpassed the past by more than 10 times. Li Zhengjing exhaled, feeling a sense of stability brought by the increase in strength, and thought, logically speaking, just entering the inner energy realm, the internal organ inner energy should be weak and wouldn't have such powerful strength. It seems that the tiger leopard thunder sound prison skill is even more formidable than I imagined. Besides the internal organ inner energy cultivated from the tiger leopard thunder sound prison skill being fiercer than ordinary internal organ nurturing techniques. Another point is that the spiritual energy of the 5 elements transformation cream in his body is sufficiently abundant. In the face of life and death, he broke through in a critical moment, under immense pressure. Ordinary breakthrough methods are like digging out a spring, causing water to flow out. But at that moment, he was like a dam breaking, water gushing out. Because the spiritual energy between his internal organs was sufficient, the inner energy that burst forth appeared even more surging. 3 to 5 times more than that of ordinary disciples just entering the inner energy realm. Upon thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel emotional as he walked towards the rockery, looking at the burlap sack wrapped in chains for over a dozen loops, and said, "You didn't make a sound tonight to let the law enforcement hall discover your presence. I am very satisfied." Li Zhengjing felt uneasy in his heart, and couldn't help but step forward to unlock the chains and lift the burlap sack. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The 5-element creation tree beneath the sack was still there and hadn't slipped away. However, this 5-element creation tree was surprisingly silent, as if it were dead. He frowned and kicked the tree stump. The stump trembled, and then roots stretched out from the soil, quickly waving and cutting through the air, making a sound like human speech, tense and hurried. "Forgive me, master. I was really severely injured and couldn't help but fall asleep to recover. I won't dare to do it again next time." "It's fine, you can continue to sleep," Li Zhengjing replied blandly. The 5-element creation tree was completely unaware that it had missed a great opportunity for rescue, as its roots burrowed back into the soil and continued to sleep. Li Zhengjing covered the burlap sack again and locked it several more times. Out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly saw an object and raised an eyebrow. He reached out to pick it up and found it was the letter from the outer sect disciple he had received earlier. His internal energy had been established, and his vital organs were more robust, making his senses sharper. At this moment, any rustle or subtle scent was clearer than ever. This letter had a breath similar to that of a spirit leopard. His gaze turned sharp, and he thought, did the spirit leopard enter my courtyard because of the aura on this letter? He didn't know whether this crisis originated from the hidden Qianhuan divine monarch or was orchestrated by Chun Yuyu and others. But that didn't matter anymore. His internal energy was established, and in terms of skill and status, he was no longer inferior to the outer sect deacons. If I can't handle that dog Qianhuan divine monarch, how could I not deal with Chun Yuyu and Zhou Xiaojia? Those old wastes who have been stuck in the internal energy realm for over 40 years without breaking through? Li Zhengjing tucked the letter away, feeling a surge of killing intent, thinking, killing the spirit leopard is nothing. Killing them is the main affair. Meanwhile, in Chun Youyu's residence, Chun Yuyu felt as if struck by lightning, trembling as he said, impossible. How could he possibly reach the internal energy realm? With the internal organ nurturing technique being flawed, Li Zhengjing practicing this method would surely injure his organs. How could he cultivate internal energy? This matter had already spread, sweeping through the outer sect, reaching the inner sect. Outer sect disciple Li Zhengjing, barehanded, kills a spirit beast. Among the inner sect disciples, if one were unarmed, facing the naturally sharp claws of spirit beasts, those who could achieve victory were probably few. Yet this Li Zhengjing, having only received the internal organ nurturing technique for 20 days. Had initially established internal energy and could actually kill a spirit beast? When this news reached Chen, it further changed his expression, revealing a look of suspicion. He knew that Li Zhengjing's internal organ nurturing technique was flawed. So how did Li Zhengjing cultivate internal energy? Did he obtain the complete internal organ nurturing technique? If so, didn't that mean he had discovered that the internal organ nurturing technique he previously received was flawed? Or perhaps his comprehension was unparalleled, able to deduce a complete technique from a flawed one? Or was it some ancient and unparalleled celestial root that, even with a flawed technique, could still cultivate internal energy? Chen Yang's mind was filled with countless speculations, but regardless of the truth, he only knew that Li Zhengjing had cultivated internal energy and advanced to the inner sect. This person's future was limitless, but having been suppressed by Chen Youyu for the past 6 months and holding Yuan Zhengfeng's token to enter the sect, he was destined not to turn enemies into friends. He took a deep breath, thinking to himself, if I can't kill him now, he will surely become a great threat in the future. Chapter 13. The Everlasting Holy Body. The 13th Backup Physical Body. In the morning, as the sun rose and the weather was fine, Li Zhengjing woke up, feeling refreshed. He hadn't felt this relaxed in many days. Perhaps it was because after advancing to the internal energy realm, his internal energy circulated throughout his body, nourishing his organs and relaxing his limbs and bones. But the bigger reason was that after advancing to internal energy, the life and death trial of the inner sect assessment was no longer a death warrant. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but remember what was displayed on the golden pages, the deadline to heal his organ injuries and obtain the complete internal organ nurturing technique within 3 days. It turned out that it wasn't that he needed 3 days to cultivate internal energy. Instead, within these 3 days, he would encounter a great calamity between life and death. Had he not broken through at the crucial moment, he would have been buried in the belly of a beast. Last night before sleeping, he checked the fortune section, which had turned blank, and he didn't know now. As he thought this, he closed his eyes and focused on the golden pages. Li Zhengjing, 17 years old. Initial stage of internal energy. Visible identity, outer sect disciple of the Yuhua Xianzong, Guyu Peak. Actual identity, second son of the Jian'an Marquis. Hidden identity, 13th backup physical body of the Qianhuan Divine Monarch. The Qianhuan Divine Monarch believes that you, relying on a flawed technique, not only did not injure your organs, but instead nurtured a strand of internal energy, preliminarily confirming you as the everlasting holy body, which occurs once in a millennium. Therefore, your ranking among the backup physical bodies has moved up over 700 places, now ranking 13th, receiving great attention. Congratulations on your rank increase. Moving one step closer to becoming the Qianhuan Divine Monarch. Congratulations, my dear master. Should I say thank you? Li Zhengjing cursed inwardly, his gaze dropping down to the fortune line. Fortune, cultivating the great transformation void 10,000 changes sword chi. Due to the sword chi being too sharp, it broke out of the body, causing numerous injuries, ruptured intestines, and a disfigured appearance. Afterward, the Qianhuan Divine Monarch flew into a rage, dismembering the body, reducing it to ashes, leaving no intact corpse. Is there no shred of humanity left? They died so tragically, yet still had to be dismembered and reduced to ashes, leaving no complete corpse? Truly inhumane. Li Zhengjing inwardly cursed again, and couldn't help but think, moreover, why should I cultivate that so-called great transformation void 10,000 changes sword chi? I wouldn't practice it even if you killed me. As he thought this, he suddenly trembled. As if he had thought of something, his eyes filled with complexity. He clenched his fists, the light in his eyes becoming even brighter. That dog Qianhuan Divine Monarch thinks I'm the so-called everlasting holy body, and that I could cultivate internal energy with a flawed internal organ nurturing technique? Then that means that dog doesn't know that I have healed my organ injuries with the 5-element creation tree? He doesn't know that I obtained the complete internal organ nurturing technique from the library using the word selection technique of the Unfixed Mountains mystery? Li Zhengjing murmured. He isn't all-knowing. His eyes gradually brightened, and he thought, moreover, it seems that this Qianhuan Divine Monarch is not constantly watching my every move. Thinking about it, I'm just an outer sect disciple of the Yuhua Xianzong. Even if that dog Qianhuan Divine Monarch treats me as a backup physical body, I was previously only ranked 763rd. Even if I am handsome and extraordinary, and my appearance can be pleasing to the eye, there's no reason for him to keep an eye on me 24/7. Thinking of this, Li Zhengjing felt even more invigorated. Since the other party chose a somewhat laissez-faire approach, then with this golden page, perhaps I have a chance to escape. With this in mind, he prepared to dig out that half of the 5-element creation tree, continue to brew the 5-element creation paste, practice the tiger leopard thunder sound prison suppression technique, and enhance his internal energy. But after glancing at the broken courtyard door, he ultimately decided to repair it first. After all, he had not yet passed the inner sect assessment and would continue to stay here for a few more days. He still had to keep his practice of the tiger leopard thunder sound prison suppression technique hidden, and besides, there was not only the 5-element creation tree in the courtyard, but also a chest of gold and silver. If he didn't repair the courtyard door, he would always feel uneasy. Just as he was preparing to find the wooden boards to fix the door, he heard a familiar voice call out, "Li Shixiao." The fake medicine dealer smiled broadly and waved his hand, calling out, "Junior brother, I've brought you the medicine cauldron." At this moment, he felt quite pleased. It was not easy to establish a connection with an inner sect disciple, given the disparity in their statuses. Fortunately, he had a good eye and, despite suffering a loss by selling the medicine cauldron at a low price, he managed to build this relationship before Li Zhengjing became an inner sect disciple. Although he bought it for 90 taels and originally planned to sell it for 500 taels, selling it for only 100 taels still made him feel like he was bleeding inside. However, it seemed that all of it was worth it in the end. Upon waking up today, he heard that senior brother Li had displayed great prowess, defeating a spirit beast with his bare hands, invincible and brave. The fake medicine dealer smiled and cupped his hands, saying, "Congratulations, senior brother, on advancing to the inner chi realm. Additionally, junior brother has brought some news." "What news?" Li Zhengjing asked. Last night's spirit beast incident was due to the negligence of the outer sect deacon in charge, and they have begun to hold them accountable. Being expelled from the mountain does not mean being expelled from the sect. They will still belong to the Xian sect, but their status will be slightly lower than those within the mountain gate. Moreover, the place where the Yuhua Xian sect is located is a spiritual mountain-blessed land, which is very beneficial for cultivation and can also prolong the life of older individuals. For the outer sect deacons, who are all over 60 years old, their vitality has already diminished and their bodies have aged. If they are expelled from the mountain and fall into the mundane world, losing the spiritual energy nurturing, they would completely lose any faint hope of advancing to the true chi realm, which would further harm their lifespan. From the perspectives of status, cultivation, and even lifespan, such a punishment is already quite severe for the deacons. If I'm guessing correctly, those 5 deacons are clearly, Li Zhengjing said lightly, Chen Youyu, Zhou Xiaojia, Fan Gillen, Wu Qi, and Lin Bixiu. Chen Youyu goes without saying, and during last night's spirit beast incident, these 4 deacons delayed for 50 breaths before entering the courtyard, clearly wanting to use the spirit beast's claw to silence Li Zhengjing. At this moment, he couldn't help but think about the deficiency in his internal organs cultivation. It must involve those 5 deacon-level figures, and now that they have emerged, it all adds up. They most likely saw me break through to the inner chi realm and feared that the matter would be exposed. So they decided to distance themselves from the sect to avoid trouble. Li Zhengjing thought to himself, and then asked again, finally sorting out the connections. Chen Youyu comes from the Chen clan, while the other 4 deacons are the clan's worshippers. As far as I know, those 4 outer sect deacons have always looked down on Chen Youyu's despicable actions and would not obey him. The fake medicine dealer hesitated for a moment and said, "I suspect that the mastermind behind last night's attack on you is not Chen Youyu, but someone from a higher level." Li Zhengjing took out some silver and said, "Investigate Elder Yuan Jingfeng's past and see which high-level figure he has offended." After saying this, he asked again, "Where has Chen Youyu been dispatched after being expelled from the mountain?" The fake medicine dealer pondered for a moment and said, "Currently, I've heard that Chen Youyu is to be transferred to the Baling Prefecture, but I'm not sure which state or county he will be assigned to. I will find out." After saying this, he was about to leave when he caught a glimpse of a wooden board and was slightly surprised. "The inner sect assessment is still a few days away, and I still need to continue staying here," Li Zhengjing explained. "This little matter can be handled by the disciple in charge," the fake medicine dealer said, suddenly adding, "Wait, you don't know?" "Know what?" Li Zhengjing frowned. "Your feat of killing the spirit beast last night has spread not only throughout the outer sect, but also into the inner sect," the fake medicine dealer said solemnly. "Because of you, this month's inner sect assessment has been moved up." Li Zhengjing. At this moment, another outer sect deacon came from outside the courtyard, shouting, "The inner sect assessment will start in 1 hour. You should prepare. The high elders from the inner sect will be here shortly." Chapter 14. From today on, step by step to ascend. The Yuhua Xian sect is divided into 6 branches. The Guyu Peak branch currently has 23 outer sect disciples who have refined their external skills to the pinnacle. 3 of them are present for this inner sect assessment. As for the others, they have yet to reach the inner chi realm and thus will not participate in the inner sect assessment. Besides Li Zhengjing, the other 2 have complex expressions as they continuously size him up. Li Zhengjing has only been in the sect for half a year, and at the beginning of this month, he reached the pinnacle of external skill refinement. By today, he has already cultivated his internal organs to the inner chi realm. The other 2, lacking a recommendation from an inner sect elder, spent 5 years as outer sect handyman disciples before they could join the outer sect. After that, they also spent several years refining their external skills to the pinnacle. By now, they have finally cultivated their internal organs to the inner chi realm. But one took 9 months, while the other took a year and 3 months. If it comes to combat power, Li Zhengjing's feat of killing the spirit beast yesterday has made his name known throughout the sect, far surpassing theirs. Facing their gazes, Li Zhengjing paid them no mind. Only looking ahead, thinking, is that the inner sect elder responsible for this assessment? In front, 5 stone platforms stood in the courtyard. 4 outer sect deacons stood on either side, with a long table in the middle where an old man was seated, over 60 years old, wearing a golden token. His expression calm. Outer sect disciple Li Zhengjing stepped forward. With the outer sect deacon's call, Li Zhengjing slowly walked out, removing his upper garments to reveal his tall figure and muscular build. He approached the 5 stone platforms, extending his hand to grip them, his blood surging. His internal organs exerted force, and in an instant, his muscles and bones expanded, his skin thickened, his fists like iron pots, and he smashed down immediately. With a loud bang, the stone platform shattered. When he exerted his strength, his blood surged, and his flesh and bones had been tempered to the most solid state. His external skill refinement had indeed reached the pinnacle level. When the stone platform was broken, his internal chi circulated, and his foundation was intact, having solidified his inner chi realm. Then he reached out and was called forward to take the silver token that served as proof of his assessment. After checking it, the elder said, "You can stand to the side, inscribe your name with your finger strength. This will be your inner sect identity token from now on." Li Zhengjing took the token and stepped aside. This token felt light in his hand, made of a special material. Only 3 fingers wide and less than half a foot long. To inscribe characters by hand is not something brute strength can accomplish. Only after reaching the inner chi realm can one use finesse to engrave. This was the final part of the inner sect assessment. He did not hesitate further, channeling his internal chi to his fingertips, and inscribed his name on the token, stroke by stroke. With a loud bang, just as Li Zhengjing inscribed one character, he heard the sound of the stone platform shattering. He looked up to see the disciple participating in the assessment punched the stone platform open, with numerous cracks, but not completely shattered. His natural bone structure was somewhat lacking, and his strength was slightly weaker. However, he had indeed refined his external skills to the pinnacle and cultivated his internal organs to the inner chi realm. The verification was correct. The Yuhua sect is not a martial arts sect, but a sect of the Tao. The disciple lowered his voice, saying slowly, "This is only the first threshold of cultivation. In the future, cultivation will not solely rely on the strength of the physical body. In the next stages of cultivating the inner chi realm, I will surely surpass you." Li Zhengjing tilted his head and glanced at him, responding, "All right." Meanwhile, Li Zhengjing silently thought to himself, "Yes, this is only the first threshold of cultivation." He began to understand why. If he could not advance to the inner sect within 6 days, he would die without a complete corpse. Because for the 1,000 illusions divine lord, if one cannot even pass this first threshold, they would not qualify to be one of his spare bodies. He no longer thought much about it, lowering his head to inscribe his name. After Li Zhengjing finished writing his name, he stepped forward to submit the token. The inner sect elder took the token, verified it, and suddenly looked at him with a smile, saying, "You are the young man who entered the sect with Yuan Jingfeng's token?" Indeed. Li Zhengjing raised his head and saw the other party smiling at him, stirring something in his heart. It seems that Elder Yuan Zhengfeng has not only enemies within the Immortal Sect, but also acquaintances and friends. This elder looks quite familiar, and he must be someone who values old friendships. If I had come earlier and received his care, I wouldn't have been constantly troubled by Chen Yuyu. Thinking this way, Li Zhengjing couldn't help but feel a bit hopeful, secretly thinking, once I enter the inner door and have his support, I will definitely have a much easier time. Then the elder spoke lightly, saying, "Yuan Zhengfeng has always been overbearing and broke 3 of my ribs in my early years." Li Zhengjing took a deep breath. Can this elder Yuan still be a decent person? How did he manage to have enemies all over the mountain? Exhaling, he saw that Li Zhengjing's expression became serious, saying, "Among fellow disciples, there should be mutual love and assistance. Elder Yuan has truly gone too far." After saying this, he bowed again and said solemnly, "In fact, I am completely unfamiliar with Elder Yuan. I haven't even seen him." The elder looked at him with a strange expression and then said, "Later, we did develop some friendship. He is proud and has no friends in the sect. Before descending from the mountain, he left a jar of wine at my residence. Now that he has fallen outside the mountain gate, I feel quite sad as well." Li Zhengjing maintained his composure and said solemnly, "Although I have not seen Elder Yuan, I have always admired his demeanor. My ancestors valued him, and they also informed future generations that when entering the mountain gate, They should treat Elder Yuan as a revered ancestor. The elder was taken aback for a moment, then raised his head and smiled in appreciation, saying, "You young man have quite a cheeky side." He then stood up and looked at the 3 new inner disciples present, saying seriously, "You 3. Remember to go within 3 days with your inner disciple tokens to collect 2 sets of clothing, a weapon, and a method of defense. As new inner disciples, you can collect these directly. This is the Immortal Sect's preferential treatment for new disciples. However, in the future, to obtain clothing, weapons, methods, pills, talismans, and other resources from the inner door, you will need to serve the sect in exchange for merit. You have just achieved the inner energy realm, and your abilities are still weak. You cannot take on overly dangerous tasks yet, so act within your limits." After finishing, he waved his hand and left. As he passed by Zhengjing, he slightly moved his mouth and lowered his voice. "As a new inner disciple, you can take on some tasks related to compiling books. Although the merit is low, it is safe." Zhengjing was taken aback for a moment, then thought of the books in the outer sect's library, which were probably compiled by new inner disciples for merit. He then only packed a few pieces of clothing and headed to the inner door. At the foot of Yuhua Peak lies the residence of the outer sect. Halfway up the mountain is the residence of the inner sect. 1 level higher is where the true disciples and inner elders reside. At the peak is the residence of the current headmaster of Yuhua Peak. As he climbed the mountain and looked at the scenery of Yuhua Xianzong from Yuhua Peak, he saw the Immortal Sect, with its 6 veins and fairy mountains, soaring into the clouds, like a dream. Green mountains, clear waters, blue skies, and white clouds. From today on, I will take steps toward the heavens. Chapter 15. The 1,000 Illusions God King first appears. I use a knife instead of a sword. At the inner door of Yuhua Xianzong, Zhengjing used his inner disciple token to claim the 234th courtyard of the inner door and then went to collect 2 sets of inner sect clothing. But just as the inner elder took out an inner sect sword, Zhengjing cupped his hands and bowed. "I prefer to use a knife." The inner elder was slightly taken aback and said, "Although there are no restrictions on weapons within the sect, swords are often the most common. There are many types of swords. Some are light and ethereal, some are heavy and fierce, and others are sharp and deadly." Zhengjing said solemnly, "A sword has 2 edges, with a measure of advance and retreat. A knife has only 1 edge, heavier in killing, pressing forward without hesitation. And my character is such that I am sharp and unyielding, and from now on, I will slay demons without mercy." The inner elder frowned slightly, showing some dissatisfaction, and said, "Your killing intent is a bit too strong. Within my Immortal Sect, one should cultivate oneself and remain detached from the world." Zhengjing bowed and said, "Elder, you flatter me. Elder Xia from the Law Enforcement Hall has also praised my decisiveness in killing." The inner elder immediately smiled and said, "So you are someone under Elder Xia's care. Then it's fine. Go choose a good knife for yourself." Zhengjing thanked him, then chose a long, narrow black knife. This black knife is about 3 feet long, 3 fingers wide, sharp and glinting, with a piece of mixed spirit stone embedded at the end. He tied the knife to his waist, entered the library, and looked at the layer of swordsmanship books. He knew in his heart that that scoundrel, the 1,000 Illusions God King, must have hidden the so-called Great Transformation of the Void Sword Chi in the area for swordsmanship books, waiting for him to discover. What nonsense Great Transformation of the Void Sword Chi? I don't even use a sword. What can you do to me? Zhengjing directly bypassed the area for swordsmanship books and walked toward the area for knife techniques, casually picking up a book titled 10 Directions Cloak Knife Technique. Just as he was about to open it, he suddenly noticed that the cover of the book was damaged and a faint light was flickering, as if there was a hidden layer inside, concealing some astonishing secret technique. He took a few more steps forward, stopped in front of a bookshelf, glanced at it, and seeing that the cover was intact, he breathed a sigh of relief and pulled it out. 5 Thunder-Breaking Mountain Knife Technique. A good knife technique. This is the one for you. Zhengjing opened the book and then saw a thin, gauzy piece of cloth falling out from within, covered in dense writing. At the top of the text, it was boldly written, "Great Transformation of the Void Sword Chi." He fell silent, not bending down to pick it up, nor looking left or right. The 1,000 Illusions God King is right here. The 1,000 Illusions God King is watching me, no matter what choice I make. The method of practicing the Great Transformation of the Void Sword Chi will inevitably appear before me. Anyone facing such an opportunity would not ignore it. His mind focused on the golden pages, looking at the fortune section. Fortune, practicing the Great Transformation of the Void Sword Chi, due to the sharpness of the Sword Chi. It will pierce through the body, leaving 1,000 wounds, intestines ruptured, and face disfigured. Afterwards, the 1,000 Illusions God King will fly into a rage, dismember you, grind your bones to dust, leaving you without a complete corpse. What if I refuse to practice this Sword Chi? Fortune, To further confirm that you are the eternal holy body, the Thousand Illusions God King has prepared the supreme sword art of this generation. The great transformation of the void sword chi for you. You, with your mere inner energy realm, face the supreme sword technique of this generation and remain unmoved, causing the Thousand Illusions God King to become suspicious, canceling his plan to go to the capital and constantly watching you. 3 days later, the Thousand Illusions God King, with 800 years of experience, will see the clues on you, immediately extract your soul, and seize your spirit, probing your memories to uncover the truth. What if I use the various wonders of the golden pages to remain hidden, preventing the Thousand Illusions God King from seeing through me? Zhengjing thought this, and the golden pages changed again. Fortune. 3 days later, the Thousand Illusions God King, with 800 years of experience, still cannot see through your clues, loses patience, will extract your soul and seize your spirit, probing your memories to uncover the truth. In other words, if I do not practice this great transformation of the void sword chi, I will undoubtedly die in 3 days. Zhengjing thought this, his eyes gradually revealing a look of surprise. He looked left and right, secretly bent down to pick up the gauze, quietly stuffing it into his bosom, fearing being discovered. Thinking this, he took the book on the 5 thunder-breaking mountain knife and went to register with the inner elder. Meanwhile, he was thinking, according to the fortune section, after I obtain the great transformation of the void sword chi, the Thousand Illusions God King will go to the capital to handle matters. He took a deep breath, secretly thinking, this is also good news. At present, there is no other way. I can only begin to practice this great transformation of the void sword chi. But fortunately, the golden pages still show a method to change fate. Zhengjing focused his mind on the method to change fate, but there was no response, clearly lacking spiritual energy. As long as he obtains enough spirit stones and practices the great transformation sword chi according to the method of changing fate, he will not die an unnatural death in the future. Although the method of changing fate cannot be displayed with the remaining low-quality spirit stones, more detailed information can be obtained. Zhengjing held a spirit stone in his mouth, watching as the fortune section gradually changed. The great transformation sword chi is the supreme swordsmanship of the Yuhua Immortal Sect. Once the sword chi is cultivated, it becomes infinitely sharp, capable of breaking anything and crushing the toughest of materials, once hailed as unparalleled throughout the ages. Those who practice this technique must have the true chi realm. The true chi realm is achieved by breaking through the obstruction of the acupoints with internal energy, allowing the true chi to be released externally, with all acupoints accessible. Breaking through the 365 acupoints in the body is originally a laborious task, requiring a long period of time to break through one by one. However, once the great transformation sword chi is perfected, one can easily break through the acupoints with the sharpness of the sword chi, 10 times faster than ordinary methods of breaking acupoints. Therefore, this method is also regarded as the supreme gateway to the true chi realm. However, the higher the cultivation, the more fierce the sword chi becomes. If it cannot be contained, it will erupt from the body, causing countless wounds and internal damage. Throughout history, without exception, those who practice this method have all died unnatural deaths, which is why this method has been completely sealed by the Yuhua Immortal Sect. How did the supreme sword technique sealed by the Yuhua Immortal Sect end up in the hands of the Thousand Illusions Divine Monarch? Zhengjing thought, this method is sharp and unparalleled, but at least one must have the true chi realm to cultivate it, and in the end, death is inevitable. However, at present, I am cultivating with the internal energy realm, transforming internal energy into sword chi. As my cultivation rises, the sword chi becomes sharper, and my internal organs will inevitably be harmed. Will it not also lead to sword chi erupting from my body, causing countless wounds and internal damage in the future? Only the so-called eternal sacred body can continuously repair and heal itself, allowing one to cultivate this sword chi without dying suddenly. As he thought this, he suddenly remembered something and hurriedly planted the nearly dying 5 elements creation tree in the yard, then covered it with a burlap sack and tied it with chains. After that, he no longer thought much about it, using a half-cut tree trunk to brew 5 elements creation ointment, and began practicing the tiger leopard thunder sound suppressing prison technique to increase his internal energy. When he got tired from practicing, he pondered the great transformation sword chi, and during his leisure time, he practiced the 5 thunder mountain splitting blade. According to the golden pages, before the Thousand Illusions Divine Monarch returned from the capital, he must cultivate the great transformation sword chi. Half a month passed in an instant, and with the help of the 5 elements creation ointment, his internal energy cultivation grew rapidly, and he also began to glimpse the path of the 5 thunder mountain splitting blade. Zhengjing used his internal energy, placed his palm on a stone, and slowly raised it. The stone in the middle had already been penetrated, The Great Transformation Sword Qi had been initially cultivated. Although it could not break out of the body, it added a few more points of sharpness when using internal energy, greatly increasing the power between punches and palms. The internal energy cultivated from the Tiger Leopard Thunder sound suppressing prison technique is already domineering and fierce, and when combined with the Great Transformation Sword Qi, it becomes even sharper. My internal energy has increased 3 to 5 times recently, and my abilities have grown significantly. Li Zhengjing pondered for a moment and thought, half a month ago, I had to risk my life to kill a spirit leopard. If it were today, even if 3 to 5 spirit leopards came to attack, I would not be afraid. As he thought this, he looked at the last bowl of 5 elements creation ointment in his hand and couldn't help but feel distressed. Without the 5 elements creation ointment, his progress in internal energy cultivation would inevitably slow down. But if he brewed more 5 elements creation ointment, this 5 elements creation tree would be depleted. He could only use it sparingly, dividing this bowl of 5 elements creation ointment into 3 small bottles. It seems that I need to cultivate the 5 elements creation tree well. Only by allowing it to continue growing can I continue to harvest from it. Within the inner sect, various heavenly materials and treasures, as well as various divine skills and methods, can be exchanged for merit. I remember that the mysterious red soil used to cultivate spiritual plants is worth 12 merits. Previously, that inner sect elder reminded him to take up the task of writing down insights on cultivating internal energy, but he had been focused on his practice lately, working hard and sweating, looking handsome and elegant, so he had gone. In order to cultivate the 5 elements creation tree, Li Zhengjing decided to take a walk to the public affairs hall. Writing insights on the cultivation of the internal energy realm is worth 5 merits. There were only 10 slots for this task, and it had already been fully claimed. It seems that this safe and simple task is quite popular. No wonder that elder reminded me. Li Zhengjing was delayed for half a month before coming, and he found that the task of writing the texts had already been taken. So he did not feel too disappointed but turned to the next page. Any tasks related to writing texts, planting spiritual flowers and herbs, or various errands. Safe and stable tasks had already been taken. The remaining ones were basically tasks requiring going down the mountain, many of which were dangerous, such as going down to kill monsters, searching for certain specific items, or gathering various resources. Tasks requiring going down the mountain and being dangerous offered higher rewards. He scanned through them and suddenly saw one item, raising his eyebrows and whispering, "Is there a suspected monster disturbance in Zhengjing Mansion, Wanlin County?" He took a glance at the golden pages, then smiled, tucked the page away, and went to find the inner sect elder to take on this task. Zhengjing Mansion is adjacent to Bailing Mansion. Li Zhengjing looked in the direction outside the mountain gate, smiling, and thought, "Xianxiaaudiobooks, I'm here to send you off on your last journey." Chapter 16. Is your name Li Zhengjing? In the public affairs hall, regarding the monster disturbance in Zhengjing Mansion, this inner sect elder raised his eyebrows and said, "In your records, I see you've only entered the inner sect for half a month, right?" "That's right," Li Zhengjing replied. 3 people have already died in the matter of Zhengjing Mansion, one of whom was the head of the patrol at the peak of the great perfection. If it involves monsters, then this monster is very likely in the internal energy realm. The inner sect elder shook his head slightly and said, "This matter requires at least a disciple in the internal energy realm, or even higher level cultivation, to take on. You've just entered this realm, and your cultivation may not even be stable. If there really is a monster in the internal energy realm, it would be a death sentence." After finishing, he set down the page and waved his hand, saying, "Go find a safer job. Young people shouldn't rush for merits. The various tasks in this public affairs hall are merely meant to give you experience, not for you to risk your life." Every inner sect disciple is highly valued by the sect, especially someone as young as Li Zhengjing, who has only been in the sect for half a year. He has received care in an invisible way. "Thank you for your concern, elder," Li Zhengjing said softly. "The disciple feels capable enough to take on this task." The inner sect elder was silent for a moment, then said, "I only see that you are young and talented, so I offer a reminder, but if you are determined, I cannot stop you. According to the sect's rules, if you want to take it, then take it." He waved his hand, secretly thinking, "Really? It's hard to advise a stubborn ghost. It's a waste of the sect's cultivation." He sighed. A young disciple who has only had internal energy for half a month can be considered remarkable to stabilize the internal energy realm. Could he still expect to go far in the internal energy realm? But since his words had reached this point, he had done his duty. Li Zhengjing also understood the other party's good intentions, bowed, and left the public affairs hall. He looked at the paper in his hand to further understand the ins and outs of this matter. Among the 3 great immortal sects in the world today, only the Feather Transformation Immortal Sect is located within the territory of the Great Zhou Dynasty. Moreover, based on the Feather Transformation Immortal Mountain, an area of 6,000 miles belongs to the sect. Within this 6,000-mile range, There are 9 prefectures and 72 counties. And all official personnel in the local governments are appointed by the Feather Transformation Immortal Sect, approved by the capital. This sacred land of the great Zhou dynasty's Immortal Sect is almost a country within a country, Li Zhengjing thought to himself. In short, this 6,000-mile range is all governed by the Feather Transformation Immortal Sect. He also saw from this paper that the head of the patrol who died an unnatural death was 44 years old this year and was originally an outer disciple of the Feather Transformation Immortal Sect, dispatched 5 years ago to serve as the head of patrol in Zhengjing Mansion, within the 6,000 miles of the Feathered Immortal Sect. All the minor officials and servants originate from the sect. Some, like Chun Yoyu, are deacons who have been demoted from the Mountain Gate. Others have left for various reasons, or due to aging, from the disciples of the sect. These disciples stationed outside the Mountain Gate are considered to have made contributions if they serve for 5 years without mistakes, earning 100 merit points. If they achieve significant accomplishments, they will be rewarded accordingly. They can also use their merit points to request equivalent cultivation resources from the sect, such as techniques, secret arts, elixirs, talismans, formations, and rare spiritual herbs. However, within the sect's territory, it is generally stable and peaceful, making it hard for them to earn large amounts of merit points, and difficult to progress further in their cultivation outside the Mountain Gate's spiritual veins. Yet for them, there remains a faint hope. Tomorrow, they will set out for Zhengjing Mansion, Li Zhengjing thought to himself, silently resolving. First, go to Belan Mansion and take care of Chen Yoyu. After finishing this thought, he focused his mind on the golden pages, which still showed no change in fortune. Going to kill someone, that's exceptionally auspicious, a solid win. This 5 elements creation tree wants to escape? Li Zhengjing was furious, stepping forward to pin it down and punched it 17 or 18 times. I want to do it again, my lord. The roots flailed, letting out a mournful cry, causing sorrow for the listeners and tears for the hearers. If their essay next time, I'll throw you entirely into the pot, Li Zhengjing cursed, saying, I still plan to descend the mountain, to fight against demons and evildoers, to earn merits, and cultivate you well. How could I be so attentive to you? Preparing to risk my life, and you actually think about escaping? Do you think you deserve this, my lord? Do you even have a conscience? Ask yourself. Haven T, I treated you well enough? Have I hit you recently? Aren't you just asking for a beating? Unable to contain his anger, Li Zhengjing stepped forward and punched it another 17 or 18 times. The 5 elements creation tree, flailing its roots in a plea for mercy. Couldn't he help but feel a stir of guilt, thinking, my lord indeed hasn't he hit me recently. He even planning to find spiritual soil to cultivate me. Yet I'm thinking of escaping. I really can't repay him. I'm truly not human, etc. I really am not human. After the beating, Li Zhengjing finally let out a breath, thinking, being bound by chains isn't safe either. This time down the mountain, I must take it with me, otherwise, if it escapes, it'll be a problem. He then tidied up a bit, just as he was about to continue his cultivation when he heard a voice from outside the courtyard. I am the old man Gao Chang'e. Open the door to see me. Upon hearing this voice, Li Zhengjing went to open the courtyard door and bowed. The visitor was indeed the inner gate elder from the earlier assessment. I sent you to receive the merits for compiling the classics, which is quite safe and secure. You haven't gone for half a month, and today you dare to take on the case of the demons and evildoers from Zhengjing Mansion. This elder had a complex expression, vaguely showing some anger, and said, do you know that this case has already resulted in the death of a disciple who reached the peak of external martial arts? This means the opponent is at least at the inner chi realm. This matter is meant for disciples at the upper inner chi realm, and how can you, who have just reached this realm, compete with them? His face turned grim as he said, are you courting death? Li Zhengjing was about to speak when he saw the elder wave his sleeve and say, you have already taken this matter on, saying more is useless. I want to ask you too much, just how confident are you? At least my life is not in danger. Good. Elder Gao slowly nodded and said, it seems you've made some progress in your cultivation over the last half month. I underestimated you before. Li Zhengjing didn't understand the implication of his words and couldn't help but show a puzzled expression. I knew of your existence when you entered with Yuan Zhengfeng's token, and I also knew you were being suppressed by Chen Yoyu. But I did not help you. Do you know why? Li Zhengjing slightly bowed but didn't respond, only showing a look of confusion in his eyes. Yuan Zhengfeng is a man of integrity who has offended many. You are still a newcomer, and to the inner gate elders, you are inconsequential. As for someone like Chen Yoyu, who flatters others, wanting to suppress you to gain the favor of other elders, it is inevitable. After all, I am an inner gate elder and cannot directly intervene in outer gate matters. Moreover, if I were to protect you, then you would truly be in the sights of the inner gate elders. At that time, aside from those who have grievances with Yuan Zhengfeng, there will also be elders who are at odds with me who would take action against you to annoy me. By then, I would be the only one to protect you, but there would be more than one wanting to harm you. Elder Gao's expression was calm as he said, more importantly, you have not yet shown sufficient qualifications for me to take you seriously. He stood with his hands behind his back and slowly said, I have some acquaintance with Yuan Zhengfeng, but this acquaintance is not enough for me to go through great lengths to look after a worthless talent. But now, you are clearly no longer a talent. After saying this, he took out an object and said lightly, since this is your first time descending the mountain, I'll give you a life-saving talisman. Li Zhengjing took a look and found it was actually a feather. Don't ask too much. Elder Gao said, this life-saving talisman is also considered your own choice. Li Zhengjing was astonished. Chosen by the disciple? Tonight, a distinguished guest will arrive, of high status and considerable ability, intending to go to Qixing Mansion. Elder Gao said, it just so happens that the place you chose is Qixing Mansion. With this distinguished guest accompanying you, your safety is assured. Li Zhengjing felt hesitant. His intention was to take a detour to kill Chen Yoyu, but having another person would complicate matters. Just as he was about to refuse, he heard Elder Gao continue. The elder of this distinguished guest holds a very high status within the sect. If you escort this distinguished guest to Qixing Mansion, it will be a favor with that ancestor. Li Zhengjing's heart stirred. Who could be referred to as an ancestor by an inner gate elder? Could it also be an extraordinary figure, a transcendent being? All right, you wait here quietly. I must take my leave. Elder Gao paused and added, the Feathered Immortal Sect is a blessed place, abundant in spiritual energy. Cultivating here yields twice the result with half the effort. Remember, in the future, when you go to the official hall to receive assignments, try to find matters within the sect and do not descend the mountain lightly. The disciple understands. Li Zhengjing bowed, and Elder Gao waved his hand and departed. Since a distinguished guest was approaching, to prevent the 5 elements creation tree from being discovered, Li Zhengjing had to dig it out in advance, then give it a good beating and stuff it into a sack. When the moon was high in the sky, Li Zhengjing, feeling drowsy, suddenly noticed a white light approaching, swiftly descending and landing on the stone table. Before Li Zhengjing could chase it away, he heard a voice from within the white light, youthful like a child. So, you are called Li Zhengjing? Chapter 17. The white bird hangs on the wall. Understanding the divine power. Under the moonlight, in the courtyard, one person and one bird stared at each other. Li Zhengjing never expected that the so-called distinguished guest would actually be a white bird. Just as he locked eyes with the white bird and was about to speak, suddenly, inner chi surged. Then he saw a strand of inner chi enter his eye, leading into the golden pages. The text on the golden pages underwent a complete transformation. White Luan Divine Bird. Age, 8 years and 32 days. Cultivation, Bloodline Awakening Level 3, Upper Inner Chi Realm. Identity, grandson of the Guardian Divine Bird of the Feathered Immortal Sect, by Xiao. Race, Luan Bird Bloodline. Born with fire attribute, prosperous fortune, hailed as an embodiment of auspiciousness. Consumed, it extends life. Fortune, due to excessive drinking leading to negligence, the 5 elements creation tree was lost, resulting in punishment from the high ranks of the sect. It is scheduled to be thrown into the forbidden area of the Thunder Prison in 3 days, to be punished for 10 years. Due to its shallow cultivation and incomplete awakening of its bloodline, being thrown into the forbidden area of the Thunder Prison will surely lead to certain death. Therefore, Bai Xiao secretly exchanged places with himself, sneaking his grandson out, entrusting him to the inner gate elder Gao Chang'e. With the help of the inner disciple Li Zhengjing, he secretly left the mountain gate of the Immortal Sect and headed to the Qixing Mansion to find the spirit official of Gigu, to give it a makeover and redefine its identity. Is this white bird in such a predicament because of me? Li Zhengjing couldn't help but tighten the sack that trapped the 5 elements creation tree. No wonder Elder Gao said this was a distinguished guest. It turns out that the grandfather of this white bird is the guardian mountain deity, the honored White Xiao. From this perspective, it seems that honored White Xiao, for the sake of this grandson, willingly accepted a 10-year punishment, which must mean he is extremely cherished. While thinking this, he suddenly froze, pondering, how do I know its background? At that moment, he felt a stir in his heart and inspected it, vaguely understanding something. By consuming my internal energy, I can see the other party's details? Yes, the internal energy I cultivated also belongs to the category of spiritual energy. So, does this mean I don't necessarily have to rely on spirit stones to reveal the content of the golden pages? In that moment, Li Zhengjing felt quite excited, but then thought of something else, secretly pondering. Why was I unable to see through Elder Gao's details earlier? Just as Li Zhengjing was lost in thought, he heard that childish voice ring out again. Have you never seen a talking bird? Are you scared by the bird master? The white bird laughed, but then suddenly thought of something sad, and immediately became downcast, asking, do you have wine? Li Zhengjing responded and nodded, saying, yes, I have some. The last time the counterfeit drug dealer sent wine, there was still some left, and after the outer disciples tidied up the courtyard, they brought it to him. I've grown up this big and have never left the Immortal Sect. Tomorrow, I'll leave the mountain with you, and my heart is truly filled with worries. Zhengjing took out the wine, opened the lid, and the aroma wafted out. Good wine. The divine white bird sniffed it appreciatively, then lowered its head. Looking dejected, the taste of this wine is very similar to the wine that caused me trouble last time. Not just similar, it's simply the same batch of wine. However, Zhengjing knew that this kind of wine was also quite common in the taverns of the town below the mountain. So he took it out for the white bird to drink to its heart's content. After the white bird had its fill, it invited Zhengjing to drink together. After a few cups, the white bird cried out in sorrow, utterly desolate. Last time it was this kind of wine that led me to commit a grave mistake. And I don't even know which scoundrel harmed me. If I knew who he was, I'd definitely strip him naked and hang him up to beat him, pecking him from head to toe until he was full of wounds. That black-hearted scoundrel must have a crooked mouth and squinty eyes. When I catch him, I'll make him drink 12 jars of wine first, then let him die from it. The white bird cursed angrily, feeling indignant, and after a moment, thought of something else, murmuring, I am a scholarly bird. I shouldn't use such foul language, or I'll be looked down upon. It then thought, in this bright moonlight, drinking and having fun, I must compose a poem to show that Bird Master is not a vulgar character, but a person of great literary talent. It was just about to speak when it heard Zhengjing, who was also getting into the spirit of drinking, boldly exclaim, Bow breaks the southern mountain tiger, hands catch the Taihang monkey. He drew his sword from its sheath, performing the 5 thunder breaks the mountain blade, releasing all the suppressed emotions in his heart. After drinking, he displayed his talent, 3 cups wielding the treasured blade. Killing people is like mowing grass. Traveling with Zhu Meng in the sky. He has better literary talent than me? The white bird trembled all over, unable to believe it. The white bird fell silent for a moment, then sighed. Birdmaster originally thought that in this world, few could match my literary talent. But I didn't expect you to have such skill, not inferior to me. Zhengjing had a complex expression, thinking, you're just a bird. And you want to compare your literary talent to Li Bai? This bird's head isn't big, but its face is probably thicker than mine. The white bird waved its wings, but said nothing more. After drinking a few more cups, it said, with such literary talent, I underestimated you. But just now you misread it. Tomorrow Birdmaster will accompany you. But my name is not some Zhu Meng. May I ask your esteemed surname and given name? Zhengjing asked. Birdmaster's name has a great origin and profound meaning. On the day I hatched, the sect leader was in seclusion contemplating the 8 scenery immortal tower diagram, and on the day of his successful completion and emergence from seclusion, my grandfather was ordered to hang the 8 scenery immortal tower diagram on the top wall of the library before returning to the nest, only to hear of my hatching. He remembered that the 8 scenery immortal tower diagram depicted the bright moon in the sky, with an immortal court appearing in the firmament, transforming into 8 great sceneries, each residing on a layer full of mysteries, in accordance with my fate, hence he named me. Its eyes were filled with pride, but it deliberately paused. By Jinglu? By Xianhua? Zhengjing couldn't help but ask. By Guabai? The white bird said proudly. Zhengjing fell silent, and after a moment, he praised. Good name. Honored White Xiao is indeed extraordinary in literary talent. Naturally, his literary talent is the best in the world, and I am second, you can barely rank third. After the Guabai bird finished speaking, it took another sip of wine and said dully, the night is deep and the dew is heavy, the wine is cold. After it finished speaking, it suddenly opened its mouth and saw a flame spewing from it, circling around the wine jar. Just as Zhengjing was preparing to warm the wine, he was jolted, watching the spectacle before him, his heart churning with shock. This Guabai bird isn't at the internal energy level? How could it possess such abilities at the internal energy level? No wonder Elder Gao said it could serve as my talisman when going down the mountain. Zhengjing's eyes changed, his breathing slightly paused. But how did it manage to do that? The Guabai bird closed its beak, and as the firelight vanished, it took another sip of wine. Satisfied, this wine isn't cold anymore. Zhengjing appeared even more enthusiastic and went to fetch another jar of wine to drink with it. You said this fire? The Guabai bird said drunkenly. This is an innate divine ability, something one is born with, you can't learn it. Just like I was born with wings. And when I grew up, I could fly, something you humans can't learn. It opened its mouth again, spewing fire twice, before saying, but once you reach the true Qi realm and open your acupoints, you can cultivate Taoist techniques, allowing the true energy in your body to flow through the acupoints, possessing various miraculous abilities that are not inferior to my divine abilities. As it spoke, it couldn't help but feel even prouder. After all, with its internal energy level, It already possessed capabilities comparable to the true qi realm. So it took a few more big gulps of wine and then toppled over, completely drunk. Zhengjing sat at the table, silent for a moment. Taoist techniques? Although I haven't learned Taoist techniques, I have cultivated the great transformation of the void sword qi. Even though I haven't entered the true qi realm and my acupoints are still blocked, humans naturally have passages from their mouths and noses to their throats and chests. If I imitate this bird, using the great transformation of the void sword qi as a Taoist technique, using my mouth as the acupoint, can I unleash the power of Taoist techniques? His heart surged with excitement, wanting to give it a try, and after checking the fortune of the golden pages, seeing no changes, he knew this attempt wouldn't endanger his life. Thus he felt even more confident. He stood up, took a deep breath, used his technique, condensing his internal energy into sword qi, accumulating it in his dantian. His eyes gradually brightened, and the energy in his dantian surged up, ready to burst forth, passing through his organs, rising to his chest and abdomen, along his throat, and out of his mouth. But just then, he felt as if his organs were being torn apart, and wherever this breath went, it seemed to threaten to obliterate everything. No, Zhengjing's face turned pale, and he groaned, collapsing down, breathing unevenly, thinking, if I force this sword qi to operate, it will destroy my organs, tear apart my chest and abdomen. And before I can unleash the sword qi to kill, I will have already self-harmed to death. His eyes were complex as he murmured, it's true, in this world, only those in the true qi realm can exhibit Taoist techniques. The Yuhua Immortal Sect, with a history of over 1,000 years, doesn't he have any records of using internal energy to perform Taoist techniques? I was thinking too simply. He exhaled and suddenly paused, thinking, however, what if my internal organs, after practicing the tiger leopard thunder sound prison technique, become tough enough? Moreover, what if I set up internal energy protection in advance around my mouth, nose, throat, and chest? In that case, it might not be impossible, right? But how strong must my internal organs be to withstand it? Furthermore, if he disperses his internal energy to protect himself, it will consume part of his internal energy. His cultivation in the realm of internal energy is still shallow and not strong enough. At least half of his internal energy must be used to protect his chest, abdomen, throat, mouth, and nose. So, when facing an enemy, his internal energy cultivation would already be halved. But if I advance to a higher level of internal energy cultivation with enough internal energy, then the part used for self-protection would only account for a small portion, and my combat power wouldn't be overly weakened. Zhengjing thought this way and said to himself, more importantly, my internal organs might not be able to bear it. Forget it. I'll have to wait until my internal energy is strong enough before considering this matter. With this in mind, he gathered his internal energy and concentrated it in his dantian, filling the lower layer to about 3 inches high, the third layer of the internal energy realm, the peak of the initial stage of internal energy, just a little higher, and he would truly step into the intermediate level of internal energy. Chapter 18, Master Bird. To hear the Tao in the morning is to die contentedly by evening. The next morning, Senior Brother Li, Junior Brother, brought the medicinal cauldrons. The voice of the fake medicine vendor came. Zhengjing woke up in his room, looked at the wall-hanging bird still fast asleep, smiled, and shook his head, then got up to open the door. After receiving the cloth bag containing 5 medicinal cauldrons, the fake medicine vendor hesitated and said, the matter of starting the Star Mansion involves the evil spirits of the internal energy realm. Senior Brother has just achieved internal energy, and it is likely dangerous. I have a good idea about this. Zhengjing said this, and then asked, how is the information I asked about? Regarding Elder Yuan Zhengfeng's information, it belongs to the upper echelons, and I haven't been able to find out for now. The fake medicine vendor paused and said, as for the location of Chun Yoyu's residence in the great dormitory city, it has been clarified. It is only 100 miles away from the Qiling mansion. However, speak plainly. Zhengjing seemed to have anticipated this. A gentleman seeks revenge. 10 years is not too late. I originally thought Senior Brother just wanted to know Chun Yoyu's whereabouts and would take revenge later. The fake medicine vendor said. Now it seems that Senior Brother specifically took on the case of the evil spirits in the Qiling mansion. Probably just to conveniently visit Bai Ling mansion and see Steward Chen. Senior Brother has just achieved internal energy, and his abilities have greatly increased. So he may be full of confidence, but the fake medicine vendor said in a low voice. Chun Yoyu is also an inner sect disciple, and in his prime. His cultivation reached the upper levels of internal energy. Although he is now over 60, his body has weakened, and his vitality has declined. He is still not someone at the initial stage of internal energy can compete with. Senior Brother, this is a bit too hasty. The upper levels of internal energy? Zhengjing raised his eyebrows. In the current world, the internal energy realm is divided into 9 levels. After achieving internal energy in the organs, one can roam within oneself, unblock the limbs and bones, and expand the extraordinary meridians, thereby increasing power when exerting strength. However, the total accumulation of internal energy, when gathered and stored in the dantian, determines the level of internal energy. Currently, Zhengjing has gathered all his internal energy into the dantian, approximately filling the lower layer to about 3 inches high, which is the third layer of the internal energy realm. Within 3 inches is the initial stage of internal energy. Between 3 inches and 6 inches is the intermediate stage. Above 6 inches is the upper stage. When the internal energy accumulates to 9 inches high within the dantian, completely filling the dantian, that is the peak realm. Reaching this level means that the internal energy will overflow and can fill every part of the body, the limbs, and all the meridians. I wonder how much fighting power he still has at his old age. Zhengjing looked at the fortune column on the golden page. There was still no change, and he knew in his heart that this battle was still stable. It is better to be cautious in everything. The fake medicine vendor said in a low voice. He is old, and you are in your prime. As time goes by, this will shift, and killing him in the future will be as easy as flipping a hand. Why take risks now? Moreover, your grudge with Chunyoyu is known to everyone in the outer sect. Now that he has just left the mountain gate and you descend the mountain, if the law enforcement hall investigates, your suspicion will undoubtedly be the greatest. Zhengjing looked again at the fortune column on the golden page, still unchanged. He immediately smiled and said, "That's why I asked you to find the God-running talismans. The God-running talismans can travel 1,000 miles in a day. When the law enforcement hall investigates later, at the time of Chunyoyu's death, Zhengjing will be on the road, and he can have an alibi." But the problem is the fake medicine vendor sighed and said, "The talisman master who promised to make the God-running talismans was temporarily reassigned to accompany Elder Gu from the law enforcement hall to the capital. And you are leaving today. I want to have time to find another talisman master. I have the God-running talismans." Just then, a youthful voice suddenly came from behind. Zhengjing's expression changed slightly. The fake medicine vendor was even more startled. Both looked over to see a white bird swaying as it flew out and landed on the railing. Zhengjing's expression changed. He did not expect this white bird to have such keen hearing, able to hear their whispered plotting in the room. He thought about whether to silence it, but quickly gave up, mainly because he couldn't defeat it. Moreover, this white bird was also a criminal ready to escape from the feathered immortal sect. "Are you really going to kill someone?" The wall-hanging bird seemed very excited and said, "I've grown up so much, and I've hardly eaten any bugs, just pills and elixirs. Living like this is really boring. I've never seen such a bloody scene. Give me the God-running talismans, and you must take me with you. Senior brother." This fake medicine vendor looked at the talking white bird with a strange expression. "This is my close friend." Considering the God-running talismans, Zhengjing said, "Forget it. Since it has the God-running talismans, everything is settled. As for other matters, the fake medicine vendor should say, 'Senior brother, rest assured, I do business based on trust. I will never betray you. Senior brother, I trust you.'" Zhengjing patted his shoulder, mainly because he trusted the changes in fortune reflected on the golden page even more. Just as the fake medicine vendor was about to leave, the wall-hanging bird urged, "It's dawn. We should set out. We must reach Bai Ling Mansion before nightfall and kill the person." The fake medicine vendor was quite surprised and said, "Why are you even more anxious than him? Do you have a grudge with Chunyoyu too? Do you understand what it means to have the spirit of a scholar? Do you understand what it means to seek revenge with pleasure? Ignorant and crude." The wall-hanging bird suddenly looked at him with pity in its eyes. It shook its head, opened its mouth, and spat out a booklet, flipping through a few pages with its wings, then joyfully said, "Illiterate, come see, it says here. To hear the Tao in the morning is to die contentedly by evening." It raised its head, striking a proud pose, and explained in a teaching tone, "This means that if you learn about his whereabouts in the morning, he can die by evening." Zhengjing fell into silence. The fake medicine vendor also fell into self-doubt. "You have a grudge with him. Killing him is seeking revenge with pleasure, but it must be done by evening. If it's done at night, wouldn't that go against the sage's intentions?" The wall-hanging bird said excitedly, "I've lived for 8 whole years and have never encountered such an exciting thing. Let us hurry up and hit the road to be a chivalrous person who seeks revenge with pleasure." Zhengjing did not delay any further. After giving the fake medicine vendor some instructions, he packed up and prepared to set out. "Why are you taking a burlap sack to kill someone?" The wall-hanging bird asked suspiciously. "For putting them in the sack and for a surprise attack," Zhengjing replied. "Then change it." Zhengjing casually replied. "Kill one person every 10 steps. Leave no trace for 1,000 miles." The wall-hanging bird felt as if struck hard, thinking, how can this guy casually come up with such great lines? Could it be that his literary talent is truly above mine? I asked myself, with such profound knowledge. How did I end up third in the world? Let us go. Zhengjing finished packing and took the wall-hanging bird down the mountain. When they reached the bottom of the mountain, he felt that the world had become increasingly murky. Even the most prosperous capital of the Great Zhou cannot compare to the quiet celestial mountain before me. Thinking of the capital, Zhengjing suddenly realized something. The earlier mention by the fake medicine dealer of that talisman master who followed Elder Gu to the capital? He frowned slightly and thought to himself, the celestial mountain is a pure and spiritual place that benefits cultivation, unless absolutely necessary. No cultivator would want to enter the mundane world. What are they going to the capital for? More importantly, the Thousand Illusions Divine Lord is hidden within the feathered Immortal Sect. Is he going to the capital on his own? Or is he mixed in with this group of fellow disciples? If it's the latter, then what about Elder Gu? Zhengjing thought to himself. Is he the hidden identity of the Thousand Illusions Divine Lord? Or is he mingling among the other disciples? When I return, can I have the fake medicine dealer check the list of personnel going to the capital? As he pondered this, he took out a divine movement talisman on his chest and moved forward, striding like the wind. Old Qin, I've come to send you off. At the same time, on the necessary path from the feathered Immortal Sect to the Star Awakening Mansion, Xianyang stood with his hands behind his back, hidden among the trees. Behind him were 3 to 5 inner disciples from the Qin family. Brother, why go through so much trouble? Ambushing here so early in the morning? One of the Qin family disciples whispered. This kid has taken on the demon case at the Star Awakening Mansion. With his ability, he'll likely die there. We can't place our hopes on a demon. Xianyang said calmly. I'm personally sending him off. After saying this, he frowned slightly and added. This is the only path to the Star Awakening Mansion. He will definitely pass through here. By my calculations, he should have arrived. Why haven't I seen him yet? Though he was puzzled, he remained patient. After all, he had been waiting for half a month to find the opportunity to ambush Zhengjing. He patiently waited, watching as the sun reached its zenith, until dusk fell. As the sky darkened and the moon rose, the Qin family members remained silent. Xianyang looked up at the bright moon and after a while said, let us just treat this as a moon-gazing outing. Chapter 19, 1 Sword, 12 Knives. Helping Elder Qin save face. At the 100 Spirits Mansion, in the Great Liao City. Old Qin, the county lord invites you to a banquet tonight. The young messenger bowed respectfully, his eyes filled with admiration. It was heard that this Elder Qin was originally an outer sect steward, but had recently violated sect rules and was demoted here, temporarily without an official position. However, he was a person who had cultivated inner energy, and such cultivation was rare in Great Liao City. It was said that the mansion lord of the 100 Spirits had already reported to the capital to request an official position for Elder Qin, and an appointment would be made within a month. Moreover, requesting an order from the capital was merely a formality, just to show the feathered Immortal Sect's basic respect for the great Zhou dynasty. I see. Qin Yuyu sat in his room, his expression proud and his tone cold. The young messenger bowed and left, contemplating how to please this former outer sect steward, hoping that he could leverage connections to return to the sect. He had been a miscellaneous disciple in the feathered Immortal Sect for 5 years, but when he was promoted to the outer sect, he was eliminated during the steward assessment, thus missing out on joining the sect. In the end, he had to leave the sect with tears in his eyes, taking with him the external cultivation techniques granted by the sect, and came here to be an ordinary messenger. His only hope now was that every 5 years, the sect would provide a batch of medicinal bath materials for body refinement, which would enhance his progress in external cultivation. He had heard that such medicinal bath materials could be collected by outer sect disciples every month in the sect. Unbearable. Qin Yuyu shook his head as he watched the figure leave, thinking that the kid's root talent wasn't exceptional, but also not too bad. If he had been more sensible back then, he would have entered the outer sect long ago and wouldn't he have ended up here. This reminded him of a sensible miscellaneous disciple from years ago. This disciple, while cleaning the courtyard of a deceased elder, found a forgotten spirit stone in the pool. That was a genuine spirit stone of the entry grade, quite precious even to inner sect elders. However, that miscellaneous disciple had too little knowledge. He only knew it was a treasure but didn't realize its significance, and ultimately presented it to this outer sect steward just to gain entry into the outer sect. As a result, Zhengjing came with Yuan Zhengfeng's token, exempted from 5 years as a miscellaneous disciple, and directly entered the outer sect, taking away that qualification. Qin Yuyu had no choice but to silence that miscellaneous disciple and bore a grudge against Zhengjing. After waiting for another year and a half, once the storm had passed, he could present that spirit stone to the Grand Elder and surely return to the sect. Damn it. I originally planned to serve as an outer sect steward for 10 years, using my merits to exchange for spiritual pills to refine my body and return to the peak of inner energy. By then, I could use this spirit stone to gain a method to advance my true energy realm. Now, he could only use the spirit stone to exchange for a chance to return to the sect, all because of that damned Zhengjing. He cut off my path of cultivation in this life. Chen Yoyu was filled with anger and an invisible worry. Li Zhengjing had already cultivated inner energy and would surely notice the flaws in his internal cultivation technique. Once exposed, he would undoubtedly die. I can only hope that Chen Yang, that bastard who killed his father, can really eliminate Li Zhengjing. As he thought this, he looked at the luxurious mansion and suddenly murmured, if my path of cultivation is truly cut off, then to enjoy life among the mundane world. Indulging in fine wines and delicacies and sleeping with all the beautiful men and women in the city, wouldn't that be bad? But he Li Zhengjing must die. I really can't swallow this anger. Before his voice fell, thick smoke suddenly rose around him, dense fog filling the air, along with a choking smell. Who was recklessly starting a fire outside? Chen Yoyu cursed and went to open the door. It had rained today, and it was evident that the damp grass and wood had been ignited with difficulty, producing billowing smoke. As he opened the door, white smoke rushed in. Accompanying the white smoke was a cold gleam. Chen Yoyu's murky pupils suddenly contracted, and he instinctively retreated. But the tip of the blade still sliced open his chest, causing blood to seep out. Who dares to attack me? Chen Yoyu was both shocked and angry, feeling pain in his chest. If he had retreated a moment slower, that blade would have gutted him. Five Thunder Severing Mountain Blade. Are you from our sect? Do you know I am a direct descendant of the Qin family? Chen Yoyu said in horror, continuously retreating until he touched the wooden table in the room, using the momentum to roll over and throw the table out to block the blade light. The blade light flashed, splitting the wooden table in half. And old Chen Yoyu, rolling on the ground, shrank into the corner amidst the thick smoke, breathing heavily. Seeing that he was hidden in the smoke, he temporarily avoided the blade light and let out a sigh of relief. Only at this moment did Chen Yoyu slowly stand up, circulating his inner energy throughout his body. His blood surged, his skin turned purple, his muscles bulged. He seemed to have grown a foot taller, and his body looked extremely robust. Are you sent by Chen Yang to silence me? Chen Yoyu said in a deep voice, his tone heavy, sounding as if he were in his prime. Just then, a familiar and hateful cold laugh came from the smoke. Chen Yoyu, you have been too complacent within the sect, completely lacking vigilance. Facing the billowing smoke, you are so careless as to open the door for me. The voice carried a hint of mockery. Do you think it's as safe outside the sect as inside? I'm here to send you to the grave. It's you. Chen Yoyu's expression changed slightly. Then he was overjoyed, grinning savagely. You dare to come here to seek death? I will fulfill your wish. He suddenly moved, pouncing towards the source of the voice. He gathered his inner energy, employing the cold heart-crushing palm, and struck fiercely forward. He was confident that this palm would surely turn Li Zhengjing into mud on the spot. He spoke ominously. You are too young. You dare to expose your position amidst the thick smoke. He struck powerfully, dispersing the smoke and seeing what lay ahead. What lay ahead was a sharp blade. He struck down on the sharp blade with his palm. Then half of his palm flew off, blood splattering everywhere. Steward Chen really wasted his life to reach this age. Li Zhengjing swung his knife again. Chen Yoyu's face turned pale with terror, continuously retreating. Not daring to take it head-on, Li Zhengjing pressed forward, delivering one slash after another, leaving him with no way to defend himself, shouting, You street rat. Relying on being a member of the Qin clan, have lived your whole life in the Immortal Sect eating and waiting for death. When have you ever experienced life and death? In terms of killing experience, you are not as good as me. As his voice fell, he swung his knife fiercely. There was a loud crack. It seemed he had broken something. That was Chen Yoyu's steward token. At that moment, a brilliant light burst forth from the thick smoke, blindingly bright, causing Li Zhengjing to feel intense pain in his eyes. Just then, a palm came crashing down, knocking the long knife aside. Old man may not have as much experience as you, but the treasures of the Qin family can crush you. Chen Yoyu held something in his mouth, radiating intense light. He had already closed in, using the cold heart palm technique, aimed at Li Zhengjing. His internal energy surged throughout his body, muscles bulging, his stature imposing. And that palm was as large as a fan, nearly covering Li Zhengjing's entire head. In a desperate situation, there was no time to flip the long knife. So Li Zhengjing had to abandon it, channeling his internal energy, similarly bulking up his muscles, raising his hands to block the palm. But Chen Yoyu's palm was icy and heavy, making him feel as if he was holding up a glacier, weighing him down, causing his knees to buckle, shrinking him by a bit. At that moment, their struggle transformed into a contest of strength. It seems your internal energy has greatly improved recently. No wonder you dared to attack this old man. Chen Yoyu gritted his teeth, pressing down hard, snarling. But no matter how fast you progress, you're still merely at the initial stage of internal energy for half a month. This old man has been in the internal energy realm for over 40 years and reached the upper levels long ago. A dead camel is bigger than a horse. Although I am old and my vitality is waned, and my internal energy is not as smooth as before, I am not someone you can contend with. Today, I will let you know the heights of heaven and the depths of the earth with 40 years of cultivation. He roared, channeling all his internal energy into one palm, the coldness condensing to the point of nearly turning to ice. Li Zhengjing's expression remained calm. Frost had already formed on his palms, nearly freezing him stiff. If it were not for the tyrannical internal energy cultivated from the tiger-leopard thundersound prison skill, perhaps he would have already been completely frozen, turned into an ice sculpture. But even with his internal energy being sufficiently tyrannical, he was helpless against Chun Youyu's overwhelming accumulation of internal energy. At that moment, a white bird flew through the thick smoke, seemingly to assist. Old Ghost Chun, I will definitely kill you today, Li Zhengjing shouted suddenly. Hearing this, the white bird understood his intent, immediately stopping and landing on the windowsill. Chun Youyu mocked, with your meager cultivation, this old man can crush you alive. Today, with my 40 years of Tao, I'll press down and see how you can withstand it. Upon seeing the wall-hanging bird, he already knew the way to break the deadlock. At that moment, there was only a wisp of internal energy left in his dantian. If relying solely on a wisp of thin internal energy, it wouldn't be enough to harm anyone. But with a wisp of the great transformation void sword chi, it was enough to kill. Go. In the blink of an eye, this wisp of sword chi surged from his dantian, passing through his 5 organs and 6 bowels, rising through his chest to his throat. He suddenly opened his mouth, expelling the energy. The sword chi pierced through Chun Youyu's chest. The residual force of the sword chi continued, emerging from Chun Youyu's back, directly piercing through the roof tiles. Chun Youyu's entire imposing body was flipped over, crashing down more than 10 feet away. The wall-hanging bird was greatly shocked, thinking, how does he also possess such a gifted supernatural power? Could it be he is not human? Higher cultivation merely gives an advantage, it does not guarantee victory. The martial world is never short of tall people who get stabbed to death by shorter ones. Li Zhengjing stood up. Blood was flowing from his mouth and nose, feeling as if his chest to throat was on fire, and his internal organs were being pulled, sustaining severe injuries. Such injuries would completely incapacitate an ordinary practitioner at the internal energy realm. But he still had the 5 elements transformation ointment, so his organ injuries were not a problem. A mere wisp of the great transformation void sword chi had such power? No wonder when I used all my internal energy last night to forge the great transformation void sword chi, thinking to use it this way, I felt it would kill me first. The might was too overwhelming. But if the might is too overwhelming, then using just a wisp of sword chi can avoid injuring myself while launching a surprise attack on the opponent. This sword chi technique, every time I use it, would injure myself and could only be used as a life-saving method. Li Zhengjing thought to himself, wiping the blood from his mouth and nose, taking 2 steps forward, enduring the intense pain, bending down to pick up the knife. Meanwhile, Chun Youyu's internal energy had dissipated, his imposing figure seeming to shrink, returning to a withered and frail old man, his breath feeble, blood flowing everywhere. He struggled to rise but coughed up blood again, falling to the ground. His eyes filled with disbelief. He never imagined he would be defeated, let alone die at the hands of this young man. He had reached the upper levels of internal energy long ago. How could he lose to a young brat who had only cultivated internal energy for half a month? He recalled the wisp of energy that had pierced through him earlier, feeling a multitude of emotions, his heart racing. That was a technique that only someone at the true chi realm could execute, right? Chun Youyu's eyes were still filled with panic, gasping, with your cultivation. How could you possibly wield such techniques? Chun Youyu struggled to retreat, trembling as he said, I am a direct descendant of the Qin clan. If you kill me today, the law enforcement hall will investigate thoroughly. Afterwards, you can only be buried with me. If you leave now, I will pretend I never saw you. He trembled as he took out a low-grade spirit stone from his bosom and threw it forward, saying, this is a low-grade spirit stone. Even inner door elders greatly desire it. I will give it to you if you spare my life. Over the past 6 months, I have known I have wronged you. But I only did it to please Elder Chenju. I have no malice towards you. By the way, the incomplete cultivation method you are practicing was masterminded by inner door disciple Qinyang. He instructed me to ask Steward Lin and others to alter the method. I am merely a pawn. You cannot kill me. Don't come any closer. Chun Youyu shouted loudly, suddenly pushing himself up, turning to leap out the window. Whoosh! Li Zhengjing threw the long knife forward, piercing directly through his back, emerging from his chest. He continued forward, gripping the knife handle, pulling it out, looking at the still twitching Chun Youyu, stepping on his head, calmly saying, none of you can escape. Just let Steward Chun have a head start. Having been punished 12 times for no reason in half a year, I'll just return you 12 knives. We are quite familiar, so the interest is waived. He looked down at Chun Youyu beneath him. Steward Chun, don't struggle. I will leave you with a whole corpse, so you can keep some face. But having a few more holes should be inconsequential. It won't affect your burial. After saying this, he thrust down the knife again, softly saying, "Take a deep breath. Feeling a bit dizzy is normal, you'll be fine soon." Chapter 20. The master has never threatened me with a knife. Baling Mansion, outside the Great Hall City. Chen Yuyu was dead. A quarter of an hour ago, someone had discovered his corpse, and the mansion was in chaos, noisy and disorderly. At this time, Zhengjing had already taken the 5 elements transformation ointment, searched thoroughly, and walked out of the Great Hall City leisurely. Only the wall-hanging bird appeared somewhat frustrated, as the developments were vastly different from what it had imagined. Before you killed him, you set fire to wet the grass early, using the thick smoke to launch a sneak attack. This is not the behavior of a proper hero. When you killed him, you should have been indifferent in the fight. You shouldn't have exchanged harsh words, which really ruined the image of a cold-hearted killer. After killing him, you stabbed him 12 times, which is rather petty. The hanging wall bird sighed and said, "What I cannot tolerate the most is that you actually searched him again. As a free-spirited hero, one should swiftly take revenge and leave after killing. How can you go about searching for things? As the saying goes, a gentleman loves wealth, but acquires it in a proper way. Isn't this just burglary?" Zhengjing glanced at it and replied, "I found a jar of good wine." Upon hearing this, the hanging wall bird trembled all over and said, "Killing someone should indeed be followed by looting. Otherwise, the possessions on him would fall into someone else's hands, which is simply wasteful. A gentleman loves wealth and acquires it rightly. Taking his inheritance is justified." It thought that stabbing him 12 times was just right. Otherwise, if he didn't die thoroughly, there would be great trouble in the future. Moreover, releasing thick smoke in advance shows that you were well prepared, demonstrating meticulous planning. When killing him, cursing back at him to vent your pent-up frustration allows the other party to die clearly, to die with closed eyes, which is a benevolent heart. Xiaojing, you did very well this time. Where's the wine? The hanging wall bird blinked its eyes, filled with brilliance. Zhengjing casually tossed the jar of wine over, then looked again at the spirit stone in his bag. The entry-level spirit stone contained pure and abundant spiritual energy, far superior to inferior spirit stones. Where did that scoundrel Chen Yuyu get such a treasure? The method of altering fate with the Great Yin Cave's void transforming sword qi could not fully manifest due to insufficient spiritual energy. If I were to swallow this entry-level spirit stone, would it be enough? As he thought about this, taking advantage of the white bird drinking, he casually placed the entry-level spirit stone in his mouth. The moment the spirit stone entered, it dissolved completely within 3 breaths. His mind landed on the golden page, where the light flickered. Name, Zhengjing. Age, 17. Cultivation, Inner Qi Level 3. Techniques, Tiger Leopard Thunder Sound Suppression Technique. Great Yin Cave's Void Transforming Sword Qi. 5 Thunder Cutting Mountain Blade. Basic Body Refinement Fist. Public Identity, Inner Sect Disciple of the Yuhua Immortal Sect, Ancient Moon Peak. Actual Identity, Second Son of the Jian'an Marquis. Hidden Identity, 13th Spare Body of the Thousand Illusions God Monarch. Luck, practicing the Great Yin Cave's Void Transforming Sword Qi. Due to the blade qi being too sharp, it burst out of the body, leaving 1,000 wounds, intestines perforated, and face disfigured. Afterward, the Thousand Illusions God Monarch was enraged, dismembered him, ground his bones to ashes, leaving no intact corpse. Method of altering fate. The content displayed on the golden page became more detailed. Zhengjing's heart stirred, but he saw that the section for the method of altering fate faintly changed, but ultimately returned to its original state. The spiritual energy was still insufficient. Even if it was a true entry-level spirit stone, it was still not enough to manifest the complete method of altering fate. Perhaps it was because the perfected method of the Great Yin Cave's Void Transforming Sword Qi was too high in grade and too profound. Just as he was feeling disappointed, he suddenly sensed an extremely pure aura gradually flowing out from the golden page, gentle and bland. He couldn't help but be stunned, feeling the spiritual energy circulating throughout his body. He unconsciously used the Tiger Leopard Thunder Sound Suppression Technique, allowing his organs to absorb spiritual energy, healing the remaining minor injuries. As the spiritual energy continued to exist, under his constant refining, it transformed into inner qi, flowing endlessly. He was taken aback, but the next moment, he was overjoyed, secretly thinking, "Can I refine the spirit stone with the golden page and make it my own?" According to common sense, to refine a spirit stone and absorb its spiritual energy, one must at least be at the true qi realm. Only at the true qi realm, after opening the acupoints, can one use true qi to refine external spirit stones. True qi absorbs the spiritual energy within and wraps it, returning to the body along the acupoints, then refining it with techniques to enhance one's cultivation. But at this moment, he was using the inner qi realm to refine the spirit stone, drawing on the spiritual energy for his own use and growing his cultivation. If so, within the inner qi realm, if there were enough spirit stones. Zhengjing was extremely excited, thinking, wouldn't my progress in cultivation be 100 times faster than that of ordinary people? As he thought this, his emotions surged. But the next moment, he calmed down a bit. Entry-level spirit stones are incredibly precious. Even if he came from an immortal sect and was already an inner disciple, they would be hard to find. Such spirit stones are strictly controlled by the Yuhua Immortal Sect. Shen Yuyu was preparing to use this spirit stone as capital, offering it to the inner sect elders to seek an opportunity to return to the mountain gate, showing how rare and precious this item is even for the inner sect elders at the true Qi realm. For cultivators in the inner Qi realm, entry-level spirit stones are ultimately something that can be encountered but not sought. That dead guy Qin Yuyu has quite the opportunity, but it has benefited me. As for the matter of the spirit stone, I can find another way. Thinking this, Li Zhengjing looked at the hanging wall bird again and said, Brother Hanging Wall, I've rested enough. My strength has recovered quite a bit. We should set off. We must reach Qixing Mansion before sunset. The hanging wall bird took 2 big gulps of wine before reluctantly sealing the wine jar and handing it to Li Zhengjing, advising him to store it properly and not to break the jar on the way. Li Zhengjing felt quite helpless but had to comply, setting the sack aside, opening the bundle, and arranging it properly. However, when the sack touched the ground, 2 tree roots shot out from inside, directly penetrating the earth and frantically absorbing nutrients. What the heck is this? The hanging wall bird was startled. Li Zhengjing's heart sank suddenly. Then, 2 more roots broke through the sack, waving in the air, making a sound like the wind, as if speaking human words, crying out for mercy. Please, my lord. My grandson has been stuffed in the bag for nearly a day and a night. Having not adapted to the water and soil, I'm really going to wither away. The hanging wall bird was even more astonished to hear it speak, and with one claw, it directly tore open the sack. Li Zhengjing immediately felt parched and knew he could no longer hide, feeling a tremendous headache. The hanging wall bird stepped forward, scrutinizing it closely, mumbling. How is this half a tree? This tree has actually become sentient? No, why does this half tree look so familiar? Familiar, my ass. The half tree immediately recognized the bird, excitedly waving its roots and angrily cursing, You dead bird. After I spent 3 years gathering spiritual energy to help you cultivate the fire god technique, you actually set me on fire. I really misdirected my affections. I might as well feed it to a dog. 5 Elements Transformation Tree. The hanging wall bird trembled all over, its eyes revealing a look of joy. It had been punished severely because of losing the 5 Elements Transformation Tree. It was overjoyed, but when it saw that the 5 Elements Transformation Tree was only half left, its heart sank. This tree would take at least 30 years to restore its 5 branches, let alone bear 5 elements fruits. In other words, in the next 30 to 50 years, this 5 Elements Transformation Tree would not be able to serve as material for refining the Transformation 5 Mysterious Pill. For the Immortal Sect, this was still a huge loss. There was no hope of balancing merits and demerits. It felt extremely dejected, lowering its head and allowing the 5 Elements Transformation Tree to curse at it. But the next moment, it realized something and turned to look at Li Zhengjing. How did the 5 Elements Transformation Tree end up in your hands? Wait. The wine you gave me earlier is the same as the wine I drank before getting into trouble. Did you set me up? The hanging wall bird was instantly enraged, spreading its wings and exhaling flames. Li Zhengjing immediately raised his knife to block, but the flames were ferocious and impossible to withstand. Faced with the innate divine ability of the White Phoenix, there was no other way. Li Zhengjing had to mobilize all his inner qi to protect his organs, wrapping it around his chest and abdomen to shield his throat and nose. He condensed a trace of fine inner qi into the great Yen Cave's void, transforming sword qi. Then, he charged toward the flames, moving closer and opening his mouth again. The sword qi pierced through the flames, sharp and fierce, cutting through the air. A moment later, Li Zhengjing swallowed half a bowl of 5 Elements Transformation Paste, healing his re-injured organs once more. At this moment, in front of him stood a magnificent white bird, but its belly was completely bare, without feathers. My lord, actually, you were just kindly inviting me for a drink at the beginning. And as for the loss of the 5 Elements Transformation Tree, that's entirely my fault for setting it on fire. It has nothing to do with you. The wall-hanging bird's expression was serious and with a solemn tone. It said, Now I can prove that this silly tree ran into your bag by itself and willingly followed you. It flapped its wings and said earnestly, regarding this matter, Even if we spread the word far and wide, it cannot be blamed on you. Even if the Feathering Immortal Sect finds out in the future, we will still have the right on our side. The bird master was right. The 5 Elements Creation Tree waved its roots and excitedly shouted, I volunteered. The master has never threatened me with a knife. Chapter 21. An ordinary and mundane physician, the spirit official of Ghost Valley. After resting, Li Zhengjing took out the Divine Movement Talisman and headed straight to Qixing Mansion. By evening, he finally arrived at Qixing Mansion, registering with the inner sect disciple token. Without the divine movement talisman, it would have taken him about this long to reach Qixing Mansion directly from the Feathering Immortal Sect without going to Daliao City. Senior Brotherly, it's getting late. Please take a short rest. I will bring the case file shortly. The county clerk of the city came forward to greet him, bowing as he spoke. Tonight at Xinhua Building, a banquet has been set up to welcome you. He had also been an outer sect disciple of the Immortal Sect in his early years, but feeling hopeless in his cultivation. He voluntarily requested to leave the mountain and took a position here. After 12 years, he was promoted to the position of chief clerk. This chief clerk was over 50 years old, but at this moment, he showed great respect, addressing him as senior brother. As an inner sect disciple of the Immortal Sect, and so young, yet daring to take on a case involving the inner energy realm's demons, it was evident that his abilities were extraordinary and his talent was exceptionally high. Such a person had a bright future, if he were to step into the true energy realm in the future. Even the governor of Qixing Mansion would have to treat him with utmost respect. Today's journey has been exhausting, so let us skip the welcome banquet. Li Zhengjing said. You bring the case files over. I want to read through them first to get a sense of the situation and rest well before investigating the case. As disciples of the Immortal Sect, it was not surprising that they were proud and declined the banquet. The chief clerk merely bowed again and withdrew, but felt a bit resentful, thinking, this case was only reported to the Immortal Sect the day after it occurred. After 2 days of review, it was sent to the official business hall, and another day passed before someone took on the case. After he took the case, it took him another day to travel here. This whole process has taken several days, and that demon hasn't committed any more crimes. They're not nesting here. They might have already fled. At this point, is rushing to handle the case even useful? After he left, Li Zhengjing released the wall-hanging bird and the 5 elements creation tree from the bag. The wall-hanging bird was very excited, flapping its wings and saying, Master, shall we handle the case tonight? Li Zhengjing shook his head and said, we'll handle the case tomorrow. I need to take you to change your identity tonight. Otherwise, by the time I finish the case, I might have to wait in Qixing Mansion for who knows how many days for you. Upon hearing this, the wall-hanging bird realized it was not destined to be involved in this case, and it couldn't help but dive back into the bag, beating the 5 elements creation tree until it cried out. After a while, the chief clerk sent over the case files. Here are the lists of the officials who will accompany you in handling the case tomorrow. Please have a look. I understand. Li Zhengjing was not surprised by this attempt to seize business. Tasks like compiling records could be completed by anyone, so the slots were limited. However, tasks like slaying demons were not limited in slots. He took this case, and others could take it too, and in the end, who could gain the merits from this case depended on their own abilities. After sending off the chief clerk, Li Zhengjing shouldered his bag, picked up the sack, and climbed over a wall. Under the moonlight, following the address given by the wall-hanging bird, he walked through 6 streets and arrived in front of a pharmacy. At this moment, the shops on the street were all closed, and the street was quiet and desolate. Spirit official of Ghost Valley? Li Zhengjing confirmed the place and knocked on the door. Who is it? A young voice came from inside, cold and indifferent, saying, It's late now. If you need medicine, wait until tomorrow morning when we open. If you're sick, just bear with it. Come back tomorrow if you're not dead. Li Zhengjing maintained his expression and spoke. I am Li Zhengjing, an inner sect disciple of the Feathering Immortal Sect, seeking an audience with the spirit official of Ghost Valley. There was silence inside for a while, and after a moment, the young voice spoke again. There is no spirit official of Ghost Valley here. I come on the order of Master Bai Xiao. Master Bai Xiao, the young voice murmured, and after a moment, the door to the pharmacy opened. The one who opened the door was a cold-faced young man, clearly impatient, and he said, P.S. treating a patient. Come in and wait. So you're not the spirit official of Ghost Valley? The wall-hanging bird poked its head out, dissatisfied. Then why are you pretending? The young man's expression darkened, but he simply snorted and turned to walk inside. You're asking for help from someone. Why offend him? Li Zhengjing pressed down the wall-hanging bird and followed him into the shop. Not long after, a hoarse voice came from the back of the pharmacy. Come in. P.S. letting you in, the young man said indifferently. Thank you. Li Zhengjing went towards the back of the pharmacy, lifted the curtain, and was immediately hit by a strong smell of blood. His pupils suddenly contracted, and he couldn't help but grip his long knife tightly. The wall-hanging bird let out a startled cry, its feathers standing on end in fear. Inside the room, the smell of blood was overwhelming. With 3 bloody animal bones hanging on the wall, on the table lay a blood-soaked person, with gaping wounds in their chest and abdomen, their insides faintly visible. Various sharp tools were scattered around, including cleavers, small knives, hooks, and sharp needles. Everywhere, there were glass bottles filled with various organs, bones, eyes, ears, and other things floating inside. At that moment, the bloody person on the table gasped and slowly raised a hand to cover the wound on their chest and abdomen. Wait a moment. The hoarse voice came from the bloodied person, who extended his left hand, revealing a claw covered in scales. He used the claw to pinch the wound on his chest and abdomen while using his right hand to stitch it up. The room fell into silence. Even the sound of breathing disappeared at that moment. The wall-hanging bird trembled, not daring to speak. Zhengjing gripped his long knife, looking at the strange person before him, feeling a chill rise from his back, along his spine, and up to his head. The atmosphere was incredibly tense. With every breath, it became increasingly cautious. After the strange person finished stitching up the wound, he took out a porcelain bottle, poured out a round ball, and stuffed it into his left eye socket. Then he struggled to get up, and his legs turned out to be two eagle claws. He turned to face Zhengjing and the wall-hanging bird. His left eye had a golden pupil, filled with a bloody and cold aura. "Don't be afraid. I'm just an ordinary and mundane physician." After saying this, he tried to show a kind smile, revealing a mouth full of sharp fangs. "You brat, what are you afraid of?" The strange person reached out a claw and waved casually. "Your grandfather, Master Bai Xiao, is my friend. I held you when you were still in your egg. At that time, I had just replaced my left hand with a dragon claw and almost crushed you. Take your time. Let me take a closer look." The strange person then approached and examined them closely. The golden-eyed gaze was cold and eerie, causing the wall-hanging bird's feathers to stand on end, unable to help but wail in terror. Meanwhile, Zhengjing remained motionless for a moment, and at that instant, he quietly focused his mind and glanced at the golden page. In an instant, all his inner energy converged onto the golden page, causing the text on it to change, its content fluctuating between reality and illusion. After a moment, the golden page revealed its text. Name, Spirit Official of Ghost Valley. Age, none. Cultivation, none. Fortune, none. Hint, the opponent's cultivation is far above your own. Content presentation failed. Insufficient inner energy, please supplement with 12 spirit stones. Immediately, the golden page returned to its original state. The inner energy that was consumed by the golden pages was released again due to the failure of the content presentation, returning to its original state. After exhausting my own inner energy, I still need to supplement it with 12 spirit stones to reveal the origins of the other party? How much higher is the cultivation of this Gui Guling Guan compared to mine? Zhengjing felt a heaviness in his heart, as if he was facing a bottomless blood-red lake. Just then, the Gui Guling Guan slowly looked over, his eyes cold as if seeing through everything. Yet a smile appeared on his face. "Did your inner energy surge just now because you were scared by me?" The Gui Guling Guan tried to show a friendly and approachable smile and said, "Although I may not look good, I am actually a good person." Zhengjing deeply agreed, nodding and saying, "Senior, you are so amiable. It's clear you are a kind and approachable elder." Chapter 22. The Evil Spirit Hidden in the Immortal Sect. In the dead of night, the atmosphere was eerily silent. Zhengjing stood by, holding his breath and not speaking. The hanging wall bird was completely stiff, being manipulated by the claws of the Gui Guling Guan. "Your body hasn't fully grown yet. You're too small. Giving you a makeover is a delicate job," the Gui Guling Guan said, shaking his head with great helplessness. "If you had grown up, it would be easy. I could have it done tonight. Unfortunately, you are just too small right now." "Then let us forget it," the hanging wall bird said in a low voice. "I think I look quite magnificent like this." "That won't do," the Gui Guling Guan slowly shook his head. "I considered how to transform the Bailuan divine bird back in the day, but your grandfather absolutely refused to let me touch it, so I had to give up. Now that you are here, all the plans and ideas I had back then finally have a chance to be realized." The hanging wall bird nearly cried out. "Don't be afraid. I have been thinking about the transformation of the Bailuan divine bird for over 10 years, and the chances of success are as high as 30%. The Gui Guling Guan comforted him. "Moreover, the Yuhua Immortal Sect allowed me to hide here because of your grandfather's righteous words. Out of respect for our past bond, I will be as careful as possible with the knife. I have a 60% guarantee to keep you alive, which rounds up to 90%. I want to easily kill you. I mean it, just relax." The hanging wall bird rolled its eyes and fainted. The Gui Guling Guan sighed and turned to Zhengjing, saying, "I will check its body first, you wait outside." After saying this, his left golden eye suddenly fell out of its socket, with meridians hanging like threads. Zhengjing felt a chill all over and his mouth went dry. "Sorry, this Xian Gui's eye, although modified, still doesn't fit well and is prone to falling out. I'll just trim it a bit more," the Gui Guling Guan said. Zhengjing felt relieved, stepped outside, and let out a long sigh. The young man sat quietly to one side, lost in thought, ignoring Zhengjing. Seeing this, Zhengjing said nothing more and sat down beside him. The atmosphere was stagnant, and the sound of metal clashing echoed within, making Zhengjing feel more anxious and restless, prompting him to take out a case file and examine it carefully to ease his inner turmoil. The first murder case involved an ordinary citizen, the body desiccated, the blood completely drained? After the incident, the local government sent people to investigate. But 2 clerks involved in the case also died under mysterious circumstances, their blood drained. Only after officials died did it attract attention, leading to Captain Wu leading a search, discovering traces of the murderer and pursuing him. The murderer was too fast for the others to catch up. Only Captain Wu, who had once been a disciple of the outer sect of the Immortal Sect, continued to follow the traces. When the others caught up, they found that Captain Wu, who had reached the peak of external martial arts, had already been killed, blood flowing everywhere. According to the investigation, Captain Wu was killed in an instant, but the murderer had no time to drain his blood. Such skill indicates that the demon is at least at the inner energy level, but since he possesses such ability, he could have killed all the pursuing officers. Why then did he hurry to escape without even draining the blood? Zhengjing frowned slightly. The records ended there. And for the next few days, no trace of the murderer was found, and he did not commit further crimes. After the incident, the government ordered strict control over all areas, and surrounding towns also remained on high alert, but still found no trace. If this is the case, the murderer may still be hiding here and has not fled to another place. That would be good. If he escaped to another area, I would have to search for further clues to pursue him. Zhengjing thought this way when he heard a voice beside him. That guy is still around. The young man from the pharmacy said coldly. He stayed on the street next door yesterday, but after nightfall, he changed his place of residence again. And I don't know where he went. Hearing this, Zhengjing suddenly turned to look at the indifferent young man. The pharmacy young man seemed unconcerned and continued. That guy should be from the north. The reason he dares to commit crimes within the jurisdiction of the Yuhua Immortal Sect seems to be to search for something. But as of yesterday, he still hasn't found what he is looking for. To commit crimes within the jurisdiction of the Yuhua Immortal Sect, knowing it would attract the attention of the higher-ups, yet still staying here to search? For this thing, the practitioner from the north is willing to risk his life? Zhengjing stood up, bowed, and asked, "Do you know what he is looking for?" The young man replied expressionlessly, "I don't know what that thing is, but it must be very precious, because the old immortal there wants it too." He pointed towards the direction of the room. Something that even the Gui Gulingguan wants? With the old senior's abilities, if that thing were here in the Qixing mansion, it would have likely fallen into his hands long ago, right? This is the territory of the Yuhua Immortal Sect, the young man slowly said. Before the old immortal hid here, he swore to the Yuhua Immortal Sect that he would live here as an ordinary person and would never use any practitioner-s abilities. After a pause, the young man continued, "Just look at the old immortal-s appearance. You can tell he has a bad reputation outside. In fact, he is a well-known evil spirit in the world, but during the Fengdu mountain battle 17 years ago, he saved 32 elders of the Yuhua Immortal Sect, including the respected Bai Shao, with his medical skills. Because of his contributions to the Yuhua Immortal Sect, they turned a blind eye to his existence and did not come to slay demons." The young man continued, "If you can bring that thing, the old immortal will definitely be very pleased and might grant you an immense opportunity." Zhengjing frowned slightly, feeling something was off. He sensed that this young man was not a good person and seemed to be of a taciturn nature. Why was he so patient in explaining things to him now? Moreover, he initially thought this young man was a disciple of the Gui Gulingguan. Yet he kept referring to him as the old immortal with a tone full of disgust. Before Zhengjing could speak, the young man continued. "The old man hides here to escape from his enemies. But if he can obtain that thing, he can find a place safer than the jurisdiction of the Yuhua Immortal Sect, where his enemies will no longer be able to find him. By then, I won't have to serve this old immortal anymore." At this point, the indifferent young man showed a murderous intent and said, "Every time I see him, I feel sick to my stomach. Fan Kaihu, old man, I just want to kill your whole family, wipe out your entire clan, nothing more. Why be so persistent?" An old voice echoed, laughing. "Moreover, taking the blood of your entire clan and returning it to you, refining your root bones, purifying your bloodline, turning your inferior root bones into a world-class genius. Wasn't it previously agreed upon by you, old immortal?" The indifferent young man stood up sharply, saying sternly, "I want this supreme talent to cultivate and attain immortality. You tie me to your side, not allowing me to practice any methods. What use do I have for this root bone?" The old man only agreed to let you become a genius in the world, but did not promise you the opportunity to cultivate. As the door curtain lifted, the Ghost Valley Spirit Officer showed a benevolent expression and said, "However, I am a good person. If one day you find an opportunity to leave the Ascension Immortal Sect, I will allow you to go to the Immortal Gate to seek a master." Chapter 23. A bit flustered. The probability of solving the case is only 98. Regarding the grudge between the Ghost Hand Spirit Officer and that indifferent young man, Zhengjing did not care. But he was quite attentive to the guidance from the Ghost Hand Spirit Officer. It seems that with the favor of the revered Bai Shao, the wall-hanging bird would not turn into a dead bird. After leaving the spirit officer hall, Zhengjing couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The ghost hand spirit officer was unfathomable, and so ferocious and bloody, exuding an aura of sinister heaviness. No wonder that young man named Fan Kaihu had become so twisted. The case from half a month ago? As dawn approached, he took the initiative to go to the Yamen, retrieving recent case files. The scribe he saw yesterday had not yet arrived, but the one guarding the files was a 15 or 16-year-old boy named Lu Xiaoxian. Please wait a moment. I will retrieve the files right away, the boy said, bowing respectfully. Was the head constable your foster father? Zhengjing vaguely remembered this boy's name on the list. Within the jurisdiction of the Immortal Sect, local governments could submit names for a list, and a small official like him, after serving for 5 years, could be equivalent to a miscellaneous servant within the Mountain Gate. After 5 years, he would qualify to participate in the Outer Sect assessment of the Immortal Sect. Your foster father laid the foundation for you. It shouldn't be difficult to enter the Outer Sect in 2 years, Zhengjing said. Thank you for your kind words. Immortal Senior. Lu Xiaoxian bowed again, but his mood was quite complex. In another 2 years, he would only have the qualification to participate in the Outer Sect Disciple Assessment, and it was uncertain whether he could successfully enter the Outer Sect. However, the person in front of him was only a couple of years older than him. Yet he was already an Inner Sect disciple of the Immortal Sect, far surpassing the status of his deceased foster father. I found it. Zhengjing looked at the case files from half a month ago. That day, there were 7 cases involving extortion, debt disputes, theft, and among them, there was a murder case. That case was archived by a small person, Lu Xiaoxian said in a low voice. A couple from outside claimed to be looking for relatives. But when they couldn't find that distant relative, they said they were planning to settle here to do some business. In reality, they were thieves who had come here and targeted a household for theft that night, and they were killed on the spot. Oh, Zhengjing raised an eyebrow and asked. Was this case handled by your foster father? Indeed, Lu Xiaoxian replied. Was the owner of the robbed household named Kaiyu? Zhengjing took the file from last night, matched it up, and said calmly, the one who was initially killed by the evil spirit was this Kaiyu, right? Yes, Lu Xiaoxian confirmed. Good. Zhengjing spread the file on the table, reviewed it, and said slowly, after Kaiyu's death, 2 small officials went to investigate the case. But they were also killed by the evil spirit. And these 2 small officials had also accompanied your foster father to investigate the theft case half a month ago. Lu Xiaoxian trembled all over and said, do you think the evil spirit killed because of the case from half a month ago? Perhaps it is just a coincidence. Zhengjing said, and your foster father also died at the hands of the evil spirit. On that day, 4 people involved in the theft case were killed, and there are still 3 remaining. Those 3 are not here, Lu Xiaoxian said. One went to the Qixing mansion to report to the mansion lord. Another went to inform the Immortal Sect. And the last one, under orders, went to the neighboring county to invite Captain Zhou of the Inner Qi realm to assist in the investigation. They haven't returned yet? Zhengjing asked. Bring them here. He instructed. No need. Just then, a voice came from outside. They can't come. Zhengjing turned to look and saw 4 people walking in from outside the Yamen. The one at the end was the scribe he had seen last night. The other 3 were 2 men and a woman, all dressed in white robes, wearing silver tokens. Obviously Inner Sect disciples of the Immortal Sect. These 3 were the Inner Sect disciples who took over the case after him and rushed over. They came really quickly. It seems that 60 merits are indeed enticing, Zhengjing thought to himself. The news from the patrolling officials just came in. The scribe bowed and said, Zhang Yu and Zhang Chao were both killed last night, their blood drained. Zhengjing's eyes narrowed, but it was somewhat within his expectations. We thought this evil cultivator was just blind, practicing evil arts within the territory of our Immortal Sect, draining blood to increase their cultivation, said an Inner Sect disciple. But hearing Junior Brotherly mention these 2, it seems he is not randomly killing. It appears Junior Brotherly has already found clues and figured out the direction of the evil cultivator's actions, another Inner Sect disciple said, his expression proud. Then let's talk about it. Zhengjing glanced at the token on his waist. Chen Bing? Is he just an ordinary disciple with the surname Chen? Or is he from the Chen family lineage of Chen Yuyu? He thought to himself, not wanting to expend inner qi to confirm this person's identity, merely saying, on what basis? Arrogant. Chen Bing's face showed anger as he shouted. You have only been in the Inner Sect for half a month, and you should call me senior brother. I'm asking you a question. Do you dare not answer? Zhengjing placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, smiling as he said, not convinced? Why don't you come and cut me? Chen Bing was furious. But the disciple named Zhou Mo beside him reached out to stop him and then looked at Zhengjing. Junior Brotherly, this evil spirit's abilities are probably not low. To dare commit a crime in our Yuhua Immortal Sect's territory is indeed very bold, Zhou Mo said slowly. We are not here to compete for these 60 merits, but to save your life. You have just entered the sect for half a month. With your inner qi still in its infancy, you are definitely not his match. Li Zhengjing was about to continue speaking when he heard the young woman beside him slowly speak. I also have clues that I can exchange with you. The young woman carried a wooden box on her back. She unloaded the box and looked at Li Zhengjing, then glanced at the other two before continuing. This involves evil spirits and also concerns the lives and properties of the local people. As disciples of the Immortal Sect, we should understand the urgency of the situation and not let emotions cloud our judgment. She had delicate features, a tall figure, and a cold tone as she spoke. As for the merits of slaying evil spirits, it should be distributed according to merit and awarded separately. But that is something to discuss after slaying the evil spirit. It should not be discussed at this moment. She opened the wooden box, and suddenly a black eagle flew down from the sky and landed on the box, looking majestic. She lightly snapped her fingers, and a white wolf came running from outside, about the size of a calf, with a vigorous aura. She then looked at the three and said, "Having just learned of the news that the two small officials were killed, I have already sent them to investigate." Li Zhengjing looked at the black eagle and the white wolf, thinking, they are both awakened beasts, comparable to those in the inner chi realm. Is this girl an inner sect disciple of the beast taming hall? He then glanced at the token, which bore the words Qingyu. The earlier intelligence from the public affairs hall was incorrect. That evil cultivator was stronger than expected, based on the residual aura. The opponent's cultivation was above the inner chi realm, at least at the 6th layer, or even reaching the 7th layer. The weapon he used should be a cold iron hook. Moreover, the footprints were very light, suggesting agile movements. Qingyu spoke, among the four of us, the one with the highest cultivation is senior brother Chen Bing, at the 7th layer of inner chi. He may not necessarily surpass the opponent. Chen Bing showed a look of disdain and said arrogantly, let's just give him a bit of credit and consider him as having upper-level inner chi cultivation. In the same realm, with what the Immortal Sect has taught, I am confident that I can easily defeat him. After saying this, he glanced at Li Zhengjing with a mocking expression and said, but junior brother Li, if you encounter him, you might get killed in one encounter. Yet you still dream of obtaining these 60 merits? Li Zhengjing ignored him and simply asked Qingyu, is it possible to track down this evil cultivator's location? Qingyu shook her head slightly and said, the aura of that evil being is extremely chaotic, and my white wolf finds it difficult to track. Li Zhengjing was not surprised, his gaze sweeping over the two freeloaders before turning to Qingyu and saying, can we speak privately? What do you mean? Chen Bing immediately became furious, and Zhou Mo's expression also darkened. Li Zhengjing walked straight to the side and informed Qingyu of the clues he had just discovered. So, after the evil cultivator committed the crime, he still hasn't fled, remaining here perhaps to seek revenge? Qingyu furrowed her brow. Exactly, Li Zhengjing replied. 3 minor officials were sent to deliver messages and narrowly escaped a disaster. The evil cultivator can find out where they live, but doesn't know where they went. Perhaps the 3 of them went in different directions to deliver the messages, so the evil cultivator can only wait for their return here. What kind of deep hatred drives him to take such risks and stay here? Qingyu asked in confusion. Li Zhengjing had learned a bit from Fan Kaihu but felt it wasn't appropriate to share, so he simply said, the only one left involved in the theft case is the minor official who went to the neighboring county to seek out Captain Zhou. Qingyu pondered. I've met Captain Zhou. He was originally an inner sect disciple. After turning 60, he applied to serve as an outer sect steward but was not permitted and was sent out instead. Captain Zhou is quite capable, if that minor official is with him. He should be safe, but the evil cultivator probably wouldn't dare to act in front of Captain Zhou. Li Zhengjing added. But the evil cultivator may not know the internal arrangements of the government. Qingyu suddenly understood and said, so you believe the evil cultivator doesn't know about Captain Zhou's existence and will continue to watch the minor official's residence, waiting for him to return? After saying this, she hesitated and added, that evil cultivator is quite powerful. Aside from senior brother Chen Bing, I fear none of us can take him down. Li Zhengjing shrugged and said, I'm just exchanging information with you. Other matters are not my concern. Qingyu thanked him and then said, as long as the evil cultivator is not captured, the lives and properties of the common people are at risk and they will be anxious. This information is extremely important. I can't hide it from those 2 senior brothers. Li Zhengjing remained silent because once he learned about the agility of that evil cultivator, he lost much of his confidence in capturing him. The certainty dropped to about 98%. To prevent any possibility of the evil cultivator escaping and endangering the common people, he was willing to share the clues he had discovered with Qingyu. He also knew that Qingyu would certainly inform the 2 freeloaders, but he didn't mind. Now, the information that everyone knew was the same, and in the end, who could capture the evil cultivator and earn 60 merits would depend on their own abilities. Thinking this way, he looked at Chen Bing and Zhou Mo, carefully assessing them before finally letting out a sigh of relief. It could be confirmed that both of their skills were beneath that useless Chen Yu. Chapter 24. He Qingyu goes down the mountain to earn merits. Li Zhengjing battles the evil cultivator alone. The minor official named Xinshan was the last survivor of the theft case from half a month ago. This person went to the neighboring county to seek out Captain Zhou and has yet to return. But the evil cultivator may not know the details and is likely to be watching his residence. The evil cultivator has been here for many days, and he may also recognize people from the government. Furthermore, the opponent's cultivation is not weak, making it easy for him to detect ambushes. Therefore, this time the ambush does not require the government to send people. We intersect disciples of the Immortal Sect can hide in the dark ourselves. Chunbing stood with his hands behind his back, his expression proud as he issued orders. The local county magistrate could only listen and dared not speak much. At that moment, He Qingyu spoke up, "Senior brother Chunbing, we are not familiar with this area. We need someone to assist us in setting up an ambush around the neighboring houses." Lu Shaoxian stepped forward, bowing and saying, "I grew up here and am familiar with the various families, so I can go and arrange things. Besides, although I am a minor official in the government office, I have never gone to the streets to search for the evil cultivator, so he should not recognize me." He spoke without fear, bowing again and saying solemnly, "My adoptive father was also killed by the evil cultivator. I wish to accompany you tonight." It was already nighttime, and the moon was high in the sky. Outside Xinshan's residence, for intersect disciples of the Immortal Sect took up positions in each direction, hiding in the neighboring houses. Xinshan had a wife and children. But to avoid alerting the evil cultivator, they had not moved and remained at home. "Senior, do you think the evil cultivator will come?" Lu Shaoxian whispered. "Not necessarily," Li Zhengjing replied, as he had a vague premonition about this. Lu Xiaoxuan's expression fell, and he stopped speaking. After a little more than half an hour, he followed the earlier instructions and left the area to avoid being affected. But at that moment, there was movement again, and Li Zhengjing grasped his long, narrow black knife and looked over. A person in white appeared, bright and clean under the moonlight. "What is Senior Sister He doing here?" Li Zhengjing asked. "I've had my white wolf and black eagle secretly ambush in my direction," He Qingyu said softly as she approached. "The evil cultivator is too strong. Only Senior Brother Chunbing can match him, and the three of us alone might not be able to take him down. Senior Brother Zhou Mo has slightly higher cultivation, and he and Senior Brother Chunbing are close friends. As soon as there is any movement, Senior Brother Chunbing will definitely come to help. So there is no need to worry." At this point, He Qingyu said seriously, "I came here to join forces with you." Li Zhengjing smiled and said, "Are you afraid my cultivation is too weak and I can't handle it alone? So you fear being killed by the evil cultivator?" He Qingyu paused, worried about hurting his pride, and said softly, "Because with your help, I can face the evil cultivator without fear." "I didn't expect you to be so eloquent, Senior Sister." Li Zhengjing chuckled. "You traveled with them from the mountain gate to here. Logically, you should join forces with them to eliminate the evil." He Qingyu shook her head and said, "I'm not on the same side as them. We just traveled together. Moreover, tonight is dangerous. I'm afraid that aside from Senior Brother Zhou Mo, Senior Brother Chunbing won't provide timely assistance to us, so I came to join forces with you for self-protection." Li Zhengjing fell silent for a moment and said, "With those two spirit beasts, you should be able to protect yourself. But why did you really come here to join forces with me?" He Qingyu lightly hummed and then showed an apologetic expression, saying softly, "I'm sorry." "What?" Li Zhengjing was taken aback. "More than half a month ago, the out-of-control spirit leopard in the outer sect was tamed by me personally," He Qingyu said with a complicated tone. "The spirit leopard went out of control and nearly harmed your life." Li Zhengjing then realized and waved his hand, saying, "It has nothing to do with you. This matter was jointly planned by Chun Yuyu and 4 other stewards. No matter who tamed the spirit beast, it would eventually go out of control. It was the intersect disciple of the beast taming hall who suffered an unwarranted disaster and was held accountable by the law enforcement hall." Thinking of this, he also inquired about the punishment. He Qingyu sighed and said, "The beast taming hall believes that I failed to tame the spirit beast and punished me to face the wall for 10 days. The law enforcement hall fined me 100 merits. I've been in the inner sect for over 3 years and only accumulated 76 merits. I still owe 24 merits. Until I repay the merits, I cannot exchange for any treasures in the official business hall, but the beast taming aspect requires various tools, medicines, and different taming methods." She showed a worried expression and said, "This is my first time coming down the mountain since I entered the sect. I've rushed here day and night just to quickly gather merits and avoid punishment." "Wait," Li Zhengjing frowned and said, "You rushed here day and night?" He Qingyu was puzzled and asked, "What's wrong?" Li Zhengjing grasped the knife handle and said, "The merits in the sect can be exchanged for various resources, which is extremely important for us. In fact, for those forced to leave the mountain gate, the merits are even more crucial. The 2 who went to report to Qixing Mansion and the mountain gate of the Immortal Sect have already returned. So why hasn't Xinshan, who went to the neighboring county, returned?" He Qingyu was taken aback for a moment and said, "Perhaps Commander Zhou is busy with something and is waiting for him to return together?" Li Zhengjing said in a deep voice, "But for Commander Zhou, 60 merits from the demon are a fortune he may not be able to accumulate in his lifetime. You are so eager, traveling day and night to come here. Why isn't Commander Zhou here?" He stood up and spoke. "Perhaps Xinshan never went to the neighboring county to send a message. He might have died on the way." "What? Xinshan is dead?" He Qingyu's expression changed slightly, and he said softly, "Then he won't be coming? If everyone involved in this case has died, then this evil cultivator has already taken revenge after killing the 2 minor officials, Zhang Yu and Zhang Chao, last night. At this moment, has the evil cultivator already left here, escaping from the Yuhua Xinzong territory? But today," He Qingyu frowned and said, "I have tamed another 300 birds, and I didn't find any suspicious individuals during the day. If he had escaped, it should not have escaped my notice." Li Zhengjing fell silent, but his mind was racing. The evil cultivator was not here for revenge, but to obtain something. If he hasn't escaped, it means he killed the 2 minor officials last night without getting what he wanted. Where could this thing be? Suddenly, Li Zhengjing had a flash of inspiration and spoke. Lu Shaoxian. At that moment, Lu Shaoxian was enveloped in an icy chill. In front of him stood a middle-aged man in a black robe, his expression sinister. "Your adoptive father's relics are all in your hands, right?" Lu Shaoxian trembled. "It's you. You shouldn't be at Xinshan's house, surrounded and killed?" Because Xinshan went to the neighboring county to send a message, he hadn't even left Wanlin County when I took his life. The man said, after thinking it over, "It must be on you, the outsider." He reached out and grabbed Lu Shaoxian by the neck, calmly saying, "Hand it over, and I'll spare your life." Lu Shaoxian was chilled to the bone, his legs trembling, feeling utterly weak. He had originally hated the person in front of him to the core and had thought that if he ever saw him, he would fight for revenge for his adoptive father, even at the cost of his life. But at this moment, he could not muster any thoughts of resistance. "I don't know what you want," Lu Shaoxian stammered. "The so-called theft case from half a month ago, everything involved," the middle-aged man in the black robe said. "That case, the 2 thieves were killed without getting anything. There's no evidence," Lu Shaoxian replied. "I know there's no evidence because it was divided up." The middle-aged man said calmly. "Impossible. Anything involved in a case must be in the yamen." Lu Shaoxian retorted. "That case originally had no evidence." His jaw clenched. Lu Shaoxian added, "My adoptive father couldn't have." He paused, his expression shifting. The middle-aged man said lightly, "Remembered something? Let us go." "The relics of Captain Wu are all inside. A land deed, a house deed, a broken knife, a pile of silver, 3 calligraphies, 10 books, and a black token. Finally found it." The middle-aged man in black reached for the black token, a complex expression on his sinister face. Lu Xiaoxuan's body shook, revealing an expression of disbelief. 10 days ago, his adoptive father had given him this token and told him it was a family heirloom, indestructible, a rare treasure. When his 5-year term was up and he went to the sect's gate to participate in the outer disciple assessment, he could use this token to present to the outer sect's steward for a convenient passage. "Very good." The middle-aged man in black showed an appreciative expression, looking at Lu Shaoxian, and said, "You can die now." As his voice fell, he suddenly shot out his hand, dark as ink, slapping down toward the boy's head. But just as he was about to strike, a flash of cold light pierced through the darkness. Suddenly a knife fell from above. 5 thunder severing mountain blade. "Damn it!" The middle-aged man in black screamed, retreating in an instant. As he retreated to the yard, his face turned pale, trembling continuously. His right arm was severed at the elbow, blood gushing forth. "I've been crouched on the beam for quite a while." Li Zhengjing stepped out with his blade, smiling. "It's you." The middle-aged man in black said with a grim expression, "Just you?" As he spoke, he circulated his inner energy with his left hand and wiped over the severed arm. Instantly, life faded from the wound, flesh rotting, but no more blood flowed out. "I arrived here early, letting He Qingyu go notify Chen Bing and Zhou Mo." Li Zhengjing raised his knife and smiled, saying, "They'll be here shortly, probably in about half a quarter of an hour. If you escape now, you might still make it." "Escape?" The middle-aged man in black took out a cold iron hook with a fierce expression, lunging forward, shouting, "I can kill you in less than 3 breaths. Among the 4 disciples of the sect, you are the youngest and weakest, daring to go to your death alone. You've severed my arm. If I don't behead you, how will I have any face left?" He activated his evil technique, his inner energy turning sinister, his face contorted like a ghost. As he approached, he swung his left hand vigorously, the cold iron hook aiming for the boy's head. Then he saw the boy's expression unchanged, opening his mouth to utter a single word, "Kill." With that word, sword energy surged forth. The sword energy erupted, piercing through the chest. The middle-aged man in black had yet to react when he felt a sharp pain in his chest, being thrown backward and crashing heavily to the ground. Every time I draw my sword, I take heavy damage. No matter how good my body is, it can't withstand this kind of toll. Zhengjing coughed blood, sighed, and reached into his chest to pull out a bottle, pouring it into his mouth. After consuming the 5 elements creation ointment, he dragged his long knife forward. When he approached, he gently raised the knife, resting it against the neck of the middle-aged man in black, saying, "You are under arrest." Chapter 25. The Story of the Black Robe, The Curse of the Token. With a loud bang, the courtyard door was suddenly smashed open. First, a robust white wolf rushed in. Then a majestic black eagle descended from the sky. At the same time, an anxious voice rang out. "Junior Brotherly." Yu burst into the courtyard with her sword, and upon seeing the scene before her, her expression froze, unable to believe it. Zhengjing glanced at her, and then saw 2 figures slowly approaching from outside the courtyard. Chen Bing and Zhou Mo finally arrived, both wearing expressions of pride and mockery. As they stood outside the courtyard, their smiles completely froze. Zhengjing's smile became even more radiant. 60 merits, all mine, thank you, Zhengjing said, looking at Chen Bing and Zhou Mo, unable to resist his curiosity, asking, "Are you angry?" The 2 left in anger, brushing their sleeves. After walking for a moment, Chen Bing grasped the hilt of his sword, gritting his teeth. In broad daylight, harming fellow sect members is a grave crime. Zhou Mo stopped him, and the 2 left in frustration. The courtyard fell into silence. The evil cultivator was defeated by Zhengjing, but he intentionally avoided vital points, allowing the evil cultivator to barely preserve his life. "This case has been settled, and all 60 merits belong to you." Yu said, "Congratulations." After saying that, she added softly, "Next time, don't be so reckless." She was referring to Zhengjing asking her to notify Chen Bing and Zhou Mo without waiting for all 4 to assemble, directly setting off and choosing to take risks alone. "I intentionally sent you away." Zhengjing hesitated for a moment and said, "I had a 90% chance of taking him down, but one must always be cautious, so I had you notify them. If I failed, you could come afterwards. And he wouldn't escape either. When I led them to find you earlier, I didn't find you, which made me realize you were deliberately sending me away." The next morning, he received the case closure document from the local county office. "Why is it so smooth?" Zhengjing sighed inwardly, feeling disappointed. Isn't it that Chen Bing and the others pressured the county office, taking credit for themselves, while I returned empty-handed and in a rage killed someone? They really don't follow the rules. At that moment, Lu Shaoxian came to report. "The evil cultivator wants to see me?" "Exactly." Lu Shaoxian paused and said, "Earlier, Senior Chun and Senior Zhou had interrogated him, and then he said he wanted to see you." "Oh." Zhengjing waved his hand and said, "Lead the way." Under Lu Shaoxian's guidance, they entered the prison and saw a black-robed evil cultivator, with iron hooks piercing his shoulders and shackles around his neck. Lu Shaoxian then bowed and retreated, leaving only Zhengjing and the evil cultivator. "The one called Chen Bing mocked me earlier." The evil cultivator, bloodied and with a fierce expression, slowly said, "He was stalling for time last night, waiting for me to kill you, but in the end, I fell into your hands." It was expected. Not all disciples of the Immortal Sect are like brothers, living in harmony. Zhengjing spread his hands and said, "Actually, if given the chance, I would also like to kill him. But unfortunately, the sect rules are strict, prohibiting disciples from harming one another. I quite like your temperament. I heard that guy just now mention that you've cultivated your inner energy in just over half a month. In such a short time, you've reached this level of inner energy cultivation, and using it to cast spells is truly unheard of. Falling into the hands of a prodigy like you, I have no complaints." The black-robed middle-aged man sighed, and then said, "Would you like to hear a story?" Zhengjing shook his head. "No?" The black-robed middle-aged man said, "You avoided my vital points yesterday and spared my life. Was that not to ask me something?" Zhengjing did not deny it. And so the black-robed middle-aged man began his story. "The couple treated as thieves were actually good people. It was I who harmed them. I come from the north, and I admit I am ruthless and not a good person, practicing evil arts, killing and arson without mercy. Since 17 years ago, when the 3 great immortal sects invaded Fengdu Mountain, wiping out all directions, they plundered countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures, leading to the disintegration of the northern lands, which lost vitality, resulting in barren, desolate lands devoid of life and filled with evil spirits. Thus, I came to the territory of the Great Zhou, using infants to refine medicine and enhance my cultivation. I consumed about 100 infants before being hunted down by the authorities, nearly losing my life, and finally jumping into a great river to escape. I floated in the river for 5 days and nights, and it was that couple who rescued me, saving my life, and even emptied their savings to buy me some medicinal patches. Later, when I recovered, fearing to implicate them, I killed over a dozen families, gathered 3,000 taels of silver, and forced the couple to flee to another land. They came here, intending to do some business, but were targeted by Caillou. They were not thieves. Caillou was the real bandit. After their deaths, the authorities investigated the case, and Caillou bribed them with silver, hastily closing the case. By the way, that Captain Wu did not receive any silver. He had his eyes on that indestructible token. Saying this, the black-robed middle-aged man laughed and said, I did not reveal the matter of the token. It will belong to you from now on. Now, what do you want to ask? What exactly is the token? Li Zhengjing frowned. I actually don't know either. During the battle at Fengdu Mountain 17 years ago, with corpses everywhere, I found it in the upper half of an old man's corpse while practicing. This object is impervious to water and fire, unbreakable by knives and swords. But I have not discovered its use in over 10 years. Of course, even if I found out, I wouldn't tell you. The black-robed middle-aged man continued. I originally intended to give it as a token to the couple, so that if they encountered their descendants in the future, those with talent could be taken into the sect. However, I did not expect that after the token left, my own sinister inner energy began to corrode my body. Now that it has been found, it belongs to you. As for the secrets behind it, you can seek them out yourself in the future. It has nothing to do with a dead man like me. The black-robed man laughed heartily, appearing quite carefree. Li Zhengjing glanced at him, and then turned to leave the prison. The black-robed man watched him leave with a cold expression, gritting his teeth as he said each word. This token symbolizes misfortune. In the future, you will also die under the curse of this token. Luck. Carrying the token of ascension for more than 10 days will result in being cursed, gradually turning into an evil spirit. 27 days later, the 1,000 illusions god will return from the capital and, seeing you cursed, will conclude that you are not the eternal holy body, leading to great disappointment. In his rage, he will personally strike to torture and turn you to ashes. Indeed, there are ill intentions. Li Zhengjing thought to himself, tossing the token into a corner, preparing to give it to the spirit official of the Ghost Valley that night. He exhaled and thought, the 1,000 illusions god will return from the capital in 27 days? He immediately felt pressure and went to the courtyard, unshackled the chains, opened the sack, and gave the 5 elements creation tree a beating. After venting his frustration, he uprooted the 5 elements creation tree, put it into the sack, and prepared to head to the spirit official hall. Just then, he heard someone knocking at the door outside. When he opened the door, he saw He Qingyu standing outside, here to say goodbye as she prepared to leave the Qixing mansion. She had just received news that Chun Yoyu, the outer sect steward expelled from the mountain gate, had been killed the day before yesterday. What? Steward Chun is dead? When did he die? It must have been a gruesome death, right? Li Zhengjing showed a shocked expression, then sighed, filled with sorrow. That's truly regrettable. He was killed the day before yesterday at noon. It is said he lost an arm and suffered 12 sword wounds. You should have still been on your way to the Qixing mansion when he died. Such a tragic death. Li Zhengjing lamented. Chun Yoyu came from the Chun clan and was an outer sect steward. He had just been assigned to the Bailing mansion when he was killed, causing a significant uproar and damaging the reputation of the Immortal Sect. Even the law enforcement hall has intervened. He Qingyu said, Chun Bing and Zhou Mo have already set off for the Bailing mansion's Daliao city. I also plan to go, with my taming skills. I can communicate with the snakes, insects, rats, and ants at the crime scene, perhaps providing clues for the law enforcement hall and earning some merit. Li Zhengjing's heart trembled slightly, thinking, before leaving, the wall bird set a fire. The rats should be all burned clean by now, right? He Qingyu saw him deep in thought and asked again, Junior brotherly, do you want to go to Daliao City together? Go to capture myself? Li Zhengjing immediately shook his head and said, this time down the mountain, I have gained merit and am very satisfied. Naturally, after all, within the blessed land of the Immortal Mountain, the spiritual energy is abundant, making cultivation much more effective. I want to earn it myself. He Qingyu waved her hand and led the white wolf away. Li Zhengjing looked at her back, feeling a bit anxious, and immediately focused his mind. Glancing at the golden page, seeing that his luck had not changed, he thought that she would not trace the case back to him, and he breathed a sigh of relief. He then picked up the sack, gave it a good beating, and walked out, passing through 6 streets before arriving at the spirit official hall. Just as he entered the drugstore, a beam of light came fiercely towards him. What the hell is this? Li Zhengjing was startled and immediately drew his sword. Chapter 26. The Great Catastrophe of Eternity. The Golden Ship of the World. Inside the spirit official hall, Li Zhengjing had a complex expression. In front of him was a deformed bird, using a voice filled with blood and tears to recount its various tragic experiences. My lord, why did you leave the other night without taking me with you? This voice was gentle and delicate, yet it wailed in a ghostly manner. Li Zhengjing's expression was complex. The voice of the wall bird was no longer childish, but had transformed into a gentle and clear tone, like a serene stream. If one did not see it was a bird, just listening to the voice would be quite pleasant. At this moment, the wall bird had already changed significantly. It had grown a size larger, appearing more majestic and fierce. Its wings were long and narrow, with the bone structure protruding at the tips, sharp as knives. Its claws were covered in scales, emanating a chilling aura. Even its beak had become longer and sharper. On its back was a row of bone spurs, sharp and menacing. Just as Zhengjing was astonished, a claw lifted the door curtain. The spirit official of the Ghost Valley stepped out, his legs resembling eagle talons, and when he landed, his footsteps clashed like metal and iron. "My lord, please take me away. Hurry up." The wall-hanging bird cried out in despair. "It's too late to leave now. What are you complaining about? You were given such a beautiful singing voice for free." The Ghost Valley spirit officer held a sharp horn in his hand, its power still lingering, making one feel uneasy. His golden pupils fell on the wall-hanging bird as he said, "It's just a change of appearance. These things need to be fully planted on you. As you grow in the future, they will grow with you. A little pain is normal." He reached out, and the wall-hanging bird landed in his hand, comforting it by saying, "Just this last step remains. Bear with it. The process is quite simple this time. Just split your head open, carve a hole in your skull, make sure not to touch the brain, then implant a dragon horn, fuse it, reconnect all the meridians, and finally apply some medicine. It will be done quickly." A dragon horn? Zhengjing's gaze involuntarily fell on that sharp horn. This old man just polished it, and it's just the right size. The Ghost Valley spirit officer looked over, revealing a kind smile, and said, "The Bailuan divine bird has a unique bloodline, praised as the descendant of auspicious divine birds. However, I have researched it, and there are no protections on its back and top of the head, which are very obvious weaknesses. Therefore, planting a row of bone spines on its back and a dragon horn on its head can make up for it." Zhengjing felt a chill all over but thought of something and took out the key item, the Ascension Order, presenting it with cupped hands. The Ghost Valley spirit officer, upon hearing this, smiled even more playfully and asked, "This item can be considered a treasure? You're not keeping it? Keep it and seek death?" Zhengjing thought to himself, smiling on the surface, "I only know this item is impervious to water and fire, hard to harm with knives and swords, indestructible. But I don't know its subtle uses. Keeping it in the hands of a junior is like letting a treasure gather dust. Since the senior is interested in this item, I shall present it with both hands." The Ghost Valley spirit officer weighed the token and said, "If I take this item, perhaps you will feel that I have seized an opportunity from you." Before Zhengjing could explain, the Ghost Valley spirit officer spoke again, saying, "I can tell you about the uses of this order. After you hear it, you can consider whether to keep it for yourself or give it to me." Upon hearing this, Zhengjing assumed a posture of attentively listening. This item is called the Ascension Order, but the common way to refer to it is the Boarding Order. The Boarding Order? You come from an immortal sect. Have you heard of the Golden Ship of Transcendence? The junior is ignorant and has not heard of it. The Golden Ship of Transcendence is a legend derived from ancient texts. The Ghost Valley spirit officer's eyes had a hint of daze as he slowly spoke. In ancient times, there were natural disasters and calamities, thunder and rain, floods and tsunamis, earthquakes and landslides. People were like ants, and even immortals found it hard to protect themselves. Eventually, the celestial beings worked together to create the Golden Ship of Transcendence to sail through the myriad realms, avoiding disasters and preserving their lives. Of course, this is just an ancient legend. The Golden Ship of Transcendence? The wall-hanging bird showed a confused expression and said, "I come from a prestigious family, well-read and widely knowledgeable. How could I not have heard of the legend of the ancient Golden Ship of Transcendence? How many books have you read?" The Ghost Valley spirit officer asked. "I've read for 3 years, nearly 10 books. The wall-hanging bird raised its head proudly. The Ghost Valley spirit officer fell silent for a moment, his eyes showing a hint of disdain. Then he ignored the wall-hanging bird and looked at Zhengjing, saying, 1300 years ago, there was a human immortal who believed that there were no true immortals above the 9 heavens, that ascension was all a deception. He called upon various practitioners to imitate the ancient legend and build the Golden Ship of Transcendence. Was it completed?" Zhengjing couldn't help but ask. "It's still under construction." The Ghost Valley spirit officer replied. "Still under construction?" Zhengjing was taken aback, astonished. Over 1,000 years ago, the human immortal began building the Golden Ship of Transcendence. And even now, after more than 1,000 years, it is still not complete? He had self-proclaimed as the celestial lord of the endless transcendence, but had already perished due to the passage of time and depletion of lifespan. However, in order to build the Golden Ship of Transcendence, he called upon various practitioners, forming a vast force that has endured to this day, with its belief still alive. As of now, the leader of the Golden Ship of Transcendence is already the 3rd-generation celestial lord of the endless transcendence. The Ghost Valley spirit officer continued, pointing at the Ascension Order in Zhengjing's hand, saying, "As for this Ascension Order, It is viewed as an opportunity for ascending by the practitioners of the Golden Ship of Transcendence, but in reality, it is merely a token to board the deck of the Golden Ship of Transcendence and become a boatman. Boatman? Li Zhengjing murmured and said. The evil cultivator caught by the junior last night is a boatman under the Golden Ship of Transcendence? The Ghost Valley Spirit Officer shook his head and replied. He belongs to the category of water ghosts in the Golden Ship of Transcendence's hierarchy. Li Zhengjing frowned and asked, what is a water ghost? The Ghost Valley Spirit Officer chuckled, his eyes showing a hint of mockery. The so-called water ghost is a wandering soul that floats uncertainly beneath the water, gazing up at the living beings on the ship, filled with a desire to board. The boatman on the Golden Ship of Transcendence can enjoy freedom, while the water ghosts can only endure the calamities of natural disasters and human misfortunes in this vast world. If you hold the Ascension Order for a long time, you will be branded with the mark of the Golden Ship of Transcendence, and naturally, you will become a water ghost. Furthermore, the cultivation methods of the Golden Ship of Transcendence have been spread throughout the world. Anyone who practices the methods of the Golden Ship will inevitably bear the mark and become a water ghost. Of course, in the ideology of the Golden Ship of Transcendence, all beings in the world who have not boarded the ship, including you and me, are all water ghosts sinking in calamity. The Ghost Valley Spirit Officer said this with a hint of ridicule in his gaze. A true water ghost, possessing the mark of the Golden Ship, is essentially cursed? Li Zhengjing pretended to ponder and asked. Indeed, the Ghost Valley Spirit Officer continued, without the Ascension Order, one will eventually die and dissipate, turning to ashes. Only by obtaining the Ascension Order can a water ghost barely survive. For a water ghost, even if they hold the Ascension Order, as long as they have not truly boarded the ship, they will never be able to enjoy freedom. The last path for a water ghost is only one, to board the ship and seek survival. As the Ghost Valley Spirit Officer said this, he lowered his voice and added, in this world, no one knows how many practitioners of the Golden Ship methods are water ghosts, nor how many water ghosts have been branded due to the Ascension Order. Li Zhengjing showed an astonished expression and murmured, obtaining the token and acquiring the methods will surely make one of them? The wall-hanging bird couldn't help but exclaim, isn't this harming people? Forcing people to join them? What's the difference from the demonic sects of the 10,000 Great Mountains? 800 years ago, the second celestial lord of the endless transcendence scattered the Ascension Orders and widely spread the methods of the Golden Ship of Transcendence, creating countless water ghosts. In their most rampant times, you couldn't even discern whether your companions were human or ghost, elders and disciples within the immortal sects, nobles and generals in the mortal realm, and even just common folk could unknowingly become water ghosts of the Golden Ship of Transcendence. And all water ghosts, as long as they do not die, will inevitably seek the path to board the ship, longing to become part of the Golden Ship of Transcendence. Whether it's the righteous immortal sects or the demonic sects, all have had their foundational legacies shaken by the Golden Ship of Transcendence. Ultimately, various sects joined forces to suppress the chaos, slaying the second celestial lord of the endless transcendence, and then destroying the collected Ascension Orders from the world, burning all the methods of the Golden Ship of Transcendence. However, the source of the Golden Ship of Transcendence still exists, and the Ascension Orders and methods of the Golden Ship are bound to have some that have escaped destruction, making it difficult to eradicate the water ghosts. The Ghost Valley Spirit Officer said faintly, 17 years ago, in the northern lands, Mount Fengdu collapsed, leading to the emergence of 100,000 demons and evils. The three great immortal sects exerted their efforts to suppress it, and behind it, the shadow of the Golden Ship of Transcendence emerged. Li Zhengjing felt a shock in his heart, and after a while, he calmed down but then asked, how many Ascension Orders are there in the world? The Ghost Valley Spirit Officer replied, although the number of water ghosts in the world cannot be calculated, as far as I know. Approximately 9,000 Ascension Orders were created when the Golden Ship of Transcendence was built. Li Zhengjing immediately understood, saying, so, there are approximately 10,000 people that the Golden Ship can accommodate? About that, Yigu Lingguan looked at the token in his hand and smiled, saying, if the philosophy of Wanjie Dusher Tianzuan is correct, then the Dusher Golden Ship is the only way to attain freedom in the immortal realm. His smile became increasingly eerie as he stepped closer and asked, so, do you still want to give this item to me? Li Zhengjing couldn't help but sink his mind into his body, glanced at the fortune on the golden page, and immediately understood how he should choose. He then presented the token with both hands and said, please accept this token, senior. Yigu Lingguan did not take it, but instead asked, are you not going to reconsider? Li Zhengjing replied solemnly, I do not wish to become a water ghost who can only rely on the Dongjia token to survive. Nor do I want to be bound for my entire life by an illusory Dusher golden ship. Yigu Lingguan reached out to take the Dongjia token, lifted his robe, and stuffed it into his abdominal wound. Then looked at Li Zhengjing and slowly said, "Then, I grant you a divine ability. How about that?" Chapter 27. Divine Ability Bestowed. I can also bestow. What? Gibi Miao exclaimed, saying, innate divine abilities are inherent and change with one's growth. How can such abilities be granted? Throughout history, it has been said that divine abilities are bestowed by heaven. The books have never recorded that divine abilities can be granted by humans. His eyes were filled with skepticism and scrutiny, and he couldn't help but say, "I have read a lot. Do not deceive me. In fact, I have not heard of it either." Digu Lingguan spread his claws and said, "It's just that while giving you a makeover, I examined your entire body, flesh, bones, organs, inside and out, and have a rough understanding of how your innate divine ability is formed." He spoke, "The so-called divine ability is like birds being born with wings, able to soar between heaven and earth. Therefore, as long as I give him a pair of wings, connect the tendons and bones, and train him, he can also fly. Just like obtaining the ability to fly. Unfortunately, there are not enough materials here to give him a suitable pair of wings." Then Gigu Lingguan's eyes became extremely excited, smiling and saying, "But I can grant him a Li Hua divine ability, which will create a precedent that has never existed before." "Li Hua divine ability?" Gibi Miao exclaimed. "Isn't this the divine ability of my Bailuan divine bird clan? Your innate Li Hua divine ability has already been thoroughly understood by me." Digu Lingguan waved his claw and casually said, "In your throat, the muscle layers are stacked, although it seems like one piece. There are actually 36,500 tiny muscles and 187,643 tiny veins, which connect to the organs. At the moment you think, the organs and blood surge, pulling on 187,643 tiny veins, shaking 36,500 tiny muscles. The patterns within the tiny muscles resemble runes and formations, containing gaps that can accumulate the wandering fire spirit energy between heaven and earth. Through the vibration of the organs and the pulling of the meridians, the 36,500 muscles, which store the fire spirit energy, tremble and rub against each other. Like flint striking fire, producing sparks. 36,500 muscles, 36,500 sparks, can gather into a strand of flame. After being stimulated by internal energy, it is like adding fuel to the fire. Thus, when it leaves your mouth, it becomes a raging flame. This is the essence of the Li Hua divine ability. Digu Lingguan explained, his tone casual, but the content was shocking. Li Zhengjing was quite astonished, while Gibi Miao was shocked beyond measure, his eyes filled with horror. "Young man, regarding the granting of the Li Hua divine ability to you, I have already planned it out perfectly. As long as you cut open your throat, I will carefully slice the internal muscles into 36,500 pieces and use formations and runes to intricately outline them, completing the first step. Then, I will extract 187,643 tiny meridians from Fan Kaihu and implant them into you, connecting the 36,500 muscles, which will complete the second step. Finally, I will connect these tiny veins to the 5 internal organs, forming a link. In this way, when you think, the organs will pull, and the 36,500 muscles in your throat will tremble, causing the spirit energy to rub and flames to arise. And you will have the Li Hua divine ability." Digu Lingguan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Li Zhengjing's expression changed slightly, and he felt a bit dry and parched, vaguely sensing a pain in his throat. Digu Lingguan noticed his changing expression and comforted him, saying, "Don't worry, a human throat is much thicker than a bird's throat. When I operate the knife, it will be much easier, and thus easier to complete. If I were to grant a normal little bird the Li Hua divine ability, I would only have a 10% chance. But granting it to you, I have a 50% chance. Rounded up, that's a 90% certainty." At this point, Digu Lingguan added, "And I can also give you a voice like that, clear and pleasant. When you get older and look for a wife, it won't be easy. But with such a voice, it will be twice the result with half the effort. Have you thought it over?" No consideration. Li Zhengjing's expression became serious, and he immediately shook his head. At this moment, he had already seen the changes on the golden page. Fortune, due to Gigu Lingguan granting the divine ability. Transforming the throat, you will obtain the Li Hua divine ability, but you will lose your voice. Not agreeing? Gigu Lingguan was somewhat disappointed and said softly, "Then after all my hard work to analyze the fundamental source of the Li Hua divine ability, it can't just end like this, can it? Otherwise with hands?" At this point, Gigu Lingguan looked as happy as a child, clapping his hands and saying, "It's settled then. I guarantee if your hands fail, I'll cut his hands off and give them to you." He pointed to the indifferent young man Fan Kaihu, who had just walked out of the pharmacy. In an instant, Fan Kaihu's face turned pale, because he knew in his heart that the old ghost was serious about swapping hands. Li Zhengjing couldn't help but look at Fan Kaihu's hands and then shook his head, saying, The palms and fingertips are calloused, and the finger bones are short and thick. This hand is not good-looking and not useful. Fan Kaihu's face turned even more unpleasant, but he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Gigu Lingguan sighed and said, "Otherwise, how about my Jiao Long claws for you?" He extended his claw, which was covered in scales and exuded a chilling aura, like gold and iron. He moved his claw and said, "The claws of the Jiao Long are tough and strong, but when it comes to using a knife, treating illnesses, healing wounds, or gathering herbs, a human hand is still more stable and flexible. So, I will keep one hand." Li Zhengjing fell into silence again, glancing at the golden page in his heart. Fortune, due to Gigu Lingguan granting the Li Hua divine ability, transforming the left arm, hiding mysteries, providing a place for the Dian Dongshu Wanhua sword qi to be released. This avoids the outcome of being severely injured, with holes all over the body, intestines perforated, and a completely disfigured appearance after reaching the peak of internal energy. Fortune 2. After reaching the peak of internal energy, relying on the power of the Li Hua divine ability, combined with the sharpness of the Dian Dongshu Wanhua sword qi, you will be invincible among internal energy practitioners. Fortune 3. After reaching the peak of internal energy, the Thousand Illusion Divine Monarch will increasingly regard you as the eternal holy body, listing you as the third available physical body. Fortune 4. Congratulations, you are one step closer to becoming the Thousand Illusion Divine Monarch. Congratulations to you, my lord. Thank you. Li Zhengjing cursed in his heart, but his thoughts turned rapidly. He felt a bit of unexpected joy, thinking, based on the fortune, is transforming the left arm going to succeed? Moreover, after the transformation is completed, I will be safe until I reach the peak of internal energy. During this time, I need not worry about being killed by the Dian Dongshu Wanhua sword qi, nor fear being turned to dust by the Thousand Illusion Divine Monarch. Although the hidden dangers of the Dian Dongshu Wanhua sword qi will still exist after that, but that will be an issue to consider when I reach the true qi realm, and by then, I would barely be considered a top practitioner in the world, and my perspective and experience would surely improve, broadening the avenues for obtaining spirit stones, allowing me to seek methods to change my fate. Thinking this way, he had already made up his mind. He immediately took half a step back and bowed to pay his respects. "Please bestow the divine ability, senior." "All right." The Ghost Valley Spirit Officer couldn't contain his excitement and waved his claws, saying, "Let's get started. My lord, please don't be rash." This old fellow. Before the hanging wall bird could finish, it was knocked unconscious by a claw, and the Ghost Valley Spirit Officer casually tossed it onto the wall. He stuffed the Jiao Dragon horn into his pocket and smiled at Li Zhengjing. Clearly, his interest in the final transformation of the Bailuan divine bird had diminished. His greatest interest at that moment was to grant this young man the divine fire ability. Throughout history, it has been believed that spells can be practiced, but divine abilities are bestowed by heaven. If today's endeavor succeeds, it will surely create a precedent for ages to come. I will be the only physician throughout history who can grant divine abilities to others. Of course, you will also be the first person in the world to receive a divine ability, thus entering the annals of history. They say divine abilities are heavenly bestowals, but they need not only be granted by the heavens. I can do it too. The Ghost Valley Spirit Officer's expression hinted at madness, and he laughed heartily. His golden eyes flashing, his face twisted, revealing sharp fangs, making him look utterly terrifying. Seeing his frenzied state, Li Zhengjing felt a wave of unease and regret, silently thinking whether he had been too hasty in agreeing to this. Chapter 28, Secrets of the Past, The Guardian. Before him was a sea of darkness. He didn't know how much time had passed. Li Zhengjing slowly opened his eyes, feeling an excruciating pain in his left arm. His vision was hazy as he gradually recalled his earlier encounters. He finally understood why the hanging wall bird had been screeching in horror, preferring to face death in the thunder prison than undergo transformation. He also realized the meaning behind the bird's unfinished sentence before it was knocked out. It turned out this old fellow performed surgery without anesthesia. Li Zhengjing couldn't help but curse in his heart. No wonder this bird was so desperate to die. I could barely handle having my hand transformed, while the hanging wall bird underwent a complete transformation. He took a deep breath, feeling the intense pain in his left hand, and began to channel his internal energy to support himself up. But at that moment, he suddenly froze. Outside, a clear voice rang out. "Daoist Yan, it's been 10 years. Yet your demeanor remains unchanged." It was the voice of the Ghost Valley Spirit Officer. Though the Spirit Officer has changed a lot in these 10 years, how much of you remains unchanged? An elderly voice responded, sounding robust and resonant, laughing as it spoke. "Daoist Yan's thinking is too narrow. As long as my mind is intact, I am still the Ghost Valley Spirit Officer." "That's true," Daoist Yan replied, then asked, "Why have you summoned me down the mountain personally this time?" The young man outside was named Fan Kaihu. The The Ghost Valley Spirit Officer slowly said. He is the gift I have created over the past 17 years. Wasn't it said that this gift wouldn't be complete for another 3 years? Daoist Yan's voice held a hint of surprise. Fan Kaihu is still lacking. You should nurture him until he is ready. Daoist Yan's tone grew cold as he spoke slowly. Back then, I helped you remain hidden within the territory of the feathered immortal sect under the promise of a complete spiritual array body, not an incomplete one. I am leaving, the Ghost Valley Spirit Officer replied indifferently. Today, can't you wait another 3 years? Daoist Yan asked. No, the Ghost Valley Spirit Officer responded. Let me report to the sect. Daoist Yin fell silent for a moment, then said, Your reputation outside is not good, and you are known for being associated with evil ways. Back then, our sect, out of gratitude, allowed you to stay only after much deliberation by the current headmaster and the leaders of various branches. Now that you wish to leave, you must request a decision from our higher-ups. All right, the Ghost Valley Spirit Officer said, I will await your news. Fan Kaihu is outside. You can take him directly. Daoist Yin did not say more, turned, and left the pharmacy. Inside the pharmacy, Zhengjing frowned slightly. After a moment, he saw a claw of a Jiao dragon lift the door curtain. Awake? The Ghost Valley Spirit Officer entered, his face showing a benevolent smile that still felt chilling. The Ghost Valley Spirit Officer did not urge him to express himself, but began rummaging through drawers, seemingly looking for something, while continuing to speak. 17 years ago, I fought on Fengdu Mountain and saved many from the feathered immortal sect, which is why they allowed me to stay hidden here. But in reality, my reputation is poor, and the high-ranking members of the sect hold themselves in high regard. They believe that having refrained from slaying demons and eliminating evils is already generous enough and repays their kindness. Therefore, the majority opposed allowing me to hide here. At that time, I was about to further transform myself and had no power to protect myself, so I could only seek the protection of the feathered immortal sect. In desperation, to show my sincerity, I asked Elder Bai Shao to present a substantial gift to the high-ranking members of the sect who opposed my staying here. The Ghost Valley Spirit Officer seemed to have found what he was looking for, slowly taking it out, then looked at Zhengjing and said, The gift desired by the head of the array division of the feathered immortal sect is the most special, which is why it has yet to be completed to this day. Zhengjing suddenly understood, saying, Fan Kaihu is the gift that the elder has yet to deliver? The Ghost Valley Spirit Officer nodded slightly, replying, Today, that Yin fellow will take this gift, and I should also leave the feathered immortal sect. He chuckled, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth, and said, But I know that in the eyes of certain high-ranking members of the feathered immortal sect, the moment the Ghost Valley Spirit Officer leaves the sect will also be the moment all debts of gratitude are settled. Zhengjing's heart stirred, and he whispered, So that means it's also the time to slay demons and eliminate evils. The Ghost Valley Spirit Officer laughed heartily, saying, To be precise, it is the time to silence witnesses. He looked outside and said, For example, the earlier Fan Kaihu, this gift was created using demonic methods. For the head of the array division of this sect, such a blemish would be leverage. How could they allow me to leave alive? Why does it feel like I'm both a witness and a participant? Zhengjing fell silent for a moment, then said, Then now, the junior also knows his blemish? The Ghost Valley Spirit Officer smiled and said, He personally came here to secretly demand this gift. Now that he takes this gift, he has come personally to fetch it, not allowing a second person to know. At present, regarding this matter, within the sect, aside from him, only you know. Zhengjing was silent for a moment, confirming that this old fellow had no sense of martial ethics, before exhaling. What does the elder need me to assist with? These words fell into the ears of the Ghost Valley Spirit Officer as if he heard someone asking, What benefits will the elder provide the junior? He showed a seemingly kind, yet actually heart-pounding smile. I want you to escort me out of the feathered immortal sect's territory. The Ghost Valley Spirit Officer said, I know that being in the sect, this assistance will surely offend certain high-ranking members of the sect. At this point, he tossed the item he had just dug out onto Zhengjing. Put on this impermanence ghost mask. No one will know your identity. Identity can be hidden, but the junior's cultivation is shallow and may find it hard to bear this responsibility. Zhengjing caught the mask, hesitating. With your current abilities, you can handle anyone below the true Qi realm. The Ghost Valley Spirit Officer replied. Zhengjing felt a bit shocked, thinking, Have I become this strong after gaining divine abilities? You are strong in your own right. The Ghost Valley Spirit Officer extended his right hand, revealing a freshly stitched wound. When I cut open your arm muscle, your internal energy, or rather, the sword energy within you, pierced through my hand in an instant. Zhengjing's eyes were filled with doubt. Your internal energy is inherently domineering, yet it has been forged into sword energy, sharp and fierce to the utmost. It is truly something I have never seen in my life. The Ghost Valley Spirit Officer said. As far as I know, Such fierce sword energy can only be found in the Yuhua Immortal Sect's signature sword technique, the Great Transformation of the Void Sword Energy. The Ghost Valley Spirit Officer said lightly. Zhengjing was silent after being pointed out, not denying it. This sword technique had been sealed by the Yuhua Immortal Sect. And throughout history, those who practiced this technique had all died an untimely death, without exception. Lingguan spoke up. Such a sword technique is too sharp and fierce, often requiring true qi to be externalized. Only after opening all the meridians can it be cultivated. Moreover, practicing any techniques or sword techniques at the internal qi level cannot externalize, thus lacking extraordinary powers and slowing down the progress of internal qi cultivation. In my opinion, you are probably the first person in history to cultivate such a fierce sword technique relying solely on the internal qi realm. Of course, you are also the first human who can demonstrate the Li Huo divine ability relying on the internal qi realm, so in comparison, this is not surprising. At this point, Lingguan's golden eyes sparkled as he spoke. I won't ask how you obtained this technique, but I will ask you one question. Do you know that your death is imminent? Zhengjing nodded slightly and replied, the younger generation is aware. Lingguan said, I can temporarily spare your life. Zhengjing paused and asked, how to spare my life? Lingguan said, I can give you a sword nurturing technique. He reached into his robe, took out a booklet, and handed it over. With this sword nurturing technique, you can use the excessively fierce sword energy within your body as spiritual energy, storing it in the 500 muscles of your left arm. In this way, the divine ability of your left arm will be extremely powerful and more robust. Furthermore, you will not be harmed by the excessively fierce sword energy, which could damage your organs and leave you in a state of being riddled with holes. Lingguan stepped closer and asked, now do you agree? Chapter 29. Enemies on a Narrow Road, Swift Revenge. Zhengjing ultimately agreed to escort Lingguan, even without looking at the changes in fortune on the golden pages. He knew the outcome in his heart. At this moment, refusing Lingguan's request would be equivalent to cutting off his lifeline, since Lingguan was kindly requesting. Showing enough courtesy, and more importantly, offering sufficient rewards, why not accept this invitation instead of rejecting it? Holding this thought, Zhengjing temporarily acted as a coachman, driving the carriage away from Wanlin County. Inside the carriage was a wall-hanging bird that had grown horns on its head. At this moment, the bird was feeling extremely depressed because it was very displeased with the color of the dragon horn. This could not possibly be a proper dragon. The wall-hanging bird thought to itself, what kind of proper dragon would have green horns? In a corner, there was also a half piece of wood, entirely golden and shiny. Its roots were completely tucked inside a ceramic jar, quiet and silent. It had just been stripped of its bark, as if it had been stripped of its clothing, and then coated with a layer of wax oil, feeling humiliated, losing its dignity and face, thus extremely dejected. At this moment, it no longer resembled the 5 elements creation tree and felt unworthy of its ancestors. Hearing that not long ago, the Yuhua Immortal Sect lost a 5 elements creation tree. It must have been this half piece, right? Lingguan sat in the carriage, sighing. I didn't expect you to have such a tremendous crime on you. No wonder you can be in cahoots with me. It seems that the 3 of us, one bird, are not good birds. Senior S praise is misplaced. Outside, Zhengjing, wearing a Wuchang mask, emanated a chilling aura. Hearing this, the wall-hanging bird felt it was rather harsh. It could accept being in cahoots. But what did it mean that the 3 of them were not good birds? Wasn't he that entirely a slap at the bird? So you 2 are the good ones? It felt wronged in its heart, clearly forced into this group under duress and threats. The old guy knew that it came here to change its identity because it had committed a crime within the Yuhua Immortal Sect. If it didn't join in, he would write a letter to expose it, which was truly lacking in chivalry. Truly, it was like boarding a pirate ship. The wall-hanging bird sighed in its heart and looked at the 5 elements creation tree for a long time, unable to help but ask, its identity won't be easily exposed now, will it? This layer of tree wax has changed its color, and I have also altered its shape. Lingguan said, only 2 types of people can see through its true form. Either those who practice eye techniques or those born with divine sight. Of course, there are also those who have transcended the limits of the mortal realm. In other words, as long as you don't encounter these 3 types, no one can see through it. This is the 5 elements creation tree? The wall-hanging bird asked in surprise. Just this thin layer of tree wax has such an effect? I obtained this from the legendary Wudong divine tree when I ventured into the 100,000 great mountains, scraping it off. Worth a fortune. Lingguan said, the tree wax you are coated with is also this kind. Your shape has also been altered. However, you altered it thoroughly, even dismantling the bones. In the future, aside from the 2 of us, 1 bird and 1 tree in our group, no one will be able to see through it. Only those who are not serious are called a group. Zhengjing's voice came from outside, saying, with a proper disciple of the Immortal Sect like me. It should be called a collaborative team. You are right. The wall-hanging bird perfunctorily replied, then hesitated. Wait a minute. Isn't there still Fan Kaihu, who knows my identity? The bird originally didn't want to see him. The wall-hanging bird said, befriend gentlemen and distance yourself from villains. He is a villain. And anyone who knows the bird's identity is a villain. Uncle, don't look at me like that. I'm a bit flustered. We are a group, so naturally. We are not among the villains. The carriage gradually moved away, leaving the scope of Wanlin County. The atmosphere at this moment fell into silence, slightly surprising. We must be cautious. Gigu Lingwan said, once I leave Wanlin County, the higher-ups of the Immortal Sect will notice. The younger generation understands. Li Zhengjing said. Then couldn't he help but ask, are the intruders this time all below the true Qi realm? Logically speaking, there should only be internal Qi realm. Gigu Lingwan replied. Why are you so sure? The wall-hanging bird asked in confusion. There are not only internal Qi realm disciples within the Immortal Sect. If it were external skill levels, I could tear them apart with one claw. Gigu Lingwan said slowly. Only those at the upper level of internal Qi can force me to truly make a move. How can it not be the true Qi realm? The wall-hanging bird asked again. Currently, there are no true Qi realm figures roaming around Wanlin County, and moreover, once I am forced to act, any true Qi realm expert below the human immortal level will die with one strike. Gigu Lingwan said slowly. The true Qi realm already has the true disciples of the Immortal Sect. At the very least, they are inner door elders, considered strong members of the Immortal Sect. Such figures, to be used as pawns, coming here to die, wouldn't that be a pity? What if a human immortal acts? Li Zhengjing suddenly spoke up, his tone serious. Gigu Lingwan said, they will not act against me within the territory of the Immortal Sect. As for outside the territory of the Immortal Sect, I can fight back, no longer needing to worry about the oath, and at that time, you won't need to escort me anymore. So those at the internal Qi realm coming to kill you are actually just looking for death, using their lives to provoke you into action. The wall-hanging bird suddenly understood. If I act, it would go against the oath. The contract made back then could take effect and backfire on me. Gigu Lingwan laughed and said, using cultivators of the internal Qi realm to replace me. A well-known evil expert, do you think that is worth it? That is quite worth it. The wall-hanging bird said, based on the strategies I am well-versed in. One cannot help but suspect that the contract made back then was precisely for today, to easily kill you at a trivial cost. For the higher-ups of the Immortal Sect, it would be too cost-effective. With the help of my young friend Zhengjing, it is enough to deal with. Gigu Lingwan replied. What do you mean? The wall-hanging bird felt dissatisfied, saying, Isn't there still me? You are a criminal, already changing your identity to become a clean body. Gigu Lingwan said, if you still want to undergo a new rebirth and change your identity, then you can expose your current appearance and go out to face the enemy. I don't want to. You wait to die? The wall-hanging bird scolded. From this moment on, no one will see the bird. It burrowed into the tree pot, digging into the soil. Dead bird, what are you doing? The 5 elements creation tree trembled all over, extending 2 roots, waving and cursing. No, stay away. You're touching my roots. Don't drill in any further, or I'll die. Stop making noise. Someone's coming. The Ghost Valley spirit official suddenly spoke, his expression grave, appearing increasingly eerie and terrifying, making it hard to breathe. Outside, Li Zhengjing halted the carriage, and the eyes behind the Wuchang mask revealed an unusual look. What a narrow road for enemies. Before him stood the former Outer Sect steward. The 4 people before him were all those who had conspired with Chen Yoyu to replace his internal organs and cultivation technique, secretly harming him. Chen Yoyu was dead, and Li Zhengjing had been considering finding an opportunity to send these 4 on their way, allowing them to rest in peace, to express the thoughts of a junior. Unexpectedly, before he could scheme, these 4 came knocking at his door, truly considerate. Stop. A person in front spoke coldly, saying, I am Zhou Xiaojia, a disciple of the Feathered Immortal Sect, here on duty. Hand over your weapons, get off the carriage, and kneel down to await inspection. Good. Li Zhengjing got off the carriage and walked forward. Inside the carriage, the Ghost Valley spirit official's golden eyes flickered, and the curtain was as if non-existent. He could see that Li Zhengjing was decisive and swift, clearly aiming to kill. Did these 4 have a grudge against this young man? So this was a narrow road for enemies? The Ghost Valley spirit official thought this way. Li Zhengjing had already reached the 4, his gaze sweeping over them. Reciting, Zhou Xiaojia, Fan Gillen, Wu Qi, Lin Bixio. The mask was as grim as a ghost, and his expression could not be discerned. The voice emerged, becoming gloomy and cold as the mask shifted. He drew his knife with his right hand, pointing it forward, and said lightly, do you 4 waste of space want to keep your whole corpse? Arrogant. The 4 stewards were all furious, drawing their swords and advancing together. Among them, Steward Lin was the most skilled in movement, coming forward first, swinging his sword down. Seeking death. Come. Li Zhengjing snorted, his internal energy erupting as he struck with his knife, blocking the sword. At this moment, Fan Gillen attacked with a sword aimed at his head. Li Zhengjing immediately reached out with his left hand. Innate divine ability, activated by thought. The internal energy circulated, further forging the great transformation void sword chi, flowing through the meridians of his left hand. He felt his left arm radiate, as if transforming into 36,500 pieces, trembling and flashing with fire. Barehanded against a sword? Overestimating oneself. Fan Gillen sneered. Watch as I cut off your hand. The sword struck the palm of his hand. Then, light flickered, dazzling and radiant. Flames surged like a dragon. The sword energy was sharp to the extreme. In an instant, the sword shattered and fragments splattered, transforming into molten iron. What? Fan Gillen trembled all over, shock appearing on his pockmarked face, his pupils contracting as he felt a blaze of fire before him. The might of the divine ability had not yet dissipated, the residual force rushing forth, enveloping the upper half of Fan Gillen's body. In an instant, above his waist. He turned to ashes. Daoist technique? Divine ability? You are a master who has reached the true Qi realm? The remaining three exclaimed in shock, their faces filled with fear. Li Zhengjing was also shaken by the might of this divine ability, but in a moment, he reacted, laughing. It seems you four won't be able to keep your whole corpses after all. It's a pity. I wanted to leave you with some dignity. Before his voice fell, he raised his left hand towards Zhou Xiaojia, who had rushed forward and quickly stopped. Flames erupted suddenly. The sound of the sword's chant accompanied it. Ashes flew in the sky. Today, Li Zhengjing was on a killing spree. The battle settled. He stood in place, laughing heartily, and said, "What a delight in vengeance. Truly exhilarating." Chapter 30. This knife splits mountains and seas, slaying immortals and gods. Over the past 6 months, Li Zhengjing had been oppressed by the outer sect steward Chen Yuyu. Although these 4 stewards had not stopped Chen Yuyu before, they had also not participated in the oppression. But this time, the flawed version of the internal organs and energy cultivation technique came from their collective efforts. It now appeared that there should be higher-level figures behind these 5. However, for Li Zhengjing, what he wanted to kill most were the 5 stewards who had now appeared before him. In the past, when he had yet to cultivate internal energy, these 5 stewards were figures he could not reach, all of them previous generation inner sect disciples who had cultivated for decades. Even if he had just achieved internal energy, even if he had extraordinary talent, he believed he would not be able to defeat these 5 outer sect stewards within 10 years. But now, since he cultivated internal energy, not even 20 days had passed before he had slain all 5. A breath of resentment accumulated for half a year was finally released today, a cause for celebration. Li Zhengjing sheathed his knife, adjusted his mask, and leaped onto the carriage. At this moment, the voice of the Ghost Valley spirit official came from within. These 4's internal energy cultivation levels are above yours, and together they can fight at the peak of internal energy. Yet they still died at my hands, Li Zhengjing replied. Your combat power is beyond what I expected, the Ghost Valley spirit official said. I knew you could defeat these 4, but I did not expect you to defeat them so easily. Li Zhengjing glanced at his left arm, which had been endowed with divine ability, nodded, and replied, it was indeed easy. The Ghost Valley spirit official looked again at the potted plant, where the wall-climbing bird quietly peeked out. Your internal energy realm is only at the mid-level. While this bird compares to the upper level of internal energy, its cultivation above yours. Your Yuhua divine ability is derived from this bird's innate divine ability. But your divine ability's power is 10 times greater than its. Truly surprising. The Ghost Valley spirit official said, your internal energy is inherently domineering, combined with the unmatched sharpness of the great transformation void sword chi. Allows this divine ability's flames to contain sword intent, exceeding its original scope. After pausing, the Ghost Valley spirit official slowly said, rather than calling it the Li Hua divine ability, it would be better to call it the Li Hua divine sword. What Li Hua divine sword? How can this counterfeit divine ability be stronger than Bird Lord? The wall-climbing bird couldn't help but speak. What kind of eyesight do you have? The Xian turtle that fell into your hand's back then must have had poor eyesight, like a blind person. The Ghost Valley spirit official glanced at it and said, if someone comes down below, let you go up and compare. The wall-climbing bird shrank its head and burrowed into the soil. Then a voice came from the ground. How can that be the same? Oh dear, dead bird. Why did you come in again? The 5 elements creation tree waved its roots, crying out loudly, and finally became stiff all over. Its roots hardened, then weakly drooped down. Trembling and making sounds. I'm going to die. Shut up. Someone's coming again. Li Zhengjing's voice came from outside the carriage, deep and cold, yet with an uncontrollable excitement. Whispering, another acquaintance, it will definitely be easy to kill. In Wanlin County, within the Ghost Valley Spirit Official's medicine shop, The formation pavilion master sat cross-legged, hands resting on his abdomen. Above his abdomen, 2 first-grade spirit stones floated in midair. It was his breath emanating, lifting the 2 first-grade spirit stones. As his breath circulated, the 2 spirit stones gradually wore down, merging into it, causing the breath in his palms to expand like a vortex. Pavilion master. Outside the medicine shop, a middle-aged man entered, wearing a golden order, and said in a low voice, "The Ghost Valley spirit official has left Wanlin County." The pavilion master opened his eyes, his expression indifferent, and said, "Did they make a move?" The elder with the golden order replied, "They made a move." But the pavilion master said calmly, "But they did not force the Ghost Valley spirit official to act." The elder paused and said, "Does the pavilion master know?" The pavilion master reached into his robe, taking out a yellowed piece of paper, and said lightly, "If he acts, it would be a breach of oath. And this contract would react, thus suppressing him. But now, the contract has not reacted." The elder said solemnly, "He has a protector." The pavilion master looked up at him, his gaze cold. The elder whispered, "That protector's abilities are profound and unfathomable. I have led 6 batches of people, a total of 17, all of whom are at the upper level of inner chi, and they have all perished." After a pause, the elder could not help but say, "The 17 inner chi practitioners around Wanlin County are all under the command of Qinzhu, the great elder of the inner sect of Yuhua Peak, and are not affiliated with our formation pavilion. Their deaths are not worth mourning." He slightly lowered his head and murmured, "But if we want to continue the ambush, we can only use our own people from the formation pavilion. But in front of that protector, those at the inner chi level are no match. Moreover, there are no true chi level pawns left around Wanlin County. It seems that the spirit official of Ghost Valley was already prepared. His protector must be at the true chi level." Lord Yin slowly said, "If we want to kill him, we must first kill the protector to force him to act and break his oath. At that time, I can easily kill him with the Dao contract." After saying this, Lord Yin looked at the elder and said, "As long as someone can kill the protector, the spirit official of Ghost Valley will have no choice but to act, and then he will undoubtedly die." The elder's expression changed, looking very ugly. Does Lord Yin want to use him as a pawn? His heart sank. The first batch of 4 people sent to ambush were recently demoted outer sect stewards, all at the upper level of inner chi. Even with their combined efforts, they were left with only half a body in just 3 to 5 breaths. He really did not want to face such a killing star. More importantly, even if he could defeat this protector and force the spirit official of Ghost Valley to act, once the latter acted, he would undoubtedly die. What does it matter to him if Lord Yin can succeed in killing the spirit official of Ghost Valley with the Dao contract afterward? Elder Shi, do you have confidence? His junior brother understands. The Elder Shi's expression became serious. He bowed, and then turned to leave. He mounted his spirit beast, his expression extremely grim, with a resolute intention, and chased after the group of spirit official of Ghost Valley. He galloped without stopping, directly pursuing outside Wanlin County. From a distance, he saw a carriage moving and immediately shouted, "Thief, do not run." He drove the spirit beast and directly leaped over the carriage, blocking the way ahead, shouting, "I know your ghost-faced man's abilities are very high, but today the spirit official of Ghost Valley will surely die." He jumped down from the spirit beast and said in a deep voice, "I am here to experience your swordsmanship. If you cannot cut me down with one strike, you will undoubtedly die." Li Zhengjing's heart sank, and he lowered his voice, saying, "Did you not say that there would be no one above the inner chi level? This person has an overwhelming presence, already at the true chi level." At this point, Li Zhengjing gritted his teeth and asked again, "Can my Li Hua divine sword handle it?" The spirit official of Ghost Valley replied, "If you can hit him in one strike, he will turn to ashes." "What if you miss?" Li Zhengjing asked. "You will undoubtedly die," the spirit official of Ghost Valley replied. "How much chance do you think I have to hit him?" Li Zhengjing said, "Less than 10%. The spirit official of Ghost Valley replied. "So low?" Li Zhengjing's expression became serious. This person excels in body techniques, like a ghostly apparition. His transformation technique is quite famous among those at the true chi level, the spirit official of Ghost Valley said. "Your cultivation is far inferior to his, and the chance of hitting him with the Li Hua divine sword is slim." "Then it's doomed?" Li Zhengjing sighed and said, "Then I want to make a move. The result will be the same, you go yourself." "No need, you will definitely win this battle," the spirit official of Ghost Valley said. "Definitely win?" Li Zhengjing was taken aback. "With me guiding you, how could you lose?" The spirit official of Ghost Valley laughed. "Then how do I win?" Li Zhengjing asked again. "You go up and cut him once," the spirit official of Ghost Valley said. "One cut is enough." "Really?" Li Zhengjing was very skeptical. "Really?" the spirit official of Ghost Valley replied. Li Zhengjing couldn't help but suspect that the spirit official of Ghost Valley wanted to use his hand to kill him and silence him. After calming his mind, he looked at the fortune of the golden page. There was no change in the fortune. So he breathed a sigh of relief, dismounted, and drew his sword. Doubtful yet convinced, he advanced. Die! Elder Shi's true chi surged outward, and immediately a fierce wind swept around him, dust swirling, an overwhelming presence. Li Zhengjing's heart was heavy, but he also believed in the fortune of the golden page, swinging his sword forward. This sword struck an invisible wall. In the dust, amidst the haze, an old face emerged. It was indeed Elder Shi, and Li Zhengjing's sword was blocked a foot in front of him by the true chi surrounding him, completely unable to fall. However, just as Li Zhengjing was about to use the Yuhua divine sword in his left hand, the true chi in front of him suddenly dissipated. Li Zhengjing's sword suddenly went forward easily. The blade was sharp, immediately slashing down from the elder's shoulder. The blade split the chest and abdomen, slicing out from under his ribs, blood splattering. Then Elder Shi let out a terrible scream, flying back over Zhengjing. Amidst the swirling dust, blood soared, and only his gritted teeth could be heard echoing around. What a strong sword! No wonder he is the protector of the spirit official of Ghost Valley. This strike's power is immense, capable of splitting mountains and seas, slaying immortals and gods. I admit defeat today. His voice gradually faded, filled with grief and indignation. He shouted, "The grudge of this sword today will be repaid in the future." After his voice fell, the dust settled, and the figure was no longer in sight. Li Zhengjing lowered his head, looking at the sword in his hand, silent. Inside the carriage, the hanging wall bird peeked out, shocked. His sword was even more terrifying than the Yuhua divine sword, splitting mountains and seas, slaying immortals and gods. The master truly is deep and unfathomable. The hanging wall bird gasped, greatly shaken. The five elements creation tree waved its roots, saying, "I already knew that the master is not an ordinary character. He is an expert at playing the fool to catch the tiger, surely a reincarnated celestial, descended to the mortal realm. That's why I took the initiative to climb into his bag back then." Chapter 31. 3,000 years ago, the Tao Sovereign ascended. 17 years ago, the Void Extreme collided with the Divine. Li Zhengjing looked at the sword in his hand, his gaze falling on the carriage. Shishuanha, an elder of the formation pavilion of the Feathered Immortal Sect, with true chi flowing through all his meridians, inscribed with the patterns of the clear wind array, moved like the wind, appearing and disappearing mysteriously. However, the reason he is renowned within the true chi level is not because of his speed, but because he is best at self-preservation. To put it plainly, among all the elders of the Feathered Immortal Sect, his reputation for fearing death is the greatest. Today, if you cannot kill him, I must take action, regardless of the outcome. He will undoubtedly die. The spirit official of Ghost Valley smiled and said, "Such a person who cherishes his life, how could he willingly come as a pawn to die? Did he not make it clear to you as soon as he arrived here? You just need to cut him down with one sword, and that would be enough." Hearing this, Li Zhengjing couldn't help but laugh, saying, "Truly a remarkable person." The spirit official of Ghost Valley continued, "I already knew that there are no true chi level intersect elders or true disciples around Wanlin County. A few days ago, a member of the Chun family from the Balan mansion was killed, so the nearby members of the Chun family and their offerings were ordered to investigate. Preliminary investigations indicated that the murderer should be at the inner chi level, and since Qin Yuyu held a low status, the Chun family did not send anyone at the true chi level for this case. The only true chi level person around the Qixing mansion is this Shishuanha, who came with the head of the formation pavilion." The spirit official of Ghost Valley said slowly, "And the head of the formation pavilion knows this person's style of action well. If he sent him here, it also means to inform me that this matter ends here. Sending this person to ambush means no longer ambushing?" Li Zhengjing asked in surprise. "That's right." The spirit official of Ghost Valley replied, "The abilities you have shown are unpredictable to them. To them, your abilities are at least at the true chi level. Shishuanha is unwilling to die, and there are no other people who can suppress you, thus forcing me to act. He cannot use the Tao contract to kill me. If he does not use the Tao contract, he can only fight me to the death, and my abilities are still above his. At this point, he is also helpless, only able to use Shishuanha to inform me that he will stop here. He decided to stop here, and I, as an old man, will give him a favor. I won't spread his secrets. Moreover, he has used your hand to eliminate a group of people under the Grand Elder Qinzhu of the ancient Moon Peak, which can be considered quite a harvest. Therefore, the journey ahead should be relatively stable, but we must leave the boundaries of the Feathered Immortal Sect as soon as possible." The Ghost Valley Spirit Officer said, "If we delay, we will give them ample opportunity to prepare. By then, not only the Array Pavilion Master, but also other high-level figures from ancient Moon Peak may mobilize those in the True Chi realm to block our way. So let's hurry up." Li Zhengjing sheathed his sword and jumped onto the carriage. Indeed, the journey that followed was calm. Several days passed, and they were still within the feathered Immortal Sect's territory. But on this day, the Ghost Valley Spirit Officer slowly spoke. This is far enough. We are still at least 1,000 miles from the jurisdiction of the feathered Immortal Sect. Zhengjing replied. You are very clever, with high comprehension and excellent roots. It would indeed be a pity if you were to die under the great transformation sword chi of the Diyin Cave. The Ghost Valley Spirit Officer got off the carriage, his feet gripping the ground like eagle claws. And he looked at Zhengjing and said, the sword cultivation method I bestowed upon you is only a temporary solution. It addresses the symptoms, but not the root cause. When you reach the true chi realm, your inner cultivation will gradually become more robust. And the great transformation sword chi of the Diyin Cave will become even sharper and more fierce. Even with the sword cultivation method, your 36,500 muscles in the arm cannot bear too much sword energy. The junior understands. Zhengjing nodded. You have escorted me this far, so I owe you a favor. The Ghost Valley Spirit Officer said, I will do my best to find a way for you when I leave the feathered Immortal Sect. If we meet again in the future, I will help you resolve this matter once and for all. After a pause, the Ghost Valley Spirit Officer continued, and if you have the chance, look for records about the Kunlun Immortal Sect and the Heavenly Azure Taoist. Heavenly Azure Taoist? Zhengjing was slightly taken aback. I know. The wall-hanging bird immediately answered. The Heavenly Azure Taoist of the Kunlun Immortal Sect is the last immortal in the world. It is said that 3,000 years ago, he was invincible in the world, ascended to the heavens, radiating brilliance, transcending the mundane. I didn't expect you to have read a few books. The Ghost Valley Spirit Officer said slowly. He is the only one throughout history who has successfully cultivated the great transformation sword chi of the Diyin Cave and achieved a good end. A good end? Zhengjing was taken aback. But the wall-hanging bird did not catch the hint and began to show off its knowledge. It is said that the Heavenly Azure Taoist possesses a very special constitution, known as the innate immortal root divine body. The wall-hanging bird chattered on. No matter what kind of injury or curse he suffers, he can restore himself completely in an instant. Zhengjing's gaze sharpened, thinking, could this be the eternal holy body that the thousand illusions divine monarch desires? The Ghost Valley Spirit Officer continued. The great transformation sword chi of the Diyin Cave is too sharp and fierce, which can harm oneself. But for the Heavenly Azure Taoist, his injuries are constantly being repaired, so it has no effect on him. According to ancient records, with the help of the great transformation sword chi of the Diyin Cave, after entering the true chi realm, he transcended the ordinary and achieved the status of a Taoist immortal in just a year. Finally, 3,000 years ago, he ascended to the heavens and joined the ranks of the immortals. At this point, the Ghost Valley Spirit Officer's expression became somewhat complex. The wall-hanging bird could not sense the nuance, but Zhengjing had a vague understanding. Earlier, you said he achieved a good end? Zhengjing pondered and said, and the golden ship of the world was established 1,300 years ago, claiming that there are no immortals in the heavens? Because 1,300 years ago, the first heavenly respect of the world dug up the grave of the Heavenly Azure Taoist. The Ghost Valley Spirit Officer said slowly. What? Zhengjing was shocked, and the wall-hanging bird showed an expression of disbelief. An ascended true immortal was buried in the dirt of the mortal world? The so-called ascension is merely the exhaustion of one's lifespan, buried in the dust. The so-called ascension to the heavens and joining the ranks of the immortals is just a deception. The Heavenly Azure Taoist stood at the pinnacle of the world. He represents the end of cultivation, with no further path, ultimately returning to dust. The first heavenly respect of the world made such a statement. But it was not enough to convince the world. However, since the Heavenly Azure Taoist, there have indeed been no more legends of ascended immortals. There are those whose lifespans have run out, yet they suffer from the broken path of cultivation, with no hope of achieving immortality at the end of their lives. They became companions of the heavenly respect of the world. From then on, they emulated ancient legends, gathering cultivators from around the world to build the golden ship of the world together. Zhengjing bowed and was about to take off his mask. This is for you. The Ghost Valley Spirit Officer said. Thank you. Zhengjing also felt this item was extraordinary, so he did not decline. The wall-hanging bird flew out of the carriage and landed on his shoulder. Meanwhile, a half-section of wood stretched out from the ground with two roots, extending outside the clay pot, landing on the ground, supporting the pot like two legs, and scampering away. We shall meet again by fate. The Ghost Valley Spirit Officer waved his hand, sending off the person, the bird, and the tree. Then he patted the head of the horse that was pulling the cart. The claw of the dragon was powerful and heavy, shattering stone and splitting earth, turning the horse's head into mush. At that moment, he spread his arms, and a pair of wings extended from his back, with sharp feathers of golden color, resembling the wings of a great rock. With a thought, he flapped his wings and soared high into the sky. Not long after, he landed on the top of a mountain. A figure slowly approached from below, dressed in gray robes, with a scar on his face resembling a centipede, and he sang loudly. The great calamity of the ages. All beings suffer. The golden ship transcends. Carefree, crossing the world. Disciple, you have become the guide of the golden ship of the world? It is all because my master shattered the ascending armor order and fled, that I was demoted and became the guide for 17 years. The gray-robed, scar-faced man said lightly. Do you know if my master, after fleeing for 17 years, has completely exchanged his flesh and blood to remove the mark of the golden ship of the world? If he has removed the mark, I would be carefree and unrestrained. No longer bound. Why would I need to seek another ascending armor order to return to the golden ship of the world? The Ghost Valley Spirit Officer said with a sinister smile. The Ghost Valley Spirit Officer fell silent for a moment and asked, who to treat? The gray-robed, scar-faced man replied, the Supreme Elder of the Yuhua Immortal Sect, the true man of the void. 3 years ago, the Heavenly Respect personally suppressed him. The Ghost Valley Spirit Officer raised an eyebrow and said, I remember that 17 years ago, Mount Fengdu collapsed, and 1,000,000 demons and evils ran rampant. The first message sent to the 3 great immortal sects came from this true man of the void. After a pause, the Ghost Valley Spirit Officer said, it is rumored that he survived the impact of 1,000,000 demons and evil spirits of Mount Fengdu due to his profound cultivation. But the encounter with the supernatural left him mentally unstable. After that, he went mad, defected from the Yuhua Immortal Sect, and committed endless killings. At this point, the gray-robed, scar-faced man's tone became serious as he slowly said, moreover, he did not encounter a ghost. He encountered a god. Chapter 32, The Immortal Sect's Conspiracy, Ambushed Midway. Qixing Mansion, Wanlin County. Elder Shi was in a sorry state, covered in blood. There was a bloody wound on his body, slashed from the shoulder down and across the ribs, with flesh turned inside out, looking extremely horrific. Pavilion Master, the capabilities of the Guardian are unfathomable, with one strike. He can almost slay immortals and gods. Then why are you still alive? Pavilion Master Yin slowly looked at him and said, when did you surpass the immortals and gods? Elder Shi paused, then rolled his eyes back and collapsed, his limbs trembling, breath faint. Pavilion Master Yin glanced at him and said, you are truly useless. After saying this, Pavilion Master Yin reached into his robe and took out a contract, tearing it into pieces. He looked towards the direction of the Ghost Valley Spirit Officer and calmly said, the Sect Master has sent word, giving you a chance to atone for your sins. Elder Shi quietly opened his eyes and quickly closed them again. The Ghost Valley Spirit Officer was originally one of the helmsmen of the Golden Ship of the World, also serving as a medical officer. This time, when he left the Feathered Immortal Sect, he would surely return to the Golden Ship of the World. Therefore, the sect leader only allowed me to slightly obstruct him before letting him go. Right now, you are the best at body techniques and tracking. So follow his trail to find the foundation of the Golden Fairy. Once this is accomplished, the sect master has promised to let you manage the Yin-Yang Enlightenment Seed for 3 years. You are already old, and your path to cultivation in this life is bleak and hopeless. This will be your only opportunity to attain enlightenment, so make sure to seize it well. After the voice faded, Master Yin had already disappeared without a trace. Elder Shi lay on the ground, his gaze shifting unpredictably. After a moment, he gritted his teeth, rolled over, and leapt in the direction where the Ghost Valley Spirit Officer had left. Meanwhile, on his way back, Zhengjing glanced at the Golden Book page, confirmed there was no risk, and then removed the ghost mask. He hung the long knife at his waist, casually affixed a movement talisman, then grabbed the ceramic jar of the 5 Elements creation tree with one hand while holding the green horn of the wall-hanging bird with the other. He sped towards the gate of the Feather Transformation Immortal Sect. As he rushed forward, dust billowed up. The dust swirled around him as he advanced, resembling a wandering yellow dragon. What are you doing as a bird in such a place? He said, but deep inside, he felt a trace of worry. He had already dealt with the monsters in Wanlin County, yet he hadn't returned to the sect for several days. If he were to emerge victorious in the future, would someone with ulterior motives connect him, Zhengjing, to the Protector? Such matters should be prevented beforehand. He thought to himself as he continued forward. Ahead on the mountain path, there were dirt hills on both sides, and the trees were sparse. At that moment, a loud rumble sounded. He saw giant rocks rolling down the mountain paths on both sides, a massive force. His expression changed slightly. He could not stop in time and had to channel his internal energy into his legs, leaping forward with all his might. The thunderous noise echoed. He was already covered by 10 or so giant rocks behind him. If he hadn't had the movement talisman and had been even a bit slower, he would have been crushed into a pulp. Who is ambushing here? Zhengjing's face revealed a murderous intent as he drew his sword. At that moment, one person appeared on each side. We waited for you for 3 to 5 days, nearly losing patience. The newcomer wore a white robe, a silver token at his waist, and a cold smile on his face, saying, "Originally, my junior brother Zhou and I had decided that if we didn't see you today, we would have to give up. But on this last day, you still had bad luck and delivered yourself to our door." This person was none other than Qin. The other person was Zhou Mo. Zhou Mo drew his sword, smiling as he said, "But that's fine. I'll let you live a few more days. Coming to your end today is not too late. Take a good look at the scenery around. Burying you here should let you rest in peace." "You too?" Zhengjing raised his eyebrows and said, "In Wanlin County, we didn't succeed in competing for merit, and a few words of dispute didn't constitute a deep hatred. Why wait here to ambush for 3 to 5 days? You didn't take me seriously. But you offended my older brother Qianyang and my clan due to your lack of insight." Qin approached, drawing his sword with a grim tone, saying, "I was originally heading to the 100 Spirits Mansion to investigate the case of Chun Yu being killed. On the way, my senior brother Qianyang sent word for me to come here and eliminate you. I had no choice but to comply. Didn't you see me knock down that black-robed, evil cultivator with one strike?" Zhengjing couldn't help but ask, "What gave you such courage to dare to intercept me? Trying to scare us?" Zhou Mo sneered. That black-robed, evil cultivator has already confessed. He was heavily injured and had lost an arm. Although he had a 7th-level internal energy cultivation, he was nearly at death's door. You simply took advantage of him. Zhengjing fell silent. He recalled that before he went to meet that black-robed, evil cultivator, Qin and Zhou Mo had already interrogated the guy first. Had the black-robed, evil cultivator deliberately misled them, knowing he had a conflict with the two? For the black-robed, evil cultivator, all 3 of them were his enemies. If there were a conflict among the 3, regardless of who died, it would eliminate one of his enemies. Furthermore, afterward, they might be held accountable by the sect. Once the matter of infighting among fellow disciples leaked, death would be inevitable. The black-robed, evil cultivator's plot wasn't particularly clever, but if it developed in the worst direction, with all 3 dying, he could take great revenge. These 2 fools. Zhengjing felt a bit helpless and gripped his long knife, stepping forward. "You're not escaping and still dare to approach." Qin advanced with his sword, grinning. "Do you really think that injuring a heavily wounded, crippled, evil cultivator makes you invincible in the internal energy realm? Today, my senior brother will teach you what the skills of the Immortal Sect are." Zhengjing's eyes flashed with a sharp glint, murderous intent rising. Just then, the wall-hanging bird with golden wings and green horns soared in, shouting, "Master, let me do it. I haven't killed anyone yet. Save one for me." The ambush, lasting only 3 breaths, had already settled. The wall-hanging bird was gloomy. The 5 Elements creation tree couldn't help but comfort. "Don't be sad, Bird Master. It's just that you didn't get a kill, but your fire of departure also burned their legs, which is better than nothing." At this point, the 5 Elements creation tree waved its roots, making a sobbing sound, saying, "How pitiful. I've grown for so many years, kind and pure, never hurting anyone, yet often having my fruits picked. Some even cut off half of my body. It's truly insane and inhuman." A certain serious person, unwilling to disclose his name, gripped his long knife, his gaze filled with murderous intent as it slowly swept over. "Master, don't misunderstand. I'm not talking about you." The 5 Elements creation tree trembled and continuously waved its roots, saying, "You, esteemed one, are highly respected and virtuous." My hands. A flash of knife light, and 2 roots fell to the ground. My hands are down 2 more. The 5 Elements creation tree extended 2 more roots, trembling and crying out. "Those are clearly feet." The wall-hanging bird corrected. "What is the point of arguing about hands and feet at this time? They're all severed." The 5 Elements creation tree wailed. "Anyway, they can still grow back. What is there to fear?" The wall-hanging bird said. "Who else like you, growing a horn for no reason, and dyed it green? Tree spirit, Bird Master is different from you." The wall-hanging bird dove into the ceramic jar, burrowing into the soil and tying up its hundreds of roots in a knot. The 5 Elements creation tree howled mournfully for quite a while, and the 2 roots that had just emerged froze for a moment before drooping down, seemingly fainting. Zhengjing silently picked up the 2 roots, thinking that he could brew 2 bowls of 5 Elements creation ointment, and his anger dissipated. He gathered the belongings of the 2 and found a spot to bury them, planning to retrieve them next time. Then he reattached the movement talisman and headed towards the Feather Transformation Immortal Sect. He rushed all the way until he reached the foot of the Immortal Sect's mountain gate, where he stopped, tore off the movement talisman, and channeled energy into his left arm, igniting flames. The movement talisman immediately turned to ashes. "What are you doing?" The wall-hanging bird poked its head out, asking, "The movement talisman is quite rare. Why waste it like this?" "You'll know in a bit." Zhengjing walked up the mountain on foot. Using the inner door disciple token, he reported to the mountain guards and returned to Yuhua Peak. The law enforcement hall was handling a case. The inner door elder there was Xie Changqing, whom he had met before. Xie Changqing had a stern expression and said in a deep voice, "Li Zhengjing, you are now suspected of killing fellow disciples. Come with us." Chapter 33, The Law Enforcement Hall Interrogation. Inside the law enforcement hall, the atmosphere was dim. This was a small room, surrounded by refined iron, engraved with runes, and set with formations. Everywhere he looked, there were torture instruments that instilled fear. Li Zhengjing sat in the dark room, his expression calm. Beside him was an ordinary potted tree and a strangely shaped ordinary bird, both silent and still. After a moment, the inner door elder responsible for the law enforcement hall, Xie Changqing, slowly entered, holding a ledger and a pen. "Nephew, long time no see. Today is a routine questioning. Don't be nervous. 6 days ago, the former outer gate steward Qin Yuyu was demoted to Bailing City and was killed by a group of assailants. Are you aware of this matter?" "Yes." Li Zhengjing nodded. Meanwhile, inside the adjacent room, Gao Changhe let out a sigh of relief. He could calmly admit knowledge of this matter. So it seemed there was not much to worry about. Gao Changhe thought this way because he knew that the incident had caused quite a stir and had already spread to Wanlin County. So Li Zhengjing must be aware of it. If he pretended not to know, then he would be hiding something, and it was highly likely that he was involved. Just as he was thinking this, he heard the voice continue. "According to what I know, during Qin Yuyu's time as outer gate steward, he suppressed you. And this time he was demoted from the sect because he failed to manage the spirit beasts properly, which almost cost you your life. In fact, in my view, perhaps the spirit beast incident was a deliberate attempt to harm you." Xie Changqing said, "It seems that you have a deep-seated grudge against him. Have you considered killing him?" The disciple indeed had thoughts of murder. Li Zhengjing truthfully replied, spreading his hands, and said, "But the disciple's abilities are limited. In the past, I only practiced external skills. And now that I have just cultivated internal energy for less than a month, how could I dare to kill an outer gate steward who has achieved internal energy for over 40 years? Yet, the day before Qin Yuyu was killed, you took on the case of the demonic cultivators in Wanlin County from Qixing Prefecture," Xie Changqing said. "Since you know that you have just entered the internal energy realm and your skills are shallow, how dare you take on such a dangerous case?" Li Zhengjing responded, "At that time, I did not know how powerful this evil cultivator was. I had just entered internal energy, and in my arrogance, I believed I could solve this case." Xie Changqing slowly asked, "Was it not because Bailing Prefecture and Qixing Prefecture are adjacent that you went to kill Qin Yuyu?" Li Zhengjing's expression was indifferent as he said, "According to what I know, when Qin Yuyu was killed, I should have still been on my way to Qixing Prefecture in Wanlin County. How could this matter be related to me?" "You never went to Qixing Prefecture in Wanlin County." Just then, another voice came in, saying, "That day, I did not see you." The speaker was a middle-aged man, about in his 40s, with a fair complexion and a strong aura, already at the peak level of internal energy. Li Zhengjing glanced at his waist token, narrowed his eyes, and then smiled. "Inner gate disciple, Qin Yang. This name is not unfamiliar lately. This hidden figure has surfaced so quickly? Without evidence, you rely solely on your one-sided words?" Li Zhengjing assessed him and slowly said, "Senior brother Qin Yang, what are you doing on the road to Qixing Prefecture in Wanlin County? Are you not here to ambush your junior brother? What? You want to interrogate me?" Qin Yang's expression was emotionless as he then bowed to Xie Changqing, saying, "Master uncle, this person is most likely the murderer who killed Qin Yuyu's clan uncle. Without evidence, do not make baseless accusations." Xie Changqing said, "Without evidence? Are you going to convict him based solely on your word?" Qin Yang wanted to say more, but Xie Changqing had already taken out the case files and threw them in front of him. The files recorded that he left the mountain gate in the morning and only arrived in Wanlin County by evening. Qin Yuyu was killed at noon, and at that time, he was still on the road and could not possibly reach the big city where Qin Yuyu was. His suspicion is low. He was only called for a routine inquiry. "Qin Yang, you have recently been transferred to the law enforcement hall as a disciple and can participate in the questioning, but you cannot act recklessly," Xie Changqing said in a solemn tone. "Master Xie." Qin Yang maintained his usual demeanor and said seriously, "I deduced that if he had a spirit movement talisman, he could reach the big city in half a day, and in the remaining half day, he could reach Wanlin County. Then did you find a spirit movement talisman?" Xie Changqing asked. "No." Qin Yang pondered. "It is likely that the physical evidence was destroyed by him in advance. The spirit movement talisman is not a common item, and he might not be willing to part with it." Xie Changqing scoffed and then asked again, "Did you find any records of him exchanging for a spirit movement talisman at the public affairs hall?" "No." Qin Yang shook his head slightly. "Did your Qin clan send dozens of people to the big city to find clues about Li Zhengjing?" Xie Changqing asked again. "No." Qin Yang continued. "The assailant set fire to erase all clues, and even the surrounding snakes, insects, rats, and ants have fled. Even Sister He Qingyu from the Beast Control Hall could not find anything." "Then why are you so sure it is him?" Xie Changqing said. Qianyang fell silent. Surely, he could not say that he personally ambushed Li Zhengjing and thus knew that the other party did not directly go to Wanlin County. Nor could he say that after Wanlin County, he sent Qin Bing and Zhou Mo to ambush, resulting in both of them dying today. Master Xia. He has a deep grudge against Chun Yoyu, and it just so happens that he descended the mountain that day, making him the prime suspect. Moreover, Qianyang said seriously, the Grand Elder ordered me to investigate this matter, so I certainly cannot let go of anyone with suspicion. He brought up the Grand Elder, which immediately made Xie Changqing's expression turn extremely ugly. Inside the adjacent room, Gao Changhe shook his head slightly and sighed. He was also uncertain whether Li Zhengjing was the assailant, because others did not have the spirit movement talisman, but by Guabi, this little bird certainly did. Although Li Zhengjing had just entered the internal energy realm, he had captured that black-robed evil cultivator from Wanlin County, who was at a higher level of internal energy. Chun Yuyu was old and could not compare to his prime. He might not be stronger than that black-robed evil cultivator, since it involved Bai Guabi. And Li Zhengjing had the merit of escorting it. He should be able to summon the token left by Venerable Bai Shao. This Qianyang clearly did not want to discuss the real evidence. He invoked the name of the Inner Gate Grand Elder Qin Zhu to exert pressure on the law enforcement hall to directly kill Li Zhengjing without conclusive evidence. Chun Yuyu was a steward of the Yuhua Immortal Sect. He was assassinated within the jurisdiction of the sect, which has a very bad influence. And the law enforcement hall must solve the case quickly. If they exert pressure in the name of Grand Elder Qin Zhu, then regardless of whether the assailant is Li Zhengjing or not, he will likely end up as a scapegoat. It seems that only by invoking the name of Venerable Bai Shao can I suppress Qin Zhu's name and resolve this matter. Gao Changhe thought this and gently tapped the wall before leaving to summon the token left by Venerable Bai Shao. Xie Changqing's true energy had already reached his ears, and he immediately heard the subtle signal. Senior brother Gao left first. Will he give up on Li Zhengjing or seek another way to protect him? Qianyang was not much of a concern, but if it were truly the intention of Grand Elder Qin Zhu, I fear I would also be powerless to intervene in this matter. Xie Changqing thought this and saw that Qianyang, who had invoked the name of Grand Elder Qin Zhu, was now standing in front of Li Zhengjing without any reservations. Steward Qin Yuyu, were you the one who killed him? Qianyang asked. Do you think I could kill Qin Yuyu after cultivating internal energy for just over 20 days? Li Zhengjing retorted. You have just entered internal energy. You have already defeated spirit beasts, and this time down the mountain. You captured that black-robed evil cultivator from Wanlin County who was at a higher level of internal energy. Qianyang said, with such abilities, killing Qin Yuyu should not be difficult. As he said this, he could not help but feel a sense of shock. But the more shocked he felt, the more he wanted to kill Li Zhengjing. Otherwise, how could this child be suppressed once he grows up? The case file should have stated that this evil cultivator was seriously injured and had already lost an arm, with only 1/10 of his abilities remaining. Li Zhengjing spread his hands and said, if I could not subdue him, would that not be a disgrace to my sect? Junior brother Li's eloquence is indeed impressive. Qianyang reached into his bosom and took out a piece of paper, saying, then let us not mention the matter of Chun Yuyu. Do you know that your fellow disciples, Chun Bing and Zhou Mo, who were investigating the case with you in Wanlin County, were killed this afternoon? Li Zhengjing showed a shocked expression and asked, did the two senior brothers die? Was their death brutal? Qianyang replied expressionlessly, they died on your way back. Li Zhengjing was even more astonished, exclaiming, did they not go to Wanlin County to investigate the matter of Qin Yuyu's attack? How could they die on this road? Could it be that they chose a place to die? Qianyang stepped forward half a step and whispered, Qin knows that they died because of you. Li Zhengjing sighed and said, is it you again trying to pin the blame on me? This is the Yuhua Immortal Sect, not your Qin family clan. By the way, I heard in Wanlin County that 12 or 20 members of the Chun family have died around Qixing Mansion and Belan Mansion. Qianyang, why don't you just frame me for all the recent murders of the Chun clan members? After saying this, a mocking expression appeared on Li Zhengjing's face as he continued. In any case, it's all a death sentence. Too many deaths won't crush me. Today's interrogation ends here. Xie Changqing suddenly spoke up, saying, Li Zhengjing, you will stay here until your suspicion is cleared. You are not allowed to leave. With that, he waved his sleeve and left. Seeing this, Qianyang had no choice but to give up, chuckling lightly as he glanced at Li Zhengjing, saying, if we can't find the murderer, this case will be hard to investigate. But since I have already identified the murderer, I will naturally make you pay for it. Li Zhengjing quietly looked at him. His mind focused on the golden pages. The line about fortune remained unchanged. Today's events would not pose a threat to him. He had thought that this Qianyang, hidden in the shadows, was a cunning character, but today it seemed he was just like Chun Yuyu. Li Zhengjing thought to himself, would such a person really dare to tamper with the inner workings of the body to cultivate energy? Chapter 34, Head of the Law Enforcement Hall. One word defines justice. In Chun Yang's heart, He could basically confirm that Li Zhengjing was the murderer. Chen Bing and Zhou Mo were sent by him to intercept Li Zhengjing. Normally, it would take until nightfall to return from the murder scene, but if Li Zhengjing possessed the Godspeed Talisman, it would make sense. If he had the Godspeed Talisman, then Li Zhengjing could have gone to Daliao City to kill Chen Yoyu and then head to Wanlin County within half a day. At present, it seemed that Li Zhengjing had the capability to kill Chen Bing and Zhou Mo. Therefore, killing Chen Yoyu would be no difficult task. The black-robed, evil cultivator, even if he had been severely injured beforehand and lost an arm, could still be taken down by Li Zhengjing, which meant Li Zhengjing's abilities were not weak. This child was growing too fast, surpassing the current true disciple Lu Huayuan, even surpassing the former Yuan Zhengfeng. He could not be allowed to continue growing. As Qin Yang thought this, he could basically conclude that Li Zhengjing was indeed the murderer, but at this moment, he could not produce sufficient evidence to convict him. He carried his worries along with Xie Changqing to the record hall of the law enforcement hall. On the way, he signaled to a disciple, who then left. In the record hall, 12 elders were on duty, recording the daily cases and documents. Xie Changqing and Qin Yang were there to submit today's interrogation of Li Zhengjing. However, before they could organize the records of today's questioning, Xie Changqing turned around with an angry expression. Qin Yang, as a disciple on duty in the law enforcement hall, you should be rational and calm, not making baseless accusations and planning to convict someone. The disciple understands the rules. Qin Yang replied, lifting his head and bowing. But I am certain that Li Zhengjing is the murderer. If you don't believe me, please use the soul-searching talisman. Nonsense, Xie Changqing shouted. If the soul-searching talisman is not used properly, it will erase his consciousness. Li Zhengjing is already an inner sect disciple, a seed nurtured by the sect. How can you use the soul-searching talisman based solely on your suspicions and ruin his future? Upon hearing the term soul-searching talisman, the elders in the record hall all showed surprised expressions and looked up. The law enforcement hall has a spirit testing talisman that can determine if someone is lying. However, the spirit testing talisman is only effective on ordinary people. Once one reaches the inner energy realm, they can stabilize their pulse, heartbeat, breathing, and even thoughts using their internal energy, rendering the spirit testing talisman basically ineffective. However, the soul-searching talisman directly targets the soul, and even someone at the true Qi realm cannot hide their secrets. Because it directly affects the soul, a careless use could harm one's consciousness, with dire consequences. At this moment, Qin Yang met Xie Changqing's gaze and slowly said, "What if we asked the Grand Elder to personally use this soul-searching talisman?" "What did you say?" Xie Changqing's face changed slightly. The Grand Elder is at the peak of the true Qi realm. If he uses the soul-searching talisman, it would be foolproof. Qin Yang said, "The Grand Elder coming forward?" At this moment, not only Xie Changqing, but even the inner sect elders in the record hall felt it was unbelievable and thought it was making too much of a fuss. Grand Elder Qinzhu has a very high status within the sect. He is just one step away from transcending the mundane and achieving immortality. Would he really lower his status and lose face over an inconsequential member of the Qin clan, over a young man who has just entered the inner energy realm? Xie Changqing vaguely understood that this was likely not about the deceased Chen Yoyu, but about Li Zhengjing. It was rumored that Grand Elder Qinzhu had some grievances with the late Elder Yuan Zhengfeng, but this grievance seemed too heavy. Was it just because Li Zhengjing held Elder Yuan Zhengfeng's token to enter the sect? It seemed that it was not Qin Yang wanting to kill Li Zhengjing, but rather Grand Elder Qinzhu who had murderous intentions. If the Grand Elder truly harbored such thoughts, then Senior Brother Gao would definitely not be able to protect this young man. As Xie Changqing thought this, his gaze gradually became strange. Qin Yang took a deep breath. If it were any other matter, he would not dare to directly suggest calling upon the Grand Elder. However, this Li Zhengjing had cultivated inner energy for more than 20 days, being able to consecutively kill Chen Yoyu, Chen Bing, and Zhou Mo, and even take down the upper-level evil cultivator. Such a talent, with unlimited potential for the future, but precisely because he was too outstanding. Qin Yang was certain that as long as he informed the Grand Elder would definitely take action personally to eliminate this future great enemy with limitless potential. Was there really a need to involve the Grand Elder in interrogating a junior disciple? At that moment, a voice came, saying, "To let the Grand Elder interrogate a young man not only tarnishes the Grand Elder's reputation, but also makes it seem like our law enforcement hall is incompetent. I will personally use the soul-searching talisman." Qinxian? Xie Changqing's heart sank slightly, as the inner sect elder who had arrived was also from the Qin family. "Greetings, Elder Qinxian." Qin Yang's face showed joy as he bowed. "This matter is settled." Elder Qinxian looked at Xie Changqing and said, "If you are unwilling to let me use the soul-searching talisman, then we must disturb the Grand Elder." Xie Changqing's face turned ugly, about to speak. However, at that moment, another elder grabbed his sleeve and whispered, "Xie Shidi, don't act rashly. If they dare to say they want the Grand Elder to take action, then this matter is basically settled. You should follow along. Yes. At this moment, another elder spoke. Is it really necessary to disturb the Grand Elder over a young man? When that time comes, whether it is the Grand Elder or our law enforcement hall, we will all look bad. Xieshidi, I believe you are not suited to investigate this case. At that moment, another elder stood up and said, this matter involves the lives of the Chun clan members. I believe it should be handled jointly by Brother Qin Xian and Nephew Qin Yang. That makes sense. Now Brother Qin Xian and Nephew Qin Yang are also on duty in the law enforcement hall. Their investigation will still be our law enforcement hall's investigation. There is no need to disturb the Grand Elder. Just let Brother Qin Xian use the soul-searching talisman. Xie Changqing took a deep breath, feeling dejected. He took a step back and stopped speaking. At this point, he had done his best. By stepping back now, he was still giving Grand Elder Qinzhu face. If he continued to entangle the matter, truly bringing Grand Elder Qinzhu out would have significant repercussions, and he would completely fall out with the Qin family clan. Even if Senior Brother Gao Changhe were here, he would probably have to yield as well. Since it has come to this, then it is settled. Elder Qin Xian waved his hand, saying, bring the soul-searching talisman. I want to see if this young man, who has just entered the inner energy realm, really has the ability to continuously kill upper-level inner energy characters. A disciple immediately brought the soul-searching talisman and presented it with both hands. At that moment, a voice came from outside the record pavilion, authoritative and heavy, chilling to the bone. Absurd. Everyone present changed their expressions drastically. Elders like Qin Xian and Xie Changqing, along with the disciples, all bowed in respect. Salute to the headmaster. Let him go. The owner of this voice gradually receded. The scene fell into a deathly silence. Even a pin drop could be heard. Just like that, they let him go. After a moment, Qin Yang, with a reluctant expression, murmured, enough, without solid evidence. You want to convict him based solely on conjecture? An elder rose, righteous and stern, shouting, our law enforcement hall handles matters impartially, emphasizing concrete evidence. Indeed. Another elder stated confidently, Brother Qin Xian, you have only been in office for 3 days, and Qin Yang is merely a lowly inner sect disciple. Not to mention the two of you. Even if Elder Qinzhu himself came, the law enforcement hall would not show favoritism. Xie Changqing suddenly laughed, stepping forward to look at Qin Yang, saying, the headmaster said to let him go, which means he is not the murderer. After a pause, Xie Changqing leaned in closer and continued in a lowered voice. Moreover, even if he were the murderer, he has only cultivated inner energy for 20 days. How could he kill extraordinary talents like Chun Yuyu, Qin Bing, and Zhou Mo? Our sect would never allow him to bury 3 useless people with him. After saying this, he laughed heartily and waved his sleeves, secretly thinking, I used to believe that the law enforcement hall was truly impartial. Today, it seems that the fairness we see in daily matters does not apply to high-ranking figures in the sect. Elder Qin Xian. Qin Yang couldn't help but look at Elder Qin Xian and whispered, what should we do? What else can we do? Elder Qin Xian slowly replied, since the headmaster has spoken, the murderer is not him. Qin Yang gritted his teeth, but I am certain that he is the murderer. Elder Qin Xian turned his head, his tone icy as he said, even if it were him, it still cannot be him. At this moment, the record pavilion fell into silence. Why would the headmaster of the law enforcement hall come forward to protect a young man at the inner energy level? Is it because of Yuan Zhengfeng from years ago? Or is it to suppress the current Elder Qinzhu? As doubts filled everyone's hearts, the headmaster of the law enforcement hall spread open the dossier in his hand. The cause of Qin Yoyu's death was recorded in detail. The right hand was broken, a sword wound to the chest and abdomen, resulting in a loss of combat ability. 12 stab wounds to the back, dying on the spot. The corpse was burned afterward, leaving it unrecognizable. 1 sword, 12 stabs. The headmaster of the law enforcement hall murmured, his eyes showing a hint of astonishment. In just half a year after entering the sect, he managed to cultivate inner energy in just over 10 days. And yet he could slay the upper-level inner energy Chun Yoyu. Chapter 35, Chun Steward's Suicide Verdict. Yuan Jingfeng's remains returned to the sect. Yuhua Xianzong, Guyue Peak. Inner sect courtyard. Qin Yang, that useless one, is convinced that I am the murderer and wants to find solid evidence to bring me to justice. I waited half a day at the law enforcement hall only to receive a not guilty verdict. Li Zhengjing said, looking up at the sky, softly, how boring. Upon hearing this, Bai Guobi, who had been pretending to be an ordinary golden bird, couldn't help but roll his eyes. Meanwhile, the Wuxing Zhaohuan tree, which had been pretending to be an ordinary potted plant, retracted its roots and dared not speak. However, both the bird and the tree secretly cursed in their hearts, thinking, taking advantage and then acting innocent, how cheap. Li Zhengjing suddenly sneezed and then looked suspiciously at the bird and the tree. Are you cursing me, my lord? You are wise and powerful. The Guabi bird hurriedly spoke, its voice pleasant and soft. My lord, you are. The Wuxing Zhao Huan tree quickly extended its roots and waved, wanting to speak, but it was a bit late. Feeling a flash of blade light and a cold breeze pass by, Li Zhengjing caught 2 roots of the Wuxing Zhao Huan tree and thought, another 2 bowls of Wuxing Zhao Huan paste. Just as he was about to start a fire and boil the paste, he heard a voice from outside. Old man Gao Changhe, Elder Gao Changhe, please come in quickly. Li Zhengjing tidied up the Wuxing Zhao Huan tree's roots and hurriedly opened the door to welcome him into the courtyard. Gao Changhe glanced at the bird and nodded. Very good. From now on, you need not worry anymore. The Guabi bird stubbornly retorted. What are you talking about? I wasn't scared at all. Gao Changhe ignored it and turned his gaze to Li Zhengjing. Chen Yuyu, as the former outer sect steward, was assassinated within the jurisdiction of the Xianzong, which has a very negative impact. It is clear that Chen Yang intends to make you a scapegoat. This way, it can eliminate the impact for the law enforcement hall, and the Chen family can gain the favor of Elder Chenju, so they won't pursue this matter further, making it a win-win situation. As for who the real murderer is, no one cares. Gao Changhe sighed, regarding Elder Chenju. I initially wanted to use the token left by Venerable Bai Shao to save you. But I didn't expect the headmaster of the law enforcement hall to personally intervene and release you, which is indeed a stroke of luck for you. The headmaster of the law enforcement hall? Li Zhengjing's eyes narrowed slightly. He did not know why he was acquitted, and upon hearing this, he couldn't help but feel surprised. It should have nothing to do with you. Gao Changhe spoke. Perhaps it is because he remembers the friendship with Yuan Zhengfeng back then. Or perhaps it is simply because the Chen family has interfered too much with the law enforcement hall, angering the headmaster, who then personally intervened to suppress the Chen family's arrogance. Li Zhengjing remained silent. If it were for these 2 reasons, it wouldn't matter much. But he faintly had another direction in mind. Qianhuan Xinjun. Currently, he knows that the headmaster of Gyue Peak and Qianhuan Xinjun are birds of a feather. So, does the headmaster of the law enforcement hall, which belongs to Gyue Peak, also have a connection to Qianhuan Xinjun, leading him to intervene? As Li Zhengjing thought this, he heard Gao Changhe continue. Now that you have narrowly escaped, and the real murderer cannot be investigated, Gao Changhe said, in order to eliminate the impact, with Elder Chenju's permission, they have determined that Chun Yoyu's cause of death was suicide. Suicide? Li Zhengjing couldn't help but be astonished. The Guabi bird couldn't help but exclaim. It would be one thing to be stabbed by a sword in the front, but being stabbed 12 times in the back. How can that be labeled as suicide? Gao Changhe frowned. How do you know he was stabbed by a sword and 12 times? The Guabi bird shrank its head, touching its green dragon horn, mumbling. It was written in the dossier. I saw it. Gao Changhe gave it a deep look, then turned to Li Zhengjing, remaining silent for a while before saying, regardless, this matter has been closed. You need not worry any longer. After pausing, Gao Changhe added, also, in the next few days, avoid women, avoid alcohol, do not overexert yourself, rest your spirit, and frequently bathe and burn incense to maintain purity. What is this for? Li Zhengjing asked, puzzled. Are you trying to arrange a marriage for me? The Guabi bird exclaimed excitedly. Then I will also rest my spirit, bathe and burn incense, and maintain purity. This matter has not yet been confirmed. Gao Changhe sighed. The true disciple of our sect, Lu Huayan, traveled to the northern Fengdu mountain ruins, and on the way back, accidentally entered a secret realm and found a skeleton, which is currently being verified. After a moment of silence, Gao Changhe waved his hand. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be the remains of Yuan Zhengfeng. Li Zhengjing's heart trembled slightly at once. He was not unfamiliar with this name. It was because of the owner of this name that he could enter the Yuhua Xianzong. It was also because of the owner of this name that he had been oppressed during these 6 months. Even because of the owner of this name, he had been labeled, and high-ranking figures who had grievances with this name might also become hostile to him. Li Zhengjing, in the future, Elder Chenju, the inner sect's elder, was a clear example. Although in the past you entered the sect with Yuan Zhengfeng's token, you did not catch the attention of the inner sect elders, and some elders were even unaware of your existence. In just half a year, you have cultivated your internal energy, defeated a spirit beast, and captured an evil cultivator at the upper level of internal energy, gaining some reputation. This time, you will appear before the high-ranking members of the sect. Among the high-ranking members, there will surely be those who value you. But there will also be those who dislike you because of Yuan Zhengfeng. Changhe Gao said, I hope you can present yourself in the best state before the high-ranking members of the sect. This way, those who value you will value you even more, and because they cherish talent, your situation will be more stable. Li Zhengjing replied solemnly, Thank you, Elder Gao, for your guidance. Gao Changhe reminisced about old friends, his gaze distant, and eventually sighed, waving his hand, losing interest, and turned to leave, looking somewhat desolate and sorrowful. The wall-hanging bird saw him about to leave and quickly asked, Now that I have become like this, with no one able to recognize me. What should I do next? Your grandfather arranged a place for you before entering the Thunder Prison on the back mountain to take your punishment. He is temporarily busy, and when he returns, he will arrange things for you. Gao Chang has said, before that, you will temporarily follow Li Zhengjing. The wall-hanging bird secretly glanced at Li Zhengjing, its eyes somewhat strange. In the past, when it was more skilled than him, it looked down on this inner sect disciple from a high position as the direct descendant of the White Sky Master. Now this fellow is more skilled than itself. And moreover, he had the audacity to steal the 5 Elements creation tree and acted as a protector for the spirit official of the Ghost Valley. It always felt that continuing to follow this guy was like boarding a pirate ship, leading to an inevitable path of no return. Don't look at me like that. You are also a criminal, and none of us are good birds. Li Zhengjing said calmly. Didn't you call me master quite smoothly? If you feel awkward, just beat me again, and it will roll off the tongue just like outside Daya City. What are you talking about, master? We are in the same boat. All of us have committed crimes. The wall-hanging bird quickly said, among us, 1 person, 1 bird, and 1 tree. Only this tree hasn't committed a crime. It is still innocent, and who knows, it might escape one day and report us. Master, wait, I will train it. The 5 Elements creation tree cried out in chaos, causing a commotion. Meanwhile, Li Zhengjing frowned slightly and said softly, I seem to have forgotten something. After thinking carefully, he exclaimed, no, where's my dog? My big dog. The big yellow dog he brought from the foot of the mountain usually guarded the outer courtyard, and he had brought it to the inner sect, but in recent days, he had not taken the dog when he went down the mountain. So where's the dog? Woof. A bark came from outside the door. Li Zhengjing quickly opened the door and saw the yellow dog lying outside. Beside the yellow dog stood a familiar figure, He Qingyu, an inner sect disciple of the Beast Control Hall. Junior brotherly, your dog is starving and went out to look for food, almost getting stewed by someone. He Qingyu said softly, I saw that you didn't pay much attention to it, and it seems quite clever, so why not send it to me for training? It might become a demon in the future. Hearing this, Li Zhengjing hesitated. That wouldn't be good. I rely on it for companionship. We are like brothers. As close as family. Before he finished speaking, even the dog rolled its eyes. Chapter 36. 6 Bell Rings. Elder Falls. Yuhua Xianzong, Guiyue Peak, Inner Sect Courtyard. Li Zhengjing took out a root of the 5 Elements creation tree from his pocket and brewed it in a teapot to entertain his guests. Junior brother. This tea is dry going down, but full of spiritual energy, nourishing the organs and beneficial for internal energy cultivation. He Qingyu remarked, if judged by taste, this is inferior. But in terms of effectiveness, it belongs to the category of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Li Zhengjing smiled and said, it's a crude item, not worth mentioning. The 5 Elements creation tree, nestled in the clay pot, trembled with anger, secretly cursing. This fellow doesn't treat me like a person at all. All right. I came today because I heard you were summoned by the law enforcement hall, fearing you might get into trouble, so I came to check on you. Li Zhengjing was about to refuse, thinking that since the yellow dog had seen the 5 Elements creation tree in the true form of the wall-hanging bird while in his courtyard, it was risky to keep it around. If the yellow dog awakened its intelligence, it might leak secrets. You don't need to worry. He Qingyu seemed to know something and said lightly, I can swear in front of you that I won't inquire about anything regarding it while it's with you. Nor will I investigate your secrets. Upon hearing this, Li Zhengjing laughed. What are you talking about, senior sister? A man should be straightforward. As a proper disciple of the Immortal Sect, there is nothing that cannot be spoken of, so there are no secrets to hide. He Qingyu stood up calmly and said, in Daliao City, Chen Yoyu was killed outside the courtyard. At that time, there were 3 sparrows, and on the ground, there were 2 nests of mice. I used the beast control method to ask them. Li Zhengjing's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. The wall-hanging bird felt a stir in its heart, thinking, it seems something big is about to happen. Is the master going to die soon? Once he arranges his affairs, I can inherit his estate, but looking at his poor appearance, he probably doesn't have much left. He Qingyu slowly said, those 3 sparrows and the 2 nests of mice have been sent away by me with a strand of spiritual energy. Leaving the jurisdiction of Yuhua Xianzong, no one will know. You have great courage, but I can understand. Just be more cautious next time and avoid recklessness. As for this yellow dog, consider it your gift. If you want it, you can come to the Beast Control Hall to find me. After saying this, He Qingyu did not linger and took the yellow dog away. After sending off He Qingyu, Li Zhengjing couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this time it was He Qingyu who came to investigate. If it were an unfamiliar disciple from the Beast Control Hall, wouldn't he expose everything? But he had clearly seen the fortune of the Golden Pages. The incident of killing Chen Yoyu would have no impact. Was it because the Golden Pages could foresee that he would encounter He Qingyu in Wanlin County and form a connection, allowing her to cover for him? Or was it because, even without He Qingyu, someone above would suppress this matter for him? Forget it. Li Zhengjing rubbed his brows, thinking, in just over 20 days, the 1,000 illusion god will return, and by then, he will be a sword hanging over my head. A couple of days later, the fake medicine dealer brought 2 alchemical cauldrons, but left in a hurry, seemingly anxious about something. Li Zhengjing used the case closure document to settle this matter at the Public Affairs Hall, earning 60 merits and exchanging them for xianxiadrama, replacing the soil in the clay pot. Seeing that the 5 elements creation tree was growing a bit faster, Li Zhengjing felt joy in his heart, thinking that soon it would grow another segment, allowing him to cut it and brew the 5 elements creation ointment. To accelerate the growth of the 5 elements creation tree, Li Zhengjing went to the Public Affairs Hall again, spending 20 merits to exchange for spirit source heavenly dew to water it. Recently nurtured, the 5 elements creation tree couldn't help but feel grateful and deeply moved. This tree has been cut often lately. It probably doesn't have the same spirit as before. The wall-hanging bird thought to itself. The master cultivates it, but in the end, he still wants to cut it? What is there to be moved about? Look at its foolish appearance. It's no wonder it's going to be cut. Thinking this, it looked at Li Zhengjing, who was practicing nearby, feeling emotional. The master is also quite obsessed with cultivation, never stopping all day, truly hardworking. Starting tomorrow, I must also practice diligently. With these thoughts, it took another sip of wine and recited, one should enjoy life to the fullest in times of success. The master's exquisite poetry comes so easily. His knowledge is almost catching up to my grandfather. With a loud boom, Li Zhengjing struck out with a knife, and a faint sound of thunder echoed. He has truly reached the level of mastery with the 5 thunder-severing blade. As he sheathed his knife, his internal energy returned to his dantian, his organs stirred, roaring like tigers and leopards, with the sound of thunder resonating. At this moment, all his internal energy gathered in his dantian, reaching a height of about 5 inches 7/10, approaching 6 inches. His cultivation progress was remarkably fast, besides his excellent talent. It was also due to the astonishing efficacy of the 5 elements creation ointment. He was almost at the 6th layer of internal energy. Li Zhengjing thought to himself, the 6th layer of internal energy is considered the peak of the mid-level realm, while reaching the 7th layer places one in the upper echelon of internal energy cultivation. In the outside world, that would barely qualify as a formidable expert. He then looked at his left arm and mused. The divine ability of the leaving fire divine sword has not been used recently, but as my cultivation progresses, its power should have increased significantly. However, he exhaled, feeling a stabbing pain within his body, and his left arm was somewhat inconvenient to move. It seems that my rapid advancement in cultivation has made the Dian Dong Su Wan Hua sword energy increasingly sharp and fierce. Yet, my physical body has not fully endured the refinement of internal energy, leaving it slightly weaker and unable to adapt, according to what the Ghost Valley Spirit official said. With the sword nurturing technique, reaching the peak of internal energy cultivation shouldn't pose a risk of being backlashed to death by the Dian Dong Su Wan Hua sword energy. But if I were to break through to the true Qi realm, the Dian Dong Su Wan Hua sword energy would become even purer and more concentrated. Its sharpness even more astonishing, and my left arm might not withstand it, leading to unpredictable consequences. If I cultivate too slowly, I fear that when the 1,000 illusions divine monarch returns, he may be dissatisfied and suspect the authenticity of the eternal green sacred body. However, cultivating too quickly could lead to the risk of being backlashed to death by the Dian Dong Su Wan Hua sword energy, which is an even greater danger. Having reached this point in cultivation, neither too fast nor too slow, neither too high nor too low, should be sufficient. He walked out of the courtyard and took a glance. The sun had risen, and the time was near. He instructed the hanging wall birds and the 5 elements creation tree not to leave the courtyard casually and headed towards the mountain gate. As he approached the mountain gate, he heard the sound of a bell ringing from within. The bell rang from the great hall atop the ancient moon peak. The bell signifies the entire sect, and all peaks are aware. 6 rings of the bell, an elder has fallen, welcoming the ancient moon peak inner gate elder Yuan Zhengfeng back to the mountain gate. A voice echoed from the top of the ancient moon peak, accompanying the sound of the bell, resonating across 1,000 miles. Li Zhengjing listened to this voice and thought to himself, is this the headmaster of ancient moon peak? As he contemplated, he stood before the mountain gate, standing solemnly. Before long, figures began to appear behind him. About 24 inner gate elders emerged, along with over 100 inner gate disciples, coming to welcome him. Li Zhengjing, standing at the foot of the mountain, had a serious expression. 8 disciples guarding the mountain lifted a coffin up. Behind the coffin, a person holding a wooden box ascended the steps. This person appeared to be a young man, with handsome features and a determined expression. His aura was vast, and his every movement seemed to be accompanied by the winds and clouds. True Qi was released. All 100 channels were opened. All 365 acupoints were completely unblocked. And there were no flaws in his body, marking the peak of True Qi, known as the completion of the Zhou Tian. This person was none other than the contemporary genius of the world, the chief disciple of the Immortal Sect. He was the undisputed candidate for the next headmaster of the feathered Immortal Sect. Lu Huayuan. Chapter 37. Between Life and Death. Before the mountain gate. Lu Huayuan held the wooden box with both hands, stepping forward. This was Elder Yuan's relic. According to the sect's regulations, when an elder falls, their disciples welcome back the relics and send them to the public affairs hall for examination before inheritance. Elder Yuan's remains and relics have returned to the mountain. And the rest is up to you. Lu Huayuan handed the wooden box forward. Li Zhengjing's expression was solemn as he received it with both hands, saying, "Thank you, Senior Brother Lu." Lu Huayuan nodded slightly, and then said, "Last night, the records regarding your entry into the sect were presented to me. You are outstanding. And Elder Yuan would surely find comfort in knowing." After saying this, he patted Li Zhengjing on the shoulder and bowed to the other Inner Gate elders. In the face of the bow from this chief, true disciple, all the Inner Gate elders present did not dare to act arrogantly and returned the gesture. Afterward, Lu Huayuan nodded slightly, directly passing by Li Zhengjing and heading towards the main peak's great hall. Li Zhengjing, holding the wooden box, bowed to the coffin. Is this the young man who holds Yuan Zhengfeng's token to pay his respects? He has only been in the sect for half a year and has already cultivated internal energy, which shows excellent talent and comprehension. It is said that he killed a spiritual beast shortly after achieving internal energy and not long ago went down the mountain to capture the evil cultivators who caused chaos in Wanlin County. It seems that after achieving internal energy, his progress has also been quite remarkable. No wonder Lu Huayuan holds him in high regard. This young man is indeed exceptional and deserves to be nurtured. Some Inner Gate elders discussed privately, while others remained indifferent and made no comments. Gao Changhe stood aside, with Xie Changqing next to him. Senior Brother Yuan was known for his stern and impartial nature in the law enforcement hall, which offended many people. Xie Changqing whispered, "Now, with you and me included, there are only 24 elders gathered. They must be here out of respect for the sect's brotherhood." The welcoming ceremony for Yuan Zhengfeng's remains was not grand, and everyone understood that if it weren't for the presence of Lu Huayuan, the chief true disciple, personally sending back his remains, it would have appeared even more desolate. After Li Zhengjing received the wooden box and Lu Huayuan left, the remaining Inner Gate elders also dispersed. Those who were polite still bowed to the coffin. However, more people left directly without taking a second glance. Only over 100 Inner Gate disciples dared not disperse easily, lining up on both sides and bowing in unison. The coffin was taken to the back mountain, and everything was properly handled by Gao Changhe and Xie Changqing. So Li Zhengjing no longer needed to worry and simply delivered the relics to the Public Affairs Hall. After examination, the Public Affairs Hall took away 3 items belonging to the sect, while the remaining relics were returned to Li Zhengjing. Additionally, Yuan Zhengfeng left behind 1,200 merit points in life. According to the sect's rules, 3 out of 10 are kept. So 360 merit points were added to Li Zhengjing's name. Li Zhengjing glanced at the remaining relics, which were only 6 items, mostly remnants. But he was pleased to find that among them were 2 spirit stones of good quality. He took out the 2 spirit stones, intending to offer the remaining items as burial goods for Elder Yuan Zhengfeng. Upon arriving at the back mountain's forbidden area, Gao Changhe and Xie Changqing were already waiting. The tombstone was ready, and Yuan Zhengfeng's remains had been placed in the high-quality coffin prepared by Gao Changhe. "We've been waiting for you," Gao Changhe said. "Although you are not his disciple, holding his token to pay respects counts as his last bit of inheritance. Now, you can see him one last time before the coffin is sealed and buried." The disciple understands. Li Zhengjing stepped forward and saw a skeleton in the coffin. The skeleton showed no signs of injury and was relatively intact. His expression was complex as he bowed. Even though he had never met Yuan Zhengfeng, fundamentally speaking, he had no relationship with Yuan Zhengfeng, as the token was not originally given to him. This token was fortuitously obtained from the Jian'an Marquis mansion and was preserved for many years after knowing it was the token of the Feathered Immortal Sect. However, it cannot be denied that he used Yuan Zhengfeng's token to join the Feathered Immortal Sect. Although Yuan Zhengfeng had unknowingly made him many enemies, it was also because of Yuan Zhengfeng that he gained the attention of Gao Changhe and Xie Changqing. "Elder Yuan, I borrowed your token to pay respects, so I count as half a disciple. It is only right to accept this karma." Li Zhengjing bowed deeply, thinking, "Today, as a disciple, I welcome you back to the mountain gate, returning your kindness, and may you rest in peace." After completing his bow, he took out the relics and placed them beside Yuan Zhengfeng's skull. He carefully arranged these remnants one by one. Just as he was about to rise, he suddenly felt a tremor throughout his body. In an instant, his internal energy surged towards his head, all of it being drawn in by the golden pages. Before his eyes, the golden pages glowed brightly, and their content had completely changed. Name, Yuan Zhengfeng. Identity, none. Age, none. Cultivation, none. Fortune, none. Hint, the opponent's cultivation is far superior to yours, and the content presentation has failed. Insufficient internal energy, please supplement with 3 spirit stones. What? Li Zhengjing's expression changed slightly. Did he see the content from Yuan Zhengfeng's remains? According to his previous speculation, it was necessary to concentrate one's mind and gaze at the other person to trigger the golden pages, thereby revealing the other's origins. When the cultivation levels were not too far apart, one could use their own internal energy as spiritual energy to activate the golden pages. However, when the cultivation levels were vastly different, one would need to use the spiritual energy from spirit stones to make up for the deficiency. Why could Yuan Zhengfeng's remains trigger the golden pages even after his death? Moreover, with only the remains left, having passed away and lost all cultivation, how could it be said that the other party's cultivation was far superior? He was shocked and focused his gaze on the 2 dark hollow spots in Yuan Zhengfeng's skull. However, at that moment of eye contact, the display of the golden pages returned to its original state, showing his own information instead. He was taken aback and couldn't help but freeze. Not the remains? Li Zhengjing's expression changed unpredictably, and he suddenly thought of something. Shifting his gaze from the remains to the fragments of relics, he examined them one by one, finally landing on a piece of a broken jade plate. Then the golden pages displayed the content regarding Yuan Zhengfeng again. Li Zhengjing felt a chill rise from his back to the back of his head, filled with dread. He vaguely understood something. Yuan Zhengfeng was dead, but Yuan Zhengfeng was not truly dead. His physical body had perished. His soul was hidden within this broken jade plate. When a person dies, their soul extinguishes. How could it remain in the world? Logically speaking, even an extraordinary person like a celestial being could not abandon their physical body and continue to exist in the world. Moreover, before descending the mountain, Yuan Zhengfeng was clearly only a practitioner at the upper level of the true Qi realm. He had not even reached the pinnacle of the true Qi realm. Li Zhengjing was shocked, and his expression changed. Chapter 38. The Past of Yuan Zhengfeng. By the side of Yuan Zhengfeng's coffin, Li Zhengjing stood still for a long time, frozen in place. Seeing this, Gao Chang has stepped forward to comfort him. At that moment, Li Zhengjing's face was pale and tinged with a greenish hue. Gao Chang couldn't help but sigh, patting his shoulder, saying, "Don't be too sad. If Elder Yuan sees you like this, he would surely be comforted in the underworld." Xie Changqing also expressed some sentiment. This child, seeing senior brother Yuan's remains, was so heartbroken that he lost his senses. He truly was a person of deep feelings. Li Zhengjing's cheeks twitched. If Elder Yuan were truly in the underworld, that would be one thing. But now it seemed he was not in the underworld, but within this broken jade plate. His thoughts raced, and he glanced at the golden pages, contemplating whether to simply disregard it and let this broken jade plate be buried alongside Yuan Zhengfeng's remains. However, an unsettling feeling arose in his heart. The guidance of the golden pages could not be wrong. After a pause, he took out the broken jade plate from the coffin. "Elder Gao, I plan to keep this piece of broken jade," Li Zhengjing said as he raised his head. "This should be a fragment of a treasure, already broken and useless. The official hall has returned it to you." Gao Chang has sighed, saying, "What use is this broken item to you? Elder Yuan is buried here. Today is the last time you'll see him." Li Zhengjing said with regret, "Leaving behind an item that belonged to him in life, let it serve as a memory. Looking at objects reminds one of people, only adding to the sorrow," Xie Changqing remarked, and he couldn't help but say, "You are a sentimental person. If you want to keep a memory, then keep it. Well, his relics were originally to be inherited by you. How you handle them is your own decision." Gao Chang shook his head slightly, but did not stop him. Subsequently, Li Zhengjing took out the broken jade plate and placed it in his bosom. Glancing at the golden pages again, the line regarding fortune showed no change. Clearly, this broken jade plate posed no threat to his life. But what use it would have for him in the future was uncertain. Then came the burial of the coffin, burning incense to pay respects, allowing Elder Yuan Zhengfeng to complete the last journey of his life. Logically, there should have been a banquet tonight. But since senior brother Yuan had no friends at the door, it was just the 3 of us. The 3 reached a consensus and then dispersed. Li Zhengjing felt the broken jade plate in his bosom, his mind swirling with thoughts. Elder Yuan Zhengfeng, does this count as being alive or dead? Can it be considered that he lives within this jade plate? Is there a chance for revival? If he is alive, that would be too shocking. Even those who transcend the mundane cannot survive in this world after their physical death. How did he manage it? The broken jade plate remained silent. He felt somewhat helpless and temporarily disregarded it. These 5 spiritual cauldrons were different from before. Li Zhengjing glanced at them, somewhat surprised. he discovered that the spiritual energy circulating within the miscellaneous spirit stones on the cauldrons was even purer than before. Senior brother should know that even miscellaneous spirit stones are of various types, the fake medicine vendor said. Most are mixed and impure because the spiritual energy within them is chaotic. However, a few are actually refined spirit stones, which are scraps from excavation or cutting, not meeting specifications, thus having little spiritual energy. Such spirit stones are of no use to high-level figures. Consuming them yields no benefit. Discarding them feels wasteful, rather like a chicken rib. In terms of alchemy, refining tools, talisman path, arranging formations, and controlling beasts, they serve the same purpose as miscellaneous spirit stones. Therefore, this type is also considered a miscellaneous spirit stone. However, among miscellaneous spirit stones, they are relatively rare. I heard that today Elder Yuan Zhengfeng's remains returned to the mountains. I thought you might be feeling sad, so I wanted to give you a little surprise to alleviate your sorrow, the fake medicine vendor shrugged and said. The cauldron with embedded refined spirit stones is already classified as a magical tool. I can't get one for now, but I can still manage to obtain this kind of miscellaneous spirit stone. You are very thoughtful, Li Zhengjing praised, feeling quite satisfied, and then said, So, have you found any news about Elder Yuan Zhengfeng? I have found it, it's right here. The fake medicine vendor reached into his bosom, took out a scroll, and handed it over. Li Zhengjing did not shortchange him and gave him an extra 100 taels of silver. The fake medicine vendor was very pleased and expressed his gratitude before leaving. However, before leaving, he seemed to deliberately glance at the broken jade plate in Li Zhengjing's bosom, smiling and waving goodbye. After Li Zhengjing closed the courtyard door, he sat down and opened the records of Yuan Zhengfeng's life. Yuan Zhengfeng, upper level of the true Qi realm, belonged to the ancient moon peak of the feather transformation Immortal Sect, an inner door elder. He stood over 8 feet tall, with a strong and robust physique and excellent root bones. He was once hailed as the strongest among the outer disciples of the feather transformation Immortal Sect. After cultivating external skills to the pinnacle, his qi and blood circulated, and his fists were like fans, with the punching wind sharp enough to smash stone plates into rubble. It is said that after Yuan Zhengfeng reached the pinnacle of external skill cultivation, his might was so great that even those who had just begun to cultivate internal energy had to show him respect. Later, after Yuan Zhengfeng cultivated internal energy, he gained a renowned reputation within the inner door. Once he reached the pinnacle level of internal energy, his strong physique and proficiency with heavy swords allowed him to withstand over 100 moves against the inner door elders of the true Qi realm without being defeated. Eventually, he began to show mediocrity. At the age of 50, he finally cultivated true Qi, broke through the meridians, and was conferred the title of True Disciple. As he reached this level of cultivation, placing importance on true Qi, the significant advantage he had from his strong physique became somewhat diminished. Yuan Zhengfeng's cultivation in true Qi was not outstanding. It was not until he was over 60 that he barely crossed into the initial stage of true Qi, entering the mid-tier ranks of the true Qi realm. That year, due to being over 60, he was removed from the ranks of true disciples and listed as an inner door elder. After that, he no longer shone brightly, became increasingly mediocre, and after many years of stagnation, he broke through to the upper level of true Qi 20 years ago, and the following year he descended the mountain to travel and seek opportunities. 3 years ago, within the sect, his true Qi lamp extinguished. Yuan Zhengfeng thus fell, passing away at the age of 82. Once hailed as the strongest among the outer disciples and renowned within the internal energy realm, he became mediocre within the true Qi realm, fading into obscurity. Li Zhengjing couldn't help but sigh, but his gaze fell on the next line. Finally understanding why Elder Yuan Zhengfeng had made countless enemies and almost no friends within the sect. Chapter 39, Former Enemies. The Severed Leg Gu Insect. Yuan Zhengfeng was robust and strong, and during his practice of external martial arts, he was already quite formidable. Since entering the sect, he had been extremely prominent, but was unaware of the need to be modest. Whether in the outer or inner sect, there were always instances of disciples being suppressed by the stewards or senior brothers bullying junior brothers, and his fiery personality meant that whenever he saw injustice, he would throw a punch. Among them, the grand elder of the inner sect, Zhu, had joined the Immortal Sect in the same year as him. Thanks to the blessings of the Chun clan's ancestors, he gained significant attention from the sect, making him extremely arrogant and prone to oppressing his peers. According to records, Zhu had been beaten by Yuan Zhengfeng 12 times while in the outer sect and 3 times in the inner sect. However, later on, Zhu advanced to the true Qi realm earlier and no longer suffered at Yuan Zhengfeng's hands. At that time, Yuan Zhengfeng's internal energy cultivation had reached its peak, and with his robust physique, he had a significant advantage, being only slightly inferior to Zhu, who had already achieved true Qi. Unfortunately, Elder Yuan had been somewhat disappointing. as he was unable to continue beating Chen Zhu after the latter advanced to the true Qi realm. Li Zhengjing counted and found that Yuan Zhengfeng had only beaten Chen Zhu a total of 15 times, and none of those beatings had resulted in serious injury or death, which was quite unsatisfying to him. He felt a bit disappointed and turned the page to read further. Yuan Zhengfeng was over 60 when he became an elder of the inner sect, and the following year he rotated to the law enforcement hall. During this period, Yuan Zhengfeng was known for his ironclad justice and impartiality, strictly enforcing the law, which led to him being valued by the head of the law enforcement hall, and he thus served as a long-term elder there. During his tenure, he issued 3,200 punishment documents. Over 100 disciples from the Chen clan alone had been punished, including the deceased Chen Yuyu. Additionally, 32 other members of the Chen clan were severely punished for violating sect rules and were expelled from the mountain. Moreover, 3 individuals were executed for serious crimes. Li Zhengjing continued reading and discovered one major reason for Chen Zhu's deep hatred towards Yuan Zhengfeng. Initially, a member of the Chen clan had violated the sect rules and faced a death penalty. Chen Zhu had intervened, trying to plead for the punishment to be commuted to expulsion. However, in the end, Yuan Zhengfeng reported him to the head of the law enforcement hall on charges of attempted bribery and shielding his clan member, leading to Chen Zhu being sentenced to guard the forbidden area at the back of the mountain for 10 years. Wasn't that equivalent to Chen Zhu serving 10 years in prison? Li Zhengjing's expression was strange. Further records indicated that aside from the Chen clan, other inner sect elders, their disciples or relatives had also been punished by Yuan Zhengfeng to varying degrees. Moreover, Yuan Zhengfeng never showed favoritism. Even if his former friends among the disciples violated sect rules, he still punished them. Over time, those who had once been friends, those he had protected, became like strangers. Meanwhile, former rivals grew to hate him more and more. Truly a righteous judge. Li Zhengjing couldn't help but exclaim. It must have been a great atmosphere in the sect back then. Incidents like Chen Yuyu bullying me would never have occurred. He closed the records and set them aside, carefully placing the broken jade plate back. He silently counted the days. Less than 20 days remained until the return of the 1,000 illusions divine monarch. In the following 2 days, he used the merits left by Elder Yuan Zhengfeng, along with some of his own, to exchange for a book on body techniques from the repository. He always felt that his lack of body techniques was a critical shortcoming in battles. For instance, during the recent capture of the evil cultivator in Wanlin County. If he had mastered body techniques, he wouldn't have had to worry about the opponent escaping. More importantly, he envied Elder Shi, whom he had wounded with a knife. The latter was renowned for his outstanding body techniques in the true Qi realm, possessing strong self-preservation abilities. Life is just so dull. The wall-hanging bird lamented. It's still us birds who are naturally gifted, born with wings. We can fly whenever we want. Who needs body techniques? Ah, spit. Eagles eat small birds. What does it matter that you're a divine by lawn bird? When you encounter a great flying demon, you'll still be snatched away in midair. The 5 elements creation tree waved its newly sprouted tender branch, mocking. Look, bird lord, this just sprouted hand of yours seems to be something you don't want. The wall-hanging bird flapped its wings, sharp as a knife, and severed the tender branch. Ah, my hand. The 5 elements creation tree extended its roots from the soil. Waving, my lord, he is chopping me. He chopped off my hand. Li Zhengjing furrowed his brow, filled with anger, and shouted, you too, with no sense of propriety. Every day not doing your duties, not thinking about cultivation. By Guabi, do you know how much effort I put into nurturing that tender branch? How dare you randomly chop it off? My lord, how much water should I add to boil the 5 elements creation paste? The wall-hanging bird asked, holding the new tender branch. For such a small piece, half a pot of water is enough. Li Zhengjing replied. All right. The wall-hanging bird flew towards the stove. But then it thought, my lord has been nurturing me lately, changing the soil and watering me, showing great importance, which made it feel touched, as if it had found new parents. My lord is so sincere. How could I suspect him randomly? My lord is punishing me to do hard labor. Li Zhengjing approached and patted the trunk of the 5 elements creation tree, speaking earnestly. After all, he is an outsider, while you are nurtured by my lord, as hosts. We should tolerate the guest a little. Besides, my lord has been nurturing you all this time, and hasn't he nurtured him at all? The 5 elements creation tree appeared very moved, thinking, indeed, my lord has regarded me as his own tree, while this bird is ultimately an outsider. You should diligently cultivate. Absorb the spiritual energy from all directions, and grow the upper half quickly, using your complete tree body to support my lord's facade. Li Zhengjing encouraged it, saying, when you grow a bit more, my lord will get you a pot made of pure gold and transplant you into it, so you can live in a nice place. Thank you, my lord, for nurturing. I will definitely work hard to absorb the spiritual energy from all directions and grow quickly. Go for it. With this encouragement, Li Zhengjing thought, This tree has been getting increasingly lazy lately. It needs to be urged to work harder so that the gathered spiritual energy will be denser, which will greatly benefit my cultivation. Just as he was thinking this, there was a sudden knock at the courtyard door. He went to open it and found the fake medicine dealer standing outside. But this time, the fake medicine dealer was not here to deliver medicine cauldrons. Li Shixiang, do you want go insects? Yes. Li Zhengjing nodded without hesitation. Then suspiciously added, you're not trying to fool me with poisonous insects again, are you? The fake medicine dealer did not explain, instead taking out a medicine cauldron and quietly opening it, revealing a black cicada inside, its energy weak. On its shell, there was a red bloodline. Moreover, it was missing a leg on the left side. Black cicada? The goo insect from that barbarian 6 months ago? Li Zhengjing's expression suddenly turned extremely grim as he said in a deep voice, where did you get this? Chapter 40. The prince is dead. Capture the goo king. This black cicada was undoubtedly a goo insect. Because Li Zhengjing recognized this black cicada, this was the goo insect that had nearly cost him his life years ago. 6 months earlier, while walking in the capital, he had been stung by this very black cicada, its venom entering his body on the spot, leaving him on the brink of death. The physician summoned at that time instructed the Jian'an Marquis' residents to prepare for the aftermath. The Jian'an Marquis and his wife, along with his elder brother Li Pu, were overwhelmed with grief, especially his mother, Jia, who cried inconsolably. If it weren't for the golden book pages absorbing the poison, he would have already perished. The red bloodlines on the shell and the broken foot on the left were identical. Li Zhengjing thought to himself, this is no coincidence. It must be this goo worm. He looked at the counterfeit medicine dealer with a stern expression. The dealer, seeing the anger in his eyes, did not hide anything and immediately spoke. This goo worm was obtained from an inner disciple of the Beastmaster Hall. He had just returned from the capital. The dealer whispered, last time, Elder Goo took a group of disciples to the capital for training and encountered a goo master from the southern wilderness. Elder Goo was poisoned, and more than half of his disciples were injured or killed. By the way, the senior brother who was supposed to draw the teleportation talisman for us has also died from the goo poison. The capital? Li Zhengjing's expression turned extremely grim. The dealer continued, this goo worm was captured by him in the capital. Because it was an item made through unorthodox means, he couldn't report it to the official affairs hall for merit, so he sold it privately. Moreover, according to unreliable sources, 6 months ago, the crown prince of the Eastern Palace was poisoned and bedridden, which was the work of this goo master. The reason why the sect sent people to the capital this time is that the crown prince has been poisoned by him again. The dealer lowered his voice and said, this time, his life is in danger, and the future of the great Zhou may change again. What? Li Zhengjing's expression changed. And he whispered, the crown prince was poisoned 6 months ago? Thoughts raced through Li Zhengjing's mind. 6 months ago, he was poisoned, and the crown prince of the Eastern Palace was also poisoned? He recovered overnight, and his father immediately sent him away from the capital. Did he sense something? Countless thoughts swirled in his mind, and just then he heard the dealer speak again. The Great Zhou government has issued a wanted notice with a generous reward, and various cultivators have been ordered to encircle and suppress him. Based on current information, I believe he should be trapped around the Xianling Mansion. The location of the Xianling Mansion is already close to the jurisdiction of our Yuhua Xinzong, and I estimate that the sect will not turn a blind eye. The dealer whispered, after all, Yuhua Xinzong is a holy place within the Great Zhou, and this matter involves the nation's heir. Our sect will definitely assist the court in capturing this villain. Li Zhengjing took out 1,800 taels of silver and bought the goo worm. After the dealer left, he looked down at the goo worm and thought to himself, the one-armed barbarian who nearly took my life has caused such a stir? He already knew that this goo master was not to be underestimated and that he must have accomplices in the capital. Otherwise, the Jian'an Marquis' residents would not have been unable to find him. However, he did not expect that this person had also poisoned the crown prince of the Eastern Palace 6 months ago and had remained hidden in the capital for so long without being caught. Even the inner sect elders of the True Qi realm were severely injured by the goo poison. This goo master was certainly no ordinary individual. The Great Zhou dynasty gathers experts from all over, and there are also strong practitioners in the army. Yet they ultimately had to call upon the elders of Yuhua Xinzong to subdue him. The influence of this goo master must be vast. However, since this person nearly took my life, if I have the chance, I will definitely make him taste the flavor of my Li Hua divine sword. As Li Zhengjing was lost in thought, a surprised voice suddenly reached his ears. How did the master know I like this? The wall-hanging bird picked up the goo worm. Overjoyed. Over the past few days, the master had only been nurturing that foolish tree, making it quite dissatisfied. Now it seemed that the master valued him after all, even if the goo worm was precious and took some time to acquire. Thinking this, it immediately tilted its head, opened its beak, and was about to swallow the goo worm. Then it was kicked and flew directly to the wall, sliding down slowly. Who told you to eat it? The five elements transformation tree extended a tender branch that had just grown last night, waving and making a sound. Taking without asking is theft. I took you in, and you should be grateful. How can you eat my family's things without the master's permission? What do you mean by my family? The wall-hanging bird immediately flew into a rage and pecked the trunk 7 or 8 times. Ah, master, he pierced me. The five elements transformation tree screamed in agony. Shut up. Li Zhengjing looked down at the goo worm, his expression complicated. Within Yuhua Xianzong, there is no method for refining goo worms through unorthodox means. Perhaps there isn't none, but he simply cannot access it. The dealer has always believed that he purchased the medicine cauldron to raise poisonous insects. So he assumed he had the ability to refine goo worms. But in reality, Li Zhengjing did not understand how to refine goo worms or how to use them. However, these things were not important to him. He extended his finger and pressed down on the black cicada. The cicada immediately resisted, its insect legs like needles, deeply piercing into his finger. Master! Both the wall-hanging bird and the five elements transformation tree exclaimed in surprise, thinking in unison, why would the master, with such a bright future, want to commit suicide? However, the next moment, they saw Li Zhengjing throw the goo worm into the medicine cauldron, his expression unchanged. He thought to himself, the goo poison enters the body and is absorbed by the golden book pages as spiritual energy, almost equivalent to 2 miscellaneous spirit stones. Although this goo poison is not as potent as the goo egg from the banquet hosted by Pei Ying, the rare thing is that goo poison can regenerate. Now this goo worm, after releasing the goo poison, is weak and powerless, but the goo poison inside it is still accumulating. As long as it does not die, it can build up toxicity, and in 3 or 2 days, it will be full again. This goo worm is essentially a spirit stone manufacturing machine for him. It won't poison me. Li Zhengjing looked at the bird and the tree and said, take good care of the goo worm and raise it. Don't let it starve. Especially you, greenhorn bird. If you dare to eat it again, I'll roast you. The wall-hanging bird's expression changed, slightly puzzled. Why does the master raise the goo worm without refining it? The wall-hanging bird asked. Is it because the goo poison isn't toxic enough yet, and he wants to accumulate more poison to die all at once? Then why does the master want to seek death? The five elements transformation tree couldn't help but ask. Is the master perhaps like you, having a bird he can't reach but has already laid 7 nests of bird eggs? The sage's book says that a gentleman can be killed but cannot be humiliated. The wall-hanging bird cursed. You dare to insult me. I want to fight you to the death. I'll fight you, tree grandpa. The five elements transformation tree extended thousands of roots and engaged in a fierce battle with it. After 3 breaths of fighting, Tree Grandpa was defeated and quickly begged for mercy. Meanwhile, in the room, Li Zhengjing was taking off his long knife, just about to change clothes. At that moment, a bell rang, echoing throughout the sect. This is not the bell of Yuhua Peak. This is the bell of the main hall of Yuhua Xianzong. A matter concerning the whole sect? Li Zhengjing raised his head, revealing an expression of surprise. Chapter 41. How much merit for killing this Goo Master? The Goo Master from the southern wilderness has caused chaos in the Great Zhou dynasty, poisoning the crown prince, and ultimately escaped outside the capital. Now various strong practitioners are encircling and capturing this Goo Master. But searching for someone who intends to hide in the vast territory of the Great Zhou is like finding a needle in a haystack. Currently, only preliminary traces have been confirmed. He is believed to be hiding in places like Xianling Mansion, Jingya Mansion, and Tianyuan Mansion. Among them, Xianling Mansion, although not within the jurisdiction of Yuhua Xianzong, is the closest to it. Now, the Immortal Sect has received the request from the Great Zhou court and intends to send elders and disciples from the sect to assist in capturing the Goo King, Xianxian. As expected, as the counterfeit medicine dealer predicted, Yuhua Xianzong is going to dispatch personnel from the mountain gate to participate in the encirclement. Li Zhengjing raised his eyebrows and whispered, each peak of Yuhua Xianzong is receiving summons, sending 1 elder and 30 inner disciples to encircle and suppress. In addition, the true disciples residing in the main peak will also come down the mountain to hunt down this villain. As a result, nearly 200 people were dispatched from the Yuhua Xianzong's mountain gate, coupled with Elder Gu and his group who were originally heading to the capital. It was indeed a grand mobilization. Moreover, besides the Yuhua Xianzong, the Great Zhou court would surely send personnel to the Xianling Mansion, and even other major cultivation sects would have people present to participate in the encirclement. Just one person has stirred up a storm throughout the Great Zhou. Currently, just in the Xianling Mansion, the number of people sent to pursue him is likely to be no less than 1,000. How could one person cause such a commotion? Li Zhengjing furrowed his brows, thinking, there can't be other beings at the immortal level secretly involved, right? The crown prince of the Eastern Palace, as the heir to the throne, would naturally draw attention from all sides, which is not surprising, but he vaguely felt that there must be deeper secrets behind this matter. As he thought of this, he couldn't help but exhale. Just now, Elder Gao Changhe from the inner door had already come. The elder descending from Gyue Peak this time was Elder Qin Xian from the Law Enforcement Hall. Among the 30 inner disciples, there were also familiar faces, such as Qin Yang, who was on the list. At the very end of the list was his name, Li Zhengjing. Could it be the Qin family's doing? The hanging wall bird glanced over and said, logically speaking, you have just recently established your inner energy for less than a month, and you shouldn't be involved in such dangerous matters. This list indeed didn't originally have my name, but Elder Gao said that he added my name later. Which has nothing to do with the Qin family, Li Zhengjing replied. Nothing to do with the Qin family? The hanging wall bird exclaimed. Then how did your name get added? When Elder Gao came just now, I was out drinking. Li Zhengjing rubbed his brows and said. He said that this was the temporary decision of the current head of Gyue Peak, who added my name. He roughly understood that due to the matter of the 1,000 illusions divine monarch, this head of Gyue Peak must have been paying attention to him beforehand. And this time, the killing of the black-robed evil cultivator in Wanlin County also revealed his progress in the inner energy realm. Could this be a test? As he pondered this, his mind settled, and he glanced at the golden book page, thinking about what would happen if he went down the mountain to pursue this enemy. As his thoughts arose, his fortune showed no change. This meant that this trip down the mountain posed no threat to his life. Well, since that's the case, then I'll go down the mountain. Li Zhengjing looked at his left arm and thought, I have the golden book page, so I'm not afraid of poison. Instead, I can benefit from it. As for other dangers, with this Lihua divine sword, I have enough power to protect myself. With this in mind, he looked at the hanging wall bird again. This white phoenix-like divine bird, after being modified by the Ghost Valley Spirit Officer, was far stronger than before, roughly comparable to a peak inner energy expert. More importantly, the white phoenix divine bird is said to be auspicious and has a talent for warning of impending danger. Moreover, it can fly high in the sky, overlooking the land and observing the surrounding scene. As a divine bird, it can also restrain poison insects. Hanging wall. Li Zhengjing gently stroked its green horn and said, this poison insect at home is still useful to me. But recently, seeing you so drooling over that poison insect, I feel quite guilty. How about this time, we go down the mountain together and find that poison path person to give you a feast? Upon hearing this, the hanging wall bird couldn't help but shed tears, crying, Master really still cares about me. Li Zhengjing said softly, of course, both of us have violated the sect's laws, and we are indeed in the same boat. Having gone through so much together, we are already a team. The hanging wall bird felt even more touched. Raising its wings and wiping its tears, what Master said is right. Unlike that stupid tree, which hasn't committed any crimes and can't join our gang. Why not this time down the mountain, we leave it behind? Li Zhengjing shook his head slightly and said, that won't do. What if that tree escapes and reports us to the sect? After all, it hasn't committed any crimes and isn't one of us. The hanging wall bird thought for a moment and replied, Master is wise. I'll go tidy up the books. I still need to read when we go down the mountain. Li Zhengjing nodded. You're right. Learning without thinking is labor lost. Thinking without learning is perilous. We cannot slack off on the path of reading. The hanging wall bird muttered a few times, feeling a sense of defeat, thinking, Master's knowledge is unfathomable, and I am vaguely beneath him. I must bring 10 books this time. After the hanging wall bird left, Li Zhengjing also went to remind the 5 elements creation tree to prepare for the trip down the mountain. Earlier, Li Zhengjing had considered that the Dai Yin Dong Su Wan Hua sword qi in his body was too sharp. If he used it excessively, it might injure his own organs. With the 5 elements creation tree by his side, he didn't have to worry about running out of 5 elements creation ointment, as he could find an opportunity to brew at any time. The 5 elements creation tree seemed quite excited upon hearing about going down the mountain. Master, can we not bring that stupid bird down the mountain? How can that be? Li Zhengjing said softly. Leaving it alone at home is indeed quite inconvenient. What if it destroys some treasure in our house and then escapes? Master is right. The 5 elements creation tree suddenly realized, and then said, then let us take it along to prevent it from stealing our treasures. Just like that poison insect. If I hadn't been at home this morning when Master went out, it would have almost eaten the poison insect. So it can't be left at home. You help me tidy up the house. Li Zhengjing said, I need to go get some things. Okay. The 5 elements creation tree extended 2 roots out of the jar, acting as legs to support the entire jar, and went to tidy up the room. Help me prepare an extra set of long robes. The seasons are changing, and it's getting cold. I understand. So sensible. Li Zhengjing smiled and went straight to the official hall to collect the items for the trip down the mountain. This time down the mountain, all inner disciples on the list could receive rewards from the sect. A bottle of detoxification pills, a bottle of barrier-breaking pills, issued by the Alchemy Hall, a Shuangguang talisman, a Qingxin talisman, issued by the Talisman Hall, a heart protection mirror, and an insect-catching magical tool, issued by the artifact hall. Zhengjing nodded slightly and asked, "What if I achieve merit?" The elder chuckled and said, "If you can make a contribution, the sect will reward you separately. If you can detect the traces of that poison path expert and report it to the elder, and if you can finally capture him, you will be rewarded with 600 merits." Zhengjing couldn't help but feel emotional. Just detecting the other party's traces would earn 600 merits. That dog thing is indeed valuable. He thought this and then asked, if a disciple kills this poison path expert, how much merit would that be? Chapter 42, The Immortal of the World. The Master of Yuhua Peak. Captured 3,000. Killed 2,000. However, what is recorded here is that you have only been in the inner door for less than a month. You should be grounded and not aim too high. This elder angrily said, "Although I don't know why you were placed on this list for descending the mountain, you should have some self-awareness. That poison path expert even injured Brother Gu with his poison." He slapped the table and said, "To raise such high-quality poison insects, his own life poison must be no less. How could you possibly capture him? Last time I saw a fool who had just entered for a few days and dared to go to Qixing Mansion in Wanlin County to kill demons. How come it's you again after such a short time?" Zhengjing touched his nose and muttered, "Last time I went to Wanlin County, didn't I manage to take down the evil cultivator?" The elder stood up in anger and said, "Last time you were lucky. That evil cultivator was already heavily injured. And then he lost an arm, with only 1/10 of his power remaining. Otherwise, with his upper-level inner energy cultivation, he could have killed you with one hand. Do you think this time will be the same? That guy is a poison king from the southern wilderness. Not only is his life poison extremely toxic, but he himself is also comparable to an elder at the true Qi level, even if he is heavily injured and only has 1/10 of his power left. A sick camel is still bigger than a horse. He is not someone you can think about. Heed my advice, this time down the mountain. Don't think about capturing him alive. If you discover his traces, immediately stay away, preserve your own life, and then find a way to report it. The sect sent you disciples down the mountain merely to gather more intelligence and search for clues about the Gu King, with no intention of having you confront him directly. Remember this, you brat. Inner disciples descend the mountain for the sake of experience, not to seek death." The elder sat down and muttered, "Such a level of evil character should naturally be dealt with by the elders of the sect. If it weren't for this scoundrel committing a heinous crime, we wouldn't have sent you inner disciples to be his eyes and ears." "I understand, Master." Zhengjing chuckled and said, "Then I shall take my leave. You really don't know what's good for you." The old man's words have fallen on deaf ears. The elder cursed and waved his hand. "Get lost. There are still people waiting outside. I receive 200 to 300 visitors a day, sitting here until my butt hurts. I'm really busy." Zhengjing bowed, glanced at the golden token at the elder's waist, and then turned to leave. "Is that Elder Jingxiao?" Zhengjing thought to himself, secretly acknowledging. Although this elder seems to have a bad attitude, he is ultimately kind-hearted. He had met this elder the first time he came to the official hall. There are 12 elders in the official hall, and in the following visits, he dealt with other elders. Meanwhile, at the peak of Yuhua Peak, a figure stood with hands behind his back, overlooking the Immortal Sect. He wore a white robe with blue patterns, cloud boots on his feet, and a jade belt around his waist. With the gentle breeze blowing, his hair fluttered, exuding an aura of celestial grace. His appearance was that of a man in his early 40s, with a fair complexion and no beard, his skin as smooth as cream. And his eyes were distinctly black and white, with pupils deep like a lake. This person was the headmaster of Yuhua Peak, a true immortal. This time, led by Chen Xian, 30 inner disciples were descending the mountain, setting off around noon. At this moment, a figure approached from behind the Yuhua Peak master, bowing in greeting. The newcomer was the head of the law enforcement hall belonging to Yuhua Peak. "I am aware," the Yuhua Peak master said lightly. "There are 3 true disciples on the main peak, and they descended this morning, with the chief disciple Lu Huayuan at the forefront. Lu Huayuan's abilities are among the top of the true energy realm in the world." The head of the law enforcement hall whispered. It seems the main peak hall attaches great importance to this matter. The Yuhua Peak master gazed at the ground before the Immortal Sect and slowly spoke. "With the death of the crown prince of the Great Zhou, it has stirred up turmoil across the world, involving future dynastic changes and the great upheaval in the human realm, naturally warranting utmost importance. But more importantly, they are already suspecting who exactly is behind the Gu King Xianxian. For nearly half a year, Xianxian has been hiding in the capital, eluding the Great Zhou dynasty's search. Even the Zhandian Tongxian mirror has failed to find any trace of him. Everyone thought Xianxian had long escaped the capital, but this time, he struck again and poisoned the crown prince of the Great Zhou. So, where was he hiding before? Who was providing protection for this barbarian from the southern wilderness? The Yuhua Peak master, with hands behind his back, said, "If Xianxian were captured alive and revealed the whereabouts of the creditor, even I would find it hard to stay out of it." Hearing this, the head of the law enforcement hall's expression grew serious, and then he recalled the news received today, bowing as he spoke. This morning, the young master of Kunlun Immortal Sect has set off towards Xianling Mansion. Yesterday, the son of the King Kong Temple also descended the mountain, heading in the same direction. It seems they have ruled out Jingya Mansion and Tianyuan Mansion, directly focusing on Xianling Mansion, convinced that the Gu King Xianxian is trapped there. It is said that when Xianxian used a treasure to escape, the young master of Kunlun Immortal Sect happened to be traveling through the capital and recognized the source of the magical power contained in the treasure. The head of the law enforcement hall whispered, now within the Great Zhou territory. Not only the court itself, but even the high levels of various sects may be speculating that the creditor is not dead and that Xianxian is his man. The headmaster of Yuhua Peak remained calm and said, this morning, the creditor sent a message, only mentioning one thing. Xianxian is very important. The head of the law enforcement hall's expression changed slightly, whispering, does that mean if Xianxian is captured, we must also protect his life? But Xianxian bears the mark of our Yuhua Peak. He cannot be captured. The headmaster of Yuhua Peak slowly said, therefore, he must either escape safely or die in Xianling Mansion, and his body must not be intact. After saying this, he looked at the head of the law enforcement hall and said, I am ordered to guard the mountain gate. You will go on my behalf. Once I am ready, I will send you a message, and at that time, you will follow orders. Also, this trip is led by Chun Xian, with Chun Yang accompanying him. It may be unfavorable for Li Zhengjing, so keep an eye on him. Since that's the case, why does the headmaster still include his name on this list? The head of the law enforcement hall hesitated, saying, although he killed Chun Yuyu was merely an old, frail man with diminished vitality, weak in skill. In such a situation, he is too weak, and if he missteps, he could end up suffering a disastrous fate. Because he is very important. And Xianxian is also very important. The headmaster of Yuhua Peak replied calmly, I want to see, amidst this chaos, who is more important to the creditor, the two of them. In the afternoon, Li Zhengjing finished packing, with a bird perched on his shoulder. He carried a bundle, in which 2 tender tree shoots could be vaguely seen stretching out. Descending the mountain to handle affairs and capture evildoers is no child's play. Are you planning to go on a trip with a bird and a tree? Take them off. A voice suddenly rang out, icy cold. Li Zhengjing looked over and couldn't help but chuckle, saying, Senior brother Chen Yang, please forgive my lazy nature. Chen Yang approached, his expression cold, and said, do you dare to disobey me? Li Zhengjing hurriedly bowed, apologizing. Does senior brother Chen Yang think my words were inappropriate before, offending you? If so, let me rephrase. He grasped the hilt of his sword and leaned in closer, saying, damn that loser from the Thunder Tower. I speak nicely, yet you refuse to listen. If you don't want to drink the wine offered, then prepare to drink the wine of punishment. Who do you think you are? If you're not convinced, hold it in. If you can't hold it in, just kneel and beg me. Chen Yang's expression turned ashen, his anger reaching its peak. Among the 30 inner disciples this time, only Li Zhengjing had the least experience, while the others had been in the inner sect for 2 to 3 years. Chen Yang had been in the inner sect for 17 years, at the peak of inner energy. In terms of both experience and cultivation, he was the highest among this group of inner disciples. In front of the other inner disciples, Li Zhengjing's ridicule made him lose face. Just as the atmosphere became tense, an elderly voice rang out, everyone is here, we can descend the mountain now. The speaker was Elder Chen Xian, currently in charge of the law enforcement hall. He approached and gave Li Zhengjing a passing glance. Chapter 43. Master, he either wants to kill you or sleep with you. Li Zhengjing was unaware that due to the case of Chun Yoyu's suicide, Elder Chen Xian had a rather unpleasant conflict with Xie Changqing. But after glancing at the waist token, he roughly understood that this was another inner sect elder from the Chen clan. Elder Chun Xian merely glanced at him, paying him no mind. Then he looked at Chen Yang, gesturing slightly with his hand, indicating him to suppress his anger and let it go. Chen Yang immediately understood his intention and bowed to step back. Soon after, the people from Yuhua Peak arrived at the mountain gate, joining the disciples from other peaks. Master, that person ahead is the beast-taming female disciple from the Beast Hall who recently came to our courtyard to steal a dog, right? The bird on Li Zhengjing's shoulder whispered, its tone unfriendly, still brooding over the loss of the dog meat hot pot. Senior sister he? Li Zhengjing looked over and just happened to meet her gaze. The two exchanged nods, without revealing more interaction. Even if this trip down the mountain yields no accomplishments, just the talismans, magical tools, and elixirs received today at the official hall would be considered a rather generous reward. After the elders from each peak met and discussed, they collectively led their disciples towards Xianling Mansion. In the following days, everyone traveled day and night, showing no signs of slackening. The people who came down the mountain this time all have internal energy cultivation levels, displaying extraordinary endurance and are not weaklings. They only rest for 2 or 3 hours at night. As of today, they have traveled over 4,000 miles, exiting the jurisdiction of the Feathered Immortal Sect and nearing the Xianling Mansion. My lord, it's been calm these past few days. They haven't made a move against us. The Hanging Wall Bird said, looking in Chun Yang's direction. I think if they haven't changed their ways, they're definitely plotting something. In our group, there are more than 100 people, including elders and disciples from other peaks. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Qinyang naturally wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Li Zhengjing added, moreover, in the past few days, we rushed along the territory of the Feathered Immortal Sect. Within the sect's territory, it's relatively safe. There aren't many dangers. Even if they wanted to make things difficult for us, at most they could insult us, but they couldn't harm our lives. After a pause, Li Zhengjing whispered, but now it's different. We've already left the sect's territory, and not far ahead is the Xianling Mansion. Currently, various forces are gathering around Xianling Mansion, and the Gu Dao master who is the source of the turmoil is likely hiding here. The situation ahead is complex. One misstep could cost us our lives. Do you think they will make a move soon? The Hanging Wall Bird's eyes lit up. 8 or 9 out of 10, Li Zhengjing whispered. Moreover, they have taken the initiative these days, while I've been too passive. Those thieves can act whenever they want, while we, the ones guarding against them, have to be on guard every day, maintaining this tense mindset, which has exhausted us by now. But I saw you slept like a pig yesterday, even snoring. The Hanging Wall Bird couldn't help but say, go to hell. Li Zhengjing cursed. You were supposed to fly up and keep an eye on them. Did you find nothing and just focus on me? My grandpa is still on the back mountain, the Hanging Wall Bird replied. Actually, I did find something. What did you find? Li Zhengjing asked. Elder Chen Xian has a fondness for handsome men, the Hanging Wall Bird whispered. Last night, Qin Yang arranged for 2 inner sect disciples to enter his tent. He set up a formation in advance. Others can't see it, but as a Bai Luan divine bird, I have a pair of divine eyes, and to me, the formation is meaningless. You're supposed to do your job, yet you only listen to gossip? Li Zhengjing gave it a smack, making the bird screech, then lowered his voice to ask, did Qin Yang personally serve him? He didn't. He just kept an eye on your tent last night. The Hanging Wall Bird quickly replied. My lord, you must be extremely cautious. If he doesn't want to kill you, he might want to sleep with you. Just as Li Zhengjing was about to strike it again, he heard the Hanging Wall Bird speak again in a low voice. Qin Yang is coming. As the voice fell, the Hanging Wall Bird flapped its wings and flew up to perch on a tree. Li Zhengjing turned to see Qin Yang approaching with a cold expression. Ahead was the Xianling Mansion. Besides the Gu King, Xi and Xian, various sects were also on their way, creating a turbulent and chaotic situation. Qin Yang said, the elders of various peaks have discussed and decided to send people in different directions to monitor the movements of various forces. After all, this area is near the jurisdiction of the Feathered Immortal Sect. If Xi and Xian is captured by other sects in Xianling Mansion, it would damage the prestige of our Feathered Immortal Sect. He paused and continued. Now Elder Chen Xian has assigned 8 disciples, among them is you, to head southwest towards Xianling Mansion, always on alert. Li Zhengjing was silent for a moment, then asked, am I the only one going in that direction? Qin Yang replied lightly, it's not like I'm sending you to encircle and kill Gu King, Xi and Xian. I'm just asking you to scout the surrounding movements. Why do we need so many people? It's inconvenient with too many, and besides, you are only responsible for the southwest direction. There will be others going to other directions. Hearing this, Li Zhengjing laughed. Since it's a good job, how can a junior take it all? Why not let a senior brother go to die instead? Qin Yang angrily waved his sleeve, saying, what do you mean by go to die? There's no danger in this trip. Everything is decided by Elder Chen Xian. He is the one in charge of this mission from our Guyu Peak. Do you want to go against the sect's regulations? I naturally wouldn't dare to go against the sect's regulations. Li Zhengjing chuckled. I will set off right now. When I get there, I will await your arrival. He knew full well that Qin Yang wanted to send him away to harm him in a desolate place. But didn't Li Zhengjing also want to bury Qin Yang properly in a secluded area? However, he gathered his thoughts, glanced at the golden book page, and began to ponder. Not far away, Qingyu, sensing the commotion, appeared slightly angry and was about to stand up when she was held down by an elder from the beast taming hall beside her. The internal affairs of Guyu Peak have nothing to do with the beast taming hall. Chapter 44. The monk weeps and raises the demon-subduing pestle, grieving for Li Zhengjing. Monitoring the movements around Xianling Mansion was originally the responsibility of my beast taming hall. In all other directions, disciples from my beast taming hall drive birds and beasts to observe. Why must it be an intersect disciple heading southwest? Qingyu frowned and said, this matter only requires driving birds and beasts to go, avoiding personal danger. Now letting him go alone, Elder Chen Xian from Guyu Peak is likely to harm him. The elder from the beast taming hall replied calmly. The main elder from Guyu Peak has given orders to the intersect disciples belonging to Guyu Peak. and we have no authority to interfere. Moreover, even if Elder Xianxian's order has some suspicion of personal gain from public duty, it will be handled by the law enforcement hall within Guyu Peak. After saying this, the elder waved his sleeve and left, saying, "Don't forget. You are still in a position of guilt." Qingyu's expression was complex. She sat in place for a while, then took out a wooden box from her bundle and tapped it. Immediately, a majestic black eagle poked its head out of the wooden box. "Go to the southwest direction of Xianling Mansion," Qingyu whispered. "If Li Zhengjing encounters danger, do your best to help him escape." The black eagle immediately flapped its wings and soared into the sky. On the other side, Qinyang appeared delighted as he approached Elder Qianxian's tent. "Uncle, it's time to set off." Qinyang bowed respectfully and said, "Before noon today, we can enter Xianling Mansion. Then, according to the previous plan, have the disciples from each peak cooperate with each other in groups of 6, spread throughout the cities of Xianling Mansion, searching for clues about Xianxian. Now that a large number of informants are scattered, Gu King Xianxian will certainly have nowhere to hide." "Understood," Elder Qianxian replied, then fell silent for a moment before asking, "What about Li Zhengjing?" "He has already received orders and set off towards the southwest." Qinyang lowered his voice and said, "My nephew has already sent a message to the third uncle, asking him to go to the southwest of Xianling Mansion with the imperial army of the Great Zhou. When the time comes, with a little provocation, they can directly accuse him of harboring Gu King Xianxian and kill him on the spot." "Good." Elder Qianxian stepped out of the tent and looked towards the southwest direction, showing a hint of intrigue. After a moment, he sighed and turned his head, saying, "Although the Grand Elder did not give explicit orders, we all know the truth. Because of Yuan Zhengfeng, the Grand Elder is extremely displeased with this young man. Now that Yuan Zhengfeng's remains have returned home, the Grand Elder is even more reminded of his past with Yuan Zhengfeng and has been quite gloomy lately. If we were to relay the news of this young man's death to the Grand Elder, it would surely lighten his mood a little." He patted Qinyang's shoulder and said, "Now the Grand Elder's cultivation is deepening, and he no longer needs to rely on the Qin clan. In the future, the higher he stands, the thinner the ties of kinship will be. Therefore, we must do our best to ease the Grand Elder's worries and use this incident to make him understand that the Chun family still has its uses and can still serve as his pawns. Otherwise, in the future, if he ascends to become an immortal and looks down upon all beings, the Chun family will be no different from ordinary families in his eyes." At this point, a sorrowful expression appeared on Chen Xian's face, and he sighed. That day may not be far off. The wall-hanging bird spreads its wings high and soars above the clouds, while Li Zhengjing walks along the road. The tender branches of the 5 elements creation tree stretch out from the bundle, waving and making sounds. "My lord, it's dangerous to go this way. Let's escape." "Even you can see it. How could I not know?" This is indeed the 5 elements creation tree waving its tender branches, saying, "After all, I don't have a brain. It's still my lord's brain that works well." At this moment, he is also pondering a lot in his heart. When Qinyang launched his attack earlier, he had considered what would happen if he did not follow Elder Qianxian's instructions. However, the fortune displayed on the golden pages shows, defying the order of Elder Qianxian from the inner sect of Guyu Peak. Elder Qianxian will personally take action to clean up the sect on the grounds of violating the sect's laws and disturbing the order, inciting unrest among the people. With the domineering inner energy cultivated from the tiger, leopard, and thunder sound prison technique, coupled with the great transformation sword chi from Dian Cave, and now with the Li Fire Divine sword in my left arm, I also have a method to make up for my shortcomings. If it comes to a battle, I might not necessarily be weaker than Qianxian, but once I make a move, it would be a violation of the sect's laws. And going against the superior is tantamount to betraying the sect. By then, what I will face is not just Qianxian, but possibly the combined efforts of the elders from various peaks, with all the inner sect disciples of Guyu Peak participating in the battle, working together to encircle and kill me. The higher the official rank, the greater the pressure. Even within the so-called Immortal Sect, it is the same. Li Zhengjing thought to himself, now that I have already agreed to set off, what will happen next? He glanced at the golden pages and immediately frowned slightly. The fortune reads, head southwest to Xianling Mansion, investigate the surrounding movements, and encounter the Great Zhou Forbidden Army. Reporting my origin will lead to instant death. Reporting my origin will lead to instant death? How dare the Great Zhou Forbidden Army easily kill the disciples of the Feathered Immortal Sect? Li Zhengjing pondered for a moment, his brows unfurling, and whispered, the Chun family's influence is so deeply rooted that there are even people infiltrating the Great Zhou court? He reached into his bosom, took out a miscellaneous spirit stone, and placed it in his mouth. The method of changing fate did not manifest. Not enough spiritual energy. So Li Zhengjing swallowed another miscellaneous spirit stone. This time, he actually swallowed 6 miscellaneous spirit stones in a row for the method of changing fate. What exactly does this method of changing fate involve that requires so much spiritual energy? After swallowing another miscellaneous spirit stone, he finally saw the method of changing fate appear under the fortune on the golden pages. The method of changing fate is as follows. Head southwest to Xianling Mansion. Walk 30 miles, then change direction and head east to avoid being surrounded and killed by over 100 forbidden troops. Walk 30 miles and then go straight east, which means not going to the location designated by Qin Xian. When the time comes, I can still be blamed for abandoning my post and fleeing in the face of danger, he thought to himself, and then saw more text appearing faintly below the method of changing fate. So he swallowed another miscellaneous spirit stone. The method of changing fate. Slay the Gu King Xianxian and make a name for yourself in all directions. Follow-up spiritual energy insufficient. Need to recharge the spirit stones? Zhengjing cursed inwardly, but did not rush to use the spirit stones in his hand. He currently only has 2 high-grade spirit stones and 12 miscellaneous spirit stones, making him financially strained, needing to choose the right time to use each spirit stone effectively. He thought this way, and his gaze flickered again. In other words, if I kill the Gu King Xianxian, directly eliminate the source of this turmoil, achieve great merit, then it wouldn't be considered abandoning my post, let alone fleeing in the face of danger. However, this Xianxian is known as the Gu King, and his own abilities are not weaker than those at the true Qi realm. Relying on Gu insects to make a name for himself while killing his way out of the capital, how should I kill him? Moreover, this method of changing fate has no option for capturing alive, only killing. Zhengjing thought to himself. Then, is this method of changing fate sufficient to slay a figure like Xianxian? Thinking this, he did not delay, following the guidance to walk 30 miles forward, then changing direction to head east. After traveling east for just over 10 miles, he heard the wall-hanging bird let out a long cry above his head, sounding extremely clear. Zhengjing's expression changed slightly as he grasped the hilt of his sword. However, at this moment, he heard a trembling voice coming from behind him. Second brother? Zhengjing's whole body trembled as he slowly turned around. Then he saw a tearful monk behind him, raising a demon-subduing staff and smashing it down hard toward his head. Second brother, let me help you reach the afterlife. Chapter 45, The Wealthy Monk Jia. What the hell? Zhengjing jumped in fright, immediately moving with agility and using the clear wind shadow body technique to dodge this golden demon-subduing staff. Then, just as he was about to draw his sword, he saw a robe coming toward him. Second brother, don't resist. I'm here to send you to the Western Paradise. Go to hell. Zhengjing immediately shouted angrily. Isn't my grandfather your maternal grandfather? Why are you cursing him? The monk, with tears streaming down his face, moved very nimbly, immediately tearing off the Buddhist beads from his chest and throwing them at him, while crying out, Second brother, don't dodge. Let me help you. Hey, you bald donkey. With this little ability, you dare to intercept us? You're out of luck. A gentle yet excited voice echoed from above the sky. The monk quickly looked up and saw a green-horned golden-feathered bird descending from the sky, opening its mouth to breathe fire. The monk was startled and quickly took out a bowl to cover it. In an instant, all the flames were collected by the bowl, and it shone brightly, directly enclosing the green-horned bird inside. The bowl landed, turned upside down, trapping the wall-hanging bird inside. At that moment, Zhengjing drew his sword and executed a 5-thunder, severing mountain blade strike toward the monk, but the monk blocked it with the demon-subduing staff. Then a string of Buddhist beads aimed for Zhengjing's neck. Second brother, I know you're unwilling after dying, holding back resentment, turning into a ghost, and still worrying about your younger brother. That's why you appeared here, tens of thousands of miles away from the capital, in Xianling Mansion. The monk, with tears streaming down his face, sobbed, Brother, I'll send you on your way. With a slap, Zhengjing tore off the Buddhist beads and slapped him in the face. Where did this bald donkey come from, ruining my Tao heart? Before the sound faded, he kicked again. The monk was kicked to the ground, feeling the pain from his flesh, his expression changing, filled with disbelief. Second brother, you're not dead? Even if you died, my lord wouldn't die. The 5 Elements creation tree waved its tender branches, shouting, Good people don't live long, but disasters last for 1,000 years. My lord is destined to live as long as the heavens. How is there still a monster? The monk gasped, saying, Oh no, it seems this monk is doomed. Encountering a great demon proficient in transformation techniques. Jia Shifeng. Zhengjing approached, looking at this monk with no hair on his head, his expression strange, and asked, How come you, who wanders brothels every day, became a monk? The monk Jia raised his head, looking at Zhengjing, his face extremely complicated. Sizing him up for a while, then touching his swollen face, joyfully said, Second brother, you really didn't die? Zhengjing kicked him again. The monk cried out in pain. And once the pain subsided, he was even more astonished. It's a long story. Li Zhengjing exhaled, not able to elaborate, only asking, "How did you end up here?" "It's a long story." The monk Jia lowered his head, somewhat embarrassed to speak. "My lord, do you know this bald donkey?" The five elements creation tree waved its tender branches in surprise. "His father is my uncle," Li Zhengjing said. "So my lord is the brother of that bald donkey." The five elements creation tree thought to itself. Li Zhengjing looked at the monk and stroked his chin, asking, "Make it short." The monk Jia hesitated, "But it's quite embarrassing." With a slap, the monk's right cheek also swelled up. "Second brother, don't hit me." The monk Jia quickly waved his hands, and then he recounted the whole story one by one. Initially, he was playing with more than a dozen girls in Qinghai Prefecture when he suddenly heard the bad news that his second cousin, Li Zhengjing, from the Jian'an Marquis' residence, had died from poisoning without reason. He then accompanied his father to the capital to attend the funeral. "On that day, I cried at your grave for half a day, parched and with no place to drink, and I recalled how you loved to drink flower wine, leaving countless beautiful names in the brothels of the capital with your literary talent." Jia Hashang quietly raised his head and said softly, "So, to mourn you, I endured the pain and went to the brothel to drink wine during your mourning period." Li Zhengjing, expressionless, raised his leg and kicked him directly 17 or 18 times. "I'm dead, and you dare to drink flower wine in the capital while attending my funeral? How dare you say it's in mourning? And to quench your thirst?" Li Zhengjing, feeling angry, kicked again. "Second brother, calm down. I truly went to mourn you." Jia Hashang hurriedly said, "You have created over 100 poems and beautiful works in the major brothels of the capital, truly renowned. Later, when you died, many brothel girls wept sadly, so I helped comfort them, telling them to stop fighting." He begged for mercy, and then continued, "The literati in the capital all acknowledge your extraordinary talent, but being intoxicated by brothels is quite inappropriate. Truly a shame for a scholar. After your death, they believed the skies cleared and the moon brightened, and they were very happy to go to the brothels." Li Zhengjing vaguely understood something and said, "So someone fought with you for the courtesan, and it turned into a brawl?" Jia Hashang quickly replied, "Mainly. I couldn't stand hearing people mock you for dying young." At this point, he spread his hands and said, "Second brother knows that our Jia family's business spans half of the great Zhou, wealthy beyond compare, which is why I am called Jia Shifang. When it comes to wealth, who can compare to my Jia family? In the end, he couldn't match my wealth. So he started to bring up his status, claiming to be from the Dali Temple. I was furious at the time, thinking, what kind of monk from the Dali Temple doesn't even shave his head, completely disregarding the rules, and dares to visit brothels? So I used the name of the Buddha to beat him up. In the end, the matter escalated, and unexpectedly, the Dali Temple is not just a monk's temple." Jia Shifang sighed and said, "Then my father scolded me for being uneducated, and I was unconvinced and argued with him, only to be beaten up and sent directly to the Golden Buddha Temple, a real monk's temple, to become a monk." Li Zhengjing frowned slightly, thinking to himself, "It seems this incident had signed 6 months ago. The Jian'an Marquis' residence sent me to the Feathered Immortal Sect, while the Jia family sent Jia Shifang to the Golden Buddha Temple to leave the last bloodline for the family before participating in a major event." He vaguely felt that this matter should have originated from the Jian'an Marquis' residence, and the Jia family would only follow along after being prompted by his father after arriving in the capital, thus sending Jia Shifang to the Golden Buddha Temple. Li Zhengjing glanced at him and said, "You entered the Golden Buddha Temple after me. How come you have already cultivated internal energy now? Could it be that your talent is even higher than mine? And those treasures you are using are all top-grade artifacts. Could it be that the Golden Buddha Temple is nurturing you as the next Buddha's son?" Jia Shifang immediately became a bit shy and said awkwardly, "Mainly because my father expanded 3 meditation halls for the Golden Buddha Temple and helped promote the Buddhist teachings in the Qinghai area, building 32 temples to spread the incense." Li Zhengjing fell silent for a moment, recalling his difficult situation in front of the Feathered Immortal Sect for the past 6 months, then pressed him down and punched him 17 or 18 times. "I hate rich people the most. You brothers can continue your bond later. Hurry up and release the bird." The bowl kept shaking, and a voice came from inside, crying out, "What kind of broken thing is this? It's suffocating me." Li Zhengjing felt slightly helpless and said, "Quickly let it out." Jia Hashang immediately scratched his head, embarrassed, and said, "I've temporarily only mastered the method of collecting it. As for the method of releasing it, I haven't mastered that yet." Chapter 46. The Buddha's son of the Golden Buddha Temple, the young master of Kunlun. What kind of thing is this? Only able to catch but not release? The gentle voice in the bowl cursed, "You uneducated person. So it means you can only let it out once you master the releasing method? How long will that take? 10 years or 20 years? It's my guess. It must not be wronged. You must strive to master the method within 5 years. My lord, just chop it off." The hanging wall bird cried out, "I don't want to be trapped in here for 5 years. That's worse than going to the rear mountains thunder prison. This artifact is not made of mud. How can it be chopped? Li Zhengjing frowned slightly, looked at his left arm, and said softly, but it can be tried. Is all your equipment borrowed? Li Zhengjing glanced at him, feeling a bit envious. He was indeed all alone, and the narrow black knife in his hand could barely be considered a shallow spiritual weapon, completely not reaching the level of an artifact. Li Zhengjing's expression remained unchanged, as if his heart was calm. What now? The hanging wall bird sobbed. That bald donkey, since it can't be released, why aren't you more careful when you use it? Does the bird lord have to be trapped for 10 or 8 years? By the time it comes out, it will be an old bird. At such an age, how can it marry a wife? That is not necessary. Jia Hashang hurriedly said, I came here this time to follow the Buddha's son. He is resting in the pavilion ahead. I just went out for a moment and saw a second brother, thinking it was a grievance from death, lingering as a ghost. Buddha's son? Li Zhengjing raised his eyebrows and said, he is the most outstanding person of the Golden Buddha Temple, rumored to be the most likely to cultivate the 6-foot golden body in this generation of Buddhism. Among the contemporary talents, this Buddha's son is also renowned, on par with Lu Huayuan, the chief disciple of the Feathered Immortal Sect. Does second brother know him? Jia Hashang said, he treats me quite well. Let us go find him to resolve this golden bowl issue. All right, let's go. Li Zhengjing glanced at the golden book page. His fortune hadn't changed, and there was no danger in going. Soon, Jia Hashang put away the artifact and held the bowl in his hand, leading the way ahead. Li Zhengjing looked at his shape, at his bald head, and recalled this guy's past flamboyance, feeling quite awkward. Logically speaking, you've been in the sect for half a year, and the Golden Buddha Temple values you so much. How could they let you come down the mountain to take risks? With the Buddha's son in front, it can't be considered a risk. Jia Hashang touched his bald head and said, moreover, I heard that the Gu King, xianxian, who is wanted and hunted down, is the one who poisoned you 6 months ago. I thought with the Buddha's son's compassionate nature, he probably wouldn't take his life. When the time comes, I'll personally chop off his dog head to avenge you. Count you as having a heart. Li Zhengjing said, I just came out of the Feathered Immortal Sect, traveled thousands of miles, and arrived today. The Golden Buddha Temple is about 20 to 30,000 miles from here. You seem to have come quite quickly. The Buddha's son used the robe and artifacts as a flying boat. Jia Hashang said, he uses Buddhist supernatural powers, traveling day and night, faster than one could imagine. The two brothers reminisced this way as they headed towards the pavilion. Before long, they saw a monk sitting cross-legged in the pavilion from a distance. This monk appeared to be around 30, with closed eyes in meditation, reciting scriptures. His aura circulated around him, enveloping the entire pavilion, preventing any evil from intruding. However, at this moment, he opened his eyes, pressed his palms together, and said gently, Shifang, why did you invite a friend from the Feathered Immortal Sect over? Jia Hashang immediately stepped forward, about to speak. However, at that moment, this Buddha's son from the Golden Buddha Temple extended his hand and pointed. A golden light shot from his fingertip, crossing a distance of 10 zhang, landing on the golden bowl in Jia Hashang's arms. The seal of the golden bowl was immediately lifted, and a bird with green horns and golden feathers flew out, cursing loudly. Strange, clearly a bird, yet it has dragon horns. The row of bone spines on its back is probably from a tiger. Its beak and claws should belong to the blazing divine eagle unique to the southern wilderness. This bird demon has some mixed bloodlines in its ancestry. The Buddha's son of the Golden Buddha Temple smiled, examining the bird. The hanging wall bird flew in the air. Hearing this and thinking, is this bald donkey praising me or scolding me? The 5 elements transformation tree quietly waved its tender branches and softly said behind Li Zhengjing, Master, this monk has a keen eye. He immediately saw that Lord Bird is a mixed breed. Li Zhengjing shook his head slightly and said, I am merely passing through. The Buddhist disciple of Jingguang Temple, upon hearing this, continued, whether my junior brother came here on his own or by order, please convey a message on behalf of the little monk to avoid misunderstandings. He looked at Li Zhengjing earnestly and said, this time, only the little monk and Shifang are here in Jingguang Temple, and no one else will follow. Please rest assured, if there is an opportunity, I will report to the Immortal Sect. Li Zhengjing was already prepared for this in his heart. Although Xianling Mansion is within the territory of the Great Zhou and not under the jurisdiction of the Yuhua Immortal Sect, it is indeed close to the area they govern. A dignified Immortal Sect would certainly not want to see a large number of people from various forces appearing at their doorstep. Various forces must also be aware of this. But for various reasons, they may still come to assist the Great Zhou court in capturing fugitives, hence some people would arrive at Xianling Mansion. However, with the Yuhua Immortal Sect present, even if other sects send people, they would certainly be in the minority. Thank you. The Buddhist disciple of Jingguang Temple bowed. Li Zhengjing returned the gesture and summoned the wall-hanging bird to rest on his shoulder. He had not seen Jia Shifang for over 6 months, and at this moment, they were reluctant to part, so the two chatted idly. The Buddhist disciple of Jingguang Temple couldn't help but glance over a few more times in their direction. Seeing that this disciple of the Yuhua Immortal Sect had not left, he seemed to want to say something but hesitated. He then just shook his head helplessly and did not pursue the matter. Meanwhile, as Li Zhengjing and Jia Shifang were reminiscing, he noticed that the golden book pages flickered with light, indicating some changes. The method to alter fate, insufficient spiritual energy. What? Li Zhengjing was taken aback. The young master of Kunlun Immortal Sect will arrive here in a quarter of an hour? He will be able to sense the great transformation sword energy within me? This young master of Kunlun knows about the existence of the Thousand Illusions Divine Monarch? Chapter 47. The Indestructible Debt. The Immortal Creditor. It seems this young master is not someone easy to deal with. With this thought, he hesitated to bid farewell to Jia Shifang and leave early. However, after forming the intention, he saw that the line of fortune showed no change. In other words, whether he left now or not, he could not escape the perception of that Kunlun young master. Thus, he could only excuse himself to relieve himself, entering the bushes to quietly consume 2 miscellaneous spiritual stones. The method to alter fate is as follows. Mobilize the great transformation sword energy within the body, apply the sword cultivation technique, and store it within the divine ability of the left arm, using a Shuangguang talisman to cover the traces. Swallow a bottle of 5 elements transformation ointment. Secretly cultivate the tiger leopard thunder sound suppression technique, and quickly generate new internal energy to cover the previous sword intent traces. And this still requires a miscellaneous spiritual stone. Truly dark. Li Zhengjing cursed under his breath and immediately followed the instructions. Storing the great transformation sword energy within 36,500 muscles of his left arm and applying the Shuangguang talisman. He then drank a bottle of the 5 elements transformation ointment and cautiously practiced the tiger leopard thunder sound suppression technique, carefully moderating his movements, refining 3 to 5 strands of new internal energy before finally relaxing and stepping out of the woods. Second brother, you've been in there for quite a while. It seems you haven't visited a brothel in over half a year, Jia Shifang teased. Shifang, the Buddhist disciple of Jingguang Temple said softly, you are a disciple of the Buddhist sect. You should maintain purity and not speak recklessly. After he finished speaking, he gave Li Zhengjing a deep look and sighed. Friend, your aura was exposed just now. It seemed quite domineering. Li Zhengjing's heart shook slightly. Just as he was about to speak, he sensed a sharp and fierce opportunity. His expression changed, and he turned to look, meeting a gust of mountain wind. The mountain wind was cold and piercing. As he focused his gaze, he saw someone slowly approaching from over 100 feet away. At this moment, separated by 100 feet, the sharp aura of this person came with the wind. Great transformation sword energy? Wasn't it said that those who mastered this sword technique all met with untimely deaths, and that it had been completely sealed by the Kunlun Immortal Sect? With no one practicing it anymore? This young master of Kunlun, could he also be practicing this great transformation sword energy? No wonder the golden book pages showed that he could perceive the sword energy within me. It turns out he shares the same source of sword energy with me. Thinking this, Li Zhengjing couldn't help but glance at his left arm. Under the cover of his sleeve was the Shuangguang talisman he had obtained from the sect. He vaguely felt a bit uneasy about how strongly he sensed the sword energy from this young master of Kunlun. Then the other party's mastery of this sword technique must be even higher, and their perception must be even stronger. Can merely using the sword cultivation technique to store all the sword energy in the left arm and covering it with the Shuangguang talisman really evade the other party's perception? In theory, it should not be able to conceal it, but the method of altering fate on the golden book pages guided it this way. As Li Zhengjing's thoughts turned, the person 100 feet away was already within 10 feet of the pavilion. This young master of Kunlun, compared to the top disciple of the Yuhua Immortal Sect, Lu Huayuan, was even more imposing by 3 points. With this thought, Li Zhengjing's gaze fell on the other party. The newcomer wore a Taoist robe, appeared to be in his early 30s, with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, strikingly handsome. His aura was sharp and exposed, and even the mountain wind was tinged with his sword intent. Wherever he walked, the grass at his feet shattered. The mountain wind blew the fallen leaves near him, turning them to powder. His great transformation sword energy seemed less sharp than mine. An incredible thought suddenly arose in Li Zhengjing's heart. As he pondered this, he suddenly felt a movement in his heart, roughly understanding the key. Meanwhile, inside the pavilion, the Buddhist disciple of Jingguang Temple slowly stood up and bowed. I have met the young master. The young master of Kunlun maintained his usual expression and did not return the bow, raising an eyebrow, appearing quite proud. Why are there others when the Buddhist disciple meets me? In this unowned place, the abandoned pavilion. The little monk was merely resting here and had no right to ask him to leave. The Buddhist disciple smiled and said, "Moreover, you and I meet here today openly, with nothing to hide. Furthermore, this place is close to the Yuhua Immortal Sect, and as a disciple of the Yuhua Immortal Sect, it is just right for him to be a witness, to avoid any suspicion of conspiracy." The young master of Kunlun stepped into the pavilion and said, "Your cultivation progress is not slow. You have polished it quite well. I believe you will soon achieve the Arhut golden body and stand shoulder to shoulder with my Taoist people." He sat down, his expression indifferent, and said, 23 years ago, I opened all 365 acupoints in my body, achieving the peak of the true energy realm, known as undefeated in the mortal world below the immortals. That year, you had just entered this realm. At this point, this sharp aura young master unexpectedly revealed a hint of despondency and sighed. Yet now, I still have not achieved the human immortal, while you have already approached the golden body realm. The Buddhist disciple immediately responded, "Young master, 20 years ago, you were hailed as the number one in the mortal realm under the realm of immortals, undefeated in the world. The little monk is far inferior to you." The young master of Kunlun said, 20 years have passed, and I am no longer as I was. Now, in terms of combat power, even Lu Huayuan of the Yuhua Immortal Sect is not inferior to me. Li Zhengjing was outside the pavilion, his heart stirred, secretly thinking, undefeated 20 years ago? After 20 years of cultivation, his combat power has not increased but decreased? The wall-hanging bird perched on a tree also heard this and thought, ancient texts say that the path of cultivation is like rowing upstream. If you do not advance, you will fall back. This fellow must have indulged in wine and lust for 20 years, no longer practicing, which is why he has fallen to this state. In the future, when I achieve success in my cultivation, I must not follow his example and must avoid alcohol. Jia Shifeng, scratching his bald head, was left in confusion, with a hint of bewilderment in his eyes. At this moment, the young master of Kunlun suddenly waved his hand, filling the pavilion with sword energy and isolating the sounds from inside and out. What is he doing? Jia Shifeng, seeing this, couldn't he help but move closer. This kind of secrecy must not be good. The wall-hanging bird whispered. Could it be that they have a secret affair? It's hard to say. Jia Shifeng whispered. I noticed at Jingguang Temple that my senior brother is not close to women. 9 times out of 10, it must be a matter of male attraction. The bird on the wall cursed, indignantly saying, I hate such secretive affairs the most. Outside the pavilion, there were quiet whispers and discussions behind their backs. The two inside the pavilion also wore serious expressions. This inner door disciple of the feathered immortal sect, after all, was not Lu Huayuan and did not have the qualifications to know about this matter. The young sect master calmly said, Since you have come to the Xianling mansion, you must have deduced that the Gu King Xianxian is hiding here, right? You should also know about the people and matters involved behind Xianxian. The monk nodded and replied, Indeed, I have heard some rumors, which is why I came down the mountain. The debts we owe are still present. The young sect master's expression grew serious as he said, 17 years ago, everyone thought he was dead, but this time, when I passed through the capital of the great Zhou, I sensed his traces. Those were the magical artifacts used by Gu King Xianxian when he escaped the capital. He reached into his robe, took out a fragment, and placed it in front of the monk, saying, After the incident, Xianxian escaped. And I was unaware of the truth at the time, so I did not pursue him. I only found this fragment within the capital. The monk took the fragment and whispered, Can it be confirmed as his magical artifact? The young sect master slowly nodded, saying, This is indeed the dead owner. He pointed at the marks on the fragment and continued, The magical power has now dissipated, but when I found this fragment, the magical power still lingered on it. The monk's expression became grave as he said, So it can be confirmed that it was not a coincidence that Gu King Xianxian obtained this magical artifact. The young sect master nodded in agreement. We can confirm that the magical artifact was not activated by Xianxian, but by this debt owner himself. He was indeed present in the capital at that time. After that, I inspected the capital but did not detect his traces. So I suspect that he must have left after Xianxian's departure. The monk sighed and said, 17 years ago, the previous leader of the feathered immortal sect perished together with him, yet to this day, he is still not dead. The young sect master stood up and said, I am the next generation sect master of the Kunlun Immortal Sect, and if nothing unexpected happens, you will be the next abbot of the Diamond Temple. Since the dead owner is still alive, he will definitely come to collect the dead in the future. And when that time comes, we will both have to face him directly. Recently, based on the joint calculations of 3 supreme elders of my Kunlun Immortal Sect, although the previous leader of the feathered immortal sect sacrificed his life and did not succeed in killing him, he must have been severely injured. 17 years have passed, and he may not have fully recovered. Xianxian is the only clue we have now. We must capture him alive to find our dead owner, who is still severely injured. The young sect master said this, then leaped, releasing his true energy with extreme sharpness, and stepped into the air. Monk, I trouble you to take action and seal off the entire Xianling mansion. I want to capture Gu King Xianxian before everyone else. This is not an easy task. The monk sighed and looked at the two outside the pavilion, a bird and a tree, hesitating for a moment. Then he reached into his robe and took out a string of prayer beads, placing them in front of him. Then he waved his hand and said, I need your help. Please assist this monk. Chapter 48. The end of the great transformation sword chi of the Dayan cave. Inside the pavilion, this string of prayer beads is a treasure of the first seat of the Arhot Hall, consisting of 108 beads. The monk spoke, Please, everyone, scatter them and bury them in various directions outside the Xianling mansion, with no more than 30 miles apart. He continued, within 30 miles. The prayer beads will have a connecting energy, forming a Buddha-like great array that covers the Xianling mansion. If Gu King Xianxian tries to escape the Xianling mansion, he will inevitably touch the Buddha light, and this monk will be able to know. At this point, he paused and added, After the matter is resolved, you may collect the prayer beads as your reward. Such a grand arrangement? Jia Shifang gasped and said, I once mentioned this string of prayer beads to my master, asking him to give it to me for protection. He said I should let the Jia family build 10 more temples, which I thought was too expensive, so I didn't pursue it. Now my senior brother wants to scatter these prayer beads and give them to us? What does it have to do with you? The monk of the Diamond Temple clasped his hands together and said, You are affiliated with my Diamond Temple's Arhot Hall, and since my senior brother asked you to help, what benefit do you seek? This benefit is for these three. This thing is worth 10 temples. The wall bird approached, clicking its tongue and saying, To be able to set up an array that covers the entire Xianling mansion. This formation is quite powerful. Are you really giving it to us? A monk does not speak idly. The monk of the Diamond Temple clasped his hands together and replied, This monk did not ask the three of you to retreat earlier. Nor am I afraid to inform you that the people involved behind Gu King Xianxian are extraordinary. This time, I hope you will do your utmost to assist. Besides these prayer beads, I will owe you a favor in the future. A favor? The Five Elements tree, upon hearing this, lightly waved its branches and immediately said, Little monk, let us talk about something practical. Well, the monk of the Diamond Temple fell silent for a moment, and then said, This monk truly has nothing to offer and no other treasures to gift. However, if I were to pass away in the future, I could probably refine quite a few relics, and at that time, the three of you could each take one. Then when will you pass away? The wall bird could not help but ask. Little monk's current cultivation could probably allow him to live for another 100 years. The monk of the Diamond Temple thought for a moment and added, If I achieve the golden body, I might live for another 500 to 600 years. If we die, you might still be alive. The wall bird exclaimed. Two muffled sounds echoed one after the other. The wall bird and the Five Elements tree were both kicked out of the pavilion. The monk of the Diamond Temple then replied, Please speak frankly. If this monk can know, I will certainly inform you. This young master of Kunlun seems to possess an extremely sharp aura. Could it be that he is cultivating the legendary Dayan Cave's void transformation sword chi? Good eyesight, my friend. The monk of the Diamond Temple said, Since you know about the Dayan Cave's void transformation sword chi, you should also be aware that this so-called supreme sword technique of the Kunlun Immortal Sect is quite mysterious. All practitioners have met untimely deaths, and it was ultimately sealed away. Zhengjing nodded and replied, I know. The monk of the Diamond Temple spoke with some emotion, saying, However, this young master of the Kunlun Immortal Sect, in his early years, was full of vigor and looked down upon the world. He believed he could conquer this sword technique, ignoring the advice of the elder members of the Kunlun Immortal Sect and insisting on practicing it. In the end, relying on his innate talent and the Kunlun Immortal Sect's Dragon Tiger Mysterious Pill, he became the only person in over 1,000 years to cultivate the Dayan Cave's void transformation sword chi. With this sword technique, he also became the youngest practitioner of the true energy realm in 300 years. Moreover, within 3 years, he opened all his meridians, reached the peak of the true energy realm, and achieved great perfection, making him invincible among practitioners of the true energy realm with the sharpness of his sword chi. At this point, the monk couldn't help but sigh, showing considerable respect as he said, Those who have attained the Tao are celestial beings, surpassing ordinary practitioners. And thus the young sect master is praised as the #1 in the world, invincible in the mortal realm. Zhengjing said, Earlier, I heard the monk and the young sect master talking, and after 20 years of cultivation, he seems to be not as he once was. The monk nodded and said, The young sect master of Kunlun, 20 years ago, was indeed extraordinarily talented, but ultimately, he could not conquer the Dayan Cave's void transformation sword chi. In recent years, he has suffered greatly from the drawbacks of the sword chi and still cannot achieve the status of a celestial being. Why is that? Li Zhengjing pondered. He has cultivated to the peak of the true energy realm, and hasn't he been backlashed by the sword qi? He should be stable now. Young friend, you are still young and do not know the truth. Actually, 20 years ago, the young sect master's true energy had already reached its peak. At this stage, to achieve the status of a celestial being, he needs to use all his true energy to condense the 3 souls and 7 spirits into an Yin spirit. The monk said. Then, he must merge with the power of the Yin spirit, condensing the true energy into magical power, which accumulates in the dantian, known as the golden soup jade liquid. He looked at Li Zhengjing and continued. However, all of his true energy has been refined into the Dayan Cave's void transformation sword qi, which is excessively sharp. To merge the Yin spirit with the sword qi would inevitably harm the soul, and it is very likely that he would end up with his soul scattered and lost. By that time, his physical body would lose its spirit, the sword qi would go out of control, breaking through his body, resulting in countless wounds, dying an untimely death, and following the path of those before him. It is precisely because of this that, with the help of the current sect master of the Yuhua Immortal Sect over the past 20 years, he has had to wear down his own sharpness, disperse the brilliance of his sword energy, and begin to cultivate himself. As a result, the sharpness of the sword energy derived from the great transformation of the Dayan Cave has diminished, and the invincible skills that could have looked down upon the mortal world have gradually weakened. The Buddha's son continued to explain. In fact, even with the personal assistance of the Yuhua Immortal Sect's head, there is no absolute certainty to wear down the sharpness of the sword energy. However, if it can truly succeed, the world will surely see another human immortal. Upon hearing this, Li Zhengjing finally understood why he could sense the great transformation sword energy from the young master of Kunlun, while the latter, despite his higher mastery of sword energy, was completely oblivious to him. He had long felt that by using the sword cultivation method to conceal the sword energy within the 36,500 muscles of his left arm, and then using the Shuangguang talisman to cover it, it was not enough to completely obscure the sharpness of the sword energy. However, the young master of Kunlun had actively worn down his own sword energy, thus losing its brilliance and sensitivity to the same source of sword energy. If successful, perhaps the world would see another human immortal. Li Zhengjing sighed. Unfortunately, the world is likely to lose a sword immortal. The Tianqing Taoist of the Kunlun Immortal Sect is the last true immortal to ascend to the heavens, and he is also the last sword immortal. Since Tianqing Taoist, there have been no sword immortals in the human realm. 20 years ago, the young master was regarded as the most likely person to become a sword immortal in 3,000 years. The Buddha's son sighed, but he is ultimately not Tianqing Taoist. If he does not wear down the sharpness of the great transformation sword energy, he cannot transcend and achieve the position of human immortal in this life. Li Zhengjing felt even heavier in his heart. He himself was also practicing the great transformation sword energy, and he had even begun practicing this sword technique in the inner qi realm. Even with the help of the current sect master of Kunlun Immortal Sect and the legendary Longhu Xianpil, with his extraordinary talent, he still could not truly subdue the great transformation sword energy. It seems that only the eternal holy body could truly refine this unparalleled sword technique. The Thousand Illusions divine monarch believed he was the eternal holy body, but Li Zhengjing knew in his heart that he was ultimately not the eternal holy body. If even the young master of Kunlun had fallen to such a state, how would he, Li, fare in the future? As he thought this, his gaze fell on the fortune of the golden book page, and his heart settled a bit. As long as there were enough spirit stones, the golden book page would surely reveal the complete method to change fate. He exhaled and thought, I still need to think of a way to earn more spirit stones. With this in mind, he couldn't help but glance at Jia Shifang in the pavilion, as if seeing a big spender. Chapter 49. The Trace of the Gu King xianxian. Meanwhile, Jia Shifang in the pavilion was completely unaware that he had been targeted by someone. He was still curious about the previous conversation between the Buddha's son and the young master of Kunlun. What exactly did my senior brother and that young master of Kunlun discuss? Jia Shifang, straightforward in nature, immediately asked. Moreover, that Gu King xianxian is so important that it can make my senior brother use the artifacts of the Luohan Hall as a reward to set up formations throughout the Xianling mansion? This matter has nothing to do with you. The Buddha's son looked at him deeply and said, he is the young master of Kunlun, so he can know this matter. It was only after I succeeded to the position of Buddha's son that I was informed of this. After a pause, the Buddha's son said, this matter involves the foundation of the Immortal Sect and the Buddhist sect, and is considered a secret. If you truly want to understand the truth of this matter, unless in the future you seize the position of Buddha's son from me, with your extraordinary talent, how could I seize your position? Unless the Jia family buys the entire Golden Vajra Temple. As Jia Shifeng said this, he couldn't help but pause, falling into thought. After a moment, he suddenly asked, "How much is the Golden Vajra Temple worth?" This guy is actually planning to seize the position of Buddha's son? The Buddha's son maintained a calm expression and said, "First, listen to your senior brother's instructions. Bury the prayer beads in various directions of the Xianling mansion. If you want to seize the position in the future, we can talk about it then." Jia Shifeng scratched his head and said, "All right then. I will listen to my senior brother." Upon hearing this, the Buddha's son was taken aback, reciting a Buddhist verse, and sighed, "With a mind like yours. You actually have such a talented relative?" Jia Shifeng replied, "Naturally, don't underestimate me just because my brain isn't sharp. My second brother is full of cunning and understands the teachings of our Golden Vajra Temple very well." Listening to this, the Buddha's son vaguely felt something was off, as if the entire Golden Vajra Temple had been scolded for no reason. When he looked up, Jia Shifeng had already walked out of the pavilion, reluctantly parting ways with Li Zhengjing, each going in a different direction to bury the prayer beads. The Jia family, the richest in the great Zhou dynasty, also had relatives who joined the Ascension Immortal Sect. The Buddha's son showed a strange expression, thinking of the recent changes in the capital, and quietly said, "The crown prince of the Eastern Palace has been harmed by the Gu King Xianxian. The world and the universe may undergo some changes. Behind Xianxian are creditors, and he intends to overturn the future of the mortal realm by himself. If so, it is likely that the next time he reveals his true self in the world, it will be to overturn the immortal sects and Buddhist sects outside the world." As he thought this, he exhaled softly and said, "After many years, the opportunity is almost ripe. This creditor will surely reap the rewards. But to this day, after being nurtured by generations of human immortals, which sect master would willingly hand over the opportunity? Therefore, it is necessary to gather the power of various immortal sects and Buddhist sects in the world to find the common creditor, so that he may perish and the debts may disappear." Meanwhile, within the Xianling mansion, in a place called Four-Leaf City among the 32 cities, two people sat facing each other in a courtyard. The person on the left was tall and sturdy, with dark skin and an empty left sleeve. Taoist Xianxian had changed into the attire of the Great Zhou, making him less conspicuous. The clothing of the Great Zhou is extravagant but impractical, wasting fabric. As Xianxian said this, he looked at the elder across from him. The elder was dressed in a Taoist robe, with a golden order hanging at his waist. Clearly an inner door elder of the Yuhua Immortal Sect from the ancient Moon Peak. The Beast Control Hall of the Yuhua Immortal Sect truly is the most troublesome opponent I have faced in my life. Xianxian said slowly. 26,000 newly formed larvae have been scattered throughout the Xianling mansion, and most have been devoured by the strange beasts controlled by the Beast Control Hall. The elder chuckled and said, "An elder from the Beast Control Hall brought 30 inner disciples to deal with the goo insects you crafted alone, which shows how high your skills are, Taoist Xianxian." Speaking of this, he said lightly, "Your own cultivation is merely at the mid-level of the true Qi realm. Yet with the poison of your life goo, even those at the upper level of the true Qi realm must be extremely cautious. Before I came here, I heard you had annihilated 300 red-scale army soldiers who intercepted you outside the capital with your goo insect secret technique, which is truly impressive." Xianxian revealed a proud expression but said, "I merely poisoned their food in advance. It's not that remarkable." The elder patted his clothes and held the golden order engraved with his name. The order bore the characters Zhou Li. "I am here, using the golden order to conceal your presence, so that the people of the Yuhua Immortal Sect will not search here. However, this place is still not suitable for long stays." Elder Zhou Li said, "After discussing with you earlier, I have released the batch of goo insects you crafted in the Jingya Mansion and Tianyuan Mansion, creating signs of your presence elsewhere to divert a large number of court personnel, as well as elders and disciples from various sects who came to hunt you down. However, this method is not particularly clever. At least it cannot escape the notice of the young master of Kunlun and the Buddha's son of the Golden Vajra Temple. They likely deduced you were in the Xianling Mansion and directly bypassed Jingya Mansion and Tianyuan Mansion to come here today." As he said this, Elder Zhou Li exhaled and said, "I can evade the search of the Yuhua Immortal Sect's pursuers, but I cannot stop the court's army. Nor can I intimidate the young master of Kunlun and the Buddha's son. Therefore, you still need to think of a way to escape the Xianling Mansion as soon as possible." Xianxian showed a sarcastic expression and said, "The dignified young master of Kunlun and the son of Buddha from the Diamond Temple joined forces to capture me? You self-proclaimed orthodox figures really value a wild man like me from the barbaric lands. They probably came for the creditor." Zhou Li said, "Regarding the life and death of the creditor, it involves great secrets between heaven and earth. The world believes he perished together with the previous headmaster of my feathered immortal sect, and now that his trace has appeared in the world again, it will naturally cause a huge uproar." He looked at Xianxian and said, "Fortunately, in the past few days. The incident of the return of the Ghost Valley spirit official to the Golden Boat has made various high-level figures treat matters with caution and not dare to act recklessly. Otherwise, my friend, you wouldn't have been able to hide until today and remain safe. He sighed and said, but if things drag on for too long and provoke the immortals to take action, the Xianling mansion will likely be turned upside down, and you will truly have nowhere to hide. Xianxian snorted, his eyes filled with a rebellious spirit, and said slowly, if it weren't for your delays, I would have left the Xianling mansion and returned to the southern wilderness by now. How could I be trapped here and unable to escape? At this point, Xianxian raised his strong right arm, which was muscular and coiled, revealing a black snake with a single horn in his hand. Since I can no longer stay in the Xianling mansion, I will leave today. If I encounter any obstruction, the 32 cities of the Xianling mansion can accompany me to the grave. Elder Zhou Li, prepare everything for me. Xianxian's gaze was filled with fierce determination as he looked at the elder. Elder Zhou Li slowly stood up and nodded. Within an hour, I will prepare everything for you. After saying that, he left behind a golden command token at his waist and walked out of the courtyard. He walked along the street until he reached the north of the city. He pushed open another courtyard door. Inside the courtyard lay an old man, completely lifeless, already dead. Elder Zhou Li looked at the deceased old man and sighed. Brother Zhou Li, you shouldn't have investigated the creditor's clues. Now, I can only kill you to silence you. Don't blame me for being ruthless. He pulled at his face, and the mask fell off, revealing himself as the current head of the law enforcement hall of Yuhua Peak. He reached into his bosom and took out a bronze mirror. He extended his finger and tapped the bronze mirror, causing the light within to flicker. Chapter 50. Golden Order Soaring to the Sky. South driving north. Previously, it was thought that by releasing the goo worms in Jingya Mansion and Tianyuan Mansion, it would create traces for Xianxian, thus drawing away all those who were hunting him. However, it was unexpected that the Great Zhou Court was so flexible in mobilizing troops, splitting into 3 routes, easily surrounding Jingya Mansion, Tianyuan Mansion, and Xianling Mansion. Other sects and forces were indeed lured away. But the young master of Kunlun and the son of Buddha from the Diamond Temple came directly to Xianling Mansion as if they knew the truth. The head of the law enforcement hall looked at the bronze mirror and said in a low voice, at present, Xianxian no longer trusts us. Believing that we are the reason he has not left Xianling Mansion, leading to today's predicament. This matter is somewhat difficult to handle. He said this angrily, for in his heart, he believed that even if Xianxian were allowed to escape, he would still ultimately be caught. I had anticipated this long ago, and everything is already prepared. Afterward, I can just push the blame onto the deceased Zhou Li. The voice of the head of the law enforcement hall echoed from the bronze mirror. As previously instructed, you must have Xianxian reveal his whereabouts tonight, drawing various figures to surround him. Hearing this, the head of the law enforcement hall couldn't help but hesitate. Xianxian is skilled in using goo and possesses a large number of goo worms. If he acts behind the scenes, he has the power to destroy a city, which is extremely dangerous, but ultimately, he is not a significant figure. After a pause, he heard the voice say, once Xianxian reveals his whereabouts, he will only be a practitioner at the true Qi level. If he shows himself and faces the encirclement, he will have no chance to escape. Unless he possesses a magical treasure granted by the creditor, he might have a chance to break through. No need to say more. Just do it. The voice from the bronze mirror echoed, and then the light flickered, vanishing into thin air. The head of the law enforcement hall frowned slightly, ultimately just sighing, putting the Zhou Li mask back on, and leaving the courtyard. At this moment, in the northeast direction of Xianling Mansion, Zhengjing was carrying Buddhist beads, burying them in the ground every 30 miles and marking them. In the southwest direction, the hanging wall bird was leading the 5 elements creation tree to accompany it. Even if they encountered the Great Zhou army commanded by the Qin family, they could pretend to be ordinary birds and trees, which wouldn't be a problem. Jia Shifeng, covered in magical tools, could safely navigate even if he encountered someone at the true Qi level. On my side, I still had to be cautious and avoid running into fellow disciples sent out, thus solidifying the crime of abandoning my post. There were only 3 Buddhist beads left. Zhengjing thought to himself, this Gu King Xianxian's cultivation is far above mine, and it seems that various forces are determined to capture him. As he continued to ponder, he calculated that this encirclement was indeed a massive mobilization. Apart from the elders, even the chief true disciple, Yuhua Immortal, had come down the mountain in person. The Kunlun Immortal Sect had sent a young master who was once hailed as the strongest below the immortals. The Diamond Temple also had this son of Buddha present. Under the gaze of these top experts in the mortal realm, it seemed that Xianxian would truly be unable to escape. Given the current situation, how could I kill Xianxian? He focused his mind on the golden page, and the luck column showed insufficient spiritual energy. He He then took a deep breath and took out 2 low-grade spirit stones from his hand, swallowing one of them. Until this moment, a complete method to change fate appeared under the luck column. Before the 3rd watch of tonight, at this position, the timing must be precise to the minute. There couldn't be even a moment's error. An unusual expression appeared on Li Zhengjing's face. Just at that moment, a green-horned golden-feathered bird flew down from the sky, clutching half a plant growing in a flower pot. Master, we finished planting the Buddhist beads. So fast. Li Zhengjing looked up. I always work diligently, the hanging wall bird said proudly. In the past, when I was studying, I would rise with the rooster's crow and wouldn't dare to delay for a moment. When was that? The 5 elements creation tree waved its branches, confused. You were on my head for 3 years. How could I not know? It's all because the Immortal Sect doesn't have chickens, the hanging wall bird said, its eyes dodging. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been lazy and idle these 3 years. Then you might as well change your name to the White Lawn Divine Chicken. The 5 elements creation tree scolded. Just as Li Zhengjing was about to speak, he suddenly raised his eyebrows and looked towards the distant sky. He saw the sky flashing with light, and a streak of flowing light soared into the sky. The hanging wall bird immediately looked over and exclaimed, "It's the Golden Order soaring to the sky. An inner sect elder is using true qi to stimulate the Golden Order, soaring into the clouds. They've discovered the trace of Gu King, xianxian." Hearing this, Li Zhengjing muttered to himself, "They've already found him? How am I supposed to kill him now?" He glanced at the golden page, but fell into silence. "Master, aren't we going to get a piece of the action?" The hanging wall bird said excitedly. "Even if we can't catch this guy, we should be able to see a great battle. Now, our feathered Immortal Sect's chief, true disciple, and various inner sect elders, along with the true Qi experts from the Great Zhou Court, the young master of Kunlun Immortal Sect, and the son of Buddha from Diamond Temple will definitely all go. They are all determined to capture this xianxian, and they will surely have disputes among themselves, which will definitely be very exciting. If we go too late, I'm afraid this Gu King will be torn apart, and everyone will take a piece." At this point, the hanging wall bird became even more excited. He is called the Gu King, so he must have raised many Gu worms. In the chaos, we can catch some and roast them to eat. Li Zhengjing looked at the method to change fate on the golden page and shook his head, saying, "Let's go. Head north." The 5 elements creation tree waved its branches and said, "Isn't the trace of Gu King xianxian in the south? Are we going the wrong way?" "You illiterate." The hanging wall bird sneered. "This is called driving south while heading north. What do you understand as a tree?" After saying this, it quietly whispered in Li Zhengjing's ear, "Master, the direction really is reversed." Li Zhengjing paused for a moment and said, "A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. That place is too dangerous, with various forces not united in heart. Now that they are trying to capture Gu Wangxinchuan, they will surely be unable to work together. I'm afraid that in the chaos of the scramble, we might get caught up in it and end up being buried with him." The eyes of the hanging wall bird froze, repeatedly mumbling the phrase, "A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall," feeling deeply defeated in terms of literary talent, and thus could not find a rebuttal, daring not to raise any objections. Meanwhile, in the Xianling mansion, the Bodhisattva of the Diamond Temple looked towards the direction of the golden light soaring to the sky. Has the trace of Gu Wangxinchuan been exposed? He raised his hand, and the cassock floated in the air. He then leaped up and sat on the cassock, heading towards the direction of the golden light. In another direction of the Xianling mansion, the young master of the Kunlun Immortal Sect slightly narrowed his eyes and murmured, "Is it again like in the Jingya mansion? Using Gu insects to manipulate various parties, executing a strategy of drawing the tiger away from its mountain?" As he thought this, he used his true energy to focus in his eyes, piercing through illusions, and saw the fighting ahead from nearly 100 miles away. It was not a strategy of drawing the tiger away from the mountain. It was indeed Xianxian himself revealing his whereabouts. He looked ahead, his eyes shining brightly. A mouse hidden in the ditch is hard to find, but this mouse has run out onto the street. For him, it could be easily crushed. What nonsense! The southern wilderness Gu King? This young master of Kunlun thought to himself, under the sword energy of the great Yin Cave's void transformation. Let's see if you can withstand my sword. Chapter 51. I see no one in Zhengzhou. CUS City. The sky was overcast with dark clouds, and upon closer inspection, it was filled with flying insects. A mist covered both inside and outside the city, also filled with tiny insects spreading their wings. Endless ants and insects broke through the ground. The entire city was shrouded by endless insects. Could these countless insects be Gu insects? It should be that Gu insects are drawing various ants and insects, but there are certainly many poisonous insects hidden among them, as well as a large number of Gu insects. It is said that Xianxian is the Gu King revered by the 17 tribes of the southern wilderness, with a status comparable to that of a deity. This time coming to the central land, apart from the Gu insects he crafted himself, He also brought half of the goo insects crafted within the 17 tribes. If it weren't for losing most of the goo insects in the capital and using a large number of goo insects to set up false formations in Jingya Mansion and Tianyuan Mansion, the current situation would surely be even more grand. Let all disciples retreat. We cannot act rashly, or else we might be devoured by countless insects. Fearing that not a bone will remain. Even if we have already released our true energy to protect ourselves, we are still afraid that Xianxian might hide his Divine King Goo among the countless insects and launch a sneak attack. His Divine King Goo is incredibly toxic. Even our inner sect elders would face dire consequences if struck by this poison. The senior brother Goo who intercepted in the capital could only save his life with the 100 refinements life and death pill, and he is still lying on a sickbed. The elders surrounded Cus City, ordering the disciples to retreat. Even the Beast Control Hall, which is said to restrain goo insects, felt a stir in their hearts upon seeing this scene. Elder Qin Xian from Guiyue Peak said with a solemn expression, "No wonder the elite troops of the Great Zhou Court have suffered heavy losses while trying to intercept him and have failed to capture him. Elder Gu, who went to the capital to assist the court in capturing the culprit, has indeed met an unfortunate defeat." With a loud bang, an old man suddenly fell out from the midst of the countless insects, looking pale and rather frightened. This person was the inner sect elder of the Formation Pavilion of the Feathered Immortal Sect. On him were affixed 32 high-grade spiritual talismans. "This won't do." The inner sect elder of the Formation Pavilion gasped. "I have 100 orifices open, releasing my true energy to resist the poisonous insects coming close. And I also have formation inscriptions etched on me, plus these 32 talismans to assist me. It's difficult for countless goo insects to approach, but..." He looked towards the city and said in a deep voice, "Xianxian is indeed in the city. His life source Divine King Goo has pierced through the protective talismans on me and even broken through the formations inscribed on my body, nearly shattering my protective true energy. If I hadn't been prepared, I would have likely perished in the city. With the life source Divine King Goo here, Xianxian must also be here. This completely rules out the possibility of it being a bluff or a scheme to draw the tiger away from the mountain. Although I do not know how Xianxian revealed his whereabouts, as long as we can trap him here, everything will be fine. Disciples of the Beast Control Hall, listen up. Use all your extraordinary birds and beasts to surround Cus City, devouring the surrounding goo insects and poisonous insects, and do not let the range continue to expand." The disciples of the Beast Control Hall responded in unison, releasing their refined spiritual beasts and flying birds to guard the periphery of Cus City, ensuring that no ant or insect could escape. In an instant, the battle between the spiritual beasts and the poisonous insects became extremely fierce. Many poisonous insects and even goo insects were devoured by the flying beasts driven by the disciples of the Beast Control Hall. But some flying beasts were poisoned and killed by the goo insects, and their corpses were soon consumed by other ants and insects. Disciples from various factions guarded all sides, also exerting their skills to kill a large number of goo insects and poisonous creatures. But there were also instances of carelessness, leading to deaths. Why has Lu Huayuan not yet arrived? With his peak true energy cultivation, having opened all 365 orifices, he has achieved complete circulation and has no flaws left. And he practices the heavenly fire flame burning immortal technique, releasing true energy like flames for protection, making it impossible for countless goo insects to approach, allowing him to stand invincible. His combat strength is renowned, enough to slice through Divine King Goo and capture Goo King Xianxian. The elders exchanged glances, feeling somewhat worried. Logically, Lu Huayuan should be nearby. They, as elders, cannot break through the multitude of goo insects and poisonous creatures to enter the city and capture Goo King Xianxian. But for someone like Lu Huayuan, he could walk through the sea of insects with ease, even with the threat of the Divine King Goo nearby. As long as Lu Huayuan is careful, it should be fine. Lu Huayuan, unafraid of the threat of goo insects, once he enters the city, it would be settled. Without the reliance on goo insects, relying solely on his own abilities, Xianxian might be considered a strong opponent. But facing the chief disciple of the Feathered Immortal Sect, he would surely be no match. What about Lu Huayuan then? The elders looked at each other, feeling an underlying unease. At this moment, Lu Huayuan, who was being thought of by the elders, was just 20 miles southwest of Cus City. Elder Zhou Li, what do you mean by this? Lu Huayuan looked at the inner sect elder from the Formation Pavilion in front of him and spoke. Goo King Xianxian has already revealed his whereabouts, and the elders and disciples have issued a call for help, yet you are here to stop me. Are you colluding with Goo King Xianxian? Elder Zhou Li patted his clothes and said lightly, "So what if I am?" Lu Huayuan's eyes turned icy, and without hesitation, he drew his sword and advanced, shouting angrily. "These days, we have turned the Xianling Mansion upside down, but we could not find any trace of Xianxian. I thought he was not in the Xianling Mansion. It seems that Elder Zhou Li has protected him, deceiving us. Since you are colluding with an external enemy and betraying the Immortal Sect, do not blame the disciples for being ruthless. First, I will kill you, and then I will capture Xinchuan alive. The sword light of Lu Huayuan swept forward, resembling countless stars falling from the sky, with each point of starlight appearing incredibly brilliant, containing sharp intent. This person, who appeared to be Zhou Li but was actually the head of the law enforcement hall of Guiyue Peak, did not hold back either. He clapped his hands, and light burst forth, meeting Lu Huayuan head-on. I have long wanted to experience the abilities of the contemporary chief disciple. The head of the law enforcement hall approached. But in his heart, he also lacked full confidence in defeating this person who had already reached the peak level of true energy. However, fortunately, today he did not intend to defeat Lu Huayuan. He only needed to delay him, because Lu Huayuan had arrived too quickly. The young master of Kunlun, the Bodhisattva of the Diamond Temple, the commander of the Great Zhou Court's Imperial Guards, and others had not yet arrived, and Lu Huayuan had already stepped here first. He could not let Lu Huayuan invade Guiyue City at this moment to capture Xinchuan. The head of Guiyue Peak had already given orders to ensure that all the strong figures from Xianling Mansion were drawn to Guiyue City. If it is a mistake, it would be a complete waste of previous efforts. Here, a fierce battle erupted suddenly, with a chilling killing intent, and no one held back. In the location of Four Leaf City, a figure descended from the sky, exuding sharp and fierce energy. The young master of Kunlun had arrived. The elders of the feathered Immortal Sect exchanged glances, each with a sense of unease in their hearts. Logically, Lu Huayuan should be the closest person to Four Leaf City. Why did the young master of Kunlun arrive first? The matter regarding the Gu King Xianxian was of great importance and was located near the jurisdiction of the feathered Immortal Sect. If the young master of Kunlun captured him, what face would the feathered Immortal Sect have left? Just as the elders were thinking this, the young master of Kunlun did not engage with them at all and directly charged into Four Leaf City. Young master of Kunlun, wait. This place is... Before Qin Xian could finish his sentence, the young master of Kunlun had already plunged into the sea of Gu insects and poisons. With peak true energy and all 365 acupuncture points open, he was hailed as having achieved the perfection of the Zhou Tian cycle. As long as he released his true energy, there would be no flaws anywhere on his body. His true energy had all been forged into the great Yin Void transformation sword Qi, and although its sharpness had been dulled, it still appeared incredibly fierce. A large number of flying insects and ants approached, but before they could reach within 10 feet, they were all turned to dust. His true energy surged forth as he advanced step by step, completely unhindered. Suddenly, high-level Gu insects, hidden among the poisons, rushed towards him, aiming to bite at the back of his head. But the closer they got, the more powerful the sword Qi became. Before the Gu insects could bite him, they turned to dust 3 inches away, disappearing like ordinary flying insects and ants. The so-called Gu King was nothing more than this. The young master of Kunlun's gaze was calm, and he did not even draw the sword at his waist. Strolling amidst the sea of Gu insects and poisons, as if enjoying a scenic view, heading straight into the city. Truly deserving of the title of the strongest sword in the Central Plains, unmatched in the mortal realm beneath the immortals. Inside Four Leaf City, atop the high platform, Gu King Xianxian couldn't help but sigh, then closed his eyes and silently chanted. The life source divine King Gu suddenly let out a long chant that echoed throughout the entire Four Leaf City. The flying insects and ants stationed in all directions of Four Leaf City remained in their original positions. But a large number of Gu insects hidden among the endless poisons began to head towards the direction of the young master of Kunlun to intercept him. But at that moment, from another direction, the commander of the Great Zhou Imperial Army arrived first. Behind him, hundreds of soldiers were also rushing over. From the western direction, the light of Buddhism burst forth, and a young monk sat cross-legged in the air. You hide your head and show your tail? If I can't find you, that's fine. The commander of the Great Zhou Imperial Army sneered and immediately moved forward, declaring, Dare to show yourself? Today is your day of death. The son of the King Kong Temple chanted a Buddhist phrase and also headed into the city from another direction. Elders, change direction. The Beastmaster Hall elders' eyes lit up and said, after the young master of Kunlun enters the city, Gu King Xianxian has redirected a large number of Gu insects to the east city to intercept him. Right now, the other directions have very few Gu insects left. Only ordinary flying insects and ants remain, which are extremely weak. We can easily cross the sea of insects and charge into the city. Upon hearing this, Qin Xian felt invigorated and said, if we confront him directly in the city, without Gu insects blocking our path, killing him only requires one sword. Lu Huayuan has not yet arrived, but how can we, the elders of the Immortal Sect, stand by and watch as our own Gu King Xianxian is captured by people from other forces? as various figures from different directions entered Four-Leaf City. The young master of Kunlun had already stepped into Four-Leaf City from the front, amidst the sea of insects above and below, with numerous goo insects threatening him. The young master of Kunlun remained calm and collected, entering the inner city and gazing at Gu King Xianxian, who was 3,000 steps away on the high platform. Gu King Xianxian also looked across the 3,000 steps, meeting his gaze, only to feel the sharpness in the other's eyes that made him dare not look directly. Xianxian couldn't help but sigh. I, relying on the life source divine King Gu, have achieved the realm of true energy, dominating the 6 domains of the South Wilderness. This time, in addition to the goo insects I personally refined, I have mobilized 23,000 goo insects refined by the 17 tribes within the 6 domains. I thought that by coming to the land of the Central Plains with these hundreds of thousands of goo insects, it would be like having an army of thousands, making me invincible in the world. He exhaled and said, "It seems that the land of the Central Plains is not all filled with mediocrity." Before his voice faded, a cold laugh came from another direction. With just hundreds of thousands of goo insects, do you think you can sweep across the Central Plains? The figure clad in armor, with a gleaming helmet, was impervious to the goo insects. This person was the commander of the Great Zhou Imperial Army. He looked at Gu King Xianxian and said, "You may think that with your thousands of goo insects, you can command armies and possess the power to destroy cities. But do you know that the person before you is the strongest beneath the immortals? Even if you truly have thousands of troops, what can you do? This young master has the ability to take the head of a general among 10,000 soldiers. Today, you will fall." The great Zhou commander grasped his long knife and pointed it forward. Behind him, elite soldiers formed a military formation and charged into the city. In another direction, the golden light of Buddhism shone brightly, and the son of the King Kong temple clasped his hands together, looking sorrowful as he said, "The citizens of the city are all doomed. Gu King Xianxian, today you will undoubtedly die." The inner sect elders of the Feathered Immortal Sect, along with their disciples, surrounded the city. "Is everyone here?" Gu King Xianxian scanned the young master of Kunlun, the son of the King Kong Temple, the commander of the Great Zhou Imperial Guard, the elders of the various branches of Ancient Moon Peak, and the hundreds of Great Zhou soldiers, as well as over 200 inner sect disciples of the Immortal Sect. With me here, I can draw 3 peak true energy experts who have achieved the perfection of the Zhou Tian cycle, along with nearly 10 cultivators in the true energy realm, and over 1,000 people, all here to hunt you down. He chuckled and said, "It seems that the Central Plains is just like this, relying on numbers to bully the few." The son of the King Kong Temple shook his head slightly and said, "You carry thousands of goo insects, most of which are refined by the 17 tribes of the South Wilderness. How can that be the strength of one person?" As he approached 600 steps, he suddenly drew his sword, its sharpness revealed. All the thousands of goo insects within 100 steps of him were annihilated. His true energy erupted beneath him, and he leaped, crossing hundreds of steps. "Your goo insects cannot get near me. Your life source divine King Gu may be able to give it a try. But if your life source divine King Gu cannot harm me, then without goo insects as your reliance, you will be like a wolf that has lost its fangs. Merely a dog with a broken spine." He finally spoke, and as his voice rang out, his sword chi surged forward like a long river, slicing towards the front. To me, the so-called Gu King of the South Wilderness is just a matter of one sword. At that moment, on the high platform, light burst forth. In the heavens and the earth, amidst the sea of stars, starlight fell. Within the starlight, the figure of Gu King Xianxian appeared unstable. Yet his voice continued to resonate within Four-Leaf City. The entire Central Plains, the so-called Great Zhou Court, various immortal sects and Buddhist temples, have gathered their forces for me alone. Today, if all of you join forces here and cannot capture me, you will return empty-handed, which will be a disgrace and a source of laughter. What elite court? What immortal sects and temples? What strongest beneath the immortals who have achieved the perfection of the Zhou Tian cycle? They are merely empty names. I see no one in the Central Plains. Ha. Chapter 52. The scene of slaying the Gu King. Boom. The sword struck the high platform, shattering everything. The young master of Kunlun sheathed his sword, watching the dispersing starlight. With no trace of Gu King Xianxian remaining in front of him, his expression was cold as he looked at the remaining traces and slowly said, "The star-shifting formation, a secret formation of the Feathered Immortal Sect, requires 7 nights of starlight to form." His gaze swept over the elders and disciples of the Feathered Immortal Sect below, finally landing on Lu Huayuan, who was just arriving outside the city. "I, in the name of the Kunlun Immortal Sect, demand a reasonable explanation from the Feathered Immortal Sect." Meanwhile, 300 miles to the south of Four-Leaf City, in a remote mountain forest, on a mountain that was originally empty, countless starlights suddenly converged and shone brilliantly. A voice of wild laughter suddenly erupted, echoing through the mountains and forests. In the vast middle state, the great Zhou court, immortal sects, and Buddhist temples, various forces gathered here. Yet what could they do to me? As the laughter faded, a tall figure emerged from the starlight, the illusion solidifying as it landed on the ground. The mountain breeze brushed against him, whispering in his ears like a series of low murmurs. 98, 99. Suddenly, a loud shout, 100. Before the voice could fade, flames engulfed the place where the starlight converged. An ambush? The Gu King Xianxian was taken aback, unable to dodge in time. Hastily summoned hundreds of Gu insects he carried with him, turning them into a barrier to protect himself. However, under the flames, the Gu insects fell like rain. At the same time, within the flames, there was a fire imbued with sword intent, sharp and fierce, incredibly condensed. In an instant, the Gu insect barrier was violently pierced through. The fire containing sword intent continued unabated. Rise. Xianxian hurriedly summoned an object, only to be pierced again by the fire sword. He barely managed to dodge to the side, but the fire sword grazed his waist. Instantly, large chunks of flesh were blown away by the fire sword. He fell to the ground, feeling a roasted meat scent emanating from his waist. Turning his head to see his internal organs faintly visible, the flesh completely cooked. Before he could react, another strike came, cleaving down upon him. Go. The Gu King Xianxian immediately summoned the Divine King Gu. The Divine King Gu, the size of a palm, resembled a green cicada, fluttering its wings to fly. This strike, the 5 Thunder Mountain Cutting Blade, struck the Divine King Gu, producing a thunderous sound that suddenly exploded. However, the shell of the Divine King Gu was as hard as fine iron, showing no damage at all, and it immediately emitted smoke. Poison. Retreat. Suddenly, a young voice rang out. Immediately, a green-horned golden-feathered bird also took to the sky, retreating at once. Who is this? At this moment, the Gu King Xianxian barely managed to prop himself up, his face filled with astonishment. He had exerted great effort to escape from the Four-Leaf City and arrived here, only to encounter an ambush. The sword intent in the fire earlier bore a similar aura to that of the Kunlun Young Sect Master. He almost believed that after moving the stars and changing the constellations, crossing 300 miles to this place, he was still being hunted down by the Kunlun Young Sect Master. But now, it seemed that the sword intent in the fire was not as robust as that of the Kunlun Young Master. Yet the sharpness and condensation of the sword intent were even greater. Speaking solely of the sharpness of sword intent, it was indeed above that of the Kunlun Young Master. The formation of moving stars and changing constellations was supposed to send him 300 miles away from the Four-Leaf City. But the exact direction was difficult even for Zhou Li to determine. The Gu King Xianxian's heart trembled, thinking, why would he set an ambush here? Just as he pondered this, a gentle and warm voice rang out. My lord, he is indeed the Gu King Xianxian. The green-horned, golden-feathered bird in the sky exclaimed, you truly are remarkable, my lord. Earlier, you said there were 100 counts, and then unleashed your powers towards this open space. At that time, I thought you were mad. Turns out you could foresee the future? Shut up. The earlier young voice sounded again, stepping forward with a knife, looking at the Gu King Xianxian ahead. A serious expression in his eyes. The method of altering fate only allowed him to unleash his full strength towards this open space after counting to 100. He had initially thought that the opponent was ultimately not an immortal, merely a mortal body, unable to withstand it, and could be annihilated in a single confrontation. Now, he had acted according to the guidance, yet the opponent was merely heavily injured but not dead. So how should he proceed next? The method of altering fate had no follow-up, and it was at a standstill. Zhengjing tightened his grip on the long knife, the divine power of the fire sword in his left arm ready to go. After all, the opponent was the Gu King of the southern wilderness. In the 6 regions of the south, he held a status as high as a deity. In the Four-Leaf City, surrounded by various forces, the Kunlun Immortal Sect's young master, the Buddha's son from the Diamond Temple, the chief true disciple of the Feathering Immortal Sect, the leader of the Great Zhou Court. And over 1,000 figures had failed to capture him. So at this moment, relying solely on himself and this bird, not to mention victory, even escaping would be difficult. However, he glanced at the fortune of the golden pages, and his heart settled a bit. Gu King Xianxian, long time no see. Zhengjing said slowly, raising his knife, we met half a year ago, and you almost took my life. Did you ever think that today you might fall into my hands? Xianxian's eyes narrowed as he took a glance, his thoughts racing, suddenly shocked, saying, you're still alive? Since entering the middle state, he had taken many lives. But in the 6 months since arriving in the capital, he had kept a very low profile, only using Gu insects on one person aside from the crown prince, leaving a deep impression. Thanks to you, my lord, I'm still alive. After Zhengjing finished speaking, He charged forward with his knife, shouting, "Today, if Senior Xianxian lends me your head, I can live better. Half a year ago, you were just an ordinary person. Now, do you think you can kill me with just 6 months of training?" Xianxian's face revealed a look of disdain as he immediately pointed his finger. The divine King Gu unfolded its wings, instantly producing hundreds of larvae, sweeping towards Zhengjing like a tide. The hanging wall bird circled low in the air, opening its mouth to spew flames. Thousands of larvae, just born, were instantly roasted and fell down. Meanwhile, the divine King Gu broke through the flames, heading straight for Zhengjing. Zhengjing swung his knife down, striking the divine King Gu. The shell of the divine King Gu was solid, showing no marks. My divine King Gu can face off against those of true Qi realm. With your little skills, do you think you can hurt it? Before Xianxian's voice faded, Zhengjing lifted his left arm, and the fire sword suddenly unleashed. The flames contained sword intent. The fire sword burst forth, smashing a rock over 10 feet away into fragments, turning it into black mud. Ha! The hanging wall bird laughed loudly, saying, "The fire sword has destroyed his life Gu. Without the support of the Gu insects, his life is in danger. My lord, let us kill him. Watch out, my lord." Zhengjing suddenly felt a sharp pain at the back of his neck. He reached back, but grasped nothing. He only caught a glimpse of a Gu insect flitting away. "Your cultivation is too low, movements too slow." Xianxian reached out to catch it, the divine King Gu landing in his hand, placing it on the wound in his waist to release insect poison, healing his own flesh. He looked at Zhengjing with a cold smile. A mere inner Qi realm, yet possesses such a formidable divine power. However, no matter how powerful the divine power, if it can't hit, it's like a 3-year-old wielding a divine weapon, posing no threat at all. Zhengjing felt a chill all over, an extremely cold aura spreading from the back of his neck, enveloping his entire body. The inner energy refined by the Tiger Leopard Thunder Sound Suppression skill was indeed extremely domineering, but it could only protect the organs and meridians. His own flesh and bones still couldn't resist the invasion of the Gu poison. In an instant, his body stiffened. This is bad. The hanging wall bird circled in the air, thinking, the poison of this divine King Gu is incredibly potent. Even someone at the peak of the true Qi realm would surely meet a bad end if struck by this poison. Such a poison can only be faced by transcendent beings with immortal roots and bodies. This life Gu was the true foundation that gave the Gu King Xianxian the courage to look down on the true Qi realm and consider himself invincible beneath the immortals. Though he did not know how you came to ambush here, I have no time to question it, so I won't delay. Xianxian stretched his hand forward to strike, releasing his true energy, transforming it into a blade, intending to sever Zhengjing's head from 3 zhang away. However, at that moment, the stiff Zhengjing suddenly had blazing eyes, lunging forward, crossing over 2 zhang, and struck down with his knife. Xianxian's expression changed drastically, barely having time to block with his right arm. His protective true energy could only be hastily released, failing to condense. The 5 Thunder Mountain cutting blade. With this strike, blood sprayed, and his arm fell to the ground. Xianxian staggered back, his face filled with terror. In a panic, he couldn't hesitate, tearing off the divine King Gu that was healing him from his waist and raising it forward. Come! Zhengjing welcomed the attack, allowing the life Gu to bite into his chest and abdomen. He pressed it down with his left hand, firmly pinning it to his chest. A large amount of Gu poison invaded his body through the chest, then was drawn into the golden pages by the energy from his organs. After being refined, the Gu poison transformed into pure internal energy, continuously surging out. He looked at the terrified expression of the Gu King Xianxian in front of him and sneered. Half a year ago, I hadn't practiced yet, and you couldn't poison me. Now, how can the divine King Gu do anything to me? High up in the sky, the hanging wall bird couldn't help but exclaim, a body that is immune to all evils? Not afraid of the poison of the divine King Gu? The Gu King Xianxian, who had lost both arms, looked dazed as he fell to the ground, gasping, "Are you really not afraid of Gu poison?" Throughout his cultivation, he had never encountered anyone who was unharmed despite being poisoned by the divine King Gu. The most powerful opponent he met was the previous young master of Kunlun, who used external Qi and reached the perfect cycle of the universe, preventing the divine King Gu from getting close. However, even the young master of Kunlun, as long as he hadn't attained the status of a human immortal, would still be flesh and blood. If bitten by the divine King Gu, he would surely die. But the young man before him, being clamped by the divine King Gu, was actually unharmed? Zhengjing's eyes sparkled as he swung his sword forward. "You think your internal Qi cultivation can kill me?" Xianxian, filled with rage, shouted. "Even with the combined attacks of various powerful figures, they couldn't take me down. What can you do?" He had lost his arms, but his true Qi still flowed out. His true Qi, sharing the same origin as his life Gu. was also highly toxic. With a thought, he condensed his true qi into a blade, striking at Zhengjing. Even without the support of the goo insects, he was still a strong practitioner in the true qi realm. A dead skinny camel is still bigger than a horse, even without his arms. His combat power was still above the internal qi realm. Zhengjing released the goo insect and thrust his left arm forward. The fire god's sword erupted in an instant. Flames condensed into a sword, with a fierce sword intent within. This sword struck forward, piercing through his protective true qi. In an instant, it penetrated Xianxian's chest and abdomen. The residual force burst out from his back, shattering rocks, with firelight splashing and the broken stones turning black. Chapter 53. The old story of the goo poison. The true culprit behind. The bright moon shone, and the stars dotted the sky. The cold night wind in the mountains became warm at this moment. The breath of flames had not completely dissipated, but the remaining sword intent still stung his face. Zhengjing grabbed the barely alive life goo and moved forward. At this moment, the unease in his heart finally settled down. The Goo King Xianxian specialized in goo arts. All his skills resided within the goo insects. With the divine King Goo and half of the goo insects from the 17 tribes in his hands, Xianxian could command billions of poisonous insects and ants, possessing the power to annihilate a city. For the Great Zhou Court, your goo poison posed a threat only second to that of a human immortal causing chaos among the people. But in reality, you are not strong at all. Zhengjing raised his sword and calmly said, "Someone like you can only hide in the dark. If you appear in the open and lose your goo insects, you are just an ordinary practitioner in the true qi realm." The hanging wall bird descended from the sky and landed on his shoulder, thinking, the master is getting bolder. He himself is just in the internal qi realm, yet he dares to say that ordinary true qi practitioners are nothing but mere mortals? However, the master indeed possesses the divine abilities of Mai by Luan Divine Bird Clan. Though just a replica, it is still quite formidable. Anyway, since the Goo King Xianxian has been captured by him, this boast can only be made by him. The hanging wall bird thought this way and looked at the Goo King Xianxian, thinking, this guy is so heavily wounded. He must be dead. At this moment, Xianxian had a blood hole in his chest and abdomen, his organs injured, and there was even a faint smell of roasted meat. But after all, he was highly cultivated and still had a breath left, not yet dead. He looked at Zhengjing with a gaze full of complexity. Since I began practicing goo arts, you are the first ordinary person to be poisoned by my goo poison and remain unharmed. The poison entered your body without killing you, and you have practiced for only a little over half a year, yet you possess such abilities. Is this the legendary eternal holy body? Xianxian's eyes were dazed as he sighed. Indeed, it lives up to its reputation. Zhengjing, hearing this, suddenly realized something, his expression changing drastically as he said solemnly, "Half a year ago, you poisoned me just to confirm whether I am the eternal holy body?" At this moment, a storm surged in his heart because he knew that the reason the Thousand Illusions God Monarch regarded himself as a spare body was due to the suspicion that he was the eternal holy body. But he had no acquaintance with the Thousand Illusions God Monarch. Why would the other party pay attention to him? Could it be because of the goo poison incident in the capital half a year ago, which healed without medicine? This matter originated from the Goo King Xianxian before him. Half a year ago, did he poison me to confirm the eternal holy body? Zhengjing took a step forward, only to see that Xianxian's gaze had already lost its vitality, and there was no longer any sign of life. This Goo King, who had roamed the southern wilderness and was revered as a divine being, had fallen in this remote forest. Zhengjing fell silent. The joy of defeating a great enemy became tasteless at this moment. The hanging wall bird looked at Xianxian's corpse, sighed, and said, "He didn't die in the siege of forces from Four Leaf City. Not even the young master of Kunlun, who is said to be the strongest in the true qi realm, could keep him. Yet now he dies at the hands of an unnamed rookie here. I suppose if he had known this would happen, he would have preferred to die in Four Leaf City, right?" Zhengjing, seeing him dead and unable to ask anything more, was already angry. Hearing this, he immediately grabbed the hanging wall bird and punched it hard, only to feel a sharp pain in his hand and realize he was injured by the dragon horn on the bird's head and the bone spurs on its back. Thus, he became even angrier, flipping it over and punching its belly 17 or 18 times. Stop hitting, stop hitting." The hanging wall bird quickly begged for mercy, then said, "The divine King Goo is going to die?" Only then did Zhengjing stop, looking at the dying divine King Goo with increasing restlessness in his heart. This divine King Goo was among the top 10 heavenly goo in the southern wilderness. It had been refined into a life goo by Xianxian. They thrived together and fell together. Now that Xianxian was dead, the life goo would surely perish as well. You claim to be knowledgeable and well-read. Can this divine King Goo be preserved? Zhengjing looked over and asked. The hanging wall bird shook its head and said, when a Gu practitioner dies, the life Gu must die. And if the life Gu dies, the practitioner will also die. This is a law. Although I have read extensively, I have never seen any exceptions. Upon hearing this, Zhengjing couldn't hide the disappointment on his face. For others, this thing was extremely poisonous and an ominous object. But for him, having the Gu poison enter his body was actually a good thing. It could be refined by the golden pages into pure spiritual energy for his own use, enhancing his cultivation. I have a way. Just then, a half-buried tree rose from the ground, with a clay pot beneath it, and hundreds of roots as legs running over. Zhengjing's eyes lit up and said, you have a way? The 5 elements creation tree waved its branches excitedly and said, when I was still a seedling, I actually grew in the southern wilderness. But later I was discovered and captured to Zhongzhou. My first master was killed, then I changed to a second master, who was also killed. After changing to my 12th master, I finally reached the previous sect leader of the Feathered Immortal Sect. The 5 elements creation tree waved its branches, appearing spirited as it recounted its past, feeling quite proud, until the hanging wall bird exclaimed, you are cursing your masters. The 5 elements creation tree froze, its voice abruptly stopping. Zhengjing silently glanced at the golden pages, thinking that with this life mentor, he surely wouldn't be cursed to death. And he breathed a sigh of relief, then said, don't worry, I have a strong fate. As the saying goes, good people don't live long, but disasters last for 1,000 years. That's me. He cleared his throat and said, my lord, I am a respectable person, but I will certainly live as long as the heavens do. Let's get to the point and talk about the divine King Gu. It is indeed enlightened of you. My lord, the 5 elements creation tree quickly said, once the Gu King dies, the divine King Gu will surely be hard to protect. However, the divine King Gu often gathers all its remaining power to nurture a worm egg just before it dies. In this way, it can use the power of heavenly materials and earthly treasures to give birth to a larva. It waved its branches and said, the larva can be refined and turned into your Gu insect, my lord. Zhengjing nodded thoughtfully at these words. This is indeed a good method. But where will the treasures for this be found? He didn't care whether the Gu insect could be refined and controlled by him. After all, he only needed the poison of the Gu insect for his cultivation, and it didn't matter if he couldn't control it. There must be something among the relics of the Gu King, Xianxian. The hanging wall bird immediately spoke up, spreading its wings and flying to strip Xianxian clean. There were no Gu insects left on Xianxian, whether they were made by him or scavenged from the 17 tribes of the southern wilderness. They had mostly been consumed in the capital of the Great Zhou, the Jingya Mansion, the Tianyuan Mansion, and the previous 4-leaf city. However, there was indeed a wooden box on Xianxian that held Gu insects, made of special material. Inside the wooden box, there was a method for refining Gu, a method for tempering the physical body, 7 medicinal herbs, and a dozen bottles of unknown medicinal powders. Most importantly, he had 32 first-grade spiritual stones. Zhengjing's eyes suddenly lit up, brighter than the stars in the sky. He was going to get rich. His expression was dazed as he murmured. Chapter 54. The head of Xianxian, 2,000 merits. Can it offset 3 crimes? The eastern sun rose, and the sky was already bright. The city was filled with insect corpses, including Gu insects, poisonous insects, and ordinary ant corpses. At this moment, the elders of the Feather Transformation Immortal Sect were outside, instructing the disciples in the sect to assist hundreds of elite soldiers in cleaning up the aftermath. In the ruins of the original high platform, 4 people stood facing each other. The star-shifting Great Formation, a secret transmission of the Feather Transformation Immortal Sect. This formation requires the gathering of the starlight from 7 nights to be activated. Once the formation is used, anything within it can be instantly transported 300 miles away. The young master of Kunlun looked cold and said, Lu Huayuan, how do you explain this? Before Lu Huayuan could speak, the military leader of the Great Zhou said, 7 days ago, the Gu King Xianxian was still hiding in the capital, and the formation in 4-leaf city had already begun to be arranged 7 days prior. The Buddhist disciple of the Diamond Temple clasped his hands and said softly, it seems that before Xianxian plotted against His Highness the Crown Prince, someone was already preparing an escape route for him. Commander Zhou's expression was indifferent as he said, based on the current clues. This person seems to originate from the Feather Transformation Immortal Sect. Lu Huayuan did not deny it, and slowly said, this person should be Elder Zhou Li from the Formation Hall of our Feather Transformation Immortal Sect. I should have arrived in 4-leaf city before you 3, but I was intercepted by him on the way. Commander Zhou frowned and said, I have heard of this person. His cultivation is at the true energy realm, with less than 200 acupoints opened. How could he be your opponent? Lu Huayuan shook his head slightly and said, at that time, he must have been hiding his true capabilities. His cultivation has reached the peak of true energy, with all 365 acupoints opened. And he is proficient in our sect's secret techniques, not beneath me. This battle has not yet determined a victor. He saw the commotion in Four Leaf City and chose to retreat proactively. At this point, Lu Huayuan rubbed his temples and said, I was in a hurry to find the Gu King Xianxian and did not pursue him. The Buddhist disciple of the Diamond Temple pondered and said, in that case, Elder Zhou Li must have thought you arrived too early, intercepted you, and waited until we were all led into Four Leaf City before letting you go. The star-shifting Great Formation can send the Gu King Xianxian 300 miles away, making it difficult to determine the direction, if they had not gathered together. And the Gu King Xianxian was sent away early under Lu Huayuan's threat. If luck was too bad, they might run into one of them. In any case, you must give me an explanation for today's events. The young master of Kunlun slowly spoke, looking directly at Lu Huayuan, and said, We mobilized our forces and worked together to besiege him, yet he still escaped, mocking us that there is no one in the Central Plains, becoming a laughingstock for the world. Even if this matter is not pursued, do you not know the people involved behind him? Among the four present, one was the young master of Kunlun, one was the chief disciple of the Feather Transformation Immortal Sect, one was the Buddhist disciple of the Diamond Temple, and the last was the military leader, also of the great Zhou royal family. The four of them were not only here for the Gu King Xianxian, but also for the creditors hidden behind him. Everyone, Lu Huayuan stood up and said, 17 years ago, the previous head of our Feather Transformation Immortal Sect perished with the creditor in Fengdu Mountain. Although he may not be dead now, the previous head of our Feather Transformation Immortal Sect has already fallen at his hands. Lu Huayuan's expression turned solemn as he said, There is a blood feud between the Feather Transformation Immortal Sect and the creditor. It is absolutely impossible for us to have any collusion with him. If it were not for this, we would not be so polite at this moment. The young master of Kunlun had a blank expression and slowly said, Today, we have lost all face. The more famous we are in the Central Plains, the more ridiculous it becomes. As long as Xianxian is not dead, he will forever be a laughingstock. He looked at the Buddhist disciple of the Diamond Temple and said, Monk, let us pursue Xianxian's whereabouts. The Buddhist disciple of the Diamond Temple replied, This monk is willing to go. The great Zhou leader paused and said, Four Leaf City is the territory of the great Zhou, and the people in the city are also subjects of the great Zhou. Now, it has become an empty city. Since this matter involves an elder of the Feather Transformation Immortal Sect, I asked the Feather Transformation Immortal Sect to thoroughly investigate this matter and give the court an explanation. While these four-peak true energy figures were discussing around Four Leaf City, hundreds of elite soldiers along with 200 disciples of the Immortal Sect were cleaning up the aftermath, and the elders of each peak were also counting the casualties. Each peak had a total of 7 dead and 12 injured. Additionally, 43 spirit beasts and strange birds belonging to the Beastmaster Hall died, and 176 were injured. After the Golden Order was issued last night, the elders of each peak had gathered, and the disciples of each peak arrived one after another, but by dawn, 6 people were still missing. Among them, 5 arrived before noon and were punished. The last person, Zhengjing from the Ancient Moon Peak, was ordered to investigate movements in the southwest direction of the Xianling Mansion, but according to the old man's spirit bird investigation. This elder from the Beastmaster Hall looked at Chen Xian and said, It seems he has never been to the southwest direction of the Xianling Mansion. Beside him, Chen Yang bowed and saluted, loudly saying yes. The disciple will definitely slay this scoundrel to uphold the sect's rules. The elders of each peak had indifferent expressions and ignored him. After today's events, everyone was filled with pent-up anger. In a fit of rage, what harm would there be in killing an inner-sect disciple who was afraid in battle? As the orders were being conveyed, a figure slowly approached from outside for Leaf City, heading toward the city. Immediately, a disciple reported to the elders inside. Zhengjing, an inner disciple of the Ancient Moon Peak, has appeared outside the city. Capture him. Elder Chen Xian immediately furiously waved his sleeve and said, If he is unwilling to surrender, kill him. The disciple is ordered to go. Chen Yang immediately spoke up. Hold on. At this moment, a young female disciple from the Beastmaster Hall saluted and said, Elder Chen Xian, since Zhengjing is coming to Four Leaf City, it shows that he has come at our summons and is not fleeing in fear. Let him enter the city and explain everything. Qingyu, what does the matter of the Ancient Moon Peak have to do with you? Chen Yang spoke up. Whether it is the Ancient Moon Peak or the Beastmaster Hall, they are all part of the Feather Transformation Immortal Sect, Qingyu said. How can I not speak up for a fellow sect member? Enough. Since he has come, he is not here to escape. The elder from the Beastmaster Hall immediately raised his hand, casting an unhappy glance at Qingyu, but ultimately chose to protect the disciple of the Beastmaster Hall and said, Let him enter the city to report. Fine, let it be as my junior brother says. Chen Xian waved his hand and said, There is no need to capture him. let him enter the city. Since an elder had already spoken, and it was indeed reasonable, he did not wish to entangle himself over this matter. Since Li Zhengjing has appeared here, he cannot escape, and the charges against him cannot be washed away. Once he enters the city, he will ultimately be at the mercy of this elder. In front of everyone, according to the rules of the Yuhua Sect, it is more appropriate to execute him on the spot. Meanwhile, the discussions here also reached the ears of the four powerful figures, who turned their gazes over, their expressions varying as they looked beyond to see a young man entering slowly from outside the city. Is it him? The Kunlun young sect master and the Buddha son of the Diamond Temple exchanged a glance, both feeling surprised. Lu Huayuan furrowed his brows tightly, not expecting that this young man, who he had a good impression of, was the one who had fled at a critical moment, bringing disgrace to his sect in front of various forces. Only the military leader of the great Zhou remained unperturbed. The young man walked slowly into the inner city. Regardless of the great Zhou soldiers or the disciples of the Yuhua Sect, all cast their gazes upon him, their eyes filled with anger, pity, but more so with disdain. Facing the numerous gazes, Li Zhengjing was well aware of what was to come. As he entered the inner city, a voice suddenly rang out ahead. Li Zhengjing, do you know your crime? What crime? Li Zhengjing retorted. You were ordered to scout for movements in the southwest of the Xianling mansion. Elder Chen shouted. You failed to reach the designated location, which is dereliction of duty. That crime exists, Li Zhengjing replied calmly. I admit my guilt. Last night, the Golden Order ascended to the sky, and all disciples were summoned, yet you arrived late. Which is cowardice in the face of battle. Elder Chen said solemnly. 2 crimes combined, you deserve death. Today, in front of your fellow sect members and various friends, I will take your life to uphold the rules of the Xian sect. Don't you want to come over and die? I can add another charge, disrespecting your elders. Li Zhengjing removed the burden from his back, took out an object, looked ahead, and said lightly, you blind old fool, just as useless as Qinyang. His voice was cold, resonating in all directions. In an instant, the faces of those present revealed complex expressions, especially among the disciples of the Yuhua Sect, who knew well that the sect's rules were strict, and disrespecting elders was also a serious crime. Under everyone's gaze, the young man did not kneel to beg for mercy. How could he be so fearless of death? If he truly had such fearless courage, why had he fled at a critical moment? Good, 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 Elder Chen said 3 times, his face showing anger, and shouted, 3 crimes combined. I will personally execute you here. He stepped forward. However, Li Zhengjing looked at the elder approaching him with an unchanged expression. With a casual toss, he threw the object forward. It rolled to Elder Chen's feet. Chen couldn't help but stop. At that moment, Li Zhengjing's voice slowly spread. The head of the Gu King xianxian, 2,000 merits. Can it counter these 3 crimes? After speaking, he looked into Elder Chen's eyes and said seriously, Elder Chen, you are truly a waste. Chapter 55. He upheld the face of Zhongzhou. Inside the 4-leaf city, silence fell. All eyes focused on the burden at Elder Chen's feet. This burden, roughly round in shape, had been stained red with blood. As Li Zhengjing threw it out, the cloth spread open, revealing a blood-soaked, grotesque face in front of everyone. Is this the head of Gu King xianxian? Gathering the strength of the Kunlun young sect master, the chief true disciple of the Yuhua Sect, the Buddha son of the Diamond Temple, the military leader of the Great Zhou, and the elders of various peaks, along with hundreds of elite soldiers, a total of over 1,000 people. Yet they could not capture Gu King xianxian. Everyone thought that Gu King xianxian had calmly escaped from 4-leaf city, bringing disgrace to all. But at this moment, an inconspicuous inner disciple threw his head down like a rag. Li Zhengjing? It was said that he had only entered the sect for a little over half a year and had been in the inner sect for only a month. How could a newly initiated disciple, having just developed internal energy, behead xianxian? The atmosphere fell into silence, gradually rising with whispers of disbelief, mixed with shock and awe. And the earlier disrespectful words from Li Zhengjing, which everyone thought were utterly outrageous, now seemed almost normal. Elder Chen's instructions were indeed not carried out, Li Zhengjing said calmly. But I accomplished what Elder Chen could not achieve even with his life. He continued slowly. If I had completely followed Elder Chen's instructions, today Gu King xianxian would have easily escaped. I wonder if Elder Chen's instructions were meant to help xianxian preserve his life and flee elsewhere? What are your intentions in colluding with Gu King xianxian? This statement caused Elder Chen's face to change dramatically, and he shouted angrily, You are bold. Nonsense. You have committed a serious crime, yet you dare to turn the tables? At this moment, Qinyang also stepped forward, shouting, Just because you took a head, you think you can claim credit? You. Qinyang's raised foot suddenly froze. At this moment, Elder Chen shouted, Gu King xianxian. What kind of person is he? How could he fall into the hands of a newly developed internal energy disciple like you? Xianyang quickly responded, from what I saw. It must have been a high-ranking expert from our sect who killed Gu King Xianxian, and he left quietly, leaving you with Xianxian's head. Elder Qin's eyes gleamed as he shouted, so you mean Xianxian was not killed by you, and you are the one who is claiming credit. Enough. Is it not humiliating enough? Just then, a voice came. The chief true disciple Lu Huayuan walked over slowly, reached out, and caught the head in his hand. The coarse face, grotesque expression, and unwilling eyes were unmistakably those of the dead Gu King Xianxian. Lu Huayuan exhaled, looked at everyone, and said solemnly, no matter who killed Gu King Xianxian, since the killer is willing to hand over the head, it is their merit. What you said is indeed correct. At this moment, the military leader of the Great Zhou stepped forward with a look of emotion, saying, even if Xianxian died in Four-Leaf City and his body was moved away by the moving stars and changing dots array, the head now in his hands is naturally his achievement. Ridiculous. At this moment, the Kunlun Young Sect master approached, his face filled with disdain, glancing at the military leader, saying, you have lived for so many years and still dare to flatter yourselves. When Xianxian was moved away by the array, he was unharmed. My sword did not injure him in the slightest. Gu King Xianxian calmly escaped from Four-Leaf City. This is an undeniable fact. Our faces have been thoroughly lost. This is also an undeniable fact. He looked at everyone present and spoke. Before this, we all considered ourselves strong, looking down on others, believing that we were unmatched in the world. However, from today onward, our pride and face have been swept away by Gu King Xianxian. He gripped the sword in his hand and shouted, in front of us, Xianxian dared to treat Zhongzhou as if there were no one. And this junior brother has beheaded Xianxian. The Buddha son of the Diamond Temple clasped his hands together and bowed to Li Zhengjing. The Kunlun Young Sect master scanned the crowd, filled with a sharp edge. We have lost all face and feel ashamed before Zhongzhou. And he has upheld the face of Zhongzhou, covering up the farce we have caused today. You shameless people may not recognize him for the favor, but I do. After finishing, the Kunlun Young Sect master turned his head and said lightly, Lu Huayuan, he has made great contributions today. Lu Huayuan nodded and said, those who have made contributions should naturally be rewarded. After saying this, Lu Huayuan looked at Elder Chun and said calmly, as for the so-called dereliction of duty and fleeing at a critical moment, it was just that he did not comply with your orders. Looking at it now, his choice was indeed correct, while the task assigned to him by Elder Chin was wrong. Elder Chin's expression changed unpredictably, and he finally lowered his head and said, he is not wrong, I am wrong. Elder Chin ultimately did not dare to say more, only retreating, yet his gaze toward Li Zhengjing was filled with extremely complex meanings. At this moment, the atmosphere fell silent once again. After the chief disciple Lu Huayuan spoke, this matter was completely settled. The Gu King Xianxian, who was not captured by the combined efforts of the crowd, was slain by the inner sect disciple Li Zhengjing, achieving remarkable merit. At this moment, the young master of Kunlun stepped forward, walking directly past Li Zhengjing. I owe you a favor. If you need anything in the future, send a message to the Kunlun Immortal Sect. I will do my best to assist you. After his voice fell, he released his sword Aura, leaping up and leaving Four-Leaf City. The Gu King Xianxian was involved in the secrets of his creditors. He originally intended to capture him alive. But now that Xianxian was killed by Li Zhengjing, he had to go to the capital to seek other clues about the creditors from the traces left behind. Had this happened earlier, if someone had slain Xianxian, he might have suspected it was to silence him. Thus, he could roughly confirm that this young man simply killed Xianxian, and there was no suspicion of silencing him. He did not care how this young man, still young and having just reached the inner Qi realm, managed to slay the Gu King Xianxian. He also did not care how many secrets this young man held. At this moment, he only cared that Xianxian was dead, and the matter of the creditors had once again become a mystery. After the Kunlun young master left, the leader of the Great Zhou army prepared to lead his troops back to report. This junior brother Li is indeed a rare talent. I believe that before long, the Yuhua Immortal Sect will gain another true disciple. The leader laughed and looked at Lu Huayuan, saying, such a great talent will surely surpass us in the future. If Brother Lu does not achieve the status of a human immortal soon, the position of chief disciple may not be stable. Lu Huayuan's expression remained unchanged, his demeanor still. The leader laughed heartily and then said, since the Gu King Xianxian died at the hands of the Yuhua Immortal Sect, his head will be handed over to the Yuhua Immortal Sect, and after the sect verifies it, it will be submitted to the court. After saying this, he gathered his soldiers and led them away, while the Bodhisattva of the Diamond Temple stepped forward at this moment, standing in front of Li Zhengjing. Originally wanting to ask his junior brother for help, he did not expect that his junior brother directly beheaded the Gu King Xianxian. It seems I underestimated you. I hope you can forgive me. The Bodhisattva smiled and added, Is the Buddha bead still with you, junior brother? As I mentioned before, this item is a reward, and I will naturally not go back on my word. You can keep it. It may be useful in the future. After saying this, he sighed, saying, a large sect should not have one person in power, but rather all disciples should be strong to become even more prosperous. In the future, when I succeed to the head of the Diamond Temple, I believe you will become my strong assistant and the backbone of the Diamond Temple. After his voice fell, the Bodhisattva of the Diamond Temple slowly glanced at Lu Huayuan. Lu Huayuan met his gaze and silently nodded. The Bodhisattva performed a bow and left directly. Chapter 56, Sect Rewards, Invitation from Elder Gu. The Gu King Xianxian poisoned the crown prince of the Great Zhou Eastern Palace and fled to Four-Leaf City in Xianling Prefecture. During this time, he crossed various forces' pursuits and blockades, using poisonous insects to kill innocent civilians and nearly 100 people from various forces, exterminating more than 1,000 elite soldiers of the Great Zhou. This incident caused great turmoil, with areas such as Jingye Prefecture, Tianyuan Prefecture, Xianling Prefecture, and surrounding regions in alarm. Until today, the Gu King Xianxian has been hunted down and killed by the Yuhua Immortal Sect. This is the information on the surface. However, those in higher positions received more detailed news. The Gu King Xianxian commanded hundreds of thousands of Gu insects gathered from 17 tribes through his own divine King Gu and refined Gu insects, slaughtering Four-Leaf City to raise Gu and summoning countless poisonous insects and ants to confront various powerful adversaries. The young master of Kunlun, the Bodhisattva of the Diamond Temple, the commander of the Great Zhou Forbidden Army, Lu Huayuan, the chief true disciple of the Yuhua Immortal Sect, along with elders from various peaks of the sect, inner sect disciples, and hundreds of soldiers from the Great Zhou, surrounded the city to attack. In such a situation, the Gu King Xianxian calmly escaped, treating the central plains as if there was no one. Afterwards, Zhengjing, an inner sect disciple of the ancient moon peak of the Yuhua Immortal Sect, returned to Four-Leaf City with the head of the Gu King Xianxian. In Four-Leaf City, such a grand operation could not capture the Gu King Xianxian. Yet he was defeated by an inner sect disciple. I initially thought the young master of Kunlun was already the strongest below the human immortal level, but I did not expect there to be someone even braver than him. Which lineage of the Yuhua Immortal Sect is this disciple from? Zhengjing, an inner sect disciple of the ancient moon peak, only 17 years old, entered the sect with the token of the deceased Yuan Zhengfeng, and in just half a year, he reached the inner chi realm and was promoted to the inner sect, having only passed a month since then. What? He just achieved the inner chi realm a month ago, and yet he can slay a figure like the Gu King Xianxian? This person is truly a rare talent. It is said that he was suppressed in the outer sect, and it was only after half a year that he managed to reach the inner chi realm. Otherwise, he might not need half a year to be promoted to the inner sect, thus breaking the 300-year record of the Yuhua Immortal Sect. It seems that after Lu Huayuan, the Yuhua Immortal Sect will produce another figure with the potential to become a human immortal. Is there any way to investigate this person's background before he came to the sect? According to the sect's records, this child was born in a remote rural area, and his ancestors happened to obtain Yuan Zhengfeng's token, which was passed down to him. Now he is a solitary person, carrying the token to worship the mountain, without any family or support. Investigate further and report back. Among various forces, there were many similar discussions. Meanwhile, within the Yuhua Immortal Sect, each peak was also quite shaken. This expedition, led by the chief disciple Lu Huayuan, saw the elders and disciples of each peak descend the mountain. But they returned empty-handed after failing to capture Xianxian in Four-Leaf City. Only Zhengjing, an inner sect disciple of the ancient moon peak, used his inner chi realm to decisively slay the Gu King Xianxian, earning 2,000 merits. This was reported to the main peak hall, and the sect leader was delighted, bestowing upon him 100 refinements life and death pill and a hollowed gold token as encouragement. Afterwards, the head of the ancient moon peak granted him 3 creation and 5 mysteries pills and a dragon pattern evil subduing blade. From this day forth, Zhengjing's name shook the entire sect, becoming famous in all directions. I have already delivered Xianxian's head to the main peak hall, Lu Huayan said as he set down the burden in his hands. This is the 100 refinements life and death pill that the sect leader rewards you, as well as the hollowed gold token. He took the hollowed gold token, reached out, and retrieved the inner sect disciple token from Zhengjing's waist, embedding it into the hollowed gold token. The silver token represents the inner chi realm. The gold token represents the true chi realm. Since your true chi is not yet formed, the sect leader has bestowed upon you the hollowed gold token to be embedded with the silver token, which is a great honor. Lu Huayuan returned the gold-bordered token to Zhengjing, saying, with the gold-bordered token, your status in the sect will now be equivalent to that of a true disciple, on par with inner sect elders. Li Zhengjing accepted the gold-bordered silver token, put away the 100 refinements life and death pill, and thanked him. "No need to thank me. This is a gift from the sect leader," Yuhua Immortal said. "The 100 refinements life and death pill is extremely precious. It is equivalent to granting you a second life when you are in danger, so cherish it greatly." Furthermore, he looked at Li Zhengjing and said, "I look forward to your true advancement to the status of true disciple in the future, standing at the same height as us and competing with me. If I can become the Daozi and succeed the next sect leader, I hope you can become my strongest assistant. And if you can surpass me, I would also be willing to acknowledge you as the Daozi and assist you in succeeding as the next sect leader." Of course, these matters are still too far off. After all, the previous sect leader passed away less than 20 years after the current sect leader took office, and he is only a bit over 300 years old. In the future, if you and I cannot become human immortals, perhaps the old sect leader can still watch over us as we are buried. Li Zhengjing met his gaze and suddenly laughed, saying, "Brother Liu has a broad mind." Yuhua Immortal replied calmly, "My abilities depend on my own capacity. This will not make me weaker because of your growth, nor will it allow me to become stronger if you are suppressed and unable to grow. Speaking of which, if truly one could only grow by suppressing fellow disciples, then such an opportunity one, Liu Huan, would not desire." He turned and left, waving his hand, saying, "I have cultivated to this day relying solely on my own sword, surpassing my peers and stepping onto the high platform, rather than relying on power to suppress others." Watching his departing figure, Li Zhengjing let out a sigh. The feathered immortal sect was not as unbearable as imagined. Finally, he was gone. The wall-hanging bird exhaled, having held back its words for half a day, feeling quite uncomfortable. It looked at the Creation 5 mysterious elixir ahead, clicking its tongue in amazement, and said, "The elixir that old Gao sent just now, is this made from the materials picked from the foolish tree? It is said that this thing is beneficial for the cultivation of internal energy in the organs." The 5 elements creation tree looked at these elixirs with a despondent expression, recalling bitter past events, nearly sobbing. Li Zhengjing took the Creation 5 mysterious elixirs, lost in thought. After the news of the Master's reward in the main peak hall spread, the head of the ancient moon peak also presented this elixir and treasured sword. Using the fruits of the 5 elements creation tree as the main material, supplemented with other materials, and crafted by high-ranking members of the alchemy pavilion. The Creation 5 mysterious elixirs indeed have slightly stronger effects than the 5 elements creation paste brewed directly. It seems that my previous practice of directly boiling the branches, trunks, and roots of this tree to make the 5 elements creation paste was somewhat wasteful. However, Li Zhengjing fell silent. He is now at the internal energy realm, primarily cultivating internal energy in the organs, and the Creation 5 mysterious elixirs assist in internal energy cultivation. Therefore, this reward is indeed reasonable. However, now for the feathered immortal sect, the loss of the 5 elements creation tree makes the Creation 5 mysterious elixirs even more precious, making this reward even more significant. Is there any connection between the reward of the Creation 5 mysterious elixirs and my obtaining the 5 elements creation tree? Li Zhengjing harbored hidden worries, thinking to himself, moreover, if it weren't for the Master's prior reward, would that ancient moon peak master have been indifferent to giving rewards? After all, those who are rewarded will eventually die, which is truly a waste. With these thoughts, he left the wall-hanging bird and the 5 elements creation tree at home to sort out the gains from this trip, especially that dying divine King Gu. He then went to the official hall to receive 2,000 merit points in exchange for items. The 5 elements creation tree needed better soil and spiritual water to continue thriving. The wall-hanging bird also contributed in this trip, so he exchanged for a jar of true spiritual wine that can help enhance blood energy. Most importantly, the divine King Gu needs corresponding heavenly materials and earthly treasures to help it grow spiritual energy, thus producing Gu eggs before it dies. In fact, the most suitable thing in his hands is the 100 refinements life and death pill, which is enough to allow the divine King Gu to come back to life. But this item is basically equivalent to a second life, and he is reluctant to use it on the divine King Gu. Therefore, he exchanged for another type of spiritual spring that enhances vitality in the official hall. This trip cost a lot, and after deducting the merits from slaying xianxian and the merits from killing the evil cultivator, along with the merits left by Elder Yuan Zhengfeng, he only had about 1,700 left. After finishing all this, Li Zhengjing saw Elder Jing Xiao, who came to take turns. This elder always advised him to take care of himself whenever he came to receive items, telling him not to be overambitious and to have self-awareness. He is a kind elder. So, Li Zhengjing immediately waved his hand, happily calling out, "Elder Jing." However, Elder Jing Xiao seemed not to see him. Looking around and heading in another direction, he moved quickly, disappearing in a flash, secretly cursing, This kid is a prodigy. Every time I advise him not to seek death, he returns after slaying evil cultivators, making me feel like I've been slapped in the face. Zhengjing looked at his departing figure, feeling speechless, touching his face with a strange expression. Senior Brotherly, a nearly 30-year-old inner sect disciple immediately bowed and said respectfully, Elder Gu has invited you to meet tonight. Zhengjing's expression remained normal as he responded. However, in his heart, waves surged. Was Elder Gu, who was poisoned by xianxian, going to the capital this time? If his guess is correct, the Thousand Illusions Divine Lord must be among this group. Could the Elder Gu leading this group be the Thousand Illusions Divine Lord? Chapter 57. Elder Gu on the sickbed. In the ancient Moon Peak, within the inner gate courtyard, Zhengjing sat in the room, his expression calm. He glanced at the sky. The sun was setting. After nightfall, he would meet that Elder Gu. He did not know whether he would meet Elder Gu or the Thousand Illusions Divine Lord, but at this moment, his heart was not at peace. My lord, everything is ready. The Five Elements creation tree rushed in to take credit, saying, the Buddha beads of the Buddhist disciple from the Diamond Temple have been restrung without any mistakes. The wooden box obtained from Gu King Xianxian has another world within it. He can hide hundreds of thousands of Gu insects in this box, which shows its extraordinary nature. I examined it carefully. The material of this wooden box is actually carved from the remaining branches of the Phoenix God tree, containing great potential. In the future, I can accompany you out and hide inside. In addition, there are 12 holes on it, as long as spiritual stones are placed inside. The spiritual energy in the wooden box will be abundant, allowing the Gu insects to continuously grow over the years. It presented the wooden box made from the newly sprouted tender branches. Zhengjing took the wooden box, carefully sensing it, and felt a bit astonished. He thought to take 12 first-grade spiritual stones, place them inside, and sense the spiritual energy gradually transforming within. The person who colluded with Gu King Xianxian had high attainments in formations. Zhengjing also took out the 100 refinements life and death pill, 3 creation 5 mysterious elixirs, and other spiritual stones, placing them all in the wooden box. Then, with an appreciative expression, he rewarded the 5 elements creation tree with new mysterious red soil and spiritual dew for proper cultivation. You've worked hard. After the divine King Gu lays eggs, my lord will surely reward you. After Zhengjing finished speaking, he stood up, unfastened the long narrow black knife from his waist, and removed the miscellaneous spiritual stones embedded in it, placing them into the wooden box. He then reached out and grasped the dragon pattern suppressing evil knife bestowed by the head of the ancient Moon Peak. This is a true divine weapon. Ranking among the top tier of spiritual artifacts, and with further refinement, it could be considered a treasure. In comparison, the narrow black knife embedded with miscellaneous spiritual stones was almost equivalent to scrap metal. If the two knives clashed, the narrow black knife would surely break in half, while the dragon pattern suppressing evil knife would likely leave no trace. The head of the ancient Moon Peak must have heard that my lord loves to use knives. The wall-hanging bird flew in, looked for a while, and said in admiration, within the Immortal Sect, most use swords. Those who use knives are still few. And this dragon pattern suppressing evil knife is said to be the masterpiece of the alchemy pavilion master in his early years. You know this knife? Zhengjing asked in surprise. I've heard my grandfather mention it. The wall-hanging bird emphasized, and I am always well-versed in knowledge. Very impressive. Zhengjing replied perfunctorily, stroking the dragon pattern suppressing evil knife, pondering. The material of this knife is somewhat strange. It is alternately cold and hot. The original material of this knife comes from the depths of Fengdu Mountain in the north, known as Yihan Divine Iron. The wall-hanging bird said, this thing fell into the hands of the supreme elder of Wooding Mountain, who forged it into a knife, but the craftsmanship was extremely rough. Later, when the feathered Immortal Sect pacified Wooding Mountain, the head of the alchemy pavilion obtained this knife, intending to refine it again. But the Earth Sha divine fire used for refining would damage the characteristics of Yihan Divine Iron, so careful caution was needed. At that time, the knife had already taken shape, and it was not forged into a sword. Instead, they invited the formation master to engrave the Yin-Yang 2 instruments formation patterns. In the end, various supreme Yang materials were used to harmonize the Yin and Yang, intending to refine it into a treasure, but ultimately fell short by a step. Therefore, this should be the highest-ranked knife among our sect's spiritual artifacts. Upon saying this, the hanging wall bird sighed. This sword does not reach the level of a magic treasure, which is a source of worry for the master of the artifact refining pavilion. Therefore, it has always been treasured in the artifact refining pavilion. The head of Guyu Peak has heard that you, esteemed elder, like to use swords. To be able to obtain this dragon pattern evil suppressing sword from the hands of the master of the artifact refining pavilion as a reward shows that you are highly valued indeed. Isn't that just stating the obvious? The five elements creation tree waved its branches excitedly and said, after this incident, the master will surely become the most outstanding rising star of the Feather Transformation Immortal Sect, defeating Lu Huayuan in the future to become the chief disciple, and then outliving the current sect master, becoming the next sect master in no time. Shut up. Li Zhengjing pushed it aside with a palm, then looked at the dragon pattern evil suppressing sword in his hand, thinking, the head of Giyu Peak regards me as a dying person. Yet he still bestows upon me the 5 mysterious creation pill and this dragon pattern evil suppressing sword. What exactly does he want? Though he had his thoughts, he did not express them. Instead, he took out a jar of spirit wine and presented it to the hanging wall bird. You have helped the master with his doubts, so you deserve a reward. Thank you, esteemed master, for the wine. The hanging wall bird was overwhelmed with gratitude, almost shedding tears, and said, this is truly a fine spirit wine, rich in spiritual energy. I have been longing for it for a long time, but my grandfather never allowed me to drink alcohol, treating me like a fledgling bird. But I am already 8 years old. I can get married, and I will need to drink for celebrations in the future. It is only natural to train my alcohol tolerance now. As it spoke, it could no longer contain its eagerness and directly opened the wine jar, diving in head first. Meanwhile, Li Zhengjing tied the dragon pattern evil suppressing sword to his waist, left the wooden box containing his belongings behind, glanced at the fortune displayed on the golden page, and sighed in relief. It seemed he wouldn't die after visiting Elder Gu. With that thought, he pushed open the courtyard door and headed toward the upper levels of Giyu Peak. Now he was already a disciple with a gold-bordered silver order, ranking above the inner door disciples, standing alongside the inner door elders in Giyu Peak, so no one stopped him. According to the sect's rules, given his current status, he could directly move to live in the upper levels of Giyu Peak. However, he harbored many secrets and was wary of the existence of the head of Giyu Peak. So he chose to stay in the courtyard designated for inner door disciples, citing his fondness for the original courtyard. Upon reaching the peak, Li Zhengjing took out all the remaining low-grade spirit stones he had and swallowed them. Then he arrived outside Elder Gu's courtyard and knocked on the door. Inner door disciple Li Zhengjing requests an audience. Please come in. The courtyard door opened, and a young attendant bowed in greeting. This attendant was a miscellaneous disciple, but he had been following the elders and had begun cultivating external skills. Once he mastered his inner chi, he could directly join Elder Gu's sect and advance to become an inner door disciple. For ordinary inner door elders, such attendants were considered disciples inheriting their teachings. Within the sect, such attendants held a status slightly above ordinary inner door disciples. Elder Gu was in the room, having just taken medicine and was in the process of refining its potency. The attendant smiled and said, Senior brother, you came at just the right time. Thank you. Li Zhengjing walked into the room. The attendant silently closed the door behind him. As Li Zhengjing walked forward, he saw an old man lying on the bed. The old man was thin and frail, his face pale with a bluish tint, and his aura was weak, appearing despondent and powerless. You are the one who killed the Gu King Xianxian? Indeed, it is the disciple. Li Zhengjing raised his head to meet his gaze. He maintained a steady flow of inner chi. However, the spirit stones he had swallowed earlier began to disperse, transforming into spiritual energy that was devoured by the golden page. On the golden page, information about Elder Gu began to manifest. Chapter 58, Human Immortal. Human Immortal. Name, Gu Xian. Age, none. Cultivation, none. Fortune, none. Hint, the opponent's cultivation is far superior to one's own. Content presentation failed. Spiritual energy insufficient. Please exhaust all inner chi and supplement with 72 spirit stones. Li Zhengjing bowed and saluted, lowering his head and not revealing his expression. However, within his heart, a storm was brewing. It's him. It must be him. After consuming 10 low-grade spirit stones, it was still insufficient to display the detailed information of the other party. He still needed to continue adding inner chi and supplement with 72 spirit stones. Is the golden page really asking for over 100 spirit stones worth of spiritual energy just to reveal Elder Gu's background? The previous Gu spirit officer only required 12 spirit stones. Yuan Jingfeng, who was on the brink of life and death, needed only 3 low-grade spirit stones. How could this inner door elder, who is merely at the true chi realm, be so unfathomable? What level has Elder Gu truly reached? Beyond the peak of true chi, the realm of human immortal. Yet such a person, in the capital, was poisoned by the Gu King Xianxian and is now lying on a sickbed? Xianxian's abilities are not considered strong to us, but he is still at the true chi level. Moreover, his divine King Gu is indeed very powerful. Coupled with the numerous Gu insects he has refined and the many Gu insects offered by the 17 tribes of the southern wilderness, allowing him to act with impunity. Li Zhengjing was silent for a moment. When the golden page returned to its original state and once again displayed his own information, his gaze fell on the fortune column. Then he heard himself say, "The Gu King Xianxian used Gu insects to bite," and the disciple felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. But in an instant, the coldness dissipated. Elder Gu's gaze sharpened slightly, and he said, "Is Gu poison is ineffective against you?" Zhengjing nodded slightly and said yes. Elder Gu exhaled softly and said, "Is it a body that is immune to all evils?" He continued, "But even without Gu insects, Xianxian is still at the true Qi realm. Forget it." The old man on the sickbed waved his hand slightly and said, "The sect master did not question. And the head of Guyu Peak did not question, so I shall not ask either. However, there is one more thing. Xianxian escaped using the star shifting and Big Dipper formation, and he himself does not know where he was moved to. How do you know where he is settled? Can you clarify this for me?" He looked at Zhengjing, his face pale and breath weak. In a daze, Zhengjing felt a turmoil in his heart, seeing that the other party was on the verge of death. He could not bear it and wanted to provide clarity to prevent any regrets. So Zhengjing spoke. "I just happened to encounter him on the road." Elder Gu's expression stiffened. The atmosphere immediately fell into silence. After a moment, an old laugh echoed. "Interesting." Zhengjing took the heart-protecting mirror, bowed, and then left. After Zhengjing departed, Elder Gu slowly raised his hand. The moonlight streaming in from the window fell on his hand like a light veil. After a moment, Elder Gu clenched his fist, as if grasping the moonlight. "Indeed, it is the eternal, evergreen sacred body," he murmured, his tone complex. The moonlight bathed Guyu Peak. At this time, at the top of Guyu Peak, on a rock, the current head of Guyu Peak was sitting cross-legged, the moonlight shining down on him, making him appear even more ethereal. On the low table in front of him were 2 cups of hot tea, but across from him, there was no one. Only 1 cup of tea had already been half drunk. The person who drank the tea had already left, yet the tea remained warm. After a moment, someone approached and bowed, saying, "The main peak has sent word. The sect master requests your presence for a meeting." "All right." The head of Guyu Peak stood up, about to set off, but paused, turning his head to look at the half cup of tea. After a moment of silence, he softly said, "He went to the capital and seems to have lost a lot." The head of the law enforcement hall was taken aback and asked, "What has he lost?" The head of Guyu Peak was silent for a moment before slowly saying, "Perhaps it is his power, or perhaps it is not just power." His gaze fell on the head of the law enforcement hall, his tone serious, saying, "He has become weaker since returning from the capital." Hearing this, the head of the law enforcement hall couldn't help but say, "But from my perspective, he seems to be stronger." The master of Guyu Peak said lightly, "How do you know?" The law enforcement hall master replied, "I am at the peak of the true Qi realm, with a complete circulation of the Zhou Tian. In the past, when I saw him, I felt I was slightly weaker than him. But if it came to a life and death struggle, I still had a 50 chance of winning. However, just now when I saw him, I could sense that his aura is extremely strong, far surpassing mine. If I were to fight him again now, I would have no chance of winning." The law enforcement hall master said seriously, "He has probably recovered some from his injuries and is stronger than before." "No." The master of Guyu Peak slowly said, "Previously, when you saw him, you thought you had a 50 chance of winning. But do you know that when I saw him in the past, I also thought I had a 50 chance of winning." "What?" The law enforcement hall master felt as if struck by lightning, suddenly feeling dry and parched. The master of Guyu Peak calmly said, "Before he went to the capital, anyone who saw him felt they had a 50 chance of fighting him. In other words, before he went to the capital, he was actually unfathomable. And now, you can perceive that he is stronger than you. And I also sense that he is slightly weaker than me." The master of Guyu Peak said solemnly, "Although he is still extremely powerful, he is no longer strong enough to make anyone feel he is unfathomable. At least I no longer feel that he is unfathomable." The law enforcement hall master paused and said softly, "What on earth did he encounter?" The master of Guyu Peak clasped his hands behind his back, looking at the bright moon in the sky. "This matter is very important. You go investigate it personally for me. In the capital, what exactly has he done? Where has he been? Every detail must be accounted for. Not a single bit can be missed. Before I leave the mountain, you must find out clearly." The law enforcement hall master felt a headache coming on, but could only agree, yet from this sentence, he heard different news. 7 days later, you will leave the mountain? The headmaster invited me to the main peak hall to discuss matters, naturally regarding the Ghost Valley spirit official. The master of Guyu Peak said, "This matter is significant. Someone must go down the mountain to handle it. But if you are stationed at the Guyu Peak hall, if you go down the mountain easily, who knows what that creditor will do?" The law enforcement hall master said softly, "He is no longer as unfathomable as before." The master of Guyu Peak slowly said, "Moreover, at this moment, there is not just one celestial being stationed at Guyu Peak. After I go down the mountain, there will naturally be someone to guard Guyu Peak for me. There is one more thing. This time going down the mountain, the journey is long, and we need to select 36 inner disciples to jointly operate the Cloud Sky warship. You focus on investigating the creditor's matters in the capital. As for selecting disciples, the master of Yuhua Peak pointed to Elder Gu's courtyard down the mountain and said lightly, the list for this trip will be handed over to him to draft. Chapter 59, the sixth backup body, celestial being Yuan Zhengfeng. Name, Li Zhengjing. Age, 17. Cultivation, inner chi level 8. Techniques, tiger leopard thunder sound suppression technique. Great transformation void 10,000 changes, sword chi, sword nurturing technique, 5 thunder breaking mountain blade, clear wind following shadow movement technique. Official identity, inner disciple of the Yuhua Peak of the Feathered Immortal Sect. Actual identity, second son of the Duke of Jian'an. Hidden identity, third backup body of the Thousand Illusion Divine Monarch. Luck, while practicing the Great Transformation void 10,000 changes sword chi. When breaking through to the true chi realm, due to the sharpness of the sword chi, it burst out of his body, leaving him riddled with holes, intestines spilling out, and his face unrecognizable. Afterward, the Thousand Illusion Divine Monarch was furious, tearing him apart, grinding his bones to ash, leaving no complete corpse. 7 days ago, after meeting that so-called Elder Gu, his ranking rose again, becoming the third backup body. Previously, the luck displayed on the golden page indicated that after I reached the peak of the inner chi realm, I was not killed by the backlash of the Great Transformation void 10,000 changes sword chi, which is why he promoted me to the third position. Now I am still at the 8th level of the inner chi realm. Yet I have already become the third backup body of the Thousand Illusion Divine Monarch ahead of time. Is it because I openly admitted that the Gu poison is ineffective against me, that I am impervious to all evils, which made him even more certain that I am the eternal evergreen sacred body? Li Zhengjing thought to himself, gently exhaling, looking at the 5 elements creation tree beside him. Recently, he had not cut branches to brew the 5 elements creation ointment, under the effects of the Xuanxi red soil and the spirit origin celestial dew. The 5 elements creation tree had regrown 5 tender branches. In the past few days of cultivation, not only had he not used the 5 elements creation ointment, but he had also not truly used the creation 5 profound pill given by the head of Yuhua Peak. Previously, he would occasionally use the golden page to refine spirit stones, adding spiritual energy to himself to grow his internal organs chi. But now he was even saving the spirit stones. Nevertheless, under the gathering of the heavenly and earthly spiritual energy from the 5 elements creation tree, his cultivation progress was still rapid. If it were not for his intentional restraint, he would have already stepped into the peak of the inner chi realm. With my current progress, having the creation 5 profound pill and more than 10 inferior spirit stones in hand, as long as I want, I can break through the last layer of the inner chi realm at any time and become the peak of the inner chi realm. However, after advancing to the peak of the inner chi realm, I cannot easily achieve the true chi realm, otherwise I will be killed by the backlash of the Great Transformation void 10,000 changes sword chi. But staying at the peak of the inner chi realm for too long will surely raise the Thousand Illusion Divine Monarch's suspicions. Li Zhengjing thought to himself, unable to help but sigh, murmuring, cultivation cannot be too fast. My lord, the wall-hanging bird hesitated for a moment and asked, do you want to hear what you just said? Li Zhengjing looked over with an expression as usual. The wall-hanging bird couldn't help but get angry. Do you know how many inner chi realm cultivators struggle step by step on the path of cultivation? Look at that dead guy Chen Yoyu. He only reached the upper level of inner chi in his whole life, and after 60, he was removed from the inner disciples roster. It said here, feeling dejected, it muttered, in recent days, Bird Master has worked hard day and night to cultivate, relying on that jar of spirit wine, and finally broke through the last layer, awakening all his blood energy, comparable to the peak of inner chi. You old sir, say such things. Aren't you afraid of hurting a bird's heart? Li Zhengjing cleared his throat and said, what my lord means is that on the path of cultivation, one should focus on the foundation steadily and steadily, not building castles in the air. A solid foundation is essential. After saying this, he waved his hand and said, tree, have those Gu eggs hatched yet? The roots of the 5 elements creation tree were planted in a clay pot, and 2 of the roots drilled out, acting as legs, running over like they had a big butt. My lord, the Gu eggs haven't hatched yet, mainly because the divine King Gu mother insect is dead. The skewers you had for supper last night were from it. The 5 elements creation tree hurriedly said, if the divine King Gu mother insect was still alive after laying eggs, it would actively hatch the Gu eggs. But it was too severely injured and almost failed to lay eggs. Li Zhengjing stroked his chin, murmuring, so without the divine King Gu mother insect, it's hard to hatch. The 5 elements creation tree shook its 5 branches, as if 5 hands were denying. Not to that extent. The little ones have a way. One of its branches pointed to its backside and said, I buried it in the Xuanxi red soil, allowing it to absorb the spirit origin celestial dew. Plus my roots can provide 5 elements spiritual energy. It can still hatch, just a few days slower than its mother. Zhengjing breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. That's good. Keep up the good work. The 5 elements creation tree waved its branches and said, My lord, rest assured. I will definitely hatch it. Zhengjing's face showed appreciation, then looked at the wall-hanging bird. His expression of appreciation immediately vanished. And he said flatly, Hatching eggs should have been done by the bird. Now that you let the tree help you do it, and you've become idle, why aren't you focusing on your cultivation to achieve the true Qi realm, great demon early, restoring the glory of the Bailuan divine bird? The wall-hanging bird drooped its head, muttering in its heart, At this rate, I can't even compare to the Bailuan divine bird. How can I talk about restoring my ancestors' glory? What do you mean helping me hatch eggs? Aren't these goo insects yours? Besides, I'm a male bird. What eggs am I hatching? It grumbled in its heart, then heard the 5 elements creation tree's sharp and sarcastic voice come through. Stupid tree. Bird Master is going to fight you. Who's afraid of who? Come on. Bird Master, spare me, I was wrong. Birds fly and trees call in the courtyard, creating quite a noise, making Zhengjing reminisce about the usually quiet yellow dog. He wondered how it was doing in the Beastmaster Hall and if it missed him lately. If it were to become a demon in the future, it would be nice if it could remember its old master and occasionally send some spirit stones his way. He fell into silence, recalling that he had previously gained this item and speculated that Yuan Zhongfeng's soul was hidden within it. However, he needed 3 entry-level spirit stones to reveal the detailed information on the golden pages. At that time, he only had 2 entry-level spirit stones left by Yuan Zhongfeng, so he temporarily abandoned the idea. But after slaying the Gu King Xianxian, he had obtained quite a few spirit stones. Although some were used in the Wudong Nurturing Gu wooden box and some were used to reveal Elder Gu's detailed information, he still had more than 10 spirit stones left. He paused, took out 2 spirit stones, and swallowed them. As soon as he consumed the spirit stones, they transformed into spiritual energy, which along with all his internal energy, surged into the golden pages. In an instant, Zhengjing felt weak and pale, but his mind was focused on the golden pages. Yuan Zhongfeng, 85 years old. Identity: the 6th backup physical body of the former Thousand Phantom God. Cultivation: initial stage of human immortal. Fortune: in his early years, he was extraordinarily talented, reaching the peak of internal energy. After obtaining a divine item, he became aware of his abnormalities, began to conceal his abilities, became lazy in his cultivation, and gradually became mediocre, blending in with the crowd. After reaching the upper realm of true energy, he felt an even greater crisis and unease, using excuses to leave the mountain and travel far and wide, eventually retreating to the southern wilderness. After cultivating to the peak of true energy and achieving a complete cycle, he felt he could not escape his fate and fled to Fengdu Mountain in the north, where he gained an opportunity and attained the realm of human immortal. Thereafter, using the Yinming Tianmen soul binding technique, he wrapped his Yin spirit with magical power and hid it within the divine item. From then on, his soul persisted while his physical body withered, existing between life and death. Method to change fate: insufficient spiritual energy. Please supplement with 12 entry-level spirit stones. Chapter 60. Elder Gu passed away overnight. The new creditor is determined in 7 days. The 6th backup physical body of the former Thousand Phantom God. The existence of the human immortal realm. Zhengjing slowly placed the broken jade piece on the table. This was the divine item that Yuan Zhongfeng had obtained back in the day. It was precisely because of this item that Yuan Zhongfeng became aware of the abnormalities and avoided being taken over by the Thousand Phantom God. Of course, now that Yuan Zhongfeng had abandoned his physical body, hiding his Yin spirit within it, existing between life and death, his fate was not a good one either. He picked up the broken jade piece, his expression becoming very complex, and thought, the 85-year-old Yuan Zhongfeng had already been a backup physical body for the Thousand Phantom God in his youth. This meant that the Thousand Phantom God had been searching for a backup physical body within this feathered immortal sect for decades, if not hundreds of years. Yuan Zhongfeng obtained this broken jade piece to gain insight into his own issues. And I have the golden pages, which allow me to know the truth. I once thought that with the golden pages, I could avoid everything and, in the future, cultivate to the human immortal realm to confront the Thousand Phantom God directly. Perhaps Yuan Zhongfeng had the same belief back then, seeking the human immortal realm to counter the Thousand Phantom God. But even after stepping into the human immortal realm, he ultimately had to abandon all his cultivation, discarding his physical body and hiding within this jade piece, falling into a long sleep, half alive and half dead. Zhengjing clutched this so-called divine item, whispering in his heart, Just how powerful is the Thousand Phantom God? He looked out the window, wondering how many high-ranking figures within this vast immortal sect were colluding with the Thousand Phantom God. Among the many outstanding disciples and elders of this immortal sect, how many were backup physical bodies for the Thousand Phantom God? Decades ago, or even a century ago, he had already been searching for a backup physical body. Yet to this day, he still searched. It seemed he was extremely patient, having waited for a long time. But what kind of physical body did he want to exchange for that he had not been able to obtain in all these decades? Was he waiting for a truly eternal sacred body? Li Zhengjing thought to himself. But then he felt relieved. At least he had already locked onto Elder Gu. Since he had already surfaced, he was no longer unknown and mysterious. As he thought this, he put away the broken jade piece and was about to rise when suddenly a loud bell rang. In an instant, his expression changed, and he looked up. The bell rang again. 6 consecutive chimes. An elder has fallen. He felt a slight tremor in his heart and hurriedly rushed outside. "My lord, where are you going?" The wall-hanging bird was surprised to see him leave in such a hurry. "My lord, what's wrong?" The wall-hanging bird flew over. The 5 elements creation tree also approached with lively branches, showing concern. "Elder Gu has passed away." Li Zhengjing's tone was heavy, and the expression in his eyes was even more complex as he said, "The poison of the Gu King xianxian invaded his heart vein. And after prolonged treatment without improvement, he died this morning." He waved his hand, feeling disheartened, and entered the room. The bird and tree exchanged glances. Earlier, the Lord had only met Elder Gu once, yet he seemed so saddened. The wall-hanging bird raised its wings, scratching its head with its green horn, quite puzzled. After all, Elder Gu had given the Lord a gift and was a kind and amiable elder. The 5 elements creation tree said this. That's true. The wall-hanging bird suddenly felt relieved and couldn't help but think. Since Elder Gu died due to his duties, the ancient moon peak would surely hold a feast soon. I wonder what kind of wine they will serve. Elder Gu passed away, succumbing to the poison of xianxian. If it were an ordinary intersect elder at the true energy realm, he wouldn't think it was a big problem. But how could Elder Gu die? Just to use the golden pages to see through his background required over 100 entry-level spirit stones. What kind of person was he? So unfathomable. He couldn't possibly die. He is the Thousand Phantom God. Li Zhengjing tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword, his gaze serious. Thinking, I had just found his trace and confirmed his identity, and now he is once again hidden in the shadows. Elder Gu is dead. Who will he become next within the Feathered Immortal Sect? Or has he truly died? Did he expose his identity and get silently besieged by the high-ranking figures of the Feathered Immortal Sect? Li Zhengjing silently glanced at the golden pages, where the Thousand Phantom God's third backup physical body was clearly displayed. Elder Gu is dead, but the Thousand Phantom God still exists. He rubbed his brow, took out the broken jade piece, revealing a different expression, elusive and unpredictable. Surely Elder Yuan must have felt as helpless as I do at this moment. Meanwhile, at the top of Ancient Moon Peak, the head of the law enforcement hall took out a roster and presented it with cupped hands. This is the roster of accompanying disciples that Elder Gu had organized earlier. Has Elder Gu been buried? The master of Ancient Moon Peak received the roster, his expression calm, flipping through name after name, casually saying, the coffin must be securely covered, the nails must be firmly driven, the grave soil must be compacted, and an array must be set up to prevent any corpses from rising. The head of the law enforcement hall chuckled and said, according to the instructions of the head, I have also set up an array. Then there's no need to worry about it. The master of Ancient Moon Peak handed over the roster, saying, the list is correct. Let us proceed as such, but I want to add one more person. The head of the law enforcement hall immediately understood, whispering, Li Zhengjing? The master of Ancient Moon Peak slowly nodded, saying, earlier it was just a guess. This young man has already gained significant weight in the creditor's eyes since he entered the inner sect. But after he killed the Gu King xianxian in the Xianling mansion, it can be confirmed. The Gu King xianxian is extremely important. He must not die in the Xianling mansion, nor can he die at the hands of the Feathered Immortal Sect. Therefore, we need to weigh the importance of this Li Zhengjing, and xianxian is the most suitable measure. Regarding the matter of the Xianling mansion, the creditor had prepared another protective talisman for the Gu King xianxian, which was originally supposed to be placed in Sihua City. However, when Li Zhengjing was dispatched by Chun Xian to the southwest direction of the Xianling mansion and fell into danger, the creditor's protective talisman was directly placed in the southwest direction of the Xianling mansion, abandoning the Gu King xianxian. Li Zhengjing did not obey the orders and did not head towards the southwest direction of Xianling mansion, which surprised everyone. No one expected that Li Zhengjing would slay the Gu King xianxian. His subordinates had previously considered that if the first seat of the law enforcement hall personally summoned Li Zhengjing down the mountain, if Gu King xianxian killed Li Zhengjing, it would be very difficult to handle afterwards. The head of the law enforcement hall chuckled softly. Who would have thought that Li Zhengjing, with his inner energy realm, could slay someone like Xianxian? The head of Gyue Peak said indifferently. If Li Zhengjing is dead, perhaps he will not let it go easily. The head of the law enforcement hall said quietly, but Xianxian is dead, and everything remains the same as before, as if nothing had happened. The head of Gyue Peak clasped his hands behind his back and said, therefore, Xianxian cannot die at the hands of the feathered immortal sect. But he can die at the hands of this young man, because this young man is more significant than we anticipated. At this point, he waved his hand and said, set off tomorrow, you go arrange it. The head of the law enforcement hall nodded slightly and then looked at the roster in his hand, asking, should Li Zhengjing's name be added to the roster and reported to the main peak hall? Just report according to the current roster, no need to add. The head of the law enforcement hall bowed and said, understood. The head of Gyue Peak let out a breath and continued, 7 days later, the creditor will reappear. Within these 7 days, you must clean up all traces between me and Li Zhengjing. 7 days. His eyes shone brightly, filled with a chilling intent. As he silently thought, if this matter succeeds, I will be the new creditor. Chapter 61, Inner Energy Level 9. The Grand Elder comes to visit. The bright moon hung high in the sky, with countless stars twinkling. Li Zhengjing poured a cup of wine and drank it in one gulp. The wall-hanging bird had already become a drunken bird, mumbling something about whose 7 nestlings they were, and how he was quite dissatisfied. The branches of the 5 elements creation tree swayed and rolled up the wine cup, pouring it into the soil of the earthen jar. It was also drunkenly dizzy, its branches weakly waving, saying, the Bai Luan divine bird, consuming it prolongs life. Let's roast a drunken bird for supper, shall we? Li Zhengjing ignored it. Finished his last cup of wine, gripped the dragon pattern suppressing evil blade tightly, and looked towards the pitch-black night sky without the bright moon and stars. Gu Elder was dead, and he had lost his direction again. The Thousand Illusions divine monarch once again vanished into the darkness. Thus, in these past 2 days, he felt lost, but at this moment, he understood that the Thousand Illusions divine monarch was too powerful, even if he now knew his identity on the surface. He could not contend with him. So what is the difference whether the Thousand Illusions divine monarch is on the surface or in the dark? Anyway, sooner or later, the Thousand Illusions divine monarch would ultimately appear before him. All these hidden dangers, fears, and sorrows stemmed from his overwhelming strength and my profound weakness. Li Zhengjing held the broken jade piece in his left hand, thinking, I will not become the next Yuan Zhengfeng. He flipped his hand and took a spirit stone of the entry level, putting it in his mouth. This time, he did not use it to stimulate spiritual energy to activate the golden pages. This time, he merely borrowed the golden pages to draw spiritual energy and nourish himself. Spiritual energy surged within him, instantly producing the sounds of tigers and leopards, refining the inner energy of his organs. He gathered all the inner energy from his organs back to his dantian, reaching a height of 9 inches, completely filling his dantian. In the next moment, he spread all the inner energy within his dantian, circulating it through his limbs and bones, and throughout his body's meridians. In a daze, he seemed to feel the inner energy from his organs was everywhere in his body. Is this the peak of inner energy? Li Zhengjing's expression changed. Whispering, it seems still not enough. His gaze fell upon his left arm. The left arm has 36,500 muscle fibers, which, driven by the sword nourishing technique, can store the De Yin Dong Su Wan Hua, sword chi refined from the inner energy of the organs. He pondered for a moment. Once again used the sword nourishing technique to store the inner energy of the organs that had yet to be refined into the De Yin Dong Su Wan Hua sword chi. Until the muscles of his left arm began to swell and reach their limit, he finally stopped. At this moment, he returned the inner energy of his meridians back to his dantian, now standing at a height of 5 inches. On the surface, he was left with the 5th level of inner energy. In other words, I can be at the peak of the 9th level of inner energy, or I can hide at the mid-level of the 5th level of inner energy. Even within the realm of inner energy, I can still continue my cultivation. When calculated this way, the 36,500 muscle fibers of the left arm can also serve as another special dantian to store the inner energy of the organs. In this way, the inner energy from 2 places can be stacked, and my peak inner energy realm can reach 13 levels. Li Zhengjing's eyes gradually brightened, thinking, then next, I don't need to deliberately slow down my own cultivation pace. Just as he was feeling joyful, he heard a noise from outside the courtyard. He focused his mind and released part of the inner energy stored in his left arm, restoring it to the previously exposed 7th level of inner energy. When he opened the courtyard door, he saw a tall, unfamiliar elder standing outside. This elder was over 70 years old, with a weathered appearance. Yet his stature was straight and robust. He stood before him, exuding a strong vitality, as if he were in his prime. The oppressive feeling came rushing in. In a daze, Li Zhengjing sensed a similar aura to that of Lu Huayuan, the Buddha of the Diamond Temple and the young master of Kunlun. Peak true qi. Perfected circulation of the universe. I am Qinzhu. The elder spoke calmly. Li Zhengjing's gaze sharpened. This inner door Grand Elder, at the peak of true qi, known to be just half a step away from transcending the mundane and achieving the realm of human immortals, had finally appeared. Since joining the Feathered Immortal Sect, the oppression he faced was closely related to the Qin clan, and even more so with this highest authority of the Qin clan. To this day, the other party actually came in person. The younger generation recommended by Yuan Zhengfeng was indeed a prodigy, achieving inner energy in half a year after joining, and advancing to the upper levels of inner energy in just over a month, which was truly astonishing. Chunju stepped into the courtyard, saying indifferently, "You have slain Gu King Xianxian. Your name is renowned far and wide, and you have received the commendation of the master, who issued a hollow gold decree. Your status is equivalent to that of an inner door elder, no need for formalities." He looked over and said, "The Chun family's younger generation has oppressed you in the outer door, and after you entered the inner door, they have attempted to kill you multiple times regarding this matter. I have learned of this after exiting seclusion." Before Li Zhengjing could react, he casually tossed a package. He flicked his finger, and True Qi opened the package. The smell of blood instantly filled the courtyard. Li Zhengjing's pupils contracted, revealing an unusual color. "This is xianxiaaudiobooks," Chen Zhu said calmly. "He acted without my consent. This disobedient ear is useless, so I had it removed for you." As an explanation, Li Zhengjing fell silent, looking at the ears scattered on the ground, and said in a low voice, "Qinyang only has one pair of ears. There are hundreds here." Chen Zhu said flatly, "The waste Qinyoyu is already dead. He has no wife or children, and his remaining relatives are all of the Chun bloodline. So it doesn't matter." However, Zhou Xiaojia, Fan Guijin, Wu Qi, Lin Bixio, and the others still have family outside the mountain gate. Li Zhengjing frowned. "You killed their relatives?" Chen Zhu patted his clothes and said, "They acted on their own, breaking my rules. Exterminating their entire clan serves as a warning, letting the other Qin family vassals behave themselves a bit. This is also a satisfactory explanation for you, an outstanding disciple of the sect." He looked at Li Zhengjing, slowly saying, "But it seems now that you are quite dissatisfied?" Li Zhengjing's expression was cold as he looked at the ears on the ground and said, "The Grand Elder killing them is meant to tell the disciples that everything that happened before was their own doing. Had nothing to do with you, right? The fact is indeed so." Chen Zhu said calmly, "But the reason I am angry is not because they acted on their own against you, but because..." He sighed and said, "Either don't take action, or if you do, you must be fully confident and decisively eliminate you." However, they were not decisive enough, and instead allowed you to grow, which is the real reason why I'm unhappy. Li Zhengjing listened to this with a blank expression and said, "I thought you were going to completely distance yourself from this matter, but I didn't expect you to be so honest. So, does the Grand Elder want to take action personally now? If I had known you had the potential to threaten me, perhaps I would have had someone bury you before you entered the outer sect." Chen Zhu, with his hands behind his back, walked out of the courtyard and said lightly, "But now, you can be considered a rising star of our sect, a half-true disciple, cultivated by the sect. If you don't perish prematurely, you will be the backbone of the Feathered Immortal Sect in the future. As for our relationship, there is no great enmity between us. Let's leave it at that." "Wait." Li Zhengjing suddenly spoke. Chen Zhu slowly turned around, his eyes gradually turning cold. "These things have sullied my place. You are very clever." Chen Zhu used his vital energy to strike the air, reducing the package to ashes. He turned to leave and said lightly, "If you leave these ears behind, the law enforcement hall will be here soon to take you down for the crime of ambushing Chunyang and cutting off his ears." Li Zhengjing watched his departing figure and spat, cursing, "Old fox. Trying to set me up?" Li Zhengjing looked up and suddenly felt shocked, whispering, "How many spirit stones can this be sold for?" Chapter 62. Enjoying the scenic view on the cloud sky ship, Li Erlang of the Jian'an Marquis mansion. The sun rose, and the sunlight was gentle. Above the sky, a huge tower ship floated, about 100 feet long and 30 feet wide, covered in runes and glowing with spiritual light. Under the blue sky and white clouds, the tower ship was magnificent and beautiful, like a painting. On this cloud sky ship, a man stood with his hands behind his back, looking down. This person was handsome, resembling a young man, dressed in white, ethereal and indifferent, exuding an aura of immortality. The master of Yuhua Peak, the immortal of the present age. Salute to the master. The disciples bowed respectfully. The master of Yuhua Peak looked down, his expression calm. Board the ship. A wide beam of light descended from the cloud sky ship. Led by Elder Chen Xian, the disciples followed closely behind and boarded the cloud sky ship. Meanwhile, Li Zhengjing in his courtyard raised his head and looked at the person on the cloud sky ship, thinking to himself, is this the master of Giua Peak, who has dealings with the Thousand Illusions Divine Monarch? The Thousand Illusions Divine Monarch is a huge threat, and he is the same. Just as he thought this, he saw the master of Giua Peak looking down from the sky. Their eyes met, and Li Zhengjing's heart trembled. Bring your knife and board the ship. Huh. Li Zhengjing couldn't help but open his mouth wide, looking around to confirm that the master of Giua Peak was indeed looking at him, feeling dry and parched. The master of Giua Peak stood with his hands behind his back and turned to enter the cloud sky ship. At that moment, half of Elder Chun Xian's body peeked out from above. Hurry up and come up, we've been waiting for you. Li Zhengjing's expression was strange, and he couldn't help but glance at the fortune of the golden page, then sighed in relief. Since the master of Giua Peak had spoken, not going would be disobedience. So Li Zhengjing had no choice but to put away the dragon pattern exorcism knife and carry the Polonial wooden box on his back. Inside the Polonial wooden box were a bird and a tree still recovering from a hangover. To avoid any mishaps, he locked the box after putting it on his back. Then, Li Zhengjing carried his knife and boarded the ship, feeling quite helpless and absurd. I just looked up at the sky a bit more in the crowd, and I got conscripted? Li Zhengjing cursed inwardly. What kind of luck is this? In the next moment, he self-deprecatingly thought, for me, luck is just a matter of a strong person's whim. Upon boarding the cloud sky ship, he found the deck extremely spacious. He took a glance and saw carved railings and luxurious decorations, filled with beautiful illusions. This is the cloud sky ship of the feathered Immortal Sect. You have good luck. Being noticed by the master and added to this group to view the cloud sky ship, Elder Chun Xian's voice came, filled with sarcasm. You just arrived here and weren't prepared for your accommodation, so go squat over there for now. He sneered and turned away, clearly intending to leave Li Zhengjing on the deck. Li Zhengjing looked at his back, cursing inwardly. That Chinju fellow wants to turn hostility into friendship. But the Chen family are as stubborn as ever. That old guy dealt with Qin Yang but didn't deal with this Chun Xian, causing me more trouble. Just as he was thinking this, a palm suddenly slapped onto his shoulder from behind. Li Zhengjing's whole body jolted, and he quickly bent down, grabbing the opponent's wrist and throwing him out directly. With a loud bang, the person rolled away, barely avoiding falling from the edge of the deck. Xie. Li Zhengjing recognized the person and was momentarily stunned, saying, You were also selected for this trip? When did you cultivate inner energy and enter the inner sect? Xie held his lower back and got up, saying, I cultivated inner energy half a month ago. 3 days ago, I was informed to follow the cloud sky ship to operate the Tianying wheel, one of the 36 star wheels on the ship. He propped himself up and said, I have been on the cloud sky ship for 3 days and finally learned to operate the Tianying wheel. This thing rotates every 4 hours. And just as someone took my place, I came out and saw you. Li Zhengjing was enlightened upon hearing this and exclaimed, So this thing needs 36 people to operate together to sail in the sky? Xie rolled his eyes and said, Of course. The cloud sky ship is the oldest treasure of the feathered Immortal Sect, capable of crossing the heavens and traversing vast emptiness in an instant. It's not an ordinary thing. He held his lower back and panted, saying, As for you, you only cultivated inner energy 20 days earlier than me. How could you be so strong? Since I cultivated inner energy, I spent over 10 days stabilizing the first layer of inner energy, accumulating it in my dantian, reaching a height of 1 inch and 3/10, which is already quite fast. Li Zhengjing nodded and said, Indeed, progress is not slow. You are quite talented. Unable to restrain himself, Xie asked, What level of cultivation are you at now? Li Zhengjing paused, waved his hand, and said, I've been progressing slowly these days, barely reaching the 7th layer of inner energy. Xie fell silent for a moment and said, I have something else to do. I'll leave first. Li Zhengjing hurriedly stepped forward and said, Wait a moment. I haven't arranged for accommodation yet. Let's squeeze together. Xie pushed his hand away angrily and said, Don't bother me. Let Elder Chun Xian arrange it for you. Li Zhengjing helplessly said, I have a conflict with that old bastard. He won't arrange anything for me. Speaking of which, wasn't he punished? How can he still come along? Hearing this, Li Zhengjing pondered and said, Is this cloud sky ship heading to Fengdu Mountain in the north? Xie nodded slightly, paused, and sighed, Forget it. Come with me. There's an empty space next to my room. Since Elder Chun Xian didn't arrange anything for you, you can stay there. Li Zhengjing smiled and said, I knew you wouldn't let your senior brother sleep on the deck. That old bastard Chun Xian must be dissatisfied with me killing the Gu King Xianxian this time. Shut up. Xie angrily said, The matter of you killing the Gu King Xianxian has already spread throughout the sect. I know that the Gu King Xianxian escaped from Xijia City under the siege of many strong ones and was killed by you. I don't want to hear about your glorious achievements anymore, and I actually entered the sect earlier than you. So you should call me senior brother. Li Zhengjing waved his hand and said, what does it matter who came first? I don't mind calling you senior brother. After Li Zhengjing tidied up his room and looked around, he sighed. Any random room is this luxurious inside and out, truly worthy of being an immortal ship. This time boarding the ship was beyond his expectations. But there was one thing that brought him a bit of comfort. After all, the disciples of Xianxiaguihai had to take turns every 4 hours to operate the 36 celestial wheels together to maneuver the Cloud Sky warship. While he was just a temporary addition, a bystander who didn't have to be busy. After resting for a while, when he woke up, it was already dusk outside. The setting sun cast a warm glow, and the evening clouds were brilliant, painting the sky. The Cloud Sky warship sailed high above, and looking at the beautiful scenery outside felt like being in a fairyland. Li Zhengjing carried a wooden box on his back, walked out of his room, and came to the deck, looking towards the west. Just then, a flock of geese flew by. He couldn't help but exclaim, so many birds. As soon as his voice fell, he heard a calm and distant voice from above. This remark is too straightforward. Why not compose a poem for this scene? Li Zhengjing immediately looked up. He saw a person dressed in white on the 5th level of the Cloud Sky warship, standing with hands behind his back, also gazing at the western scenery, serene like an immortal. I pay my respects to the master. Li Zhengjing bowed and hesitated, saying, disciple's talent is shallow, facing this scene. I am at a loss for words. The master of Yuhua Peak waved a hand, pulling him from the deck to the 5th level, calmly saying, if you can't compose a poem, I will throw you down from here. Li Zhengjing glanced down, seeing endless clouds below and no land in sight. The Cloud Sky warship was sailing above a sea of clouds. If he fell, wouldn't he be shattered to pieces? Could he really say he wasn't afraid of being crushed to pieces, wanting to leave a clear name in the world? He heard that the second son of the Jian'an Marquis' residence was a literary genius, famous throughout the capital, and facing this scene, could he only say so many birds? The master of Yuhua Peak turned his head slightly and said, Li Erlang. With a thunderous sound, this title echoed in his mind like thunder. Li Zhengjing's whole body stiffened, as if struck by lightning. Chapter 63. The 19th layer of hell in the mortal realm. The Cloud Sky warship sailed above the 9 heavens, crossing 10,000 miles in an instant. Outside the Cloud Sky warship, there was an invisible formation. Yet within the formation, Li Zhengjing felt the piercing cold wind seep in, chilling him to the bone. When did the master know? Half a year ago, a Li Erlang from the Jian'an Marquis' residence died in the capital. And now there was a Li Zhengjing of unknown origin in the Yuhua Immortal Sect. Was this hard to investigate? He looked towards the distant horizon and slowly said, you have recently gained much attention. Your name has spread beyond the Immortal Sect, and there are many who want to investigate your background. However, you can rest assured that the law enforcement hall of Yuhua Peak has severed all leads. I brought you aboard the Cloud Sky warship to enjoy the sunset together. Not to let you daydream here. The master of Yuhua Peak said flatly. Being in the clouds and amidst the evening glow is something that ordinary people cannot imagine in their lifetime. Yet you are fortunate to be here. If you do not compose a poem, would it not be a pity for your talent? Li Zhengjing looked deeply at the master of Yuhua Peak, then shifted his gaze to the setting sun, slightly shook his head, and sighed. The setting sun and the lonely wild goose fly together. The autumn waters and the long sky share the same color? He could see the setting sun, but not the lonely wild goose, nor the autumn waters. It was indeed inappropriate. Otherwise, how about the dragon carries the precious canopy to greet the morning sun, the phoenix spits the tassels to bring the evening glow? People say the setting sun is at the horizon, but looking far at the horizon, home is nowhere to be seen? After thinking for a while, he suddenly became despondent and sighed. The sunset is infinitely beautiful, but it is near dusk. The master of Yuhua Peak had no expression on his face. Upon hearing this line, he suddenly paused for a moment, slowly turned around, and said, you are young, and your cultivation progresses rapidly. Your name now spreads far and wide. It is indeed a time of great ambition. Why then do you have such a sense of melancholy, as if half of you were buried in the ground? Why am I about to be half buried in the ground? Don't you old man know? If it weren't for your collusion with the 1,000 illusions god monarch, would I be this melancholic? Could it be that you already knew that as the guardian of the Ghost Valley spiritual official, I should have committed a capital crime? This statement was like a bolt of lightning, stunning Li Zhengjing and leaving him dizzy. The next moment, he heard the master of Yuhua Peak continue speaking. A few days ago, the Ghost Valley spiritual official sent a message to the Yuhua Immortal Sect, revealing a shocking secret and requesting assistance, specifically mentioning your name. Li Zhengjing was momentarily stunned and couldn't help but curse the Ghost Valley spiritual official in his heart. That old man is dishonorable, actually selling me out directly? His expression changed, and he focused his mind, glancing at the fortune on the golden page, only to find no change. He would still die under the backlash of the Great Yin Cave's void transformation sword chi, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. At this moment, the master of Yuhua Peak was looking at the evening glow and said lightly, "After you obtained the case closure document in Wanlin County, you disappeared for a few days, which coincided with the period when the Ghost Valley spiritual official had a guardian. In the past, no one guessed that you, a newly entered disciple in the inner Qi realm, would be linked to this. However, you killed the Gu King Xianxian, proving you have the strength to slay those in the true Qi realm. In this way, it is not hard to deduce that you are the guardian of the Ghost Valley spiritual official." The master of Yuhua Peak said slowly, "Do you know your crime?" Zhengjing was silent for a moment, then said, "If the disciple says that those days were just spent quietly in the dark flower alley, would the master believe it?" The master of Yuhua Peak's expression remained calm as he replied, "Do you think I would believe it?" Zhengjing immediately fell silent. His expression was strange as he affirmed. And indeed, as the golden page indicated, this matter would not pose a threat to his life. In fact, he had thought of this point when he returned to the mountain gate earlier, considering that with his rising fame, he might be linked to the identity of the guardian of the Ghost Valley spiritual official due to his disappearance in Wanlin County. However, he did not expect that this day would come so quickly, making him sigh inwardly that being famous too early is truly not a good thing. The master of Yuhua Peak said lightly, "Even the matter of you escorting the Ghost Valley spiritual official out of the sect, even if it is reported in the future, will no longer be a crime. It can even be considered a great achievement." Upon hearing this, Zhengjing was surprised and asked, "Why?" He immediately wanted to inquire about the secret, but saw the master of Yuhua Peak wave his hand. A gust of clear wind lifted him and placed him back on the deck. When Zhengjing looked up again, the master of Yuhua Peak was already gone. The sun had set, and the evening glow faded. Everything was about to fall into darkness. "The sunset is infinitely beautiful, but it is near dusk," the master of Yuhua Peak murmured. "The current evening glow, no matter how splendid, will eventually return to darkness in a moment. If this is the case, then was I truly wrong?" He raised his palm, sighed, and murmured, "If all goes well, returning to the Immortal Sect within 7 days, this path will not be wrong." The evening glow gradually faded, and the sky darkened. The cloud sky warship continued to sail above the heavens. A sleepless night passed, until the first light of dawn. Zhengjing rubbed his brow, feeling quite angry at the Ghost Valley spiritual official's dishonorable conduct. However, he vaguely sensed that the Ghost Valley spiritual official was not trying to harm him. This time he specifically mentioned his name to the Yuhua Immortal Sect. Perhaps for another secret reason. Most importantly, the fortune on the golden page showed no change, which brought him a lot of peace of mind. That night, because a being of the human immortal level resided on the 5th level above, he did not dare to release the hanging wall bird and the 5 elements creation tree. When he stepped out of his room, he saw Xie from the adjacent room also opening his door. "You overslept. Breakfast has already been distributed. I saved you 2 bowls of porridge to fill your stomach." "Xie, you are a good person," Zhengjing replied, taking the porridge. He finished a bowl in just 2 or 3 mouthfuls, then set down the bowl, looked at Xie, and said seriously, "Xie, I have never said thank you in my life. Today." Before he could finish his sentence, the sky suddenly darkened. It was precisely the time when the sun was rising. The sky should be getting brighter, yet in an instant, it turned into a cloudy day. His gaze sharpened as he looked out the window. "It's here," Xie said. "In the past, Fengdu Mountain collapsed, and millions of monsters appeared in the world. The heavens changed color, and the Yin energy surged into the sky, covering the firmament. To this day, the malevolent energy still permeates the earth and has not completely dissipated. Therefore, this land is devoid of life, with not a single blade of grass growing, and even the sky is darker." After packing up, he slung his bag over his shoulder and said, "Prepare to disembark." Zhengjing's entire fortune was in the Wudong wooden box, so there was no need to pack anything. He followed Xie out onto the deck. At this moment, several elders in the True Qi realm and inner sect disciples were already on the deck. The Yunxiao skyship was also gradually descending. Zhengjing turned his head to look outside. As the Yunxiao skyship descended, the clouds gradually cleared, and he saw a continuous dragon-like shape on the ground. As it continued to descend, he realized that this so-called dragon was actually a city. However, the architecture of this city was not square but extremely elongated, stretching out in a peculiar manner, quite different from the buildings in Zhongzhou. This was Xuanzhou City. What is Xuanzhou City? It is rumored that in the underworld, there exists an 18-layer hell. Xie whispered, "Xuanzhou means 18. It is said that the people in the city habitually refer to it as the 19th layer of hell located in the human world." Chapter 64. The Great Enemy Approaches. The Yunxiao skyship landed. In Xuanzhou City, several hundred people had already received the news and were waiting. "Welcome, Chief True Person." Everyone paid their respects, their voices resonating like a torrent, echoing through the heavens. Zhengjing looked ahead from the Yunxiao skyship and saw over 100 people dressed in the attire of the Yuhua Xianzong. The vast majority were soldiers of the Great Zhou border army, but there were also disciples from the Kunlun Xianzong, as well as members from the Buddhist sect, and many practitioners in strange clothing, including men, women, the elderly, and children. Get up. The chief of Ganyue Peak appeared, dressed in white as snow, seeming to be the only light in this gloomy world. He stepped forward, landing gracefully on the ground, with his hands behind his back, and said, "Park the Yunxiao skyship properly and arrange accommodations. There is no need for a welcoming feast tonight." After speaking, he walked straight ahead. Those like Elder Qinshian were here to guard Shuangzhou City, taking turns with the inner sect elders who had been previously assigned here, each having their own tasks. This batch of inner sect disciples from Ganyue Peak was mainly here for experience and was assigned to a different residence. On the way, Zhengjing took the opportunity to inquire with Xie Guihai about Shuangzhou City. This place, with its poor mountains and rivers, was often where people like Elder Qinshian, who had been punished, were sent. Xie Guihai whispered, "However, guarding Shuangzhou City comes with substantial rewards from the sect's affairs hall, 3 times higher than serving in the jurisdiction outside the mountain gate. Therefore, some elders and disciples come here willingly to endure the hardship for the merits." At this point, Xie Guihai continued to explain the origins of Shuangzhou City. 17 years ago, Fengdu Mountain collapsed, and various forces joined together to suppress the millions of monsters, restoring peace to the human world. However, during the war, the northern land was almost devoid of life, with not a single blade of grass growing. And the malevolent energy still lingers to this day. To prevent the malevolent energy from continuing to spread into the territory of the Great Zhou dynasty, various forces jointly established Shuangzhou City as a boundary to cut off the evil energy from the north. The Great Zhou border army has been guarding here for many years, and the 3 great immortal sects, various Taoist sects, and Buddhist temples take turns sending people to assist the Great Zhou army in defending Shuangzhou City. Even the Great Zhou dynasty has issued bounties for assistance in guarding Shuangzhou City, providing corresponding cultivation resources monthly, granting low-grade spirit stones after 1 year, and high-grade spirit pills after 10 years. The amount received depends on the cultivator's level and their contributions during their service. Many wandering practitioners, lacking complete inheritance from a sect and sufficient cultivation resources, find their paths unclear and rely solely on their own efforts for cultivation. Therefore, they come to assist in guarding the city for the court's bounty. The rewards for guarding Shuangzhou City are so substantial that it seems this city serves a purpose beyond merely isolating the malevolent energy from the north. Zhengjing thought to himself, there must be some strange and dangerous place. As he pondered, he looked around and noticed that the buildings here were relatively rough, but rune formations were visible everywhere. The entire Shuangzhou City appeared like a dragon lying on the ground. It was said that Shuangzhou City was a complete formation, inscribed with runes, and if a figure at the human immortal level were to activate it, it would be a world-shaking treasure. "You know quite a lot for someone of your low cultivation, junior brother Xia," Zhengjing couldn't help but praise. "I served as a menial disciple for 5 years and have practiced for over a year in the outer sect. I've been in the sect for more than 6 years. So I've naturally learned a lot," Xie Guihai said through gritted teeth. "Who else is like you, having only joined the sect for half a year? Yet you're already a gold-edged silver order and a half-true disciple." "That's true," Zhengjing exclaimed, thinking to himself, "Junior brother Xie is almost as knowledgeable as a scholarly bird." Xie Guihai fell silent and continued walking forward. The elder responsible for the reception was also from Ganyue Peak and claimed to have been in Shuangzhou City for 12 years, appearing quite amiable. After recording the names, he began allowing everyone to choose their accommodations. At this moment, silence fell again, and all eyes were on Zhengjing. Although Zhengjing's visible cultivation was only at the 7th level of inner qi and was not the highest among the disciples, he already held a gold-edged silver order, placing him on par with the inner sect elders. Furthermore, he had defeated the Gu King Xianxian, whom even chief true disciple Lu Huayuan and the other elders could not slay, and he was now in a position of great renown. Zhengjing did not speak, and no one dared to act first. This disciple, the elder, glanced at him, his gaze landing on the gold-edged silver order, and immediately smiled. "So it's you. I've heard of your deeds recently, slaying the Gu King of Nanhuang at the inner qi level, bringing fame to Zhongzhou, and being awarded the Hollow Gold Order. To be honest, your status is no less than mine." He stepped aside and said, "Li Shizizi, please choose your accommodation." Zhengjing bowed and looked at the inner sect disciples, smiling as he said, "In that case, I shall not stand on ceremony." He chose the most spacious courtyard to reside in. Although the buildings in Shuangzhou City were quite rough, far less exquisite than the courtyards within the sect, and not as luxurious as the Yunxiao skyship, it was still quite good for Zhengjing. He entered the courtyard and rested for a while. just about to release the scholarly bird and the 5 elements creation tree from the Wudong wooden box, hoping not to suffocate the bird and tree. However, at that moment, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a figure out of the corner of his eye and was startled. He quickly turned to look, only to find that the person was none other than the chief true person of Ganyue Peak. Shuangjiao City itself was a treasure with immense power, so there were no human immortal guardians within the city. The chief of Ganyue Peak said calmly, "I have arrived here, and no one knows." His expression remained calm as he said, "Although the Ghost Valley Spirit Officer has replaced his body one after another over these 17 years and his abilities are greatly diminished, he is still in existence at the human immortal level. Now that he is being hunted, he has no choice but to seek help from our sect, which shows that those hunting him must be at the human immortal level, and there may be more than one." At this point, the chief of Ganyue Peak stretched out his hand and threw an object. Zhengjing caught it, and then he heard the chief speak again. "The ones hunting the Ghost Valley Spirit Officer have already revealed their traces. I will go and eliminate them now." The chief of Ganyue Peak said calmly, "The Ghost Valley Spirit Officer will come to Shuangjiao City seeking refuge. After you see him, you will hand this object to him as a token to activate the Yunxiao skyship. There is no need to wait for my return. Take the token and board the celestial ship, and command them to set off immediately to return to the Feathered Immortal Sect." After a pause, the head of Giyue Peak continued, "Moreover, the forces behind those pursuing the Ghost Valley Spirit Officer are immense, and within the Shuangjiao City, various factions are gathered, with dragons and snakes mixed together. Perhaps even among our Feathered Immortal Sect, some have already defected to the opposing side. You must be cautious while searching for the Ghost Valley Spirit Officer." Zhengjing looked at the object in his hand, raised his head, and frowned. Why would the headmaster assign such a dangerous task to the disciples? The head of Giyue Peak replied, "You know the Ghost Valley Spirit Officer, and he knows you as well, so you are the most suitable candidate. Furthermore, although you are merely at the Inner Qi realm, you killed the Gu King Xianxian, possessing skills not inferior to those of a true Qi realm practitioner, so you should be able to protect yourself." As soon as he finished speaking, before Zhengjing could respond, the headmaster of Giyue Peak flew into the air, transforming into a beam of light and heading towards the horizon. "If you survive this time, I will grant you an opportunity." Zhengjing fell silent, gathering his thoughts as he glanced at the golden pages. His fortune remained unchanged. He would still die under the backlash of the Dian Dongshu Wanhua sword Qi in the future, and then be reduced to ashes by the 1,000 illusions Divine Lord. This meant that there would be no danger to his life on this trip to Shuangjiao City. Zhengjing let out a sigh of relief, then spat, cursing, "Damn it, isn't it still going to end up dead?" As he thought this, he slapped the Wudong wood box, releasing the wall-hanging bird, instructing, "Fly up to the sky and search for the Ghost Valley Spirit Officer's traces." Although the wall-hanging bird was unfamiliar with this place, upon hearing the master's serious tone, it dared not delay and flew up to the sky to scan Shuangjiao City. In less than half a moment, the wall-hanging bird returned. "Master, someone is coming, but they look better than the Ghost Valley Spirit Officer, so it's probably not him." "Not him?" Zhengjing was taken aback and asked, "Then who is it?" "I don't know. He is wearing a mask and carrying a sword, and he is coming very quickly," said the wall-hanging bird. "Ah?" Zhengjing's heart sank, saying, "Could it be that he is here to kill me? Where is he?" "He." The wall-hanging bird looked up and said in a muffled voice, "He is at the door." Boom. The courtyard door suddenly shattered. A beam of sword light swept in. Chapter 65, Sword Slash at the True Qi Realm. Buried together in Fengdu Mountain, the sword light arrived in an instant, sharp as a knife. In that moment, Zhengjing used the clear wind shadow body technique. In an instant, he dodged the sword. He felt immensely grateful, having realized his shortcomings in combat earlier and specifically spending merit to exchange for this body technique. Otherwise, facing this sword from a true Qi realm expert earlier would have had dire consequences. You've only been in the sect for a little over a month, yet your cultivation progress is so rapid and you still have the mind to learn another body technique. Your talent is truly astonishing. An aged voice echoed, and the sword light did not pause, but turned to attack again. At that moment, flames roared from the side, rushing over. It was the wall-hanging bird, which had already reached the peak of the Inner Qi realm. The innate fire divine ability of the Bailuan divine bird was indeed formidable. Even true Qi realm practitioners did not dare to let it burn them, and immediately halted, retreating swiftly. Zhengjing steadied himself, drew the dragon pattern suppressing evil blade, and said in a deep voice, "It's you." The masked figure in black laughed coldly and said, "You reacted so quickly, recognizing my identity. Not too foolish." "Nonsense." Zhengjing cursed. Previously, he had never come to Shuangjiao City and had not made enemies, with the only visible enemy being Elder Qinxian, who had come to guard this cold place due to his punishment because of Zhengjing. He took a deep breath and said, "If I die, you will be the prime suspect." Aren't you afraid of the consequences? Elder Xian released his true qi and advanced, pointing his sword at Zhengjing. I am already old. If I were still in the Immortal Sect, there might still be a future. Now, being harmed by you. Guarding here for 20 years has almost cut off my path to cultivation, and I have no hope of becoming an immortal. For us practitioners, cutting off the path to cultivation is worse than death. From a distance of 10 feet, he slashed with his sword, the sword light sweeping towards Zhengjing's neck. This is the difference between the true qi realm and the inner qi realm. For practitioners at the inner qi realm, the internal energy can greatly enhance their strength and strengthen their physical body, but no matter how strong they are, they ultimately engage in close combat. True qi realm practitioners can release their true qi, able to kill from several feet away. At this moment, Xian released his true qi, condensing it into sword energy and magical techniques, engaging Zhengjing from a distance. He used true qi to protect his body, forcing Zhengjing to be unable to approach. No matter how strong the body or how sharp the long knife, they could not harm him. In such a battle, he was almost invincible. Zhengjing, you can't get close to me at all. I know you are proud and arrogant after killing the Gu King Xianxian. If it weren't for the God King Gu's threat in Sea City, with hundreds of thousands of Gu and poisonous insects as an obstacle, Xianxian alone would not have lasted more than 30 breaths under my sword. Today, let me teach you that a true qi realm expert from the Immortal Sect is not comparable to any mere Gu King from the southern wilderness. Xian advanced fiercely, but at the same time, the wall-hanging bird in midair expelled flames. Xian maintained his calm demeanor, pressing his left hand outward, raising his palm, condensing true qi into cold light to meet the wall-hanging bird's fiery divine ability. He thought to himself, this greenhorn bird has a decent bloodline, with a divine ability capable of threatening me, but unfortunately, it is merely a creature of the inner qi realm. Not a great demon that has stepped into the true qi realm. It cannot kill me. He practiced the cold heart palm in the inner qi realm, and upon reaching the true qi realm, it transformed into the same source magical technique, extreme cold light. Fire-based magical techniques and divine abilities are inherently restrained by extreme cold light. However, under the suppression of the realms, Xian's extreme cold light actually suppressed the fiery divine ability, sending the wall-hanging bird flying. And with his mind divided, his sword pierced through the 3-foot distance and stabbed into Zhengjing's chest heart vein. Zhengjing was sent flying, crashing through the courtyard wall, buried beneath the bricks and stones, and fell silent. So simple. Xian sneered and said, the dark and evil energy from the north of Shuangzhou City often sweeps in, and every year people die unaccountably. I will summon the evil energy later, so you will die without a complete corpse and have no witnesses. He immediately sheathed his sword, no longer paying attention to Zhengjing, whose heart vein was pierced and was undoubtedly dead, and turned to kill the strange bird. However, as he turned, he caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye of a hand suddenly emerging from beneath the bricks and dust. Xian's pupils constricted, and a feeling of panic surged in his heart. With a loud bang, a fiery light erupted between the hand beneath the bricks, condensing sword intent. The flames and sword light fused into one. In an instant, it pierced through the void. Not good. This sword qi fire light was several times stronger than the wall-hanging bird's fiery divine ability, and the timing was perfect, right when he felt relaxed. At this moment, he had no time to evade and had to hurriedly gather all his true qi to build a protective energy wall in the direction of the sword qi fire light. With a loud bang, the hastily formed protective energy wall was instantly shattered. Elder Xian quickly raised his sword to block, and once again thrust out the extreme cold light technique with his palm, but it was too late. The sword qi fire light had already landed on him in that instant. As the flames dispersed, Elder Xian's body lay broken, charred all over, lying on the ground, gasping for breath. Did you really think that the disciple couldn't defeat you? Zhengjing pushed himself up from the broken stones, stroking the precious mirror on his chest, and said faintly, feigning weakness to lure the enemy, waiting for the opportunity to counterattack. This was taught in the outer sect long ago. It seems the elder has forgotten after many years in a high position. He had 2 heart-protecting mirrors, one in front and one in the back. The one at the back was given by the sect before he descended the mountain to capture the Gu King Xianxian, and it was of low grade, unable to withstand Elder Xian's sword light. However, the one on his chest was a superior quality mirror bestowed by Elder Gu. Elder Xian's sword light could not break through this superior heart-protecting mirror. Therefore, Zhengjing found the opportunity for a counterattack. You have divine abilities? Xian's eyes were filled with disbelief, and he finally realized why Zhengjing could kill the Gu King Xianxian, a true qi-level figure, with just his internal energy realm. Is that so surprising? Zhengjing smiled and stepped forward with his blade. As a disciple, killing does not require close combat. just like you. In fact, in a head-on confrontation, relying on his domineering internal energy from the Tiger Leopard Thunder Sound Suppression Prison technique. The Grand Transformation Void Transformation Sword Qi, and the divine abilities of his left arm, he was not necessarily weaker than Elder Qin Xian, but he had just concealed his strength in the previous battle to seek the chance to defeat the enemy, without absolute certainty. Revealing the Fire Divine Sword would alert the opponent, and if they became wary, he might not have the assurance to kill them and could potentially flee. Becoming a future threat, he endured until this moment to find the opportunity to eliminate future troubles. He raised his sword and stepped forward, ready to chop off Qin Xian's head. However, at that instant, darkness enveloped him. Li Zhengjing immediately felt a sense of unease, but his blade still slashed forward. The surroundings were devoid of light. The darkness obscured his vision, and he only felt a warm liquid splatter onto him, filled with a bloody scent. He had struck Qin Xian. Without hesitation, he swung again, but it fell empty. Qin Xian was no longer in place. Master, retreat quickly. A cry of alarm came from the hanging wall bird above, but at this moment, it was too late. The darkness had instantly engulfed the entire courtyard. Even the flapping hanging wall bird could not escape, shrouded within it. I originally intended to use this to draw the northern evil energy and destroy the evidence. Qin Xian's weak voice echoed in the darkness, filled with a sinister feeling. Today, I will drag you down with me to the grave on Mount Fengdu. With a whoosh, Li Zhengjing followed the sound and slashed again. A sound of something hitting the ground followed. Perhaps it was Qin Xian's head, but the darkness obscured his sight. A bone-chilling cold seeped into his body from all directions. Chapter 66. Evil energy enters the body. Is that all? Outside of Xuanzhou City, the battle between the human immortals erupted suddenly. The heavens and earth changed color. The wind swept away the clouds. The already dim sky was stirred into chaos by the overwhelming aftermath of the battle. Even the sunlight seemed to be scattered. And there were actually 3 human immortals battling against the master of Yuhua Peak. These were the 3 helmsmen of the Crossing the World Golden Ship joining forces. At this moment, the elders of the Yuhua Sect in the city were seeking assistance from various forces. After the Great Zhou Court agreed, all parties reached a consensus, intending to form a great formation to assist the master of Yuhua Peak of the Yuhua Sect. After all, the Yuhua Sect was one of the 3 major righteous sects, having established Xuanzhou City together with various forces in the past to jointly guard against the northern evil energy, ultimately belonging to an alliance. The Crossing the World Golden Ship was the public enemy of all forces in the world, and was very likely the culprit behind the collapse of Mount Fengdu in the past, joining forces to form a formation to assist the master of Yuhua Peak. Just as the leaders of various forces reached a consensus and intended to activate the formation of Xuanzhou City to assist, evil energy suddenly erupted from various places throughout the city. The rumbling sounds rose and fell. The dark evil energy transformed into pillars reaching the sky. Up to 32 places of evil energy erupted, all in important positions of the formation in Xuanzhou City. Quickly drive the evil energy out, otherwise, if it contaminates the formation in the city, the consequences will be unimaginable. The situation in the city changed suddenly, and various forces were thrown into disarray, filled with panic. At this moment, a voice echoed through the heavens and earth from 100 miles away. The trifling 3 demons have already fallen into my Dao technique's encirclement. They cannot escape. You need not assist. The master of Yuhua Peak's voice spread, clear the evil energy in the city. The formation must not fail. Receiving the command from this human immortal, the various forces no longer hesitated, returning to their respective jurisdictions to quell the chaos of evil energy in the city. The elders and disciples of the Yuhua Sect also dared not slack off, following orders to disperse and quell the evil energy. However, the occurrence of this incident was too strange, and the timing was so coincidental that it made everyone in the city speculate endlessly. This time, the evil energy did not come from the north, but erupted from within the city. This was premeditated. Were there water ghosts, or even boatmen of the Crossing the World Golden Ship in the city? These 30-plus eruptions of evil energy were likely not all caused by the Crossing the World Golden Ship. Other forces may also have intentions to use this as a knife to kill, aiming to bury our master of Yuhua Peak. However, they did not anticipate that the master of Yuhua Peak was powerful enough to face 3 opponents and gain the upper hand. Despite the many speculations in their hearts, the figures from various sides did not dare to delay any longer. Meanwhile, the elder from the Yuhua Sect who had arranged accommodations earlier hurried to the courtyard where Li Zhengjing was, looking at the evil energy soaring into the sky. His expression complex. After a moment, another elder from the Yuhua Sect arrived. Senior brother, the emergence of evil energy is strange. There must be an insider in the city. We don't have time to clear it. We must immediately use the formation to push the evil energy towards the northern direction. Good. Let us work together to push the evil energy out. The two elders joined forces. One hand using true energy to resist the evil energy, while the other activated the formation in the city. Immediately, the entire Xianxiao city trembled. At this moment, looking down from the sky, the 30-plus places of evil energy seemed like lice growing on the body of the dragon that was Xianxiao city. Under the urging of the elders from various forces, the entire Xianxiao city trembled, like a giant dragon shaking its body, shaking off those lice one by one towards the north. Group after group of evil energy was thrown towards the dark earth in the north. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, after falling into darkness, Zhengjing immediately took out the pearl he obtained from Chun Yuyu, illuminating the surrounding scene. Once he grabbed the hanging wall bird and identified the direction, he prepared to head south to exit the darkness. However, at that moment, the world spun, and everything was turned upside down. Both man and bird were disoriented. Master, hold on to me, don't let go. Got it. Zhengjing grabbed the hanging wall bird with one hand and tightly held the phoenix wood box with the other, feeling as though he was thrown into the air, tumbling continuously. Just as he thought this, he saw the hanging wall bird in his hand, its eyes flashing like fire. It was the innate divine eyes of the Bailuan divine bird, piercing through the obscuring evil energy and revealing the scene ahead. Master, let go of me. We're going to crash. The hanging wall bird shouted loudly, its feathers standing on end. Let go of your grandpa. Do you want to kill the master? Zhengjing activated his internal energy and cursed. Have you grown white wings? Hurry up and fly. He held onto the hanging wall bird's green dragon horn tightly. The hanging wall bird flapped its wings with all its might, but in the continuous tumbling, it could not fly at all, yet it still provided some cushioning. Then, both man and bird crashed hard to the ground, rolling away from each other. Zhengjing felt a heavy impact all over his body, as if he had fallen into disarray, his insides turning upside down, and he vomited blood as darkness filled his vision, feeling utterly weak. At this moment, the place where Zhengjing had originally stayed in Xianxiao City had already been reduced to rubble. Both elders breathed a sigh of relief. The older elder, not daring to delay, went elsewhere to quell the evil energy. The elder who had initially arranged accommodations for the disciples had a complicated expression. Elder Zhou furrowed his brow as he gazed at the flat ground ahead, murmuring, could it be that Xianxian has fallen into the hands of this young man? He had known Xianxian for a long time, and upon hearing that Xianxian intended to assassinate Zhengjing, he had lent a little assistance by handing over the evil energy to Xianxian for him to handle. This way, if the evil energy erupted in the city, he could avoid suspicion, and if it was exposed, it would fall on Xianxian. If it did not get exposed, he could use this leverage to control Xianxian and draw him into the camp of the Golden Ship of Salvation. If everything went smoothly, Xianxian should be in his residence now, and the evil energy he had just pushed forward contained Zhengjing's corpse. Originally, at this moment, Xianxian should have actively revealed himself, creating the illusion that he had never left his residence. The inner disciple beside him would have become Xianxian's witness. But Xianxian had vanished. It now seemed that Xianxian was most likely among the evil energy from just now. Had Zhengjing been found? No, he had not. Very good. Elder Zhou exhaled and thought to himself, if Xianxian is dead, that's fine. Dragging away the infinitely promising Zhengjing would still count as a significant gain. Once I report this matter and combine it with over 20 years of accumulated merits, I am sure it will be enough to receive the order to board the ship. With this thought, he turned and hurried to another place to quell the evil energy in the city. At this moment, Zhengjing finally began to recover from the haze. He slightly opened his mouth and vomited up the breakfast that Xie Guihai had prepared for him that morning, leaving behind a large patch of bloodstains. He felt as if his internal organs had been completely turned upside down. If he hadn't cultivated internal energy in his organs, he might have died on the spot. He gasped as he crawled up and thought to himself, thank goodness for the wall bird. If it hadn't flapped its wings to cushion the fall, I would have probably splattered into a meat pie when I hit the ground. Where's that silly bird? He quickly got up, found the nearest Polonia wood box, and rummaged inside for the 5 elements creation pill, swallowing it whole. The abundant spiritual energy nourished his organs, healed his injuries, and provided additional medicinal effects to help him recover the internal energy he had previously expended. Meanwhile, a tree planted in a ceramic pot crawled out from within the Polonia wood box, swaying unsteadily, clearly dizzy from being turned around inside. Wallbird, where are you? Zhengjing regained some strength, shouldered the wooden box, picked up the 5 elements creation tree, and called out left and right. Just then, a half-dead voice came from 100 steps away. Master, I'm a bit cold. I'm here. Zhengjing hurried over to see a half-dead, green-horned, golden-feathered bird trembling on the ground. Li Zhengjing's expression changed slightly as he lifted his arm and discovered that a dark green energy was spreading over his skin, gradually freezing his blood and qi. The man and the bird had both been exposed to the evil energy, enveloped by it, and were rejected by Xuanzhou City. Earlier, they could still resist. But now both were injured and weakened, allowing the evil energy to invade their bodies. Only the 5 elements creation tree, hidden in the Paulownia wood box, seemed unaffected. Li Zhengjing circulated his internal energy to resist the evil energy, but before his internal energy could touch the evil energy, he sensed the golden book pages trembling slightly. All the evil energy on his body was absorbed by the golden book pages and transformed into pure spiritual energy. To the golden book pages. This evil energy was no different from poison. In an instant, Li Zhengjing felt warm all over, with no discomfort remaining. Suddenly, the wall bird's blood and qi surged. And after the evil energy penetrated its body, the auspicious bloodline of the Bailuan divine bird was activated. In a flash, a flame erupted from its body. Moments later, the wall bird was lively again, no longer feeling cold. The evil energy entered my body, and I thought I was done for. The wall bird shook itself, seeming more spirited than before. Then, the man and the bird exchanged glances. Is that it? Just that? Chapter 67, The Righteous Qi. Help me, Senior. The evil energy invading the body is quite troublesome for those at the true qi realm, but it is still possible to endure the pain, damage their true qi, and expel it through the acupoints. However, for those at the internal qi realm who have not opened their acupoints, it poses a deadly threat. Yet, this man and bird, the former possessing the golden book pages to absorb the evil energy, and the latter having an auspicious bloodline to counter the evil energy, found the invasion of evil energy to be trivial. Even the 5 elements creation tree was filled with disdain. At this moment, the man, the bird, and the tree finally calmed down. Li Zhengjing pondered. Chen Xian came out of the Yuhua Sect and has been on the cloud ship all the way. Where did this evil energy come from? The 5 elements creation tree waved its roots and said, he must have helpers in Xuanzhou City. The wall bird chimed in. He probably thought to kill us and cover his tracks by releasing the evil energy over our courtyard. When Xuanzhou City clears out the evil energy, it would be equivalent to helping him dispose of the bodies to the north. But he didn't expect that he would fall directly into our hands. After finishing, the wall bird soared into the sky and looked down, then landed on Li Zhengjing's shoulder after a moment. Master, that old ghost Chen Xian had his head chopped off by you, and his corpse was shaken out by Xuanzhou City, turning into mush. Did you see the direction of Xuanzhou City? If it weren't for Bird Ye's wings, I wouldn't have escaped without serious injuries, the wall bird muttered. If it weren't for Tree Ye's materials used to refine the 5 elements creation pill, how could I recover so quickly from my injuries? The 5 elements creation tree also protested, waving its branches and claiming credit. Injuries to the organs affect the foundation. Leaving behind hidden ailments will impact future cultivation. Master is overthinking. He is just being fanciful. The wall bird poked its head out of the Paulownia wood box, looking towards the direction of Xuanzhou City. With its innate divine eyes, it pierced through illusions and saw the scene ahead clearly. Then, the entire bird froze. Li Zhengjing's steps also halted. The sky ahead changed dramatically. Thunder rumbled, and fierce winds howled. Even the sunlight twisted under the residual power of the magic, as if it were being torn apart. The wind and clouds surged from the other side of Xuanzhou City, continuously rushing towards them. They're coming. The wall bird screamed. Run. Li Zhengjing glanced at the golden book pages, where the fortune showed. Ahead, Xuanzhou City encountered the ancient Moon Peak Master confronting the 3 major helmsmen of the Golden Ship of Salvation, residual power impacting, leaving no complete corpses. Without hesitation, he affixed a movement talisman to himself, turned, and dashed away in the opposite direction. He fled towards the north for 2 or 3 hours, until he had exhausted the residual spiritual energy of the movement talisman. The aftermath of the battle was already far out of sight. Only then did he stop, panting heavily, having nearly exhausted half of his internal energy. Who knew how long the battle between the immortals would last? Li Zhengjing cursed, took out the token given to him by the ancient Moon Peak Master, and couldn't help but shake his head, putting it away. According to the ancient Moon Peak Master's speculation, the Ghost Valley Spirit official must have hidden in Xuanzhou City after coming to the northern lands, waiting for the Yuhua Sect's reception, and the Golden Ship of Salvation must also have personnel already lurking in Xuanzhou City. Originally, he intended to give this token to the Ghost Valley Spirit official and use it to bring the Ghost Valley Spirit official aboard the cloud ship. Immediately returning to the Yuhua Sect, they were already very far from Xuanzhou City. Li Zhengjing frowned. What specific danger is it? The wall bird raised its wings, scratched its head, seemingly unable to remember, and had to dive back into the Paulownia wood box to flip through a few books. Found it. Every night, the evil aura erupts violently, surging like a landslide or tsunami. Even practitioners at the true Qi realm, once caught in it, cannot expel it completely in time, at most. They can hold on for a moment before being completely eroded by the evil energy. It turns out to be just evil energy. The hanging wall bird chuckled and said, "Is this even a big deal?" Before its voice faded, its gaze became frozen. Zhengjing noticed the commotion and looked to the north. He saw the sky ahead was shrouded in darkness. The heavens were as dark as ink, and on the ground, endless evil energy swept through like a mountain torrent breaching a dam. What was even more terrifying was that among the evil energy, strange figures flickered in and out of sight, and there were quite a number of them. Wait a minute. The hanging wall bird quickly turned to the next page and exclaimed, 17 years ago, various sects suppressed 1,000,000 demons. But the source of the evil energy in Mount Fengdu still exists. It seems to involve some huge secret, and for now, it can only be sealed, not eradicated. Because the source of the evil energy has not been extinguished, some of the 1,000,000 demons from back then inevitably escape detection among the hidden evil energy. And with the passage of time, new demons will surely be born. Besides that, countless soldiers of the Great Zhou court and disciples of various sects died in battle. Although most have been properly buried, many bodies lie buried in the northern lands, lost after the battle. If these corpses held on to their obsessions, or if they died with resentment, or even if they were killed by their own sect members, then under the erosion of the evil aura, they could potentially transform into demons. The establishment of the Twin Nine City was to completely isolate these demons in the north, preventing them from continuing to spread south and harming the central continent. Just as the hanging wall bird was about to fly up to the sky to take a look, it saw the sky changing again, gradually approaching. Damn it! Is it coming again? Run! Zhengjing picked up the phoenix wood box, affixed a new movement charm, and dashed out swiftly, cursing inwardly. It took a lot of effort to exchange for 3 movement charms, and now I've already used the second one. What a terrible place. He had initially considered that the phoenix wood box concealed the universe, and the previous 5 elements creation tree was hidden inside, not affected by the evil energy, so perhaps he could hide in there himself. But at that moment, the battle between the Lord of Ancient Moon Peak and the 3 steersmen of the Golden Boat of Transcendence had once again shifted towards the north. The phoenix wood box might block the erosion of the evil aura, but in the aftermath of the battle between humans and immortals, it would likely be turned to fragments. Sir, where are we running to? The hanging wall bird cried in panic. There's evil energy ahead, and who knows how many demons are inside. Behind us is a battle of humans and immortals. If the aftermath sweeps over, even our strong bodies can't withstand it. The hanging wall bird wailed. I'm only 8 years old. I haven't even married yet, and I'm going to die? Shut up. Zhengjing cursed inwardly. How do I know which way to run? He couldn't help but take out a spirit stone and was about to put it in his mouth to find direction from the fortune of the golden pages. However, at that moment, a flash of white light suddenly flickered in the northwest, majestic and pure. This was clearly a figure from a righteous immortal sect. But why wasn't this figure helping the Lord of Ancient Moon Peak? Zhengjing hurriedly glanced at the golden pages and found that the fortune hadn't changed. It seemed he would still die from the backlash of the great transformation sword Qi in the Dian Cave, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Then he adjusted his direction and headed towards the majestic white light. The hanging wall bird also saw that radiant white light and was overjoyed, shouting, "Senior, save me." Before its voice could fade, the majestic white light trembled slightly and suddenly disappeared. Zhengjing stopped in his tracks. The atmosphere then fell into silence. Was this person a bit scared? Chapter 68. The ground full of divine corpses. Mad humans and immortals. The evil energy surged from ahead. The battle of humans and immortals was moving towards them from behind. At this moment, they were caught in between, unable to advance or retreat. They had finally discovered the brilliance of righteous energy, seeking the protection of a strong person, only for the hanging wall bird to shout, causing that senior to retract their power. Would you die if you didn't shout? The 5 elements creation tree extended its roots, waving and cursing, now that you shouted. They fled. We might just die. If they had no intention of providing protection, the outcome would be the same whether they shouted or not. Zhengjing's expression grew serious as he said, "Let us follow the direction we just came from and take a look. It can't get worse than our current situation." He glanced at the fortune on the golden pages, confirming that continuing forward would endanger his life. And then he moved forward another 10 miles to find a temple that had collapsed on one side. After hesitating for a moment, he ultimately crossed the ruins and entered the temple. This temple was not large, but from the damaged murals, broken pillars, and the stones on the ground, one could tell that it had been finely crafted and quite clever in its construction. He placed one hand on the hilt of the dragon pattern evil suppression sword and peered inside. The divine altar was empty, and below it was strewn with rubble. "Sir, It's empty here, the hanging wall bird said, poking its head out. Although this temple is dilapidated, it has managed to leave remnants in this northern land. So it might have some remarkable significance, Zhengjing said. Look at the rubble on the ground. The 5 elements creation tree crawled out from the phoenix wood box and said, "This is a divine corpse." Divine corpse? Zhengjing's expression changed slightly as he focused his gaze, seeing the rubble on the ground and noting that the golden pages showed no signs of movement. He furrowed his brow even tighter. The hanging wall bird flew out and landed on the ground, looking around, but after a long while, it didn't detect anything unusual. Isn't this just ordinary stone? This is celestial domain divine stone, which can be carved into divine statues. The 5 elements creation tree waved its branches and said, "There are many such divine statues in the southern wilderness, all carved from celestial stones, and when sincerely worshipped by devotees, they can manifest." It continued, "I've seen many divine statues in the southern wilderness that can manifest. They are true gods. But here, the statues are broken, so the gods must be dead. This rubble is the remains of the divine corpses." The hanging wall bird shivered and mumbled, "Just a pile of stones, but hearing it from you sounds quite eerie." Zhengjing sensed something strange. He squatted down and picked up a piece of rubble, feeling an odd familiarity. After a moment, he reached into the phoenix wood box and took out the fragment of jade left by Yuan Zhengfeng. One was a fragment of jade, and the other was rubble. Zhengjing vaguely felt that this fragment of jade and the rubble shared an alternative similarity, but it was hard to express. Moreover, the fragment of jade gave him a sense of vitality, while the rubble was completely lifeless, indistinguishable from ordinary rocks. Was this really the body of a deity? Could the righteous energy from earlier have been released from these fragments? Better keep 2 pieces for further inspection. Zhengjing glanced at the golden pages, confirming that this wouldn't pose a crisis, and then picked up 2 pieces of rubble, placing them alongside the fragment of jade. He looked at the rubble on the ground, and then turned his gaze to the 5 elements creation tree, pondering. Years ago, the first one Jia Crossing World Celestial Master confirmed that the ascension of the summer lift was a scam, that there were no true immortals in the heavens, which is why he sought to forge the golden boat of transcendence. If there were truly deities in the world, then why would the 3 successive Jia Crossing World Celestial Masters and the senior figures of the golden boat of transcendence still firmly believe in the notion that there are no true immortals in the heavens? I don't know about that. The 5 elements creation tree waved its branches and said, "But from what I've seen over the years in the southern wilderness, these deities don't seem to be immortal. They can fight wars due to conflicts between tribes, and they can be killed, and those fallen deities turn into worthless stones, called divine corpses." It seemed to recall something, waving its branches again, saying, "Moreover, when I was 100 years old, there was a deity called the Great True Heaven who died of old age. Before his death, a celestial being from Zhongzhou came to visit, wanting his complete divine body after his death. However, they couldn't reach an agreement, and in a fit of anger, they slaughtered 12 tribes that worshipped the Great True Heaven." The wall-hanging bird suddenly realized and said, "So this celestial being is the first master you killed?" Zhengjing ignored this bird and tree, his mind turning. These so-called deities also have a lifespan limit and will age and die over time? From what the 5 elements creation tree said, this should be another path of cultivation, thus transcending the mundane existence, which is roughly equivalent to the realm of human immortals. He looked at the rubble on the ground and began to understand that this was not the heavenly god he recognized as being on par with true immortals. But what was the purpose of that celestial being wanting a so-called complete divine body back then? "Sir, look, there are characters here." The wall-hanging bird, with its innate divine eyes, suddenly saw that there were inscriptions on the divine platform. The platform was half a zhang high, and the characters were engraved at the base where the idol was originally enshrined. If not viewed from above, it would be hard to see. Zhengjing heard the voice and leaned in to take a look. The wall-hanging bird and the 5 elements creation tree also crowded in to see. "Wall-hanging." Zhengjing suddenly spoke. "Sir?" The wall-hanging bird seemed to understand something, its eyes darting. "The characters above are quite complicated. They look like ancient script," Zhengjing said. "You have read extensively, so you should be able to understand, right?" The wall-hanging bird replied sullenly, "To be honest, sir, although I am well-read, all my readings are from the great Zhou publications, and I really can't understand this ancient script." "I can understand." Just then, another head squeezed over from the side, its eyes wide open as it carefully recognized the ancient characters on the divine platform. In an instant, the atmosphere fell silent. In the temple, one could hear a pin drop. A man, a bird, and a tree all stood frozen, slowly turning their heads to the left. The person on the left had disheveled hair, tattered clothes, an aged appearance, biting his nails, seemingly quite troubled. He also tilted his head to look at this man, bird, and tree. The atmosphere fell silent once again. Before looking at the text, I have a question to ask. The strange old man scratched his head and said, recently, a strangely shaped dog thief said he could cure my madness and make me normal. Do you think, according to today's laws, he has infringed upon my rights as a madman? The strange old man asked seriously, can you three help me judge whether I can go to the capital and sue him for execution? The atmosphere fell silent once more. After a long while, the wall-hanging bird trembled and said, from what you said, it seems you can't file a complaint. Why? The strange old man asked angrily. From your words, it seems he hasn't cured your madness. The wall-hanging bird lowered its voice and hesitated. At most, it can be considered an attempted infringement. Then didn't I let him stab me with so many needles for nothing? And he even wanted to split my head open. Simply insane. The strange old man grew even angrier, his aura surging, causing the temple to sway. A white light appeared around him, which was the righteous aura Li Zhengjing had seen before. Don't panic, senior. This bird is well-read, talented, and can turn black and white upside down. Chapter 69. You finally came, creditor. No anesthesia? Hearing the last emphatic sentence, the strange old man finally nodded with some satisfaction. The wall-hanging bird quietly approached Li Zhengjing's ear. Sir, my literary talent is not as good as yours, and I can't turn black and white upside down as well as you can. If I can't do it, then I'll be done for. You handle it yourself. Li Zhengjing maintained his usual expression, pulling down the wall-hanging bird. Meanwhile, the 5 elements creation tree shrank back, trembling, not daring to speak. At this moment, the strange old man mumbled about wanting to kill that dog thief, growing angrier with each thought. And the aura around him became even stronger. The man, tree, and bird all began to tremble. Senior, let's look at the text. Li Zhengjing quickly spoke, pointing to the divine platform. Hearing this, the strange old man touched his head, his anger dissipating, mumbling about the dog thief, and moved closer to examine the characters above. Then the temple fell silent once more. In this dead silence, every breath felt exceedingly long, as if sitting on a flame being roasted. Finally, the senior wall-hanging bird couldn't help but speak quietly. Huh. The strange old man was startled and then asked in confusion, who are you three? Li Zhengjing took a deep breath and said, Senior, you said you were going to look at the text. Oh, I almost forgot. I've been running away lately and haven't rested, feeling a bit drowsy. The strange old man leaned closer to the divine platform and looked for a while. Li Zhengjing was afraid he would fall asleep again and quietly reminded him. This is one of the official scripts from the early Great Zhou period, belonging to the founding of the Great Zhou. The strange old man stroked his beard and pondered. At that time, the Great Zhou court pacified various regions in Zhongzhou, unifying the different languages and scripts. So this ancient script is something that very few in the younger generation understand. If one wants to understand this ancient script, it is actually closely related to the current characters. For example, the 5 elements creation tree burrowed into the phoenix wood box. The wall-hanging bird looked at Li Zhengjing with a dazed expression. Meanwhile, Li Zhengjing maintained his composure, still steady, but he was cursing inwardly. He took a deep breath, finally forcing a smile, pointed to the first character, and asked, Senior, what is this character? This line? Let me see. The strange old man said as he glanced at it, then read it out loud. This deep sleep, relying on secret methods, preserved my life, allowing the speed of my lifespan's passing to ease slightly, managing to survive for 300 years, but ultimately, I have reached the end of my life. Since the Tianqing Taoist master 3,000 years ago, there have been no ascenders. And it is heard that the tomb of the Tianqing Taoist master has also fallen into the hands of the crossing the world golden ship, perhaps in the 9 heavens. There have never been any immortals or gods. Ascension may just be a deception. It is likely that ancient cultivators, upon reaching the end of their lifespan, out of fear of death, hoped for the 9 heavens above, ultimately becoming the highest pursuit of later generations. This time, when I emerge from seclusion, I have no more expectations. I just wish to travel through this world in my final days and see what this great Zhou dynasty, which has cost me countless efforts, is like in this peaceful era. Any era's brilliance inevitably hides dirt and filth. Although this great Zhou dynasty has its shortcomings, it can be considered a prosperous scene overall. As the first national master of the great Zhou dynasty, I am quite satisfied with the current state of the world. When the strange old man read to this point, he paused, scratching his head, looking quite troubled. He looked at Li Zhengjing and said in confusion, the first national master of the great Zhou dynasty? I think I know him. But the Tianqing Taoist master mentioned earlier sounds even more familiar, and seeing this name feels quite intimate. After speaking, he showed an angry expression and cursed. But what is the crossing the world golden ship? Just hearing about it makes me angry. I feel like killing someone. He raised his hand, causing the entire temple to shake, and the tiles on the roof clattered down. The wall-hanging bird was so scared it dove into the phoenix wood box. Li Zhengjing retreated a dozen steps, hurriedly calling out, Senior, there's more text behind. Continue reading. The strange old man's aura immediately stagnated. He fell silent for a moment, as if pondering something, then raised his head and asked, "Where did I read to just now?" The strange old man exclaimed, then looked at the characters on the divine platform and continued to read. It has been heard that 12 years ago, the northern Fengdu mountain collapsed, unleashing 1,000,000 demons and evils. The great Zhou court, along with various forces, suppressed it, and afterward quelled the chaos, sealing the source of the evil energy, thus establishing the Double Nine City to monitor the northern lands for any disturbances. I recall an old friend from years past, and so I traveled north to this place, only to find the temple in ruins and the divine body shattered. The 9 great deities that once protected the northern lands have all fallen under the onslaught of 1,000,000 demons and evils, along with countless common people. My old friend is gone, and my heart is deeply saddened. Reflecting on the past, there are endless regrets. I contemplate that at the end of my life, I should take actions that benefit the world. With my frail body nearing its lifespan, I wish to journey to the site of Fengdu Mountain to suppress the source of evil. The old man paused at this thought, falling into contemplation. Zhengjing sighed and said, "The source of evil beneath Fengdu Mountain has left the entire Great Zhou court, the 3 great sects, various Buddhist temples, and other Taoist sects at a loss. This Grand Master of the Great Zhou actually has the thought of suppressing it with his own body, which is truly admirable. However, seeing the overwhelming evil from the north sweeping across the heavens and earth, it is evident that this first Grand Master of the Great Zhou did not succeed in sealing the source of evil 5 years ago." At this moment, the wall-hanging bird in the Paulownia wood box also poked its head out, sighing, "What a sage-like figure." This senior has suddenly fallen into deep thought, likely shocked by the Grand Master's great dedication, and should not go mad again, right? Bah! What 9 great deities protecting the north? The old man suddenly cursed. They are just a group of dying false gods, who fled and died here. He pointed to the altar and shouted, "You false gods, how dare you call yourselves gods? I have seen true gods. I have seen true gods. Ha ha." Suddenly, he burst into wild laughter and struck the altar with a palm. With a thunderous sound, the altar shattered into ashes. Zhengjing picked up the Paulownia wood box and retreated more than 10 steps, wanting to exit the temple. However, at that moment, a flash of light suddenly flickered from the ashes of the altar, transforming into a human figure that emerged from the dust. I knew that upon seeing these words, you would surely be enraged and smash the altar. This figure was vague and indistinct, laughing heartily as its gaze directly bypassed the mad old man and focused on Zhengjing, revealing a strong killing intent. "You have finally come, creditor." Chapter 70. He once shattered a true god. The temple collapsed with a roar. Zhengjing continued to retreat. Amidst the swirling dust, the mad old man stood there, motionless for a while. However, the vague figure that emerged from the altar's words was fixated on Zhengjing, its killing intent evident. It seemed to think that its creditor had seen the words and smashed the altar. What was even more terrifying was that it seemed to have determined that Zhengjing was its creditor. Its killing intent sent chills down one's spine. The old wall-hanging bird trembled and said, "Did you lend him money before? Otherwise, why don't we be generous and cancel the debt? Look at how he clearly intends to default. He is obviously not the type who will pay back. I don't know him." Zhengjing felt dry and parched. He didn't even need to use the golden pages to know who this figure was. The one who left words to suppress the source of evil. The first Grand Master of the Great Zhou. But why would the other party think that he was its creditor? At this moment, the figure was fixated on Zhengjing, its expression complex. "With your opportunity, my ancestors and I have all become immortals. Until my generation, when I awakened from slumber this time. Over 2,300 years have passed. The opportunity you bestowed is now in my hands, having been nurtured and grown to maturity. Now that the opportunity is ripe, I expect you to come and reap it. But when you arrive here, I have already suppressed Fengdu Mountain." The figure spoke with a serious tone, saying, "I thought that even at my peak, I would have no absolute confidence in truly sealing the source of evil. As I grow old and near death, my hopes are even more dim. So I have been waiting for you." Its figure had completely dissipated, and its voice gradually faded into silence. The originally broken temple had turned into a wasteland. Zhengjing fell into silence. Not to mention the bird and tree, at least here, apart from him. There was also this mad old man. Moreover, it was this mad old man who smashed the altar. So why did this first Grand Master of the Great Zhou only focus on him? Why did he determine that he was the creditor? Was it because of the 1,000 illusions, Divine Lord? What kind of opportunity that took over 2,000 years to nurture and mature was it, really? Zhengjing's thoughts turned. This first Grand Master of the Great Zhou was unwilling to let the results of 3 generations be easily taken away by this creditor. So was this arrangement to force the creditor to seal the source of evil at the bottom of Fengdu Mountain? The first Grand Master of the Great Zhou believed he could not seal the source of evil, so he wanted to use this creditor's hand to do it? Or did he want to use the source of evil to eliminate this creditor? Was this the last act of the first Grand Master of the Great Zhou to benefit all beings at the end of his life? He held his breath slightly, thinking, 3 generations of immortals, after over 2,000 years of time, then this creditor's age must be at least 2,000 years or even 3,000 years or more. As far as he knew, even transcendent immortals would not live more than 1,000 years. Even so-called deities would age and die over time. So what kind of existence was this creditor that had survived for thousands of years without dying? Wait, there is something wrong. Where exactly is the issue? Li Zhengjing's pupils constricted, and countless thoughts surged in his heart. He vaguely felt he had grasped some crucial clue. But at that moment, a loud roar was heard. You are the creditor? The mad old man roared angrily, suddenly slapping over. In an instant, light flickered, shaking 100 miles. Before the palm even approached, Li Zhengjing felt as if he was about to be torn apart by the residual force. Not good. Li Zhengjing's body stiffened. And he didn't even have time to swallow a spirit stone, only able to gather all his spirit and glance at the golden pages. His fortune was still the same as before, just like in the past, destined to die from the backlash of the Dian Cave's void transformation, sword chi. But clearly, he was about to die right now. In an instant, Li Zhengjing's mind went blank. He exerted all his strength, desperately activating the fire departure divine sword in his left palm. The sword chi was sharp, and the fire was blazing. Just as he was about to exhaust all his strength to unleash the oppressive force of the fire departure divine sword, it all dissipated. He carefully observed Li Zhengjing, looking for a long time, and said, Young sect master, why are you getting uglier and uglier? Your cultivation has also declined. Oh. The mad old man scratched his head and said, but why did he mistake you for the creditor earlier? Li Zhengjing's body stiffened. Then he whispered, maybe he has gone mad like you. The mad old man seemed to find this quite reasonable, nodding thoughtfully. Since he went to the bottom of Fengdu Mountain, he probably, like me, encountered a true god and went mad. Li Zhengjing paused and whispered, true god? The mad old man laughed heartily, looking around and lowering his voice. This is a secret. I only tell you, I encountered a true god. Li Zhengjing glanced at the ruins of the temple and asked, if the ones in the temple are false gods, then what are true gods like? The mad old man was stunned for a moment, and then said blankly, true god? What is a true god like? I can't remember. Wait a minute, I'll remember that the true god is shattered. He acted as if he were insane, laughing heartily, waving his arms, and shouting, I encountered a true god. I smashed him. He is dead. The legendary true god can also die. Tears fell from his eyes as he trembled, saying, I killed a god. I smashed a true god. He lost control of his emotions, releasing all his energy, causing the surrounding earth to tremble and the void to distort, directly flipping Li Zhengjing away. The sky was dark and filled with swirling dust, as if a huge storm was about to form. Old man, this old man has gone mad again. The wall-hanging bird exclaimed. His energy is too overwhelming. We can't hold on. Let's run quickly. Senior. Li Zhengjing gathered his internal energy and shouted loudly. Only false gods will be destroyed. That must be a false god. You did not kill a true god. Impossible. He is a true god. The mad old man's eyes were bloodshot as he roared. You little brat. Do you wish to ruin my Dao heart? I'll kill you. He raised his palm and rushed over, then paused. Huh, young sect master? What are you doing here? I was just wandering around and accidentally came here, Li Zhengjing mumbled. Oh, then let me tell you a secret, but you mustn't tell anyone. The mad old man looked around and said mysteriously, I ran into the true god. I'm not interested in that secret. Li Zhengjing immediately waved his hand, paused for a moment, and said, how about we talk about the creditor? Creditor? The mad old man scratched his head and mumbled. I heard this guy wants to snatch opportunities from our Kunlun Immortal Sect. No, it seems he wants to snatch opportunities from the whole world. Anyway, I remember the sect leader said that as long as we see him, we must do whatever it takes to kill him. Speaking of this, the mad old man looked even more confused and said, but the creditor died here, right? I remember he died along with the sect leader of Yuhua Immortal Sect on Fengdu Mountain. Yeah, he is dead, so why worry about it? Li Zhengjing whispered. What if he is not dead? The mad old man was stunned for a moment, then murmured, what if he is not dead? Right, the true god can't die. What if he is not dead? Ha ha ha, he is not dead. He must be alive. This old man has gone mad again. Li Zhengjing retreated several steps, feeling quite troubled. He speculated that this so-called creditor was very likely the Thousand Illusions god monarch. But this old man was erratic and unpredictable. Any topic could lead back to the true god, making communication impossible and truly giving one a headache. Just as Li Zhengjing felt quite helpless, He saw the mad old man laughing heartily and rushing forward. The true god won't die. He died. He is still there. I'm going to find him. He can definitely take me to ascend. I'm going to ascend. I'm going to become an immortal. Ha ha. Watching the mad old man run wildly, Zhengjing was left dumbfounded. At that moment, the hanging wall bird poked its head out and whispered, "Master, what do we do now? It's getting late, and the sun is setting, casting darkness ahead." An endless wave of sinister energy had begun to sweep in, creating a disaster scene like a sandstorm. Fleeing towards Shuangzhou City now might not get us out of the range of the storm. Moreover, it seems that the commotion of the human and immortal battle over there hasn't settled yet. Zhengjing glanced at the golden book page and swallowed a miscellaneous spiritual stone. He immediately understood the direction. "Let's go. Follow him," Zhengjing said. Although he has gone mad, he is still at the human immortal level. The sinister energy can't approach him within 10 zhang. If we stay close to him, we fear the erosion of the sinister energy. Even if there are any remnants of evil or newly born sinister creatures, with him by our side, we'll be safe and sound. The hanging wall bird hesitated and said, "But he has gone mad." The 5 elements creation tree couldn't help but stretch out a branch and said, "I think this old man is more dangerous than the sinister energy. What if he accidentally kills us?" Zhengjing then pointed to himself and said, in his eyes, "The only person in the world who has achieved the great transformation and void transformation sword chi is the young sect master of Kunlun Immortal Sect, and right now, I am the young master of Kunlun. I almost forgot, there's also the master, this counterfeit, who can serve as our life-saving talisman." Hearing this, the hanging wall bird said quickly, "Then let's follow him. He is running too fast, and we might not catch up later." This mad old man is also at the human immortal level, and if he really wanted to hurry, they would naturally be unable to keep up. But he was running wildly, not using any magical powers or movement techniques, just running freely. The mad old man walked steadily through the storm of sinister energy, as stable as a rock. All the sinister energy was pushed back 10 zhang away by his righteous aura. Zhengjing approached within 5 zhang of him, feeling relieved. It was like hiding in a temple during a storm, giving a sense of security from the wind and rain. "Master, something is not right." The hanging wall bird poked its head out and said, "This guy is heading north, going the wrong way." The 5 elements creation tree stretched out a branch and waved its roots, saying, "What should we do?" "Huh." The mad old man suddenly turned around in surprise and said, "Are you also going this way?" Zhengjing nodded and replied, "It's on the way." The mad old man immediately became even more excited and said, "I'm planning to go to Fengdu Mountain to wait for death. Do you want to die together?" "Wait, die?" Zhengjing froze immediately. The hanging wall bird and the 5 elements creation tree quickly shrank back into the phoenix wood box. This mad old man is planning to send himself to death? What are we following him for? Just as this person, bird, and tree felt at a loss, they saw 6 or 7 figures slowly emerging from the sinister energy ahead. As they approached, they realized that those 6 or 7 figures were actually incomplete corpses. "Master, look at their clothes. They seem to be disciples of one of the 3 great immortal sects, the Yuhua Immortal Sect." The hanging wall bird poked its head out and said, "They must have died many years ago. Under the erosion of the sinister energy, they've turned into sinister creatures, probably sensing our living blood energy and coming to feast on our flesh and blood. The dead have passed, and their souls have long returned to the underworld. You sinister beings that steal corpses are truly despicable." The mad old man suddenly spoke, his tone cold and his gaze sharp, surprisingly very clear-headed. He stepped forward and casually pressed down. With a single palm, white light surged. The 6 or 7 figures in front instantly vanished into thin air, completely obliterated. "Who exactly is this old man from Kunlun Immortal Sect?" The hanging wall bird gasped and said, "Those 6 or 7 things would have taken us quite a bit of effort to deal with, but he waved his hand, and they disappeared. His ability is not inferior to my grandfather." After the mad old man made his move, the light in his eyes gradually faded, becoming muddled again. He scratched his head and suddenly thought of something. He looked at Zhengjing with suspicion and said, when encountering danger, "You all shrink back and make me go up alone to kill them. Do you think I'm your laborer?" Anger rose in him as he scolded. "I'm just mad. Do you think I'm stupid?" Before his voice fell, a figure appeared ahead, slowly walking over with stiff movements. Compared to the 6 or 7 figures before, this figure was even slower and had one arm severed, struggling to maintain balance, looking as if it would topple over at any moment. "This one is clearly weak. Let the bird lord deal with it." The hanging wall bird spread its wings and flew up, saying, "Old man, open your eyes and see clearly. We are not relying on you to walk through this sinister energy. We have our own strength." It opened its mouth and unleashed the fire separation divine ability. The sinister energy was instantly dispersed. Then the flames enveloped that figure. Under its fire separation divine ability, not to mention a corpse. Even metal could be melted away. However, amidst the flames, that figure showed no change, still walking slowly with stiff movements. "Master, save me." Zhengjing drew his sword from its sheath, stepping forward. His left hand ready with the fire separation sword, and his right hand struck out, thunder rumbling. The 5 thunder-breaking mountain blade. As this blade sliced through, there was a sound of metal clashing, ringing loudly. "Quick, retreat." Zhengjing quickly used the clear wind following shadow technique, pulling the hanging wall bird back as he gritted his teeth and said, "His physical body is harder than refined iron. This is the remains of a human immortal." "Huh, I know this person." The mad old man moved closer, clicking his tongue and saying, "Isn't he the 7th Pulse headmaster of Yuhua Immortal Sect? He died a miserable death. His body is all broken, and the sinister energy has entered his body, condensing the little bit of obsession left in his remaining magical power." After saying this, he suddenly paused, his expression becoming serious, a light flickering in his eyes, and his tone turned grave as he said, "The 7th true person of Lufu. In life was a human immortal. After death, he gathered sinister energy, and his obsession did not dissipate, turning into great evil. Since we meet today, I will suppress you. Let you rest in peace, so as not to become a disaster in the world, and not be at peace after death." He moved forward, his aura exploding, and the sinister energy was immediately pushed away like a tide. "He is not mad," the hanging wall bird said in astonishment. "It seems that the old man has been treated halfway, which is why he sometimes acts crazy and sometimes doesn't. The 5 elements creation tree extends its branches. And so it goes. The dog thief mentioned by the old man is likely the spirit official of Ghost Valley." Zhengjing whispered to himself, thinking this way. The medical skills of the spirit official of Ghost Valley are full of mysteries. He has the ability to treat this mad old man's condition. The spirit official of Ghost Valley has sought help from the Feathered Immortal Sect, and the meeting place is in the city of Shuangjiao in the northern land. He focused his mind and glanced at the golden page, where it showed, standing still at the original place, watching the Supreme Elder Su Ji of the Kunlun Immortal Sect battle against the deceased 7th seat of the Luofu Immortal Sect, affected by residual power, leaving no complete corpse. "Damn, run." Zhengjing activated the movement talisman, picked up the hanging bird, and ran wildly. Cursing, this old man no longer cares about the identity of the Kunlun young master. This battle has no intention of protecting us at all. He vaguely understood that the mad old man was currently fighting the 7th seat of Luofu, and at this moment, his sanity had probably returned to some normalcy. Realizing that he was not the young master of the Kunlun Immortal Sect, so the Su Ji had no intention of caring about his life or death. Zhengjing ran frantically, with evil energy sweeping in front, dark and ominous. He casually took out Chunyu's relic, bit it in his mouth, and illuminated the path ahead. "Sir, the direction is off." "Which direction is this?" "It seems to be northwest." "Then where are we going?" "But what if this old man is no longer mad? What if after the fight, he doesn't revert to being a madman?" The 5 elements creation tree extended its roots and asked, "Damn it, which dog thief is treating him for no reason?" The hanging bird said indignantly, "If we survive this time, I will definitely help this mad old man write a complaint letter to the capital. The evil energy entering our bodies isn't a big issue for us. Even if the dark and evil energy sweeps like a storm, we just need to hold on." Zhengjing frowned slightly and whispered, "The biggest problem now is that among this dark energy, there are all sorts of demons and spirits, countless monsters. If we encounter any human corpses or evil ghost kings next, we won't be able to handle it." Just as he was feeling troubled, he suddenly felt a fierce sensation, and out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of a green light. He immediately felt uneasy and quickly turned his head to see a green light coming from the southern horizon, at the edge of the dark sky. It seemed that the other party had already sensed their presence, heading straight in their direction. "Is someone coming to save us?" the hanging bird said excitedly. "That light looks a bit evil. It might be coming to kill us." Zhengjing quickly put away the night pearl he got from Chunyuyu, cursing in his heart, "Damn Chunyuyu. Can't even rest in peace after dying, leaving behind a relic that wants to harm me?" After cutting off the light of the night pearl, he changed direction and fled. The green light seemed to lose direction, flickering and gradually dimming, and finally fell from the sky like a shooting star. What exactly was that green light? Zhengjing couldn't help but look at the golden page, and was immediately alarmed. Fortune, the 9th helmsman of the world-ferrying golden ship, has been severely injured by the master of Ancient Moon Peak of the Feathered Immortal Sect, and has immediately left the battlefield. Now his blood energy is dissipating, urgently in need of blood food. Just now, you used the night pearl to illuminate the path, and have been detected by the 9th helmsman, although there are endless evil energies blocking perception. He has a secret method to lock onto you, and will soon come to kill you for food to replenish his injuries. The method to change fate is as follows: insufficient spiritual energy. Li Zhengjing's heart trembled, and without hesitation, he took out a low-grade spirit stone and stuffed it into his mouth. Immediately, the method to change fate was revealed. Head north. Leap when you encounter a river. He immediately no longer hesitated and ran northward. At this moment, his heart was also filled with countless shocks. The three great helmsmen of the world-faring golden ship besieged the master of ancient Moon Peak, and now one of the helmsmen had been severely injured. Forced to leave the battlefield and dare not continue fighting? He could take on three and still have the upper hand? How powerful is this master of ancient Moon Peak? Li Zhengjing's heart was filled with shock, but he didn't dare to delay and continued to run. He didn't know how long it had been, but he heard the sound of flowing water and was overjoyed. He took out the night pearl, held it in his mouth, and illuminated the path ahead. After hearing the sound of water, he continued running, and after about half a stick of incense, he vaguely saw a river ahead. It was a small river, no more than 15 feet wide. The water flowed gently, the sound was soft, but the sound of water traveled very far. Upon closer inspection, the river was a dark blue color, with countless firefly-like glowing points floating on it, full of ghostly fire. His heart trembled, and he quickly stopped, but vaguely felt a stabbing pain in his back. Could it be that the ninth helmsman of the world-faring golden ship is already near, and his killing intent has become tangible? Li Zhengjing thought this way, and in a daze, he seemed to feel a gaze watching him from the darkness behind. He didn't dare hesitate and rushed forward, channeling his internal energy, suddenly leaping. He crossed the river, which was less than 2 zhang wide, in a single leap. Then he didn't dare to stop and continued running. After about half an hour, he saw a green light appear in the darkness, an old man leaning on a cane, breathing heavily, coming forward. The evil energy in the darkness was repelled by the green light surrounding him, unable to approach. However, he leaned on his cane. His steps were difficult. Although he had stopped the bleeding, there was still a huge wound on his abdomen, and even a piece of his kidney seemed to be missing. He was severely injured, with only 2 or 3 out of 10 of his combat power remaining, and there were countless dangers in this evil energy, making him dare not easily fly into the sky. He runs really fast. Could it be that he sensed the old man, and in a panic, crossed the Nether River and came into Fengdu Mountain? The ninth helmsman revealed an unusual expression, murmuring, "From the residual aura, his cultivation is not too high. How can he move like the wind in the night's tidal evil energy, so strangely fast? Logically, he should have been eroded by the evil energy, his mind unclear, gradually turning into a demon or something like that." As he said this, he tightened his grip, his brows furrowing deeper, pondering. This person has the aura of Suji, and the residual aura of the master of ancient Moon Peak condensed by his magical power. At this moment, the old man looks at the Nether River ahead, his heart a little hesitant. But the aura on the other party involves Suji and the master of ancient Moon Peak. More importantly, the injury on his abdomen, left by the master of ancient Moon Peak, is continuously worsening. He is too injured now, and if the injury continues to worsen, it may endanger his life. He urgently needs blood food to fill the wound and stop the injury from worsening. In the direction of Shuangjiu City, various forces elders have activated the formation, using the entire Shuangjiu City as a treasure to shake the human immortals. And to the north of Shuangjiu City, all are evil spirits, corpses, and lost souls. This is the only blood food he has sensed. Forget it, the old man has been to Fengdu Mountain before. Revisiting the old place is no harm. The ninth helmsman thrust his cane into the ground, and the green light burst forth, directly crossing the Nether River and landing on the other side. He looked ahead, his gaze deep, murmuring, "The old man must quickly find this person. With his little ability, he must not be eaten by the evil beings inside Fengdu Mountain." The old man, based on the residual aura, locked onto the direction and quickened his pace forward. At this moment, Li Zhengjing was using the movement talisman, constantly fleeing. But in the next moment, he felt his speed suddenly slowed down. Oh no! He looked down and his face changed dramatically. The movement talisman has run out of spiritual energy? After crossing the river, the evil energy became increasingly dense. The golden page continuously absorbed the invading evil energy within him. However, the divine movement talisman outside of him had already been eroded by evil energy. Originally, this talisman contained limited spiritual energy, which would continue to weaken with use. At this moment, under the erosion of the evil energy, its consumption was even faster, and it had lost its luster, turning to ashes. Li Zhengjing's expression changed slightly, and he felt even more uneasy. Logically speaking, following the guidance of the Golden Book page, he should have already escaped the fate of being consumed by the ninth helmsman of the world-crossing golden ship after crossing the river to the north. However, the feeling of unease in his heart grew stronger, and he thought, that bastard behind me is still chasing relentlessly? How could the dignified helmsman of the world-crossing golden ship be so desperate? Is my flesh as a decent person truly so appealing to the evil path? Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. To the left front, 12 miles away, there is a safe zone. Who? Li Zhengjing's face changed drastically as he gripped the dragon pattern evil-suppressing knife tightly. The surroundings were empty, filled only with eerie evil energy and ghostly green flames. That voice materialized again. The helmsman of the world-crossing golden ship is already less than 30 miles behind you. 5 miles ahead. There are 36 corpses of inner sect elders from the Kunlun Immortal Sect. In life, they were all at the True Qi realm, and they formed the Tian Gang sword array back in the day, but they perished here, their hearts filled with resentment, and under the influence of the evil energy. They have turned into corpse ghosts. This is the outskirts of Fengdu Mountain. The deeper you go, the closer you are to the source of the Yin energy, where demons and evil abound, filled with wandering souls and corpse ghosts. At this moment, you are the only blood food within this Fengdu Mountain. When you cross the underworld river, they had already awakened. Li Zhengjing's expression changed, his mind focused, and he glanced at the golden book page. He immediately stopped hesitating and rushed toward the left front, as described by the voice. Although he no longer had the divine movement talisman, his speed slowed significantly. However, he gathered all the internal energy from his organs into his legs, using the Qingfeng Su Ying technique, and his speed was still far superior to that of a peak true Qi practitioner. Along the way, he was disturbed by many souls tainted by evil energy, and various corpse ghosts attacked him, but they were of low cultivation and were all cut down by him with the dragon pattern evil-suppressing knife. However, these obstacles still slowed him down, making him even more anxious. The helmsman of the world-crossing golden ship is now 10 miles behind you. Continue forward for another 3 miles. You must break in before he catches up. That place was established by the Great Zhou dynasty along with various immortal sects and Buddhist temples, where high-ranking officials from all factions once gathered to discuss how to quell the chaos of millions of demons and evils in Fengdu Mountain. There are formations and runes left by the righteous immortal sects, as well as Buddhist methods that can resist external evils, which can temporarily preserve your life. Holding the dragon pattern evil-suppressing knife, Li Zhengjing discovered that it had a significant restraining effect on Yin spirits and evil creatures. There were corpse ghosts blocking the way ahead, and he swiftly cut them down with a single strike. After a while, he saw a cluster of houses ahead, glowing brightly, like a pure land in this evil domain. There were formations and runes ahead. Using the Immortal Sect token at his waist to clear the path would allow him to pass without obstruction. The voice spoke again, sounding somewhat urgent. He is less than 2 miles behind you. Hurry. Got it. Li Zhengjing threw the golden-edged silver token forward and then leaped vigorously toward the cluster of houses. Just then, he suddenly felt danger, slightly turned to the side, and saw a green light brush past him. Here it comes. Li Zhengjing felt a sharp pain in his shoulder and turned to look, only to see that half of his flesh had been torn away. In the next moment, he was jolted and crashed onto the roof of the house, breaking through the ceiling and tumbling inside, causing his head to spin. He quickly got up, grasped the dragon pattern evil-suppressing knife, and dragged the fallen Wudong box. His expression grave, scanning left and right with a vigilant demeanor. Dare I ask your esteemed name? Where are you? I am in your arms. Li Zhengjing froze. Looking down at his chest, he slowly reached into his bosom and pulled out an object. This object was broken, entirely like jade, yet within it was a golden light, flowing like water, slowly moving. Elder Yuan, it is I. What is this? Li Zhengjing's eyes changed, filled with astonishment. He had long known that although Yuan Zhengfeng's physical body had died, he had not completely perished, as his soul resided within this broken jade. However, he had not expected that Yuan Zhengfeng would awaken at this very moment. This is Fengdu Mountain, the most evil place between heaven and earth, a forbidden land for the living and a resting place for the dead. The voice from the broken jade was quite old, weary, and spoke in a low tone. My physical body is dead, and I rely on this divine object to house my soul, existing between life and death. Only in this Fengdu Mountain, which is closest to the underworld, can I awaken from my long slumber. He sighed and said, a long slumber feels like a dream. In an instant, over 10 years have passed. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't know how long I would remain asleep. Li Zhengjing looked at the shining broken jade piece before him and suddenly said, Elder Yuan, do you recognize the one chasing behind us as the helmsman of the world-crossing golden ship? After you set foot in Xuanzhou City, the evil energy spread in all directions. Although I have not fully awakened, I have regained some perception of the outside world. I not only know that the master of Yuhua Peak fought 3 helmsmen of the world-crossing golden ship alone, but I also know that the first-generation national master of the Great Zhou had identified you as the debtor. However, I know that someone is weak and filled with hidden dangers, as you cannot possibly be the debtor. After a moment of pause, Yuan Zhengfeng's voice was filled with complexity as he said, "You are also a backup body, aren't you?" Chapter 71. Today, I will slay the human immortal. Over 100 years have passed, and he still hasn't found the body he desires? Li Zhengjing's expression grew serious, concentrating his mind as he glanced at the golden book page. While I am in your embrace, I am close to your chest and internal organs, and I can vaguely feel a stabbing pain in my soul. That is the sword qi from within you, nearly breaking out and about to backfire on itself. If I am not mistaken, this is the Daiyan Dong Su Wanhua sword qi, long sealed by the Kunlun Immortal Sect, accessible only to the direct line of the Kunlun Immortal Sect. For 1,000 years, only the little sect master has succeeded in cultivating it. Hailed as invincible beneath the human immortal, and outside of the Kunlun Immortal Sect, it is said that only the debtor possesses this supreme sword technique. His tone was somewhat complicated as he said, "You are cultivating this sword technique at the true Qi realm, with deep-seated hidden dangers. Your life is not long for this world, and I fear you will soon be discarded by the debtor." Upon hearing this, Li Zhengjing fell silent for a moment before asking, "Elder Yuan, do you have any way to resolve my current predicament?" Yuan Zhengfeng's voice rang out again. The Daiyan Dong Su Wanhua sword qi, as a Kunlun secret, can ultimately only be sealed by the Kunlun Immortal Sect. How could I have a solution? Moreover, even if you escape this peril, what will it matter? He said in a low tone, "Both you and I are pawns in the hands of the debtor. Our future fates have long been determined." Li Zhengjing looked at the broken jade piece in his hand and slowly said, "Fate is not necessarily predetermined, is it? Your physical body has not fallen into the hands of the other party, has it?" Yuan Zhengfeng paused, then suddenly laughed heartily, seemingly quite pleased, but the laughter gradually diminished, carrying a hint of self-mockery. "In the past, relying on this divine object, I escaped countless dangers, hiding my brilliance, blending in with the crowd. But I still couldn't evade the debtor's perception. Later, I felt deep despair, seeking opportunities to descend the mountain for training, revealing my innate talents, and finally, after numerous arrangements, managed to cultivate into a human immortal, feeling barely capable of self-preservation and resisting him. But even as a human immortal, I have fallen into today's miserable state, haven't I?" His voice was filled with self-mockery as he said, "Look at me now. I am afraid I can't even talk about mere survival, right? He did not obtain my physical body, but I also lost my body in the same way." Li Zhengjing fell into silence, hearing despair and loneliness in Yuan Zhengfeng's voice. The old man had also once been full of hope, but that was long ago. Yuan Zhengfeng said heavily, "I have cultivated to become a celestial being, condensing my Yin spirit, gathering true energy, transforming it into golden soup and jade liquid. From then on, I could summon the wind and rain, ride the clouds, and possess the strength to move mountains and fill seas. However, when I was ordered to come to Fengdu Mountain, the battle I witnessed shook the heavens and shattered all my confidence. Though I only caught a distant glimpse of the scene, never facing its true form, my spirit was completely crushed in that battle. It is said that on that day, the headmaster of the Yuhua Xianzong discovered the whereabouts of the creditor on Fengdu Mountain and fought to the death. The world says they perished together, but only I know he is still alive." So when Elder Yuan left, his spirit collapsed, and fearing the creditor would come to seize his body, he abandoned it? Li Zhengjing said, "Indeed, the golden soup and jade liquid formed within me is based on the Yin spirit and condensed from true energy." Yuan Zhengfeng said heavily, "I do not know the origin of this divine object, but pouring all my magical power into it has left my physical shell empty. And this divine object has become a new body. Unfortunately, this so-called new body is ultimately just a piece of broken jade. And losing your physical form is equivalent to becoming a ghostly spirit." Li Zhengjing's voice inevitably became a bit dry as he said, "So in this almost legendary underworld, there is hope for awakening?" "Indeed," Yuan Zhengfeng replied. "Who is the true form of that creditor?" Li Zhengjing asked in a low voice. "He is mysterious and unfathomable. My whole life, I have secretly accumulated power to try to contend with him, but I have ended up like this, only knowing that he is called the creditor. And nothing more." Yuan Zhengfeng's tone grew increasingly despondent. Li Zhengjing furrowed his brows, considering whether to directly inquire about Xianhuan Xinjun, but felt the world spinning around him. With a loud rumble, the house began to tremble. To be precise, the ground was shaking. The helmsman of the Shiji golden ship was forcefully intruding into this place. Yuan Zhengfeng's voice came, full of astonishment, saying, "This place should be as solid as gold soup. How can it be shaken by him?" "The disturbance is coming from the northwest." Li Zhengjing's eyes sharpened as he swallowed a Creation 5 Elements pill, recovering his injuries while also restoring the energy within his organs. The broken jade piece in the northwest corner trembled slightly, then a sigh came. "No wonder he dares to shake this pure land. It turns out the arrangement here has been broken. The traces are still fresh, not long ago. It must be the handiwork of that great Zhou's first national master. Why did he destroy this formation? Li Zhengjing was both surprised and angry. He has feigned death for many years and has slept too long, presumably lacking modern tokens. So he used his formation skills to look for flaws and dismantled a corner of the array. Yuan Zhengfeng said, "You seem to still have Buddhist treasures?" "Yes." Li Zhengjing quickly took out the prayer beads gifted by the Buddhist disciple of the Vajra temple. Burying it in the northwest corner can make up for the part of the formation left by the high monk of Buddhism. And it should be able to hold him off for another half an hour. Yuan Zhengfeng said, "What happens after half an hour?" Li Zhengjing asked upon hearing the implication. "Then you can only wait for death. Although he is severely injured, he is still a celestial being, not someone like you who can resist." Yuan Zhengfeng sighed and said, "If I were alive, I would have the confidence to kill this severely wounded helmsman of the Shiji golden ship. But now I am hiding within this divine object, merely hanging on, with no power at all, unable to fight him." At this point, he seemed quite regretful and comforted. "You should take it easy. After all, you will die sooner or later, so there is no need to be overly sorrowful. As the saying goes, better to die early than late. If you die now, the creditor will surely be enraged and may personally kill the helmsman of the Shiji golden ship to vent his anger, which can be considered as avenging you." Li Zhengjing's expression changed, and he couldn't help but curse inwardly, not expecting this old guy's nature to be even more unreliable than that madman Shuji Zhenren. Fortune, trapped on the outskirts of Fengdu Mountain, surrounded by countless ghostly spirits and corpses, with no way to escape. After the ninth helmsman of the Shiji golden ship breaks the broken formation, he will be suppressed, devoured of flesh and blood, leaving no complete corpse. Method to change fate: insufficient spiritual energy. If using all internal energy, only 3 low-grade spirit stones are needed to replenish. Strongly recommend replenishing 5 low-grade spirit stones to leave internal energy for oneself. Li Zhengjing unhesitatingly took out 5 low-grade spirit stones and stuffed them into his mouth. "What are you doing? Do you think swallowing the spirit stones will prevent him from benefiting?" Yuan Zhengfeng said, quite puzzled. "I observed this person practicing evil techniques. He will surely devour your flesh and blood, and at that time, he will definitely find the spirit stones in your intestines, which will still benefit him. If I die, your fate won't be any better. Since you can't help, just rest on the side." Li Zhengjing was quite angry, but the next moment his expression froze. And then his tone softened. "Elder Yuan, help me." "What do you mean?" Yuan Zhengfeng felt uneasy. "I need to borrow your magical power," Li Zhengjing said, immediately grasping the piece of broken jade. "What do you mean?" Yuan Zhengfeng suddenly became terrified, quickly shouting, "Let go of me. Why are you eating me?" When facing death, one must pay attention to dignity. How can you just give up? If you die, that's a fact. Even if you're angry, eating me won't help. You relax, don't struggle. Don't resist, just leave it to me. Li Zhengjing opened his mouth and held the broken jade in his mouth, concentrating his spirit, falling under the influence of the golden pages of fortune. The method to change fate is as follows. Hold the divine object in your mouth. Use the tiger leopard thunder sound suppressing prison technique to mobilize the magical power belonging to Yuan Zhengfeng within. Based on the celestial magical power, condense the great transformation void transformation sword chi and instantly cast the sword nurturing technique, hiding it within 500 muscles of the left arm. Note 1. The great transformation void transformation sword chi condensed with celestial magical power must not exceed 1/10 of its strength. Otherwise, the sword chi will be too overwhelming, and the remaining magical power will be insufficient to protect oneself, instantly piercing through the body, leaving countless wounds, and resulting in a complete corpse. Note 2. It is imperative to cast the sword nurturing technique within an instant, hide it in the left arm, and within 3 breaths. Immediately unleash the great transformation void transformation sword chi from the left arm. Otherwise, the sword chi will backfire, resulting in a complete corpse. How can you mobilize my magical power? Just as Li Zhengjing used the tiger leopard thunder sound suppressing prison technique, Yuan Zhengfeng's voice sounded in his heart, filled with panic. This magical power is what I have cultivated my whole life, based on my spirit. It can only move according to my will. How can it be invoked by you? Moreover, you are merely at the internal energy realm, not yet having cultivated to the true energy level, and your body's acupoints are not open, so you cannot cast any magical techniques. Yuan Zhengfeng's tone was filled with disbelief, and there was a hint of confusion. Your physical body is still weak, and the flow of magical power is too strong, with no place to release it. Are you not afraid that my immense magical power will burst your body, turning you into a puddle of meat? Outside the house, a loud noise came. A greenish light illuminated all directions. You think this broken land can stop me? Suddenly, An old voice echoed throughout the area, declaring, "On this land, you are the only blood food, the only spiritual medicine that will prevent my injuries from worsening. You cannot escape." At this moment, the ninth helmsman of the Zhengjing golden ship erupted with magical power, appearing tall and imposing, merely relying on his aura. He drove away all the surrounding evil spirits. He covered the huge wound in his abdomen with one hand while wielding his previous cane, sweeping in all directions. A fierce wind arose, and the light grew brighter. This land, once a pure place where high-ranking figures discussed important matters, was swept into ruins. Houses collapsed in large numbers. "I found you." The ninth helmsman of the world-transcending golden ship's eyes lit up with surprise as he took a step forward, crossing 100 zhang, and opened the collapsed house. Immediately, a blazing light erupted from within. The flames were incredibly intense, condensed to the utmost, and contained a fierce sword intent, sharp beyond measure. In an instant, the flame, condensed like a sword, surged toward him like a dragon. "What?" The expression of the helmsman changed greatly. Fear suddenly appeared in his eyes. An expression of disbelief emerged on his face. At such a close distance, he was caught off guard by such a fierce and sharp divine ability. Even at his peak, he could not easily evade it. He hurriedly crossed his cane in front of his chest, channeling all his magical power into the cane. He frantically mobilized all his magical power, even unable to suppress the worsening injuries at this moment. A thunderous roar. It resonated in all directions. The entire Fengdu mountain seemed to tremble. Rocks fell from the cliff, and surrounding ghostly beings howled in pain, panicked and fleeing everywhere. The fire sword, like a dragon, pressed down on the person, radiating a greenish-blue light, piercing into the cliff wall ahead, deep and bottomless. Inside the house, Zhengjing gasped for breath. His left arm entirely charred, emitting white smoke, with a smell of roasting flesh. He gripped the dragon-patterned, evil-subduing blade tightly, propping himself up on the ground, his body swaying, feeling as though his vision was fading to black. If it weren't for using the tiger-leopard thunder sound prison suppression technique to channel 90% of Yuan Zhengfeng's magical power to protect himself, his physical body would have likely shattered by now. Yet even so, his injuries were severe, especially with his left arm nearly incapacitated, making it almost impossible to use the fire god sword again. "You actually consumed a full 10% of my magical power?" Yuan Zhengfeng was utterly shocked, saying, "After I die, there will be no physical body left, and using even a fraction of magical power means less for me, and it cannot be replenished through cultivation. This magical power is the last remnant of my life, the foundation for nurturing my soul. You are killing me." Zhengjing continued to gasp, looking at the deep hole in the cliff wall ahead, thinking, could that sword earlier have pierced through a mountain? He felt a bit unsettled and whispered, "Is it dead?" Thump, thump, thump. Suddenly, from deep within the cliff wall, a heartbeat sounded like a giant drum. A figure slowly emerged from within. This figure was old and hunched, but surrounded by greenish light, holding only half of a broken cane. Yet his eyes were blazing with intensity, filled with a dark and cold aura. Unexpectedly, the only prey on this land turned out to be a master pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. The ninth helmsman trembled all over, not only with anger, but also with bone-chilling cold. Because his abdomen had been completely pierced through, his organs were in ruins. He gathered the last of his magical power, abandoned the thought of fleeing, and focused on the young man, saying coldly, "I will have you accompany me in death, not dead." Zhengjing was greatly alarmed, wanting to raise his left arm, but the pain was excruciating, and he could no longer wield the fire god sword. So he could only grip the dragon-patterned, evil-subduing blade tightly with his right hand. He didn't know how long he could sustain himself by using the magical power of a human immortal level to bolster his physical body, relying on brute force to resist. But at this moment, there was no other option. Meanwhile, in his mind, Yuan Zhengfeng was still rambling, feeling heartbroken over the lost magical power. "You are killing me. You are risking my life. This magical power is reduced by 1 fraction for every fraction used. I can help you replenish your magical power." Zhengjing swallowed all the spirit stones, and the golden pages absorbed the spiritual energy, directly replenishing Yuan Zhengfeng's magical power. "What?" Yuan Zhengfeng's voice was immediately filled with disbelief. But in the next moment, joy followed, asking, "Really?" At this moment, the ninth helmsman of the world-transcending golden ship had already charged over. Except death. He stepped through the air, wrapping the countless evil energies of Fengdu Mountain. The greenish light enveloped the heavens and the earth. He seemed to carry a storm, pressing down fiercely. He poured out his last strength, leaving no reservations, allowing his injuries to worsen. He aimed to kill this boy who had led him to utter ruin before his vitality was completely drained. Zhengjing gritted his teeth, tightening his grip on the dragon-patterned, evil-subduing blade. ready to fight, when he heard Yuan Zhengfeng's voice in his ear. Let me come. Let me fight him. Yuan Zhengfeng's voice was filled with excitement and ecstasy. You are still young, and your experience in battles at the human immortal level is still insufficient. This old fellow has at least hundreds of years of cultivation, shrewd and cunning. Extremely deep waters, you cannot grasp it. Relax your entire body and leave it to me. He had been dead for over a decade, and now he could finally use Li Zhengjing's body to fight fiercely against a being at the human immortal level. As long as the magical power consumed could still be replenished, he would have nothing to worry about. Just as Li Zhengjing observed the fortune of the golden pages and confirmed there would be no mishaps, he completely relaxed his mind, as if wandering in the heavens. Surrendering his body to Yuan Zhengfeng for control, Yuan Zhengfeng, holding the dragon-patterned evil-subduing blade, charged directly forward. Although Li Zhengjing's meridians were not open, preventing him from using Dao techniques or flying, Yuan Zhengfeng gathered magical power in his legs and leaped up. Upon reaching the air, he swung his long blade, striking upward. Helmsman, come meet my sword. He wielded the blade like a sword, performing sword techniques. However, due to his unopened meridians, his magical power could not be displayed outward, forcing him into close combat. Is this all you can do? The ninth helmsman sneered, his cane meeting the attack. With his other hand, flames appeared and struck at Li Zhengjing's head. This strike was so fast it was hard to see. Only a blur appeared before it was already in front of him. Li Zhengjing was shocked but found that under Yuan Zhengfeng's control, he actually let go of the dragon-patterned evil-subduing blade and punched forward, breaking the illusion divine fist. The fist and palm clashed, the energy vast. In just an instant, they exchanged blows 17 or 18 times. Then, without the power to fly, Li Zhengjing was knocked down from the air, crashing through a house. Can't win. Run. Li Zhengjing flipped over, spitting out blood, his organs in turmoil, meridians ruptured. At this moment, Yuan Zhengfeng manipulated his body, quickly fleeing, saying, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Although you possess my magical power, you are still not a human immortal body. Your right arm has already been severed and your left arm is nearly useless. He has devilish secret techniques, exhausting all vitality, and wants to fight us to the death. Quickly run further away. Once his vitality is depleted, we can preserve our lives. Don't panic. With me, Yuan Zhengfeng, around. You won't die. We will definitely exhaust him. However, at this moment, a sudden flash of greenish light appeared ahead, and the helmsman of the world-transcending golden ship appeared in front of them, his face cold and stern, pointing his cane. Suddenly, a sound of breaking air. The light on the cane flashed suddenly. Li Zhengjing felt a sharp pain in his chest. The heart-guarding mirror blocked this strike, preventing him from being completely pierced through. But the immense power contained within made him involuntarily lift off the ground, and as his organs shook, he was thrown backward. A rumbling sound. He trembled all over, pain shooting through his back, and only then did he realize that in that instant, he had crashed through countless houses, finally smashing against the cliff wall. At this moment, he was completely trapped within, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Shut your mouth. Li Zhengjing couldn't speak, only cursing in his heart. Being a human immortal, he was severely injured by the master of Ancient Moon Peak, and after I struck him with the fire god's sword, he was left with only a bit of residual blood, like a candle in the wind, about to extinguish. How could it be that you still can't defeat him? Although he was on the brink of death, the old man was already dead. Yuan Zhengfeng said quietly, moreover, the important thing is that your left arm is disabled, and the other acupoints in your body haven't been opened. I, an old man, cannot display my full abilities and can only fight at close quarters. Even if there is from someone on you, you are ultimately just a physical body at the inner chi realm, and you really cannot defeat him. At this point, Yuan Zhengfeng sighed and continued, now your life force is fading, and your life cannot be saved. However, he will also die. Taking down this ninth helmsman of the golden ship of the world as a burial companion is not a loss. Li Zhengjing raised his head to look ahead and saw the old man take a step towards them before collapsing. The ninth helmsman of the golden ship of the world had finally run out of energy at this moment. The greenish-blue magical power spread from his body, disappearing into the heavens and the earth. He could no longer control his magical power because he was exhausted, and his own spirit was dissipating. But his gaze was fixed on Li Zhengjing, and with his last ounce of strength, he let out a cold laugh. Playing dead to ambush me? Now that I am about to die, I will still drag you down as a burial companion. He did not know why such a young person with low cultivation had such combat power, but it no longer mattered. Even if he were a prodigy, he would ultimately be buried alongside me. His breathing was gradually weakening, and the light in his eyes was slowly fading. Then in the next moment, his dimming gaze suddenly gathered with shock, filled with an indescribable madness and anger, because he saw the dying youth tremblingly putting a pill into his mouth. Then, the near-death youth was reborn. Who said I have to die with you? Li Zhengjing sneered, feeling a powerful life force releasing from within him, spreading throughout his body and healing his injuries. The meridians that had been damaged by the were continuously regenerating. The broken bones and flesh that had been smashed into a pulp were constantly recovering under the life force. His eyes gradually brightened, and when he turned to look at his charred left arm, it was also continuously shedding dead skin and regrowing. Xianxia pill? Yuan Zhengfeng was filled with astonishment, thinking, with this kid's cultivation and status, how could he possess the Xianxia pill? Back when I was an inner sect elder, I was never granted such a divine object. This thing is said to reverse life and death, hailed as the second life of a practitioner. I refused to accept it. The ninth helmsman's eyes were filled with anger and unwillingness, filled with intense hatred and resentment. As a dignified, he survived a great battle without falling to the hands of the head of Yuhua Peak, yet he ended up defeated by such a junior? Now he was about to die, but this youth was able to survive? How could he close his eyes in peace? He widened his eyes, trembling all over, mumbling as if chanting some incantation. Then he saw the youth raise his left arm. Not closing your eyes in death. What do you need these eyes for? I will help you close your eyes. The firelight from the left arm, containing sword intent, suddenly erupted, pointing directly at the ninth helmsman of the golden ship of the world. In an instant, the fire sword erupted, turning the ground ahead into scorched earth. Li Zhengjing collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, looking at his recovering hands, and suddenly burst into laughter, transcending the mundane, rising above the world. Living for 1,000 years, this is. He looked at the scorched earth ahead and laughed loudly. Today, I killed a. He laughed for a while before spitting out a piece of broken jade, which fell into his hand. Then his expression gradually became strange as he said in a low voice, Elder Yuan, why are you so excited? You were also a back in the day. What do you know? He is a transcendent. Yuan Zhengfeng's voice was filled with excitement as he said, when I first became, I committed suicide and had no achievements against, let alone killing one. This is the most remarkable achievement of my nearly 100 years of cultivation. But I killed him, Li Zhengjing muttered. We are now one body. Why differentiate between you and me? Yuan Zhengfeng said. Li Zhengjing fell silent for a moment and then looked at the scorched earth ahead. Even a severely injured, when displaying their combat power, is truly unimaginably strong. Don't worry, his body has lost its life force. And without a divine object like me to house his magical power and spirit, he is completely dead. Then they saw the gathering of Yin energy ahead, sweeping towards them like a vortex, condensing into a sinister storm at the place where the ninth helmsman of the golden ship of the world was buried. Li Zhengjing's gaze froze, and his mouth was dry. Yuan Zhengfeng's spirited voice gradually lowered. It seems he died too shamefully, and his obsession remains, filled with hatred and unwillingness. Before dying, he used demonic methods to attract the evil energy of Mount Fengdu. Li Zhengjing's eyes flickered as he murmured, is he trying to turn into a vengeful spirit? Or become a corpse king? Li Zhengjing shook his head and said, I have no spirit stones. Then why aren't you running? Yuan Zhengfeng's voice suddenly rose, shouting, run. Li Zhengjing suddenly glanced at the golden page, but did not move. They saw the gathering of sinister energy ahead, a fragmented figure slowly rising, filled with the aura of death. If I weren't severely injured by the master of Yuhua Peak, if I hadn't been careless and didn't dodge, how could I have been killed by you? Even if I die, I will drag you down as a burial companion. Old man, with a whoosh, golden light shot across. Then they saw the corpse being captured by the golden light. In the air, two beams of light flickered, one golden and one green. Fierce and unmatched. Someone is helping? Is it that madman from Kunlun Xianzong? Yuan Zhengfeng said in surprise. Wait, that's not his aura. Moments later, they saw that green light fall to the west side of Mount Fengdu, and the golden light turned and approached, revealing a pair of golden wings. As it approached, the golden light retracted, transforming into an old man who landed on the ground. Upon closer inspection, the old man's legs were actually eagle feet. His left hand resembled a dragon claw, his eyes sparkled with golden light, and his face was filled with fierce fangs. Even though the ninth helmsman of the golden ship of the world is heavily injured and dying, he is still a. Yet you have forced him to actively use the underworld's evil arts to transform himself into a sinister being? Gigalingwan. Yuan Zhengfeng's voice lowered slightly, filled with caution. And in Li Zhengjing's eyes, there was a complex expression as he thought, he really is the dog thief mentioned by Shuji. Chapter 72. The Thousand Illusion God Monarch Crafts Yin Soldiers. Earlier in Xianxiaaudiobooks City, after waiting for a long time without seeing you, I sensed the relic of the master of Yuhua Peak and realized you had fallen north of Xianxiaaudiobooks City. Digu Lingwan chuckled and waved his claw, little friend. Long time no see. Li Zhengjing slowly said, Senior, did you not want to see me, so I came? From what you said, it seems you still have some dissatisfaction with me? Digu Lingwan said with a smile. You mean that you sent a message to the Yuhua Xianzong, specifically naming me to go to Shuangzhou City, which is equivalent to exposing the identity of your protector. Li Zhengjing rubbed his brows and said, "Isn't that so?" Digu Lingguan chuckled and said, "If I die here, then I won't have to worry about what happens afterward. But if I leave alive, I will be a guest of the Yuhua Xianzong, and you, as my protector, will not only have no fault, but instead have merit." He looked at Li Zhengjing, and his expression gradually became serious, saying, "The reason I specifically named you to come this time is still for the promise I made to you earlier." Digu Lingguan's words were filled with kindness and friendliness. Upon hearing this, Li Zhengjing was taken aback, his eyes flickering as he said, "Did you find a solution?" Digu Lingguan pondered and said, "I recently received news that there is an opportunity within Mount Fengdu, which should be able to temporarily alleviate your current predicament. Although it cannot be a permanent solution, it should be enough to save your life before you achieve." Li Zhengjing fell into silence. His mind focused as he glanced at the golden pages, while the voice of the Ghost Valley Spirit Officer echoed in his ears. "Old man, the reason I specifically called you here is to ask for your assistance," the Ghost Valley Spirit Officer said. "Once the task is accomplished, the opportunity will be yours. While what I seek is something else." Li Zhengjing pondered, "My cultivation is shallow. How can I assist you?" The Tiger Leopard Thunder Sound Suppression Technique. Elder Yuan's voice sounded. "I am already dead, my physical body is gone, and I should be considered a lingering soul. The reason you can mobilize my Ean Spirit's power is because of the suppression technique's power. Does he want to borrow the might of the suppression technique?" The Ghost Valley Spirit Officer smiled and nodded, looking at Li Zhengjing, saying, "The Dian Cave Void transforming sword qi within you, in terms of its sharpness and refinement, surpasses even the peak of the former Kunlun sect's young master." He pointed at Li Zhengjing's left arm and continued, "So I also researched a bit and confirmed that it's due to the energy within your organs. Initially, it was just a guess, but seeing you mobilize the residual power of this half-dead friend earlier confirmed it." Yuan Zhengfeng immediately retorted, "What do you mean, half-dead friend? Do you have any manners?" "My name is Yuan Zhengfeng." The Ghost Valley Spirit Officer pressed down with his claws, signaling him to be quiet, and then continued to look at Li Zhengjing. "Although I don't know how you cultivated the Tiger Leopard Thunder Sound Suppression Technique, just like the Dian Cave Void transforming sword qi, I don't want to know your secrets." Hearing that the bottom of Fengdu Mountain was sealed by the previous generation's headmaster of the Feathered Immortal Sect before his death, he stated that only the might of the Tiger Leopard Thunder Sound Suppression Technique could step inside. He spread his claws and said, "So, as it stands, you are the only one who can help me enter the depths of Fengdu Mountain. As for that opportunity, consider it your reward. How about it?" Li Zhengjing fell into silence. He really found himself in a deadlock. If he continued to cultivate, the Dian Cave Void transforming sword qi would backfire, leaving him with nothing but a corpse. If he didn't continue cultivating, would he be stuck at the Qi realm, unable to progress, waiting for the Thousand Illusions Divine Monarch to discover the clues and reduce him to ashes? As he thought this, his mind shifted slightly, and he looked at the fortune within the golden pages. Fortune: collaborate with the Ghost Valley Spirit Officer to obtain the innate Tao treasure of the everlasting sacred body. Plant it within your body, and life will be endless. Afterward, while cultivating, before reaching the human immortal realm. Although there will be backlash from the Dian Cave Void transforming sword qi, the recovery of life will not be sufficient to endanger your life. Note: after reaching the human immortal realm, once the magical power condenses, the Dian Cave Void transforming sword qi will be even sharper, and the innate Tao treasure within will be destroyed, endangering your life. At least before reaching the human immortal realm, you can remain safe. Li Zhengjing thought this over and nodded slightly at the Ghost Valley Spirit Officer. Just then, he heard Yuan Zhengfeng's voice, straight and clear, directly entering his ears. "We must be cautious. This old fellow mentioned earlier that he confirmed your cultivation of the Tiger Leopard Thunder Sound Suppression Technique after seeing you draw upon my magical power." Yuan Zhengfeng whispered. "So he has been watching us steer the golden ship of the world, without offering help. He has ill intentions. The helmsman of the golden ship of the world carries the helmsman divine seal, which can restrain any water ghost or ferryman. Even if he is on the brink of death, I wouldn't dare to show myself." At that moment, the Ghost Valley Spirit Officer's voice came through. "Moreover, I only saw you two getting beaten." Yuan Zhengfeng's voice suddenly vanished. Li Zhengjing's expression tightened as he looked at the Ghost Valley Spirit Officer. The Ghost Valley Spirit Officer pointed to his own ear and slowly said, "In the South Wilderness, there is a demon immortal whose innate divine ability is to listen to sounds from 1,000 miles away. Later, it died of old age and gifted me this before passing." After he finished speaking, his expression became serious, and he said, "Staying here for long is of no benefit. Since we have decided to cooperate, let's set off." Li Zhengjing glanced at the golden pages, seeing that his fortune had not changed, feeling slightly relieved, and nodded slightly. Ever since he crossed the river of the underworld and entered this region, the wall bird and the 5 elements creation tree had fallen silent. Initially, he thought it was because the helmsman of the golden ship of the world was chasing them, scaring the bird and the tree to hide in the Polonia wooden box, not daring to show themselves. But this battle had already ceased, the victor was clear, and they were temporarily safe. So why had the bird and tree not made any sound? He felt a sudden panic and hurriedly opened the Polonia wooden box. Is this wooden box made from the Polonia divine with the treasure of the Gu King Xianxian? The Ghost Valley spirit officer leaned closer and said, I heard you killed the Gu King Xianxian, and I was quite shocked. What happened to this bird? Zhengjing took out the wall bird. He saw the wall bird was glowing green all over, constantly twitching. Upon lifting its wings, he found a tender green-winged larva inside. A larva of the divine King Gu? The Ghost Valley spirit officer exclaimed in surprise, You obtained the divine King Gu, and it even hatched a larva? At this moment, Zhengjing did not feel delighted about the hatching of the Gu worm. He only frowned and said, It was poisoned by the Gu? The Ghost Valley spirit officer nodded and said, This is a minor issue. Even the divine King Gu's larval poison cannot kill a top-tier divine bird like the Bailuan. I have an antidote here, just let it take it. Zhengjing quickly accepted the antidote and gave it to the wall bird to swallow. Then he saw the bird wake up, crying as it flapped into its master's arms. Master, you scare me to death. That damn Gu worm looked silly and thought it was something hatched by the stupid tree, at least considered our nephew. But it knocked the bird out cold. The wall bird suddenly paused and stammered. Just now, after the stupid tree hatched the Gu egg, it didn't move for a while. Did it get poisoned by its own son? At this moment, Zhengjing happened to take out the 5 elements creation tree from the Polonia wooden box. Could a tree be poisoned by a Gu worm? Yuan Jingfeng, who had been silent for a while, couldn't help but speak, filled with astonishment. Ordinary trees might be fine, but this is the 5 elements creation tree. It can also be poisoned by a Gu worm? Zhengjing was also quite surprised. He quickly placed the tree down, seeing its branches all drooping, lacking any strength, and couldn't help but be alarmed. Let me take a look. The Ghost Valley spirit officer leaned closer to examine it. After a moment, he chuckled lightly and said, It's nothing serious. It's just that there is excessive yin energy, corrupting its essence, akin to being transplanted to an unsuitable environment, resulting in rapid wilting. About to die? And that's nothing? Zhengjing gasped. This 5 elements creation tree, possessing the completeness of the 5 elements and great creation within, is not necessarily a bad thing. The Ghost Valley spirit officer waved his hand, breaking the planting pot, and arranged the hundreds of roots neatly. The energy of the 5 elements gathers yin and yang. In the past, it grew in the mortal world, gathering various spiritual energies, all of which are yang energy. Now, being overwhelmed by the yin and evil death energy, it has become chaotic, hanging by a thread. What does that mean? The wall bird inquired, leaning over. The 5 elements creation tree is originally a natural spirit gathering formation, but it contains only yang energy and has never absorbed yin evil energy. Here, which can almost be considered a realm of yin, now endless yin evil energy has entered, clashing with its inner vitality, and it cannot withstand it. Yuan Jingfeng suddenly said, What the half-dead friend said is exactly right. The Ghost Valley spirit officer continued, It's just like ordinary practitioners being invaded by yin evil energy. Now we need to find a way to draw it out. Otherwise, there will be a risk to life. Yuan Jingfeng pondered, The tree body is not like a human body. The method to guide it out is very different. Have you considered how to draw out the yin energy? What a great opportunity. How can we draw it out? The Ghost Valley spirit officer measured the tree body inch by inch, smiling as he said, I believe that the 5 elements creation tree in the world is inherently flawed. Now is its opportunity. As long as we help it refine the yin evil energy, then with the yang energy it originally possesses, it can maintain balance. After that, this tree will gather yin and yang of the 5 elements, achieving true perfection and true great creation. In the past, the creation pills made from its fruits were ranked among the finest spiritual pills in the world. In the future, the elixir refined from its fruit should be called the yin-yang creation 5 xiandan. There are no more than 10 spiritual medicines in the world that can be compared to it, worthy of being called a divine elixir. Moreover, it can also supplement its own deficiencies and achieve a complete foundation, allowing it to step onto the path of cultivation. Additionally, it has a significant effect. At this point, the gaze of the spirit official of Gigu fell upon the broken jade of Yuan Jingfeng. Zhengjing, noticing this, couldn't help but ask, What effect? The spirit official of Gigu slowly said, From now on, this yin-yang 5 elements creation divine tree, once its creation is complete, will have the ability to transform and change both the energies of the 5 elements and the yin-yang energies at its will. If one is under the shade of the tree, Releasing Yin energy will feel just like the underworld. He extended his claw and tapped the piece of broken jade, saying, "This friend, half alive and half dead, can only awaken in the underworld. In the future, under the shade of the tree. It will ensure that his mind remains intact for a long time." "Really?" the hanging wall bird exclaimed. "Does that mean the tree will be like a reborn parent to Yuan's nephew?" The spirit official of Gigu nodded and added, "It's not that simple. It must fully adapt to the Yin energy, which cannot be achieved instantly and requires external force. Moreover, rumble." At that moment, the universe shifted and trembled continuously. Deep within Fengdu Mountain, it seemed there was movement. Li Zhengjing's expression changed slightly as he put away the 5 elements creation tree, took out the medicinal cauldron, placed the divine king Gu larva inside, and stuffed the hanging wall bird into a phoenix wood box, leaving only half of its head sticking out. The spirit official of Gigu raised his head, looking not far away, and said, "Not only deep within Fengdu Mountain, but changes have also occurred around us." As soon as he finished speaking, an immense and overwhelming sound rolled in, rumbling like a stampede of thousands of horses, with endless roars echoing back and forth. Li Zhengjing quickly looked, only to see that outside Fengdu Mountain, green-blue waters surged forth like a flood, sweeping in all directions. "The Yuming River has risen." The spirit official of Gigu remained calm, seemingly having anticipated this, took out an object, and tossed it forward. With the operation of his magical power, the object expanded in the wind, transforming into a small boat. He leaped onto it and gestured with his hand. Li Zhengjing, carrying the phoenix wood box and the broken jade, tightly gripped the dragon pattern evil subduing blade and jumped onto the small boat. The endless green flood rushed towards them, breaking through everything. And this small boat floated and swayed upon the roaring waters. This boat was stolen from the golden ship of crossing the world, crafted from the scraps of the golden ship, so it wouldn't capsize with just this little turbulence. It was safe. The spirit official of Gigu said so. Li Zhengjing looked down at the green water beneath the boat and felt a chilling pressure. And vaguely, he could see countless souls beneath the water, fierce and terrifying, roaring endlessly, seeming to want to drag the people on the boat into the water. This water could consume one's soul and corrode one's bones. Even celestial beings would be wary. The spirit official of Gigu said, "In ancient legends, there are 9 hells and 9 springs in the underworld. And when Fengdu Mountain collapsed back then, this Yuming River surged forth, referred to as a tributary of the underworld's yellow spring." He looked at Li Zhengjing and said, "It is said that whenever the underworld is in turmoil, this Yuming River will rise violently. And one of the functions of the Double Nine City is to monitor Fengdu Mountain. According to the reports from Double Nine City over the years, since 17 years ago, the yellow spring has risen more than 200 times, each time accompanied by a surge of evil energy and the growth of evil entities, impacting Double Nine City. This is the reason why the evil energy in the northern lands has increased rather than decreased over the past decade. In the underworld, Li Zhengjing sat on the small boat and suddenly asked, "If the ascent to the sky is a deception, and there are no true immortals in the 9 heavens, then the heavenly realm described in ancient legends naturally doesn't exist either. So does the underworld truly exist?" The spirit official of Gigu looked at the broken jade in his hand and said, "Whether the underworld exists, I do not know. However, Fengdu Mountain is already one of the closest places to the underworld in the world, which is why this half-dead friend can awaken here." Then he opened his claw and said, "I want to enter deep into Fengdu Mountain, in fact, to verify whether the underworld truly exists. And if it does, why is it connected to Fengdu Mountain, thus intersecting with the human realm?" At this point, he bent his finger, and the speed of the crossing boat actually increased. "Is this little boat going upstream?" The hanging wall bird suddenly saw the clue and was quite surprised. In the midst of disaster, the flood poured down, and the final destination must be the abyss of destruction. Thus, the golden ship of crossing the world is meant to go against the current. The spirit official of Gigu said this and added, "Be wary below." The yellow spring water swept in all directions, pulling in a large number of corpses and remains, as well as the monsters born from the Yin energy. They would come to drag us into the water. Legend has it that when Fengdu Mountain collapsed, the yellow spring water surged, and countless evil entities were swept into the human realm. Yuan Zhengfeng said, "Now do they want to return along the yellow spring?" "Are you referring to them, senior?" Li Zhengjing pointed upstream of the river. He saw nearly 100 figures walking on the water's surface, going upstream. They were armored and wielding weapons, maintaining a neat formation even on the turbulent river. They seemed to have sensed the small boat going against the current behind them, detecting the presence of living blood. Immediately, over 100 soldiers turned in unison, roaring with rage, rushing towards them with overwhelming momentum. "Retreat." The spirit official of Gigu withdrew his magical power, and the small boat was instantly swept downstream by the raging yellow spring water. However, at that moment, the last xian soldier suddenly let out a long howl. It actually broke away from the ranks, as if being pulled, and was directly swept away by the yellow spring. The other xian soldiers all roared and turned around, but the last xian soldier had already been swept far away. Once that xian soldier completely disappeared, the remaining xian soldiers turned around like machines, continuing to move forward, going upstream. However, on the small boat from earlier, the atmosphere became tense. Because the spirit official of Gigu was holding an invisible rope. Hurry and help, pull him up. The spirit official of Gigu's voice was suppressed with excitement, saying, "This is the xian soldier from legends. It may very well be the ghost god located in the underworld from ancient myths." He couldn't help but swallow nervously, trembling as he said, "I want to study its body structure, to see what differences it has compared to living beings in the human realm." The xian soldier was struggling, and the yellow spring water became even more turbulent, with many xian evil spirits and numerous corpses seemingly wanting to come to assist from below. Zhengjing helped the spirit official of Gigu, continuously pulling on the invisible rope, bringing that xian soldier onto the boat. The spirit official of Gigu immediately stepped forward, using magical power to suppress it, but felt an endless wave of cold xian energy sweeping in, and couldn't help but exclaim, "It really is strange. Its original cultivation level is probably only in the true Qi realm, yet it possesses such abilities." At this point, the spirit official of Gigu exerted his magical power fiercely, trying to wrap it up, but still couldn't suppress this xian soldier. No good, this amount of magical power can't hold him down. But if I use any more magical power, I'll crush it. Tiger Leopard Thunder Sound Suppressing Prison Technique. Yuan Zhengfeng suddenly called out, "Zhengjing, my young friend, go up and suppress it." All right. Li Zhengjing activated the Tiger Leopard Thunder Sound Suppressing Prison Technique, stepped forward, and firmly pressed down on the xian soldier's neck, skillfully punching it in the head 17 or 18 times. Then he noticed the xian soldier's struggling movements gradually diminishing. When he got up, he found the spirit official of Gigu looking at him with a strange expression. Yuan Zhengfeng also fell silent. Only the hanging wall bird muttered, "Master, such skilled techniques. Could it be that you often sneak into the village to steal dogs?" He lifted the helmet and found that inside was actually a clay figurine, completely motionless. Dead. The spirit official of Gigu was taken aback and stammered, "Just like that? With a few punches, you killed the xian soldier?" "No. It should at least be comparable to a true Qi realm xian soldier. How could it die so easily?" After a moment, his tone became somber. "This thing does not seem to be naturally formed. There are obvious signs of being man-made." Li Zhengjing suddenly felt the turbulence of the energy within his organs, being drawn by the golden book page. His gaze sharpened, and he saw new content displayed on the golden page. Fengdu Yin Bing, the 163rd. Identity, a creation of the Thousand Illusions God Monarch. Fortune, 20 years ago. The Thousand Illusions God Monarch forged the Yin Bing, attempting to explore the source of the Yellow Springs, which led to damage to the Fengdu Mountain Formation and indirectly caused the collapse of Fengdu Mountain 17 years ago, allowing millions of demons and evils to emerge. In an instant, Li Zhengjing's eyes were filled with astonishment. This was forged by the Thousand Illusions God Monarch. 20 years ago, the Thousand Illusions God Monarch had indeed come to Fengdu Mountain to explore the source of the Yellow Springs. While he was in shock, he heard Gigu Lingguan sigh and regretfully say, "This thing is indeed not a ghost or deity of the underworld. It is a man-made object. And although it was forged in large quantities with skillful techniques, it is somewhat rough." The hanging wall bird poked its head out and said, "So, does that mean the underworld doesn't actually exist?" Yuan Zhengfeng spoke up. "Perhaps it is a creation of the underworld's ghosts and deities? Just like we can forge various puppets. How could the ghosts and deities of the underworld not do the same?" Gigu Lingguan said gloomily, "The forging techniques on this are from Zhongzhou, and it has been less than 30 years since its completion. I wonder which reckless fool has mixed these things up here." After finishing, Gigu Lingguan added, "This object was forged using fragments of the heavenly domain divine stone. It cannot serve as a complete divine body and cannot bear the power of human immortals. Therefore, what resides within is not a yin deity, but ordinary yin spirits, which is why they were exterminated by your Tiger Leopard Thunder Sound Suppression Prison Technique. However, it is not without gain. The armor of this yin being is made of yin cold divine iron, just like your dragon pattern evil suppressing blade, which can resist the corrosion of yellow spring water. Finally, pour a little yellow spring water over it and plant that tree, which will allow it to adapt to the yin energy and grow faster." After Gigu Lingguan finished speaking, Li Zhengjing also put this yin bing into the wudong wood box. Yuan Zhengfeng then asked, "The upstream has already gathered yin bing, and there will surely be more than 100 on this yellow spring water route. It can't be traversed anymore. What should we do next?" At this point, Gigu Lingguan sighed and continued, I originally thought that the battle of the ancient Moon Peak Master against the three captains of the Crossing the World Golden Ship would create such a commotion that it would draw away many Yin spirits and ghostly beings from Fengdu Mountain, especially those ghost kings comparable to human immortals. I did not expect to still be mistaken. Li Zhengjing understood that the Yin spirits and ghostly beings he mentioned would include the corpses of powerful sect members who had died here. In addition, there would be remnants of past Yin evil energies and even newly born Yin evil beings. We need to change direction and take the land route, Digu Lingguan said, although it may be even more dangerous in the end, as long as we find a guide. It will be much easier and simpler than going against the flow of the Yellow Springs at this moment. Li Zhengjing hesitated and said, the guide you mentioned, is it the true man of void extremity? Digu Lingguan nodded slightly and smiled. It seems you have met him. After I treated him, he was slightly better. But most of the time he is still insane. This time he escaped, claiming he was going to the underworld to report to me. The hanging wall bird poked its head out and said, didn't he say he was going to the capital city? He knows my talents are exceptional and even asked me to write a report for him. Digu Lingguan sighed. The capital city he mentioned is the divine capital where the ghosts and deities of the underworld reside, according to legend. At this moment, the true man of void extremity, in another part of Fengdu Mountain, was cursing and swearing. He tugged at his tattered robe to cover his crotch, extremely indignant. Which reckless fool killed someone and just tossed them aside? After killing, don't they even crush the bones and scatter the ashes? This is Fengdu Mountain, a place of Yin evil, where corpses can rise. The true man of void extremity was furious to the extreme, with pent-up anger that had no outlet. He spat and said, I just finished transcending the 7th line master of the Lufu sect. And now another recently deceased captain of the Crossing the World Golden Ship is tossed here. Do you all think I'm sweeping the streets? This is too much of a bullying. I'm going to the capital city to report you. He continued walking forward, mumbling. Fengdu Mountain has collapsed. This position is probably halfway up the mountain. If I keep going forward, I should reach the bottom. He looked around, his gaze passing through layers of dark evil energy. Seeing that all around him was yellow spring water, with only his current position above the water surface. After all, this was the fallen Fengdu Mountain, elevated above the ground, overlooking all directions. His energy repelled the evil beings, and he walked here as if strolling in a courtyard. Currently, the powerful evil beings of Fengdu Mountain were mostly in the Yellow Springs, preparing to flow upstream. Instead, this mountain was relatively quiet. This must be the arrangement of the true deity. The true man of void extremity couldn't help but sigh. The true deity treats me so generously. Surely, they will uphold justice for me. When that time comes, whether it is the dog thief who needs to treat my illness or the reckless fool who randomly discards corpses, each one will receive severe punishment, thrown into the oil pot. After saying this, he paused. A golden light flashed ahead, and a kindly old man with eagle feet and wings, left hand resembling a claw, and full of fangs landed. Dog thief. The true man of void extremity was filled with fear, his hair standing on end, and he turned to run. Digu Lingguan immediately reached out to stop him. The true man of void extremity extended his hand and unleashed a spell that shook the mountain and earth. Don't come closer. The true man of void extremity's voice was filled with tremors. Dog thief, you still want to cut me? The true man of void extremity was so scared his old face turned pale, trembling as he said, I just killed 2 evil corpse kings. My killing intent is strong, and I'm full of courage. I'm not afraid of you. This mad old man is the Yuhua Immortal Sect's supreme elder who escaped from the siege of millions of demons and evils on Fengdu Mountain back then. Yuan Zhengfeng's voice reached Li Zhengjing's ears, whispering, I heard that he is second only to the headmaster of Kunlun in both cultivation and status. How did he end up like this? In that instant, the true man of void extremity suddenly froze, becoming rigid. Digu Lingguan saw this and thought he had persuaded him. So he smiled and stepped forward. Get lost. The true man of void extremity, not knowing where he found the courage, pulled him away. His gaze fixated on the floating piece of broken jade. In an instant, the atmosphere became silent. Li Zhengjing's gaze fell on the broken jade. Digu Lingguan's gaze also fell on the broken jade. Yuan Zhengfeng's energy locked onto him, unable to move, and he felt a bit panicked for a moment. Just then, the true man of void extremity suddenly burst into tears, sobbing loudly. The hanging wall bird couldn't help but poke its head out, thinking, could it be that these 2 old geezers had a love affair back then? After Yuan Laodao died, did the true man of void extremity go mad? Seeing him cry so bitterly, it seems he loved deeply back then. At this moment of stalemate, the true man of void extremity suddenly lunged forward, transforming into a rainbow light, kneeling before Li Zhengjing with a thud. Divine Lord, the true man of void extremity cried out, it really is you. The young sect master was right. The true deity will not die. He trembled as he reached out to touch the piece of broken jade, murmuring, "Even if it shatters, it won't die? Young friend Zhengjing, he makes me panic so much." As he touched it, it was almost like it was about to be wrapped, and he couldn't swallow it. The hanging wall bird was also startled and quickly opened its long, sharp beak, advising, "Elder Yuan, for the greater good. You should make a sacrifice. After all, we are all in this together. No one will spread it. We are very tight-lipped and are not gossipy women." Wait. Just then, Gigu Lingguan stepped forward, his expression uncertain, and said, "The true deity you encountered back then is this one? This piece of broken jade is truly the divine corpse?"